wanting to see the land, glorying in the fief Toranaga had given him, which contained Yokohama. "Lord God on high," he told himself, "I'm lord of one of the greatest harbours in the world." Abruptly, a man bypassed the icon, tore out his sword, and leaped at Blackthorne. A dozen startled samurai jumped courageously in his way, screening the quarterdeck as Blackthorne spun around, a pistol cocked and aimed. Others scattered, shoveling, stumbling, milling in the uproar. The samurai skidded to a halt, howling with rage, then changed direction and hacked at Uraga, who somehow managed to avoid the thrust. The man whirled as other samurai lunged at him, fought them off ferociously for a moment, then rushed for the side and threw himself overboard. 4 who could swim dropped their killing swords, put their short stabbing knives in their mouths, and jumped after him, the rest and the Dutchman crowding the side. Blackthorne jumped for the gunwale. He could see nothing below. Then he caught sight of swirling shadows in the water. A man came up for air and went down again. Soon 4 heads surfaced. Between them was the corpse, a knife in his throat. "So sorry, Anjin-san! It was his own knife!" One called up over the roars of the others. "Uraga-san, tell them to search him, then leave him to the fish." The search revealed nothing. When all were back on deck, Blackthorne pointed at the icon with his cocked pistol. "All samurai, once more." He was obeyed instantly, and he made sure that every man passed the test. Then, because of Uraga, and to praise him, he ordered his crew to do the same. There was the beginning of a protest. "Come on," Blackthorne snarled. "Hurry up, or I'll put my foot on your backs." "No need to say that, pilot," Van Neck said. "We're not stinky pagan wogs." "They're not stinky pagan wogs. They're samurai, by God." They stared up at him. Anger, whipped by fear, rippled through them. Van Neck began to say something, but Hinsel butted in. "Samurai are heathen bastards, and they, or men like 'em, murdered Peter Shōgun, our Captain General, and Matsuika." "Yes, but without these samurai, we'll never get home. Understand?" Now all the samurai were watching. Ominously, they moved nearer Blackthorne, protectively. Van Neck said, "Let it rest, eh? We're all a bit touchy and overtired. It was a long night. We're not our own masters here, none of us. Nor's the pilot. The pilot knows what he's doing. He's the leader. He's Captain General now." "Yes, he is. But it's not right for him to take their side over us. And by the Lord God, he's not a king. We're equal to him," Yanropa hissed. "Just because he's armed like them and dressed like them and can talk to the sods doesn't make him king over us. We've rights, and that's our law and his law by the Lord God, even though he's English. He swore holy oaths to abide by the rules. Didn't you, pilot?" "Yes," Blackthorne said. "It's our law in our seas, where we're masters and in the majority. Now we're not. So do what I tell you to do, and do it fast." Muttering, they obeyed. "Sunk, did you find any grog?" "No, sir, not a good curse dribble." "I'll get sake sent aboard." Then, in Portuguese, Blackthorne added, "Uraga-san, you'll come ashore with me and bring someone to Skull. You 4, he said in Japanese, pointing at the men who had dived over the side. "You 4 now captains. Understand? Take 50 men each." "Hi, Anjin-san." "What's your name?" he asked one of them, a tall, quiet man with a scarred cheek.
"Nawa Chisato, Lord."
"You're captain today. All ship, until I return."
"Yes, Lord."
Blackthorne went to the gangway. A skiff was tied below.
"Where are you going, pilot?"
Van Neck said anxiously. "Ashore. I'll be back later."
"Good. We'll all go."
"By God, I'll come with—"
"And me. I'm going—"
"Cross Jesus, don't leave me, but—" "No, I'm going alone."
"But for God's sake, what about us?"
Van Neck cried out.
"What are we going to do? Don't leave us, pilot. What it—"
"You just wait," Blackthorn told them. I'll see food and drinks sent aboard. Insel squared up to Blackthorn.
I thought we were going back tonight. Why aren't we going back tonight?
How long we going to stay here, pilot? And how long?
Pilot, what about Edo?
Insel asked louder.
How long we going to stay here with these God-cursed monkeys?
Yes, monkeys, by God, Sonk said happily.
What about our gear and our own folk?
Yes, what about our Etters, pilot? Our people and our doxies? They'll be there tomorrow. Blackthorn pushed down his loathing. Be patient. I'll be back as soon as I can. Bacchus, you're in charge. He turned to go.
I'm going with you,
Jan Roper said truculently, following him.
We're in harbour, so we take precedence, and I want some arms.
Blackthorn turned on him, and a dozen swords left their scabbards, ready to kill Jan Roper. One more word out of you, and you're a dead man. The tall, lean merchant flushed and came to a halt. You curb your tongue near these samurai, because any one of them will take your head before I can stop them, just because of your goddamned bad manners, let alone anything else. They're touchy, and near you, I'm getting touchy, and you'll get arms when you need them. Understand? Jan Roper nodded sullenly and backed off. The samurai were still menacing, but Blackthorn quieted them and ordered them, on pain of death, to leave his crew alone. I'll be back soon. He walked down the gangway and got into the skiff, Uraga and another samurai following. Chisato, the captain, went up to Jan Roper, who quailed under the menace, bowed, and backed away. When they were well away from the ship, Blackthorn thanked Uraga for catching the traitor.
Please, no thanks. It was only duty.
Blackthorn said in Japanese so that the other man could understand. Yes, duty. But your koku changed now. Now, not 20, now 100 a year.
Oh, sire, thank you. I don't deserve it. I was only doing my duty, and I must...
Speak slowly. Don't understand. Uraga apologized and said it slower. Blackthorn praised him again, then settled more comfortably in the stern of the boat, his exhaustion overcoming him. He forced his eyes open and glanced back at his ship to reassure himself she was well placed. Van Neck and the others were at the gunwale, and he was sorry that he had brought them aboard, though he knew he had no option. Without them, the journey would not have been safe. Mutinous scum, he thought. What the hell do I do about them? All my vassals know about the Etta village, and they're all as disgusted as... Christ Jesus, what a mess! Carmen, eh? He slept. As the skiff nosed into the shore near the pier, he awoke. At first he could not remember where he was. He had been dreaming he was back in the castle in Mariko's arms, just like last night. Last night they had been lying in half-sleep after loving, Hujiko a party to the loving, Chimoko on guard, when Yabu and his samurai had pounded on the doorpost. The evening had begun so pleasingly. Hujiko had also discreetly invited Kiku, and never had he seen her more beautiful and exuberant. As bells ended the hour of the ball, Mariko had punctually arrived. There had been merriment and sake, but soon Mariko had shattered the spell.
So sorry, but you're in great danger, Anjin-san,
she explained, and when she had added what Gyoko had said about not trusting Uraga, both Kiku and Hujiko were equally perturbed. Please don't worry. I'll watch him. Never fear, he had reassured them. Mariko had continued,
Perhaps you should watch Yabu-sama too, Anjin-san.
What?
This afternoon, I saw the hatred in your face. So did he.
Never mind, he had said. Shigata ganai, ne?
No, so sorry. It was a mistake. Why did you call your men off when they had Yabu-sama surrounded at first? Surely that was a bad mistake too. They would have killed him quickly, and your enemy would have been dead without risk to you.
That wouldn't have been right, Mariko-san. So many men against one. Not fair. Mariko had explained to Hujiko and Kiku what he had said.
Please excuse me, Anjin-san. But we all believe that is a very dangerous way of thinking, and beg you to forsake it. It's quite wrong and very naive. Please excuse me for being so blunt. Yabu-san will destroy you.
No, not yet. I'm still too important to him, and to Omi-san.
Kiku-san says, please tell the Anjin-san to beware of Yabu, and this Uraga. The Anjin-san may find it difficult to judge importance here, ne? Yes, I agree with Kiku-san, Fujiko had said.
Later Kiku had left to go and entertain Toranaga. Then Mariko broke the peace in the room again.
Tonight, I must say sayonara, Anjin-san. I am leaving at dawn.
No, there's no need now, he had said. That can all be changed now. I'll see Toranaga tomorrow. Now that I've permission to leave, I'll take you to Osaka. I'll get a galley or coastal boat. At Nagasaki...
No, Anjin-san. So sorry. I must leave as ordered.
No amount of persuasion would touch her. He had felt Fujiko watching him in the silence, his heart aching with the thought of Mariko leaving. He had looked across at Fujiko. She asked them to excuse her for a moment. She closed the shoji behind her, and they were alone, and they knew that Fujiko would not return, that they were safe for a little time. Their loving was urgent and violent. Then there were voices and footsteps, and barely enough time to become composed before Fujiko joined them through the inner door, and Yabu strode in, bringing Toranaga's orders for an immediate secret departure. Yokohama, then Osaka for a brief stop, Anjin-san. On again to Nagasaki, back to Osaka, and home here again. I've sent for your crew to report to the ship. Excitement had rushed through him at this heaven-sent victory. Yes, Yabu-san, but Mariko-san go Osaka also, ne? Better with us. Quicker, safer, ne? Not possible. So sorry. Must hurry. Come along. Tide? Understand tide, Anjin-san? Hi, Yabu-san. But Mariko-san go Osaka. So sorry. She has orders like we have orders. Mariko-san, explain to him. Tell him to hurry. Yabu had been inflexible, and so late at night it was impossible to go to Toranaga to ask him to rescind the order. There had been no time or privacy to talk any more with Mariko or Fujiko, other than to say formal goodbyes. But they would meet soon in Osaka.
Very soon, Anjin-san,
Mariko had said. Lord God, don't let me lose her, Blackthorn said, the seagulls cawing above the beach, their cries intensifying his loneliness.
Lose who, sire?
Blackthorn came back into reality. He pointed at the distant ship. We call ships her. We think of ships as female, not male. Warikamaska? Hi. Blackthorn could still see the tiny figures of his crew, and his insoluble dilemma confronted him once more. You've got to have them aboard, he said to himself, and more like them. And the new men'll not take kindly to samurai either, and they'll be Catholic as well, most of them. God in heaven, how to control them all? Mariko was right. Near Catholics, I am a dead man.
Even me, Anjin-san?
She had said last night. No, Mariko-chan, not you.
You said we're your enemy this afternoon.
I said most Catholics are my enemies.
They will kill you if they can.
Yes, but thou? Will we truly meet in Osaka?
Yes, I love thee. Anjin-san, remember, beware of Yabu-san.
They were all right about Yabu, Blackthorn thought. Whatever he says, whatever he promises. I made a bad mistake calling my men off when he was trapped. That bastard'll cut my throat as soon as I've outlived my usefulness, however much he pretends otherwise. And yet Yabu's right too. I need him. I'll never get into Nagasaki and out again without protection. He could surely help to persuade Toranaga. With him leading 2,000 more fanatics, we could lay waste all Nagasaki and maybe even Macau.
Madonna! Alone, I'm helpless. Then he remembered what Kyoko had told Mariko about Uraga, about not trusting him. Kyoko was wrong about him, he thought. What else is she wrong about? Part 5. Chapter 52. Once more in the crowded Osaka sea roads after the long journey by galley, Blackthorn again felt the same crushing weight of the city as when he had first seen it. Great swathes had been laid waste by the typhoon, and some areas were still fire-blackened, but its immensity was almost untouched and still dominated by the castle. Even from this distance, more than a league, he could see the colossal girth of the first great wall, the towering battlements, all dwarfed by the brooding malevolence of the donjon. "Christ!" Vink said nervously, standing beside him on the prow. "Doesn't seem possible to be so big. Amsterdam would be a fly speck against it." "Yes. The storms hurt the city, but not that badly. Nothing could touch the castle." The typhoon had slammed out of the southwest 2 weeks ago. They had had plenty of warning, with lowering skies and squalls and rain, and had rushed the galley into a safe harbour to wait out the tempest. They had waited 5 days. Beyond the harbour, the ocean had been whipped to froth, and the winds were more violent and stronger than anything Blackthorn had ever experienced. "Christ," Vink said again. "Wish we were home. We should have been home a year ago." Blackthorn had brought Vink with him from Yokohama and sent the others back to Edo, leaving Erasmus safely harboured and guarded under Naga's command. His crew had been happy to go, as he had been happy to see the last of them. There had been more quarrelling that night, and a violent argument over the ship's bullion. The money was company money, not his. Van Neck was treasurer of the expedition and chief merchant, and jointly with the captain general had legal jurisdiction over it. After it had been counted and recounted and found correct, less 1,000 coins, Van Neck, supported by Jan Roper, had argued about the amount that he could take with him to get new men. "You want far too much, pilot. You'll have to offer them less." "Christ Jesus, whatever it takes, we have to pay. I must have seamen and gunners." He had slammed his fist on the table of the great cabin. "How else are we going to get home?" Eventually he'd persuaded them to let him take enough, and was disgusted that they had made him lose his temper with their pettifogging. The next day he had shipped them back to Edo, a tenth of the treasure split up among them as back pay, the rest under guard on the ship. "How do we know it'll be safe here?" Jan Roper asked, scowling. "Stay and guard it yourself, then." But none of them had wanted to stay aboard. Vink had agreed to come with him. "Why him, pilot?" Van Neck had asked. "Because he's a seaman, and I'll need help." Blackthorn had been glad to see the last of them. Once at sea, he began to change Vink to Japanese ways. Vink was stoic about it, trusting Blackthorn, having sailed too many years with him not to know his measure. "Pilot, for you I'll bathe and wash every day, but I'll be God-cursed afore I wear epoxy nightie." Within 10 days, Vink was happily swinging the lead, half naked, his wide leather belt over his paunch, a dagger stuck in a sheath at his back, and one of Blackthorn's pistols safely within his clean, though ragged, shirt. "We don't have to go to the castle, do we, pilot?" "No." "Christ Jesus, I'd rather stay away from there." The day was fine, a high sun shimmering off the calm sea. The rowers were still strong and disciplined. "Vink, that's where the ambush was." "Christ Jesus, look at those shoals." Blackthorn had told Vink about the narrowness of his escape, the signal fires on those battlements, the piles of dead ashore, the enemy frigate bearing down on him. "Ah, engine-san!" Yabu came to join them. "Good, ne?" He motioned at the devastation. "Bad, Yabu-sama. It's enemy, ne?" "People are not enemy. Only Ishido and samurai enemy, ne?" "The castle is enemy," Yabu replied, reflecting his disquiet, and that of all those aboard. "Here, everything is enemy."
Blackthorn watched Yabu move to the bow, the wind whipping his kimono away from his hard torso. Vink dropped his voice.
I want to kill that bastard pilot.
Yes, I've not forgotten about old Peter Shōgun either. Don't worry.
Nor me. God be my judge. Beats me how you talk that talk.
What did he say? He was just being polite.
What's the plan?
We dock and wait. He goes off for a day or two, and we keep our heads down and wait. Toranaga said he'd send messages for the safe conducts we'd need, but even so, we're going to keep our heads down and stay aboard. Blackthorn scanned the shipping and the waters for dangers, but found none. Still, he said to Vink, Better call the fathoms now, just in case. Aye. Yabu watched Vink swinging the lead for a moment, then strolled back to Blackthorn.
Andrin-san, perhaps you'd better take the galley and go on to Nagasaki. Don't wait, eh?
All right, Blackthorn said agreeably, not rising to the bait. Yabu laughed.
I like you, Anjin-san, but so sorry. Alone you'll soon die. Nagasaki's very bad for you.
Osaka bad. Everywhere bad.
Karma.
Yabu smiled again. Blackthorn pretended to share the joke. They had had variations of the same conversation many times during the voyage. Blackthorn had learned much about Yabu. He hated him even more, distrusted him even more, respected him more, and knew their karmas were interlocked.
Yabu-san's right, Anjin-san, Uraga had said. He can protect you at Nagasaki. I cannot.
Because of your uncle, Lord Harima?
Yes. Perhaps I'm already declared outlaw, ne? My uncle's Christian, though I think a rice Christian.
What's that?
Nagasaki is his fief. Nagasaki has great harbour on the coast of Kyushu, but not the best, so he quickly sees the light, ne? He becomes Christian, and orders all his vassals Christian. He ordered me Christian and into the Jesuit school, and then had me sent as one of the Christian envoys to the Pope. He gave land to the Jesuits, and, how would you say it, fawns on them. But his heart is only Japanese.
Do the Jesuits know what you think?
Yes, of course.
Do they believe that about rice Christians?
They don't tell us, their converts, what they truly believe, Anjin-san, or even themselves, most times. They are trained to have secrets, to use secrets, to welcome them, but never to reveal them. In that, they're very Japanese.
You'd better stay here in Osaka, Uraga-san.
Please excuse me, sire. I am your vassal. If you go to Nagasaki, I go.
Blackthorn knew that Uraga was becoming an invaluable aid. The man was revealing so many Jesuit secrets. The how and why and when of their trade negotiations, their internal workings and incredible international machinations. And he was equally informative about Harima and Kiyama and how the Christian daimyos thought and why, probably, they would stay sided with Ishido.
God, I know so much now that'd be priceless in London, he thought, and so much still to learn. How can I pass on the knowledge? For instance, that China's trade just in silk to Japan is worth 10 million in gold a year, and that even now the Jesuits have one of their professed priests at the court of the Emperor of China in Peking, honoured with courtly rank, a confidant of the rulers, speaking Chinese perfectly. If only I could send a letter. If only I had an envoy.
In return for all the knowledge, Blackthorn began to teach Uraga about navigation, about the great religious schism, and about Parliament. Also, he taught him and Yabu how to fire a gun. Both were apt pupils.
Uraga's a good man, he thought. No problem, except he's ashamed of his lack of a samurai queue. That'll soon grow.
There was a warning shout from the forepoop lookout.
Anjin-san!
The Japanese captain was pointing ahead at an elegant cutter, oared by 20 men, that approached from the starboard quarter. At the masthead was Ishido's cipher. Alongside it was the cipher of the Council of Regents, the same that Nobara Josen and his man had travelled under to Anjiro, to their deaths. Who is it? Blackthorn asked, feeling a tension throughout the ship, all eyes straining into the distance. I can't see yet, so sorry, the captain said. Yabu-san? Yabu shrugged. An official? As the cutter came closer, Blackthorn saw an elderly man sitting under the aft canopy, wearing ornate ceremonial dress with a winged overmantle. He wore no swords. Surrounding him were Ishido's greys. The drummaster ceased the beat to allow the cutter to come alongside. Men rushed to help the official aboard. A Japanese pilot jumped after him, and after numerous bows, took formal charge of the galley. Yabu and the elderly man were also formal and painstaking. At length they were seated on cushions of unequal rank, the official taking the most favoured position on the poop. Samurai, Yabus and greys sat cross-legged or knelt on the main deck surrounding them in even lesser places.
The council welcomes you, Kashigi Yabu, in the name of His Imperial Highness,
the man said. He was small and stocky, somewhat effete, a senior advisor to the regents on protocol, who also had imperial court rank. His name was Ogaki Takamoto. He was a prince of the 7th rank, and his function was to act as one of the intermediaries between the court of His Imperial Highness, the Son of Heaven, and the regents. His teeth were dyed black in the manner that all courtiers of the imperial court had, by custom, affected for centuries. Thank you, Prince Ogaki. It's a privilege to be here on Lord Toranaga's behalf, Yabu said, vastly impressed with the honour being done to him.
Yes, I'm sure it is. Of course, you're here on your own behalf also, ne?
Ogaki said dryly. Of course, Yabu replied. When does Lord Toranaga arrive? So sorry, but the typhoon delayed me for 5 days, and I've had no news since I left.
Ah, yes, the typhoon. Yes, the council were so happy to hear that the storm did not touch you.
Ogaki coughed.
As to your master, I regret to tell you that he hasn't even reached Odawara yet. There have been interminable delays, and some sickness. Regrettable, nay?
Oh, yes, very. Nothing serious, I trust, Yabu asked quickly, immensely glad to be party to Toranaga's secret.
No, fortunately nothing serious.
Again the dry cough.
Lord Ishido understands that your master reaches Odawara tomorrow.
Yabu was suitably surprised. When I left 21 days ago, everything was ready for his immediate departure. Then Lord Hiromatsu became sick. I know Lord Toranaga was gravely concerned, but anxious to begin his journey, as I'm anxious to begin preparations for his arrival.
Everything's prepared,
the small man said. Of course, the council will have no objections if I check the arrangements, ne? Yabu was expansive. It's essential the ceremony be worthy of the council and occasion, ne?
Worthy of His Imperial Majesty, the Son of Heaven. It's his summons now.
Of course, but... Yabu's sense of well-being died. You mean His Imperial Highness will be there?
The Exalted has agreed to the Regent's humble request to accept personally the obeisance of the new council. All major daimyos, including Lord Toranaga, his family and vassals. The senior advisers of His Imperial Highness were asked to choose an auspicious day for such a ritual. The 22nd day of this month, in this, the 5th year of the Era Keicho.
Yabu was stupefied. In 19 days?
At noon.
Fastidiously, Ogaki took out a paper kerchief from his sleeve and delicately blew his nose.
Please excuse me. Yes, at noon. The omens were perfect. Lord Toranaga was informed by Imperial Messenger 14 days ago. His immediate humble acceptance reached the regents 3 days ago.
Ogaki took out a small scroll.
Here is your invitation, Lord Kashigi Yabu, to the ceremony.
Yabu quailed as he saw the imperial seal of the 16-petal chrysanthemum, and knew that no one, not even Toranaga, could possibly refuse such a summons. A refusal would be an unthinkable insult to the divinity, an open rebellion, and as all land belonged to the reigning emperor, would result in immediate forfeiture of all land, coupled with an imperial invitation to commit seppuku at once, issued on his behalf by the regents, also sealed with the Great Seal. Such an invitation would be absolute and would have to be obeyed. Yabu frantically tried to recover his composure.
So sorry. Are you unwell?
Ogoki asked solicitously.
So sorry, Yabu stuttered, but never in my wildest dreams. No one could have imagined the Exalted would so honor us, ne?
I agree. Oh yes, extraordinary.
Astonishing that His Imperial Highness would consider leaving Kyoto and come to Osaka.
I agree. Even so, on the 22nd day, the Exalted and the Imperial Regalia will be here.
The imperial regalia, without which no succession was valid, were the 3 sacred treasures, considered divine, that all believed had been brought to earth by the god Nenigi no Mikoto, and passed on by him personally to his grandson, Jimmu Tenno, the first human emperor, and by him personally to his successor, down to the present holder, the Emperor Go-Nijo. The sword, the jewel, and the mirror. The sacred sword and the jewel always travelled in state with the emperor, whenever he had to stay overnight away from the palace. The mirror was kept within the inner sanctuary at the great Shinto shrine of Ise. The sword, the mirror, and the jewel belonged to the Son of Heaven. They were divine symbols of legitimate authority, of his divinity, that when he was on the move, the divine throne moved with him, and thus that with him went all power. Yabu croaked.
It's almost impossible to believe that preparations for his arrival could be made in time.
Oh, the Lord General Ishido, on behalf of the regents, petitioned the Exalted the moment he first heard from Lord Zateki at Yokoze that Lord Toranaga had agreed, equally astonishingly, to come to Osaka and bow to the inevitable. Only the great honour that your master does the regents prompted them to petition the Son of Heaven to grace the occasion with the presence.
Again the dry cough.
Please excuse me. You would perhaps give me your formal acceptance in writing as soon as is convenient?
May I do it at once?
Yabu asked, feeling very weak.
I'm sure the regents would appreciate that.
Feebly, Yabu sent for writing materials. 19 kept pounding in his brain.
19 days. Toranaga can delay only 19 days, and then he must be here too. Time enough for me to get to Nagasaki and safely back to Osaka, but not time enough to launch the seaborne attack on the Black Ship and take it. So not time enough to pressure Harima, Kiyama, or Onoshi, or the Christian priests. Therefore, not time enough to launch Crimson Sky. Therefore, Toranaga's whole scheme is just another illusion. Oh! Toranaga's failed. I should have known that he would. The answer to my dilemma is clear. Either I blindly trust Toranaga to squeeze out of this net, and I help the Anjin-san as planned to get the men to take the Black Ship even more rapidly. Or I've got to go to Ishido and tell him everything I know and try to barter for my life and for Izu. Which?
Paper and brush and ink arrived. Yabu put his anguish aside for a moment and concentrated on writing as perfectly and beautifully as he could. It was unthinkable to reply to the presence with a cluttered mind. When he had finished his acceptance, he had made the critical decision. He would follow Yuriko's advice completely. At once the weight tumbled off his wa, and he felt greatly cleansed. He signed his name with an arrogant flourish.
How to be Toranaga's best vassal? So simple. Remove Ishido from this earth. How to do that, yet leave enough time to escape?
Then he heard Ogaki say,
Tomorrow you are invited to a formal reception given by the General Lord Ishido to honor the birthday of the Lady Ochiba.
Still travel-worn, Mariko embraced Kiri first, then hugged the Lady Sazuko, admired the baby, and hugged Kiri again. Personal maids fussed and bustled around them, bringing cha and sake, and taking away the trays again, hurrying in and out with cushions and sweet-smelling herbs, opening and closing the shojis overlooking the inner garden in their section of Osaka Castle, waving fans, chattering, and weeping also. At length Kiri clapped her hands, dismissed the maids, and groped heavily for her special cushion, overcome with excitement and happiness. She was very flushed. Hastily, Mariko and the Lady Sazuko fanned her and ministered to her, and only after 3 large cups of sake was she able to catch her breath again.
Oh, that's better, she said. Yes, thank you, child. Yes, I'll have some more. Oh, Mariko-chan, you're really here? Yes, really here, Kiri-san.
Sazuko, looking much younger than her 17 years, said,
Oh, we've been so worried, with only rumors and— Yes, nothing but rumors, Mariko-chan,
Kiri interrupted.
Oh, there's so much I want to know. I feel faint. Poor Kiri-san. Here, have some sake,
Sazuko said solicitously.
Perhaps you should loosen your obi and— I'm perfectly all right now. Please don't fuss, child.
Kiri exhaled and folded her hands over her ample stomach.
Oh, Mariko-san, it's so good to see a friendly face again from outside Osaka Castle.
Yes, Sazuko echoed, nestling closer to Mariko, and said in a torrent,
Whenever we go out of our gate, greys swarm around us like we were queen bees. We're not allowed to leave the castle, except with the council's permission. None of the ladies are, even Lord Kiyama's. And the council almost never meets, and they hem and haw, so there's never any permission, and the doctor still says I'm not to travel yet, but I'm fine, and the baby's fine, and— But first tell us—
Kiri interrupted.
First tell us how our master is.
The girl laughed, her vivacity undiminished.
I was going to ask that, Kiri-san.
Mariko replied as Toranaga had ordered. He's committed to his course. He's confident and content with his decision. She had rehearsed herself many times during her journey. Even so, the strength of the gloom she created almost made her want to blurt out the truth.
So sorry,
she said.
Oh.
Sazuko tried not to sound frightened. Kiri heaved herself to a more comfortable position.
Karma is karma, ne? Then there's no change? No hope?
The girl asked. Kiri patted her hand.
Believe that karma is karma, child, and Lord Toranaga is the greatest, wisest man alive. That is enough. The rest is illusion. Mariko-chan, do you have messages for us? Oh, so sorry. Yes, here.
Mariko took the 3 scrolls from her sleeve.
2 for you, Kiri-chan. 1 from our master, 1 from Lord Hiromatsu. This is for you, Sazuko, from your lord. But he told me to tell you he misses you and wants to see his newest son. He made me remember to tell you 3 times. He misses you very much and oh so wants to see his youngest son. He misses you very—
Tears were spilling down the girl's cheeks. She mumbled an apology and ran out of the room, clutching the scroll.
Poor child. It's so very hard for her here.
Kiri did not break the seals of her scrolls.
You know about His Imperial Majesty being present?
Yes. Mariko was equally grave.
A courier from Lord Toranaga caught up with me a week ago. The message gave no details other than that, and named the day he will arrive here. Have you heard from him? Not directly. Nothing private. Not for a month now. How is he? Really? Confident?
She sipped some sake.
Oh, may I pour for you? Thank you. 19 days isn't much time, is it, Kiri-chan? It's time enough to go to Edo and back again, if you hurry. Time enough to live a lifetime, if you want. More than enough time to fight a battle or lose an empire. Time for a million things, but not enough time to eat all the rare dishes, or drink all the sake.
Kiri smiled faintly.
I'm certainly not going to diet for the next 20 days.
She stopped.
Oh, please excuse me. Listen to me prattling on, and you haven't even changed or bathed. There'll be plenty of time to talk later. Oh, please don't concern yourself. I'm not tired. But you must be. You'll stay at your house? Yes, that's where the General Lord Ishido's pass permits me to go.
Mariko smiled wryly.
His welcome was flowery.
Kiri scowled.
I doubt if he'd be welcome even in hell. Oh, so sorry. What now? Nothing more than before. I know he ordered the Lord Sugiyama murders and tortures, though I've no proof. Last week, one of Lord Oda's consorts tried to sneak out with her children, disguised as a street cleaner. Sentries shot them by mistake. How terrible! Of course, great apologies. Ishido claims security is all important. There was a trumped-up assassination attempt on the air. That's his excuse. Why don't the ladies leave openly? The council has ordered wives and families to wait for their husbands, who must return for the ceremony. The great Lord General feels the responsibility of their safety too gravely to allow them to wander. The castle's locked tighter than an old oyster. So is the outside, Kiri-san. There are many more barriers than before in the Tokaido, and Ishido's security is very strong within 50 li. Patrols everywhere. Everyone's frightened of him, except us and our few samurai, and we're no more trouble to him than a pimple on a dragon's rump. Even our doctors? Them too. Yes, they still advise us not to travel, even if it were permitted, which it will never be. Is the Lady Sazuko fit? Is the baby fit, Kiri-san? Yes, you can see that for yourself. And so am I.
Kiri sighed, the strain showing now, and Mariko noticed that there was much more grey in her hair than before.
Nothing's changed since I wrote to Lord Toranaga at Anjiro. We're hostages, and we'll stay hostages with all the rest until the day. Then there'll be a resolution. Now that His Imperial Highness is arriving, that makes everything final, nay? Yes, it would seem so. Go and rest, Mariko-chan, but eat with us tonight. Then we can talk, nay? Oh, by the way, one piece of news for you. Your famous barbarian Hatamoto. Bless him for saving our master. We heard about that. He docked safely this morning with Kashigi Yabu-san. Oh, I was so worried about them. They left the day before I did by sea. We were also caught in part of the typhoon, near Nagoya, but it wasn't that bad for us. I was afraid at sea. Oh, that's a relief. It wasn't too bad here, except for the fires. Many thousands of homes burned, but barely 2,000 dead. We heard today that the main force of the storm hit Kyushu, on the east coast, and part of Shikoku. Tens of thousands died. No one yet knows the full extent of the damage. But the harvest? Mariko asked quickly. Much of it's flattened here, fields upon fields. The farmers hope that it will recover, but who knows? If there's no damage to the Kanto during the season, their rice may have to support the whole empire this year and next. It would be far better if Lord Toranaga controlled such a harvest than Ishido, nay? Yes, but so sorry, 19 days is not time enough to take in a harvest with all the prayers in the world.
Mariko finished her sake.
Yes.
Kiri said,
If their ship left the day before you, you must have hurried. I thought it best not to dawdle, Kiri-chan. It's no pleasure for me to travel. And Buntaro-san? He's well? Yes, he's in charge of Mishima and all the border at the moment. I saw him briefly coming here. Do you know where Kashigi Yabu-sama's staying? I have a message for him. In one of the guest houses? I'll find out which and send you word at once. Kiri accepted more wine. Thank you, Mariko-chan. I heard the Anjin-san's still on the galley. He's a very interesting man, Kiri-san. He's become more than a little useful to our master. I heard that. I want to hear everything about him and the earthquake and all your news. Oh yes, there's a formal reception tomorrow evening for Lady Ochiba's birthday, given by Lord Ishido. Of course, you'll be invited. I heard that the Anjin-san's going to be invited too. The Lady Ochiba wanted to see what he looks like. You remember the heir met him once? Wasn't that the first time you saw him too? Yes. Poor man. So he's to be shown off, like a captive whale? Yes. Kiri added placidly, with all of us. We're all captives, Mariko-chan, whether we like it or not. Uraga hurried furtively down the alley toward the shore. The night dark, the sky clear and starlit, the air pleasant. He was dressed in the flowing orange robe of a Buddhist priest, his inevitable hat and cheap straw sandals. Behind him were warehouses and the tall, almost European bulk of the Jesuit mission. He turned a corner and redoubled his pace. Few people were about. A company of greys carrying flares patrolled the shore. He slowed as he passed them courteously, though with a priest's arrogance. The samurai hardly noticed him. He went unerringly along the foreshore, past beach fishing boats, the smells of the sea and shore heavy on the slight breeze. It was low tide. Scattered over the bay and sandy shelves were night fishermen, like so many fireflies, hunting with spears under their flares. Ahead, 200 paces, were the wharves and jetties, barnacle-encrusted. Moored to one of them was a Jesuit lorcha, the flags of Portugal and the Company of Jesus fluttering, flares and more greys near the gangway. He changed direction to skirt the ship, heading back into the city a few blocks, then cut down 19th Street, turned into twisting alleys, and came out onto the road that followed the wharves once more. "You, halt!" The order came out of the darkness. Uraga stopped in sudden panic. Greys came forward into the light and surrounded him. "Where are you going, priest?" "To the east of the city," Uraga said haltingly, his mouth dry. "To our Nichiren shrine." "Ah, you're Nichiren, eh?" Another samurai said roughly. "I'm not one of those. I'm Zen Buddhist like the Lord General." "Zen? Ah, yes, Zen's the best," another said. "Wish I could understand that. It's too hard for my old head." "He's sweating a lot for a priest, isn't he? Why are you sweating?" "You mean priests don't sweat?" A few laughed, and someone held a flare closer. "Why should they sweat?" the rough man said. "All they do is sleep all day and pillow all night. Nuns, boys, dogs, themselves, anything they can get. And all the time stuff themselves with food they've never laboured for. Priests are parasites like fleas." "Hey, leave him alone. He's just—" "Take off your hat, priest." Uraga stiffened. "Why? And why taunt a man who serves Buddha? Buddha's doing you no—" The samurai stepped forward pugnaciously. "I said take off your hat." Uraga obeyed. His head was newly shaven, as a priest should be, and he blessed whatever kami or spirit or gift from Buddha had prompted him to take that added precaution in case he was caught breaking curfew. All the Anjin-san samurai had been ordered confined to the vessel by the port authorities, pending instructions from higher up. "There's no cause to have foul manners," he flared with the Jesuit's unconscious authority. "Serving Buddha's an honourable life, and becoming a priest is honourable, and should be the final part of every samurai's old age. Or do you know nothing of Bushido? Where are your manners?
What? You're samurai?
Of course I'm samurai. How else would I dare to talk to samurai about bad manners? Uraga put on his hat. It would be better for you to be patrolling than accosting and insulting innocent priests. He walked off haughtily, his knees weak. The samurai watched him for a time, then one spat.
Priests! He was right, the senior samurai said sourly. Where are your manners? So sorry. Please excuse me.
Uraga walked along the road, very proud of himself. Nearer the galley, he became wary again and waited a moment in the lee of a building. Then, gathering himself together, he walked into the flare-lit area.
Good evening,
he said politely to the Greys, who lolled beside the gangplank, then added the religious blessing,
Namu Amida Butsu.
In the name of the Buddha Amida.
Thank you. Namu Amida Butsu.
The Greys let him pass without hindrance. Their orders were that the barbarian and all samurai were forbidden ashore except for Yabu and his honor guard. No one had said anything about the Buddhist priest who travelled with the ship. Greatly tired now, Uraga came onto the main deck.
Uraga-san,
Blackthorn called out softly from the quarterdeck.
Over here.
Uraga squinted to adjust his eyes to the darkness. He saw Blackthorn, and he smelt the stale, brassy body aroma, and knew that the second shadow there had to be the other barbarian with the unpronounceable name, who could also speak Portuguese. He had almost forgotten what it was like to be away from the barbarian odour that was part of his life. The engine-san was the only one he had met who did not reek, which was one reason why he could serve him.
Ah, engine-san,
he whispered, and picked his way over to him, briefly greeting the 10 guards who were scattered around the deck. He waited at the foot of the gangway until Blackthorn motioned him up onto the quarterdeck.
It went very—
Wait. Blackthorn cautioned him as softly, and pointed. Look ashore, over there, near the warehouse. See him? No, north a little. There. You see him now? A shadow moved briefly, then merged into the darkness again.
Who was it?
I've been watching you ever since you came into the road. He's been dogging you. You never saw him?
No, sire,
Uraga replied, his foreboding returning to him.
I saw no one, felt no one.
He didn't have swords, so he wasn't samurai. A Jesuit?
I don't know. I don't think so. I was most careful there. Please excuse me that I didn't see him.
Never mind. Blackthorn glanced at Vink. Go below now, Johann. I'll finish this watch and wake you at dawn. Thanks for waiting. Vink touched his forelock and went below. The dank smell left with him. I was getting worried about you, Blackthorn said. What happened?
Yabu-sama's messenger was slow, Anjin-san. Here is my report. I went with Yabu-sama and waited outside the castle from noon till just after dark, when—
What were you doing all that time? Exactly.
Exactly, sire? I chose a quiet place near the marketplace in sight of First Bridge, and I put my mind into meditation. The Jesuit practice, Anjin-san, but not about God, only about you and Yabu-sama and your future, sire.
Uraga smiled.
Many passers-by put coins into my begging bowl. I let my body rest and my mind roam, though I watched the First Bridge all the time. Yabu-sama's messenger came after dark and pretended to pray with me until we were quite alone. The messenger whispered this. Yabu-sama says that he will be staying in the castle tonight and that he will return tomorrow morning. There is to be an official function in the castle tomorrow night that you will be invited to, given by General Lord Ishido. Finally, you should consider 70.
Uraga peered at him.
The samurai repeated that twice, so I presume it's private code, sire.
Blackthorn nodded, but did not volunteer that this was one of many prearranged signals between Yabu and himself. 70 meant that he should ensure the ship was prepared for an instant retreat to sea. But with all his samurai, seamen and rowers confined aboard, the ship was ready. And as everyone was very aware they were in enemy waters, and all were greatly troubled, Blackthorn knew it would require no effort to get the ship headed out to sea.
Go on, Uraga-san.
That was all, except I was to tell you Toda Mariko-san arrived today.
Ah, did she... Isn't that a very fast time to make the land journey here from Edo?
Yes, sire. Actually, while I was waiting, I saw her company go across the bridge. It was in the afternoon, the middle of the hour of the goat. The horses were lathered and muddy and the bearers very tired. Yoshinika-san led them.
Did any of them see you?
No, sire. No, I don't think so.
How many were there?
About 200 samurai, with porters and baggage horses. Twice that number of greys escorting them. One of the baggage horses had panniers of carrier pigeons.
Good. Next?
As soon as I was able, I left. There's a noodle shop near the mission that many merchants, rice and silk brokers, mission people use. I went there and ate and listened. The father visitor is again in residence here. Many more converts in Osaka area. Permission has been granted for a huge mass in 20 days, in honor of Lords Kiyama and Onoshi.
Is that important?
Yes, and astonishing for such a service to be permitted openly. It is to celebrate the feast of St. Bernard. 20 days is the day after the obeisance ceremony, before the exalted.
Yabu had told Blackthorn about the Emperor through Uraga. The news had swept through the whole ship, increasing everyone's premonition of disaster.
What else?
In the marketplace, many rumors, most ill-omened. Yodoko-sama, the Taiko's widow, is very sick. That's bad, Anjin-san, because her counsel is always listened to and always reasonable. Some say Lord Toranaga is already near Nagoya. Others say he's not yet reached Odawara. So no one knows what to believe. All agree the harvest will be terrible this year, here in Osaka, which means the Kanto becomes even more greatly important. Most people think civil war will begin as soon as Lord Toranaga is dead, at which time the great daimyos will begin to fight among themselves. The price of gold is very high, and interest rates up to 70%, which...
That's impossibly high. You must be mistaken.
Blackthorn got up and eased his back, then leaned wearily against the gunwale. Politely, Uraga and all samurai got up too. It would have been bad manners for them to sit while their master stood.
Please excuse me, Anjin-san, Uraga was saying. It's never less than 50%, and usually 65 to 70, even 80. Almost 20 years ago, the Father Visitor petitioned the Pope to allow the Society, to lend at 10%. He was right that his suggestion, it was approved, Anjin-san, would bring lustres to Christianity and many converts. For, of course, only Christians could get loans, which were always modest. You don't pay such highs in your country?
Really? That's usury. You understand usury?
I understand the word, yes. But usury would not begin for us under 100%. I was going to tell you also, now rice is very expensive, and that's a bad omen. It's double what it was when I was here a few weeks ago. Land is cheap. Now would be a good time to buy land here, or a house. In the typhoon and fires, perhaps 10,000 homes die, and 2,000-3,000 people. That's all, Anjin-san.
That's very good. You've done very well. You've missed your real vocation.
Sire?
Nothing, Blackthorn said, not yet knowing how far he could tease Uraga.
You've done very well.
Thank you, sire.
Blackthorn thought a moment, then asked him about the function tomorrow, and Uraga advised him as best he could. Finally, Uraga told him about his escape from the patrol.
Would your hair have given you away?
Blackthorn asked.
Oh, yes. Enough for them to take me to their officer.
Uraga wiped the sweat off his forehead.
So sorry. It's hot, ne?
Very, Blackthorn agreed politely, and let his mind sift the information. He glanced seaward, unconsciously checking the sky and sea and wind. Everything was fine and orderly, the fishing boats complacently drifting with the tide, near and far, a spearman in the prow of each under a lantern, stabbing down from time to time, and most always bringing up a fine bream or mullet or red snapper that curled and twisted on the spike.
One last thing, sire. I went to the mission, all around the mission. The guards were very alert, and I could never get in there. At least, I don't think so, not unless I went past one of them. I watched for a while, but before I left, I saw Chimoko, Lady Toda's maid, go in.
You're sure?
Yes. Another maid was with her. I think...
Lady Mariko? Disguised?
No, sire. I'm sure it was not. This second maid was too tall.
Blackthorn looked seaward again and murmured, half to himself,
What's the significance of that?
Lady Mariko is she's Catholic, ne? She knows the Father Visitor very well. It was he who converted her. Lady Mariko is the most very important lady, the most famous in the realm, after the three highest nobility, the Lady Ochiba, the Lady Genjiko, and Yodoko-sama, the wife of the Taiko.
Mariko-san might want confession, or a mass, or a conference. She sent Chimoko to arrange them.
Any or all, Anjin-san. All ladies of the daimyos, both of friends to the Lord General and of those who might oppose him, are confined very much to the castle, ne? Once in, they stay in, like fish in a golden bowl, waiting to be speared.
Leave it. Enough of your doom talk.
So sorry. Even so, Anjin-san, I think now the Lady Toda will come out no more, until the 19th day.
I told you to leave it. I understand about hostages and a last day.
It was quiet on deck, all their voices muted. The guard was resting easily, waiting out their watch. Small water lapped the hull, and the ropes creaked pleasantly. After a moment, Uraga said,
Perhaps Chimoko brought a summons, a request for the Father Visitor to go to her. She was surely under guard when she crossed First Bridge. Surely Toda Mariko no Buntaro no Jinsai was under guard from the first moment she crossed from Lord Toranaga's borders, ne?
Can we know if the Father Visitor goes to the castle?
Yes, that is easy.
How to know what's said, or what's done?
That is very hard. Very sorry, but they would speak Portuguese or Latin, ne? And who speaks both but you and me? I would be recognized by both.
Uraga motioned at the castle and at the city.
There are many Christians there. Any would gain great favor by removing you or me, ne?
Blackthorn did not answer. No answer was needed. He was seeing the donjon etched against the stars, and he remembered Uraga telling him about the legendary limitless treasure it protected, the Taiko's plunder levy of the Empire. But now his mind was on what Toranaga might be doing and thinking and planning, and exactly where Mariko was, and what was the use of going on to Nagasaki.
Then you're saying the 19th day is the last day? A death day, Yabu-san?
He'd repeated, almost nauseated by the knowledge that the trap was sprung on Toranaga, and therefore on him and Erasmus.
Shigata ga nai. We go quickly, Nagasaki, and back again. Quick, understand? Only 4 days to get men. Then come back. But why? When Toranaga here, all die, ne?
He had said. But Yabu had gone ashore, telling him that the day after tomorrow they would leave. In a ferment he had watched him go, wishing that he had brought Erasmus and not the galley. If he had had Erasmus, he knew that he would have somehow bypassed Osaka and headed straight for Nagasaki. Or even more probably, he would have limped off over the horizon to find some snug harbour and taken time out from eternity to train his vassals to work the ship.
You're a fool,
he flayed himself.
With the few crew you've got now, you couldn't have docked her here, let alone found that harbour to wait out the devil storm. You'd be dead already.
No worry, sire.
Karma,
Uraga was saying.
Aye. Calmer.
Then Blackthorn heard danger seaward, and his body moved before his mind ordered it, and he was twisting as the arrow swooshed past, missed him fractionally to shudder into the bulkhead. He lunged at Uraga to pull him down to safety, as another arrow of the same volley hissed into Uraga's throat, impaling him, and they were both cowering in safety on the deck, Uraga shrieking and Samurai shouting and peering over the gunwale out to sea. Greys from the shore guard poured aboard. Another volley came out of the night from the sea, and everyone scattered for cover. Blackthorn crawled to the gunwale and peeped through a scupper and saw a nearby fishing boat dousing its flare to vanish into the darkness. All the boats were doing the same, and for a split second he saw scullers pulling away frantically, light glinting off swords and bows. Uraga's shrieking subsided into a burbling, gut-shattering agony as Greys rushed onto the quarterdeck, bows ready, the whole ship now in an uproar. Vink came on deck fast, pistol ready, ducked over as he ran.
Christ, what's going on? You all right, pilot?
Yes, watch out. They're in the fishing boats. Blackthorn slithered back to Uraga, who was clawing at the shaft, blood seeping from his nose and mouth and ears.
Jesus!
Vink gasped. Blackthorn took hold of the arrow's barb with one hand and put his other on the warm, pulsing flesh and pulled with all his strength. The arrow came out cleanly, but in its wake, blood gushed in a pumping stream. Uraga began to choke. Now Greys and Blackthorn's own samurai surrounded them. Some had brought shields, and they covered Blackthorn, heedless of their own safety. Others quaked in safety, though the danger was over. Others were raging at the night, firing at the night, ordering the vanished fishing boats back. Blackthorn held Uraga in his arms helplessly, knowing there was something he should do, but not knowing what, knowing nothing could be done, the frantic, sick, sweet death smell clogging his nostrils, his brain shrieking as always, "Christ Jesus! Thank God it's not my blood! Not mine! Thank God!" He saw Uraga's eyes begging, the mouth working with no sound but choking, the chest heaving. Then he saw his own fingers move of themselves, and they made the sign of the cross before the eyes, and he felt Uraga's body shuddering, fluttering, the mouth howling soundlessly, reminding him of any one of the impaled fish. It took Uraga a hideous time to die. Chapter 53. Now Blackthorn was walking in the castle with his honour guard of 20 vassals, surrounded by 10 times that number of escorting Greys. Proudly he wore a new uniform, brown kimono with the 5 Toranaga ciphers, and, for the first time, a formal, huge-winged overmantle. His golden wavy hair was tied in a neat queue. The swords that Toranaga had given him jutted from his sash correctly. His feet were encased in new tabi and thonged sandals. Greys in abundance were at every intersection, covering every battlement, in a vast show of Ishido strength. For every daimyo and general and every samurai officer of importance in Osaka had been invited tonight to the great hall that the Taiko had built within the inner ring of fortifications. The sun was down and night arriving quickly.
It's terrible luck to lose Uraga,
Blackthorn was thinking, still not knowing if the attack had been against Uraga or himself.
I've lost the best source of knowledge I could ever have. At noon you go castle, Anjin-san,
Yabu had said this morning, when he had returned to the galley.
Greys come for you. You understand?
Yes, Yabu-sama.
Quite safe now. Sorry about attack. Shigata ganai. Greys take you safe place. Tonight you stay in castle. Toranaga part of castle. Also next day we go Nagasaki.
We have permission? He had asked. Yabu shook his head with exasperation.
Pretend go Mishima to collect Lord Hiromatsu. Also Lord Sudara and family. Understand?
Yes.
Good. Sleep now, Anjin-san. Don't worry about attack. Now all boats ordered stay away from here. It's Kinjiro here now.
I understand. Please excuse me.
What happens tonight? Why me to castle?
Yabu had smiled his twisted smile and told him he was on show, that Ishido was curious to see him again.
As a guest, you'll be safe?
And he had left the galley once more. Blackthorn had gone below, leaving Vink on watch, but the moment he was deeply asleep, Vink was tugging him awake, and he rushed on deck again. A small Portuguese 20-cannon frigate was barrelling into harbour, the bit between her teeth, heeled over under a full press of canvas.
Blast, it's in a hurry,
Vink said, quaking.
Got to be Rodriguez. No one else had come in with all that sail. If I was you, pilot, I'd get us the hell away from here on the tide, or without the tide. Christ Jesus, we're like moths in a grog bottle. Let's get out. We stay. Can't you get it through your head? We stay until we're allowed to leave. We stay until Ishido says we can go, even if the Pope and the King of Spain come ashore, together with the whole God-cursed armada.
Again he had gone below, but sleep had avoided him. At noon, Greys arrived. Heavily escorted, he went with them to the castle. They wound through the city, passing the execution ground, the 5 crosses still there, figures still being tied up and taken down, each cross with its 2 spearsmen, the crowd watching. He had relived that agony and the terror of the ambush, and the feel of his hand on the hilt of his sword, the kimono about him, his own vassals with him, did not lessen his dread. The Greys had guided him to Toranaga's part of the castle that he had visited the first time, where Kiritsubo and the Lady Sazuko and her child were still ensconced, along with the remainder of Toranaga's samurai. There he had had a bath and found the new clothes that had been laid out for him.
Is Lady Mariko here?
No, sire. So sorry,
the servant had told him.
Then where can I find her, please? I have urgent message.
So sorry, Anjin-san. I don't know. Please excuse me.
None of the servants would help him. All said, so sorry, I don't know. He had dressed, then referred to his dictionary, remembering key words that he would need, and prepared as best he could. Then he went into the garden to watch the rocks growing. But they never grew. Now he was walking across the innermost moat. Flares were everywhere. He shook off his anxiety and stepped out onto the wooden bridge. Other guests with Greys were all around, heading the same way. He could feel them watching him covertly. His feet took him under the final portcullis, and his Greys led through the maze again up to the huge door. Here they left him. So did his own men. They went to one side with other samurai to await him. He went forward into the flare-lit moor. It was an immense high-raftered room with a golden ornamented ceiling. Gold-panelled columns supported the rafters, which were made of rare and polished woods and cherished like the hangings on the walls. 500 samurai and their ladies were there, wearing all the colours of the rainbow, their fragrances mingling with incense perfume from the precious woods that smoked on tiny wall braziers. Blackthorn's eyes raced over the crowd to find Mariko, or Yabu, or any friendly face. But he found none. To one side was a line of guests who waited to bow before the raised platform at the far end. The courtier, Prince Ogaki Takamoto, was standing there. Blackthorn recognized Ishido, tall, lean, and autocratic, also beside the platform, and he remembered vividly the blinding power of the man's blow on his face, and then his own fingers knotting around the man's throat. On the platform, alone, was the Lady Ochiba. She sat comfortably on a cushion. Even from this distance he could see the exquisite richness of her kimono, gold threads on the rarest blue-black silk. The Most High, Uraga had called her in awe, telling him much about her and her history during their journey. She was slight, almost girlish in build, with a luminous glow to her fair skin. Her slow eyes were large under painted, arched brows, her hair set like a winged helmet. The procession of guests crept forward. Blackthorn was standing to one side in a pool of light, a head taller than those nearby. Politely he stepped aside to get out of the way of some passing guests, and saw Ochiba's eyes turn to him. Now Ishido was looking at him too. They said something to each other, and her fan moved. Their eyes returned to him. Uneasily, he went toward a wall to become less conspicuous, but a grey barred his way.
Dozo,
the samurai said politely, motioning at the line.
Hi, domo,
Blackthorn said, and joined it. Those in front bowed, and others that came after him bowed. He returned their bows. Soon all conversation died. Everyone was looking at him. Embarrassed, the men and women ahead in the line moved out of his way. Now no one was between him and the platform. He stood rigid momentarily. Then, in the utter silence, he walked forward. In front of the platform he knelt and bowed formally, once to her and once to Ishido, as he had seen others do. He got up again, petrified that his swords would fall, or that he would slip and be disgraced. But everything went satisfactorily, and he began to back away.
"Please wait, Anjin-san,"
she said. He waited. Her luminosity seemed to have increased, and her femininity. He felt the extraordinary sensuality that surrounded her, without conscious effort on her part.
"It is said that you speak our language."
Her voice was unaccountably personal.
Please excuse me, Highness,
Blackthorn began, using his time-tried stock phrase, stumbling slightly in his nervousness.
So sorry, but I have to use short words, and respectfully ask you to use very simple words to me, so that I may have the honor of understanding you.
He knew that without doubt his life could easily depend on his answers. All attention in the room was on them now. Then he noticed Yabu moving carefully through the throng, coming closer.
May I respectfully congratulate you on your birthday, and pray that you live to enjoy 1,000 more.
"These are hardly simple words, Anjin-san,"
Lady Ochiba said, very impressed.
Please excuse me, Highness. I learned that last night. The right way to say, ne?
"Who taught you that?"
Uraga no Tadasima, my vassal.
She frowned, then glanced at Ishido, who bent forward and spoke, too rapidly for Blackthorn to catch anything, other than the word arrows.
"Ah, the renegade Christian priest who was killed last night on your ship?"
Highness?
"The man, samurai who was killed, last night on ship. You understand?"
Ah, so sorry. Yes, him.
Blackthorn glanced at Ishido, then back at her.
Please excuse me, Highness. Your permission greet the Lord General?
"Yes, you have that permission."
Good evening, Lord General,
Blackthorn said with studied politeness.
Last time meet, I very terrible mad. So sorry.
Ishido returned the bow perfunctorily.
Yes, you were, and very impolite. I hope you won't get mad tonight, or any other night. Very mad that night. Please excuse me. That madness is usual among barbarians, nay?
Such public rudeness to a guest was very bad. Blackthorn's eyes flashed to Lady Ochiba for an instant, and he discerned surprise in her too. So he gambled.
Ah, Lord General, you are most very right. Barbarian always say madness. But so sorry, now I am samurai, Hatamoto, this great, so very great honor to me. I am no longer barbarian.
He used his quarterdeck voice, which carried without shouting, and filled all the corners of the room.
Now I understand samurai manners, and little bushido, and wa. I am no longer barbarian. Please excuse. Ne?
He spoke the last word as a challenge, unafraid. He knew that Japanese understood masculinity and pride, and honored them.
Ishido laughed. So, Samurai Anjin-san,
he said, jovial now.
Yes, I accept your apology. Rumors about your courage are true. Good, very good. I should apologize also. Terrible that filthy Ronin could do such a thing. You understand? Attack in night.
Yes, I understand, sire.
Very bad. 4 men dead. One of my 3 greys. Listen, bad, very bad. Don't worry, Anjin-san. No more.
Thoughtfully, Ishido glanced at the room. Everyone understood him very clearly.
Now I order guards. Understand? Very careful guards. No more assassin attacks. None. You very carefully guarded now. Quite safe in castle.
Thank you. So sorry for trouble.
No trouble. You important, ne? You samurai. You have special samurai place with Lord Toranaga. I don't forget. Never fear.
Blackthorn thanked Ishido again and turned to the Lady Ochiba. Highness, in my land we has queen. Have queen. Please excuse my bad Japanese. Yes, my land rule by queen. In my land, we have custom always must give lady birthday gift. Even queen. From the pocket in his sleeve he took out the pink camellia blossom that he had cut off a tree in the garden. He laid it in front of her, fearful he was overreaching himself. Please excuse me if not good manners to give. She looked at the flower. 500 people waited breathlessly to see how she would respond to the daring and the gallantry of the barbarian, and the trap he had, perhaps, unwittingly placed her in. I am not a queen, Anjin-san, she said slowly. Only the mother of the heir and widow of the Lord Taiko. I cannot accept your gift as a queen, for I am not a queen, could never be a queen, do not pretend to be a queen, and do not wish to be a queen. Then she smiled at the room and said to everyone, But as a lady on her birthday, perhaps I may have your permission to accept the Anjin-san's gift? The room burst into applause. Blackthorn bowed and thanked her, having understood only that the gift was accepted. When the crowd was silent again, Lady Ochiba called out, Mariko-san, your pupil does you credit, ne? Mariko was coming through the guests, a youth beside her. Near them, he recognized Kiritsubo and the Lady Sazuko. He saw the youth smile at a young girl, then, self-consciously, catch up with Mariko. Good evening, Lady Toda, Blackthorn said, then added dangerously in Latin, intoxicated by his success. The evening is more beautiful because of thy presence. Thank you, Anjin-san, she replied in Japanese, her cheeks colouring. She walked up to the platform, but the youth stayed within the circle of onlookers. Mariko bowed to Ochiba. I have done little, Ochiba-sama. It's all the Anjin-san's work, and the word book that the Christian fathers gave him. Ah, yes, the word book. Ochiba made Blackthorn show it to her, and with Mariko's help, explain it elaborately. She was fascinated. So was Ishido. We must get copies, Lord General. Please order them to give us 100 of the books. With these, our young men could soon learn barbarian, ne? Yes, it's a good idea, lady. The sooner we have our own interpreters, the better. Ishido laughed. Let Christians break their own monopoly, ne? An iron-grey samurai in his 60s, who stood in the front of the guests, said, Christians own no monopoly, Lord General. We ask the Christian fathers. In fact, we insist that they be interpreters and negotiators because they're the only ones who can talk to both sides and are trusted by both sides. Lord Goroda began the custom, eh? And then the Taiko continued it. Of course, Lord Kiyama. I meant no disrespect to daimyos or samurai who have become Christian. I referred only to the monopoly of the Christian priests. Ishido said, It would be better for us if our people, and not foreign priests, any priest for that matter, controlled our trade with China. Kiyama said, There's never been a case of fraud, Lord General. Prices are fair. The trade is easy and efficient,
and the fathers control their own people. Without the southern barbarians, there's no silk, no China trade. Without the fathers, we could have much trouble. Very much trouble. So sorry. Please excuse me for mentioning it.
Ah, Lord Kiyama, the Lady Ochiba said. I'm sure Lord Ishido is honoured that you correct him. Isn't that so, Lord General? What would the council be without Lord Kiyama's advice?
Of course, Ishido said.
Kiyama bowed stiffly, not unpleased. Ochiba glanced at the youth and fluttered her fan.
How about you, Saruji-san? Perhaps you would like to learn barbarian.
The boy blushed under their scrutiny. He was slim and handsome and tried hard to be more manly than his almost 15 years.
Oh, I hope I wouldn't have to do that, Ochiba-sama. Oh, no. But if it is ordered, I will try. Yes, I'd try very hard.
They laughed at his ingenuousness. Mariko said proudly in Japanese,
Anjin-san, this is my son, Saruji.
Blackthorn had been concentrating on their conversation, most of which was too fast and too vernacular for him to comprehend. But he had heard Kiyama, and an alarm went off. He bowed to Saruji, and the bow was formally returned.
He's a very fine man, eh? Lucky have such a fine son, Mariko-sama.
His veiled eyes were looking at the youth's right hand. It was permanently twisted. Then he remembered that once Mariko had told him her son's birth had been prolonged and difficult.
Poor lad, he thought. How can he use a sword?
He took his eyes away. No one had noticed the direction of his glance except Saruji. He saw embarrassment and pain in the youth's face.
Lucky have fine son, he said to Mariko. But surely impossible, Mariko-sama. You have such big son. Not enough years, ne?
Ochiba said,
Are you always so gallant, Anjin-san? Do you always say such clever things?
Please?
Always so clever? Compliments? Do you understand?
No, so sorry. Please excuse me.
Blackthorn's head was aching from concentration. Even so, when Mariko told him what had been said, he replied with mock gravity,
So sorry, Mariko-sama. If Saruji-san is truly your son, please tell the Lady Ochiba I did not know that ladies here were married at 10.
She translated, then added something that made them laugh.
What did you say?
Mariko noticed Kiyama's baleful eyes on Blackthorn.
Please excuse me, Lord Kiyama. May I introduce the Anjin-san to you?
Kiyama acknowledged Blackthorn's very correct bow, politely.
They say you claim to be a Christian?
Please? Kiyama did not deign to repeat it, so Mariko translated.
So sorry, Lord Kiyama,
Blackthorn said in Japanese.
Yes, I'm Christian, but different sect. Your sect is not welcome in my lands, nor in Nagasaki or Kyushu, I'd imagine, or in any lands of any Christian daimyos.
Mariko kept her smile in place. She was wondering if Kiyama had personally ordered the Amida assassin, and also the attack last night. She translated, taking the edge off Kiyama's discourtesy, everyone in the room listening intently.
I'm not a priest, Lord, Blackthorn said, direct to Kiyama. If I in your land only trade. No priest talk or teach. Respectfully ask trade only. I do not want your trade. I do not want you in my lands. You are forbidden my lands on pain of death. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Blackthorn said. So sorry. Good.
Kiyama haughtily turned to Ishido.
We should exclude this sect and these barbarians completely from the Empire. I will propose this at the Council's next meeting. I must say openly that I think Lord Toranaga was ill-advised to make any foreigner, particularly this man, samurai. It's a very dangerous precedent. Surely that's unimportant. All the mistakes of the present Lord of the Canter will be corrected very soon. Nay? Everyone makes mistakes, Lord General, Kiyama said pointedly. Only God is all-seeing and perfect. The only real mistake Lord Toranaga has ever made is to put his own interests before those of the heir.
Yes, Ishido said.
Please excuse me, Mariko said, but that's not true. I'm sorry, but you're both mistaken about my master.
Kiyama turned on her, politely.
It's perfectly correct for you to take that position, Mariko-san, but please let's not discuss that tonight. So, Lord General, where is Lord Toranaga now? What's your latest news? By yesterday's carrier pigeon, I heard he was at Mishima. Now I'm getting daily reports on his progress. Good. Then in 2 days he'll leave his own borders? Kiyama asked. Yes. Lord Ikawajikyu is ready to welcome him, as his position merits. Good.
Kiyama smiled at Ochiba. He was very fond of her.
On that day, lady, in honor of the occasion, perhaps you would ask the heir if he would allow the regents to bow before him.
The heir would be honored, sire, she replied, to applause. And afterwards, perhaps, you and everyone here would be his guests at a poetry competition. Perhaps the regents would be the judges.
There was more applause.
Thank you, but please, perhaps you and Prince Ogaki and some of the ladies would be the judges.
Very well, if you wish.
Now, lady, what's the theme to be? And the first line of the poem?
Kiyama asked, very pleased, for he was renowned for his poetry as well as his swordsmanship and ferocity in war.
Please, Mariko-san, would you answer Lord Kiyama?
Ochiba said, and again many there admired her adroitness. She was an indifferent poetess, where Mariko was renowned. Mariko was glad the time had come to begin. She thought a moment, then she said,
It should be about today, Lord Ochiba. And the first line, on a leafless branch.
Ochiba and all of them complimented her on her choice. Kiyama was genial now and said,
Excellent, but we'll have to be very good to compete with you, Mariko-san.
I hope you will excuse me, sire, but I won't be competing.
Of course you'll compete, Kiyama laughed. You're one of the best in the realm. It wouldn't be the same if you didn't.
So sorry, sire. Please excuse me, but I will not be here.
I don't understand.
Ochiba said,
What do you mean, Mariko-chan? Oh, please excuse me, lady, Mariko said, but I'm leaving Osaka tomorrow, with the Lady Kiritsubo and the Lady Sazuko.
Ishido's smile vanished.
Leaving for where?
To meet our liege lord, sire.
He, Lord Toranaga, will be here in a few days, nay?
It's months since the Lady Sazuko has seen her husband, and my Lord Toranaga hasn't yet had the pleasure of seeing his newest son. Naturally, the Lady Kiritsubo will accompany us. It's been equally long since he's seen the mistress of his ladies, nay?
Lord Toranaga will be here so soon that to go to meet him isn't necessary.
But I think it is necessary, Lord General.
Ishido said crisply,
You've only just arrived, and we've been looking forward to your company, Mariko-san, the Lady Ochiba particularly. I agree again with Lord Kiyama. Of course you must compete.
So sorry, but I will not be here.
Obviously, you're tired, lady. You've just arrived. Certainly this is hardly the time to discuss such a private matter.
Ishido turned to Ochiba.
Perhaps, Lady Ochiba, you should greet the remainder of your guests.
Yes, of course,
Ochiba said, flustered. At once the line began to form up obediently. A nervous conversation began. But the silence fell again as Mariko said,
Thank you, Lord General. I agree, but this isn't a private matter, and there's nothing to discuss. I am leaving tomorrow to pay my respects to my liege lord, with his ladies.
Ishido said coldly, "You are here, lady, at the personal invitation of the Son of Heaven, together with the welcome of the regents. Please be patient. Your lord will be here very soon now."
I agree, sire, but His Imperial Majesty's invitation is for the 22nd day. It does not order me, or anyone, confined to Osaka until that time. Or does it?
You forget your manners, Lady Toda.
Please excuse me. That was the last thing I intended. So sorry. I apologize.
Mariko turned to Ogaki, the courtier.
Lord, does the Exalted's invitation require me to stay here until he arrives?
Ogaki's smile was set.
The invitation is for the 22nd day of this month, lady. It requires your presence then.
Thank you, sire.
Mariko bowed and faced the platform again.
It requires my presence then, Lord General, not before, so I shall leave tomorrow.
Please be patient, lady. The regents have welcomed you, and there are many preparations on which they'll need your assistance against the Exalted's arrival. Now, Lady Archie...
So sorry, sire, but the orders of my liege lord take precedence. I must leave tomorrow.
You will not leave tomorrow, and you are asked, no, begged, Mariko-san, to take part in the Lady Archiba's competition. Now, lady.
Then I am confined here, against my will?
Archiba said,
Mariko-san, let's leave the matter now, please. So sorry, Archiba-sama, but I am a simple person. I've said openly I have orders from my liege lord. If I cannot obey them, I must know why. Lord General, am I confined here until the 22nd day? If so, by whose orders?
You are an honored guest,
Ishido told her carefully, willing her to submit.
I repeat, lady, your lord will be here soon enough.
Mariko felt his power, and she fought to resist it.
Yes, but so sorry. Again, I respectfully ask, am I confined to Osaka for the next 18 days? And if so, on whose orders?
Ishido kept his eyes riveted on her.
No, you are not confined.
Thank you, sire. Please excuse me for speaking so directly,
Mariko said. Many of the ladies in the room turned to their neighbors, and some whispered openly what all those held against their will in Osaka were thinking. If she can go, so can I go, nay? So can you, nay? I'm going tomorrow. Oh, how wonderful! Ishido's voice cut through the undercurrent of whispering.
But, Lady Toda, since you've chosen to speak in this presumptuous fashion, I feel it is my duty to ask the regents for a formal rejection, in case others might share your misunderstanding.
He smiled mirthlessly in the frozen hush.
Until that time, you will hold yourself in readiness to answer their questions and receive the ruling.
Mariko said,
I would be honored, sire, but my duty is to my liege lord.
Of course, but this will only be for a few days.
So sorry, sire, but my duty is to my liege lord for the next few days.
You will possess yourself with patience, lady. It will take but a little time. This matter is ended. Now, Lord
So sorry, but I cannot delay my departure for a little time.
Ishido bellowed,
You refuse to obey the Council of Regents?
No, sire, Mariko said proudly. Not unless they trespass on my duty to my liege lord, which is a samurai's paramount duty.
You will hold yourself ready to meet the regents with filial patience.
So sorry. I am ordered by my liege lord to escort his ladies to meet him. At once.
She took a scroll out of her sleeve and handed it to Ishido formally. He tore it open and scanned it. Then he looked up and said,
Even so, you will wait for a ruling from the regents.
Mariko looked hopefully to Ochiba, but there was only bleak disapproval there. She turned to Kiyama. Kiyama was equally silent, equally unmoved.
Please excuse me, Lord General, but there's no war, she began. My master's obeying the regents, so for the next 18...
This matter is closed?
This matter is closed, Lord General, when you have the manners to let me finish. I'm no peasant to be trodden on. I'm Toda Mariko no Buntaro no Hiromatsu, daughter of the Lord Akechi Jinsai. My line's Takashima, and we've been samurai for 1,000 years, and I say I will never be captive or hostage or confined. For the next 18 days, and until the day, by fiat of the exalted, I am free to go as I please, as is anyone.
Our master, the Taiko, was once a peasant. Many samurai are peasants, were peasants. Every daimyo was once in the past peasant. Even the first Takashima. Everyone was peasant once. Listen carefully. You will await the pleasure of the regents.
No. So sorry. My first duty is obedience to my liege lord.
Enraged, Ishido began to walk toward her. Although Blackthorn had understood almost nothing of what had been said, his right hand slid unnoticed into his left sleeve to prepare the concealed throwing knife. Ishido stood over her.
You will.
At that moment, there was a movement at the doorway. A tear-stained maid weaved through the throng and ran up to Ochiba.
Please excuse me, mistress,
she whimpered.
But it's Yodoko-sama. She's asking for you. You must hurry. The heir's already there.
Worriedly, Ochiba looked back at Mariko and at Ishido, then at the faces staring up at her. She half bowed to her guests and hurried away. Ishido hesitated.
I'll deal with you later, Mariko-san,
he said. Then followed Ochiba, his footsteps heavy on the tatamis. In his wake, the whispering began to ebb and flow again. Bells tolled the hour change. Blackthorn walked over to Mariko.
Mariko-san,
he asked,
what's happening?
She continued to stare sightlessly at the platform. Kiyama took his cramped hand off his sword hilt and flexed it.
Mariko-san.
Yes, sire?
May I suggest you go back to your house? Perhaps I may be permitted to talk to you later, say at the hour of the boar.
Yes, of course. Please excuse me, but I had to...
Her words trailed away.
This is an ill-omened day, Mariko-san. May God take you into his keeping.
Kiyama turned his back on her and spoke to the room with authority.
I suggest we return to our homes to wait and to pray that the Infinite may take the Lady Yodoko quickly and easily and with honor into his peace, if her time has come.
He glanced at Tsurugi, who was still transfixed.
You come with me.
He walked out. Tsurugi began to follow, not wanting to leave his mother, but impelled by the order and intimidated by the attention on him. Mariko made a half bow to the room and started to leave. Kiri licked her dry lips. Lady Sazuko was beside her, tremulously apprehensive. Kiri took the Lady Sazuko's hand, and together the two women followed Mariko. Yabu stepped forward with Blackthorn, and they strode out behind them, very conscious that they were the only samurai present wearing Toranaga's uniform. Outside, greys awaited them.
But what in the name of all gods possessed you to take such a stand? Stupid, ne?
Yabu stormed at her.
So sorry,
Mariko said, hiding the true reason, wishing Yabu would leave her in peace, furious at his foul manners.
"It just happened, sire. One moment it was a birthday celebration, and then... I don't know. Please excuse me, Yabu-sama. Please excuse me, Anjin-san."
Again Blackthorn began to say something, but once more Yabu overrode him, and he leaned back against the window post, completely aggravated, his head throbbing from the effort of trying to understand.
"So sorry, Yabu-sama,"
Mariko said, and thought,
"How tiresome men are. They need everything explained in such detail. They can't even see the hairs on their own eyelids."
"You've started a storm that'll swallow us all. Stupid, ne?"
"Yes, but it's not right we should be locked up, and Lord Toranaga did give me orders that—"
"Those orders are mad. Devils must have taken possession of his head. You'll have to apologize and back down. Now security's going to be tighter than a gnat's arsehole. Ishido will certainly cancel our permits to leave, and you've ruined everything."
He looked across at Blackthorn.
"Now what do we do?"
"Please?" The three of them had just arrived in the main reception room of Mariko's house, that was within the outermost ring of fortifications. Greys had escorted them there, and many more than usual were now stationed outside her gate. Kiri and the Lady Sazuko had gone to their own quarters with another honor guard of Greys, and Mariko had promised to join them after her meeting with Kiyama.
"But the guards won't let you, Mariko-san,"
Sazuko had said, distraught.
"Don't worry," she had said. "Nothing's changed. Inside the castle we can move freely, though with escorts." "They'll stop you. Oh, why did you—" "Mariko-san's right, child," Kiri had said, unafraid. "Nothing's changed. We'll see you soon, Mariko-chan."
Then Kiri had led the way inside their castle wing, and Browns had closed the fortified gate, and Mariko had breathed again and come to her own house with Yabu and Blackthorn. Now she was remembering how, when she was standing there alone, carrying the banner alone, she had seen Blackthorn's right hand readying the throwing knife, and she had become stronger because of it.
"Yes, Anjin-san," she thought. "You're the only one I knew I could count on. You were there when I needed you."
Her eyes went to Yabu, who sat cross-legged opposite her, grinding his teeth. That Yabu had taken a public stand in her support by following her out had surprised her. Because of his support, and because losing her own temper with him would achieve nothing, she dismissed his truculent insolence and began to play him.
"Please excuse my stupidity, Yabu-sama," she said,
her voice now penitent and overlaid with tears.
"Of course you're right. So sorry. I'm just a stupid woman."
"I agree. Stupid to oppose Ishido in his own nest, ne?"
"Yes, so sorry. Please excuse me. May I offer you sake or cha?"
Mariko clapped her hands. At once the inner door opened and Chimoko appeared, her hair dishevelled, her face frightened and puffed from weeping.
"Bring cha and sake for my guests. And food. And make yourself presentable. How dare you appear like that? What do you think this is? A peasant cottage? You shame me before Lord Kashiki."
Chimoko fled in tears.
"So sorry, sire. Please excuse her insolence."
"Eh? That's unimportant, eh? What about Ishido? Lady, your shaft about peasant, that hit the mark. That hurt the mighty Lord General. You've made such an enemy there now. That took his fruit and squeezed them before everyone."
"Oh, do you think so? Oh, please excuse me. I didn't mean to insult him."
"Eh? He is a peasant, always has been, always will be, and he's always hated those of us who are real samurai."
"Oh, how clever of you, Lord, to know that. Oh, thank you for telling me."
Mariko bowed and appeared to brush away a tear, and added,
"May I please say that I feel so protected now? Your strength. If it hadn't been for you, Lord Kashiki, I think I would have fainted."
"Stupid to attack Ishido in front of everyone."
Yabu said, slightly mollified.
Yes, you're right. It's such a pity all our leaders aren't as strong and as clever as you, sire. Then Lord Toranaga wouldn't be in such trouble.
I agree. But you still put us into a latrine up to our noses.
Please excuse me? Yes, it's all my fault.
Mariko pretended to hold back tears bravely. She looked down and whispered,
Thank you, sire, for accepting my apologies. You're so generous.
Yabu nodded, believing the praise merited, her civility necessary, and himself peerless. She apologized again, and soothed and cajoled him. Soon he was pliant.
May I please explain my stupidity to the Anshin-san? Perhaps he can suggest a way out of...
She let her words fade away penitently.
Yes, very well.
Mariko bowed her grateful thanks, turned to Blackthorn, and spoke in Portuguese.
Please listen, Anshin-san. Listen and don't ask questions for the moment. So sorry, but first I had to calm this ill-tempered bastard. Is that how you say it?
Quickly she told him what had been said, and why Ochiba had hurried off.
That's bad,
he said, his search gazing her.
Nay?
Yes. Lord Yabu asks for your counsel. What should be done to overcome the mess my stupidities put you both into?
What stupidity?
Blackthorn was watching her, and her disquiet increased. She looked down at the mats. He spoke directly to Yabu.
Don't know yet, sire. Now understand. Now think.
Yabu replied sourly,
What's there to think about? We're locked in.
Mariko translated, without looking up.
That's true, isn't it, Mariko-san?
Blackthorn said.
That's always been true.
Yes, so sorry.
He turned away to stare into the night. Flares were placed in brackets on the stone walls that surrounded the front garden. Light flickered off the leaves and plants that had been watered for just that purpose. Westward was the iron-banded gate, guarded by a few browns.
Thou,
she heard him say, without turning back.
I must speak with thee in private.
Thou, yes, and I to thee,
she replied, keeping her face from Yabu, also not trusting herself.
Tonight I will find thee.
She looked up at Yabu.
The Anshin-san agrees with you, sire, about my stupidity. So sorry.
But what's the good of that now?
Anshin-san,
she said, her voice matter-of-fact.
Later tonight, I'm going to Kiritsubo-san. I know where your quarters are. I'll find you.
Yes, thank you.
He still kept his back to her.
Yabu-sama,
she said humbly.
Tonight I'm going to Kiritsubo-san. She's wise. Perhaps she'll have a solution.
There's only one solution,
Yabu said with a finality that unnerved her, his eyes cold.
Tomorrow you will apologize, and you will stay.
Kiyama arrived punctually. Saruji was with him, and her heart sank. When the formal greetings were completed, Kiyama said gravely,
Now, please explain why, Mariko-chan.
There's no war, sire. We shouldn't be confined, nor treated as hostages, so I can go as I please.
You don't have to be at war to have hostages. You know that. The Lady Ochiba was hostage in Edo against your master's safety here, and no one was at war. Lord Sudara and his family are hostage with his brother today, and they're not at war, eh?
She kept her eyes lowered.
There are many here who are hostages against the dutiful obedience of their lords to the Council of Regents, the legal rulers of the realm. That's wise. It's an ordinary custom, eh?
Yes, sire.
Good. Now please tell me the real reason.
Sire?
Kiyama said testily, Don't play games with me. I'm no peasant either. I want to know why you did what you did tonight.
Mariko raised her eyes.
So sorry, but the Lord General simply annoyed me with his arrogance, sire. I do have orders. There's no harm in taking Kiri and Lady Suzuko away for a few days to meet our master.
You know very well that's impossible. Lord Toranaga must know that as well.
So sorry, but my master gave me orders. A samurai doesn't question his lord's orders.
Yes, but I question them because they're nonsense. Your master doesn't deal in nonsense or make mistakes, and I insist I have the right to question you as well.
Please excuse me, sire. There's nothing to discuss.
But there is. There's Saruji to discuss. Also the fact that I've known you all your life, have honored you all your life. Hiromatsu-sama is my oldest living friend, and your father was a cherished friend and an honored ally of mine until the last 14 days of his life.
A samurai doesn't question the orders of a liege lord.
Now you can do only one of two things, Mariko-chan. You apologize and stay, or you try to leave. If you try to leave, you will be stopped.
Yes, I understand.
You will apologize tomorrow. I will call a meeting of the regents, and they will give a ruling about this whole matter. Then you will be allowed to go with Kiritsubo and the Lady Suzuko.
Please excuse me. How long will that take?
I don't know. A few days.
So sorry. I don't have a few days. I'm ordered to leave at once.
Look at me. She obeyed. I, Kiyama Okono Donaga, Lord of Higo, Satsuma, and Osumi, a regent of Japan from the line Fujimoto, Chief Christian Daimyo of Japan. I ask you to stay.
So sorry. My liege lord forbids me to stay.
Don't you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, sire, but I have no choice. Please excuse me.
He motioned toward her son. The betrothal between my granddaughter and Saruji. I can hardly allow this to go forward if you're disgraced.
Yes, sire,
Mariko replied, misery in her eyes.
I understand that.
She saw the desperation in the boy.
So sorry, my son, but I must do my duty.
Saruji started to say something, but changed his mind, and then after a moment he said,
Please excuse me, mother, but isn't your duty to the heir more important than your duty to Lord Toranaga? The heirs are real, liege lord, ne?
She thought about that.
Yes, my son, and no. Lord Toranaga has jurisdiction over me. The heir does not. Then doesn't that mean Lord Toranaga has jurisdiction over the heir too? No, so sorry. Please excuse me, mother, I don't understand. But it seems to me if the heir gives an order, he must overrule our Lord Toranaga.
She did not reply. Answer him, Kiyama barked.
Was that your thought, my son? Or did someone put it into your head?
Saruji frowned, trying to remember.
We, Lord Kiyama and his lady, we discussed it. And the father visitor. I don't remember. I think I thought of it myself. The father visitor said I was correct, didn't he, sire?
He said the heir is more important than Lord Toranaga in the realm. Legally. Please answer him directly, Mariko-san.
Mariko said, If the heir was a man, of age, Kampaku, legal ruler of this realm like the Taiko, his father was, then I would obey him over Lord Toranaga in this. But Yemon's a child, actually and legally, and therefore not capable. Legally. Does that answer you? But he's still the heir, ne? The regents listen to him. Lord Toranaga honours him. What's a year, a few years mean, mother? If you don't Please excuse me, but I'm afraid for you.
The youth's mouth was trembling. Mariko wanted to reach out and embrace him and protect him, but she did not.
I'm not afraid, my son. I fear nothing on this earth. I fear only God's judgment, she said, turning to Kiyama.
Yes, Kiyama said. I know that. May the Madonna bless you for it. He paused. Mariko-san, will you apologize publicly to the Lord General?
Yes, gladly, providing he publicly withdraws all troops from my path and gives me, the Lady Kiritsubo, and the Lady Sazuko written permission to leave tomorrow.
Will you obey an order from the regents?
Please excuse me, sire. In this matter, no.
Will you honor a request from them?
Please excuse me. In this matter, no.
Will you agree to a request from the heir and the Lady Ochiba?
Please excuse me. What request?
To visit them, to stay with them for a few days while we resolve this affair.
Please excuse me, sire, but what is there to resolve?
Kiyama's restraint broke, and he shouted, The future and good order of the realm for one thing, the future of the Mother Church for another, and you for another. It's clear your close contact with the barbarian has infected you and addled your brain, as I knew it would.
Mariko said nothing, just stared back at him. With an effort, Kiyama brought himself back into control.
Please excuse my temper and my bad manners, he said stiffly. My only excuse is that I'm gravely concerned.
He bowed with dignity.
I apologize.
It was my fault, sire. Please excuse me for destroying your harmony and causing you trouble. But I have no alternative.
Your son's given you one. I've given you several.
She did not answer him. The air in the room had become stifling for all of them, although the night was cool and a breeze fanned the flares.
You're resolved, then?
I have no choice, sire.
Very well, Mariko-san. There's nothing more to be said, other than to say again, I order you not to force the issue. And I ask it.
She bowed her head.
Saruji-san, please wait for me outside,
Kiyama ordered. The youth was distraught, barely able to speak.
Yes, sire.
He bowed to Mariko.
Please excuse me, mother. May God keep you in his hands for all eternity. And thou.
Amen to that,
Kiyama said.
Good night, my son. Good night, mother.
When they were alone, Kiyama said,
The father visitor's very worried.
About me, sire?
Yes, and about the Holy Church, and the barbarian, and about the barbarian ship. First tell me about him.
He's a unique man, very strong and very intelligent. At sea, he belongs there. He seems to become part of a ship and the sea, and out to sea, there's no man who can approach him in bravery and cunning.
Even the Rodriguez-san?
The Anjin-san overcame him twice, once here and once on our way to Edo.
She told him about Rodriguez arriving in the night during their stay near Mishima, and about the concealed weapons and all that she had overheard.
If their ships were equal, the Anjin-san would win. Even if they were not, I think he'd win.
Tell me about his ship.
She obeyed.
Tell me about his vassals.
She told him as it had happened.
Why would Lord Toranaga give him his ship, money, vassals, and freedom?
My master never told me, sire.
Please give me your opinion.
So that he can loose the Anjin-san against his enemies,
Mariko said at once, then added without apology.
Since you ask me, in this case, the Anjin-san's particular enemies are the same as my lord's. The Portuguese, the Holy Fathers prompting the Portuguese, and the Lords Harima, Onoshi, and yourself, sire.
Why should the Anjin-san consider us his special enemies?
Nagasaki, trade, and your coastal control of Kyushu, sire. And because you are the chief Catholic daimyo.
The Church isn't Lord Toranaga's enemy, nor the Holy Fathers.
So sorry, but I think Lord Toranaga believes the Holy Fathers support the Lord General Ishido, as you do.
I support the heir. I'm against your master because he does not, and he will ruin our church.
I'm sorry, but that's not true. Sire, My master's so superior to the Lord General. You fought 20 more times as his ally than against him. You know he can be trusted. Why side with his avowed enemy? Lord Toranaga's always wanted trade, and he's simply not anti-Christian like the Lord General and the Lady Ochiba.
Please excuse me, Mariko-san, but before God, I believe Lord Toranaga secretly detests our Christian faith, secretly loathes our church, and secretly is committed to destroying the succession and obliterating the heir and the Lady Ochiba. His lodestone is the shogunate. Only that. He secretly wants to be shogun, is planning to become shogun, and everything is pointed to that sole end.
Before God, sire, I do not believe it.
I know, but that doesn't make you right.
He watched her a moment, then said,
By your own admission, this Anjin-san and his ship are very dangerous to the church, ne? The Rodriguez agrees with you that if the Anjin-san caught the black ship at sea, it would be very bad.
Yes, I believe that too, sire.
That would hurt our mother church very much, ne?
Yes.
But you still won't help the church against this man?
He is not against the church, sire. Not really against the fathers, though he distrusts them. He's only against the enemies of his queen. And the black ship is his goal. For profit.
But he opposes the true faith, and is therefore a heretic, ne?
Yes. But I don't believe everything we've been told by the fathers is true. And much has never been told to us. Tsuku-san admitted many things. My liege lord ordered me to become the Anjin-san's confidant and friend, to teach him our language and customs, to learn from him what could be of value to us. And I've found...
You mean valuable to Toranaga, ne?
Sire, obedience to a liege lord is the pinnacle of a samurai's life. Isn't obedience what you require from all your vassals?
Yes, but heresy is terrible, and it seems you are allied with a barbarian against your church and infected by him. I pray God will open your eyes, Mariko-san, before you lose your own salvation. Now, last, the Father Visitor said you have some private information for me.
Sire?
This was completely unexpected.
He said there was a message from the Tsuku-san a few days ago. A special messenger from Edo. You have some information about my allies.
I asked to see the Father Visitor tomorrow morning.
Yes, he told me. Well?
Please excuse me. After I've seen him tomorrow,
Not tomorrow, now. The Father Visitor said it had to do with Lord Onoshi, and concerned the church, and you were to tell me at once. Before God, that's what he said. Have things come to such a filthy pass that you won't even trust me?
So sorry. I made an agreement with the Tsuku-san. He asked me to speak openly to the Father Visitor. That's all, sire.
The Father Visitor said you were to tell me now.
Mariko realized she had no alternative. The die was cast. She told him about the plot against his life, all that she knew. He, too, scoffed at the rumor until she told him exactly where the information had come from.
His confessor? Him?
Yes. So sorry.
I regret Uraga's dead,
Kiyama said, even more mortified that the night attack on the Anjin-san had been such a fiasco, as the other ambush had been, and now had killed the one man who could prove his enemy Onoshi was a traitor.
Uraga will burn in hellfire forever for that sacrilege. Terrible what he did. He deserves excommunication and hellfire. But even so, he did me a service by telling it. If it's true.
Kiyama looked at her, an old man suddenly.
I can't believe Onoshi would do that. Or that Lord Harima would be a party to it.
Yes. Could you ask Lord Harima if it's true?
Yes, but he'd never reveal something like that. I wouldn't, would you? So sad, ne? So terrible are the ways of man.
Yes.
I will not believe it, Mariko-san. Uraga's dead, so we can never get proof. I will take precautions, but I cannot believe it.
Yes. One thought, sire. Isn't it very strange, the Lord General putting a guard on the Anjin-san?
Why strange?
Why protect him, when he detests him? Very strange, nay? Could it be that now the Lord General also sees the Anjin-san as a possible weapon against the Catholic daimyos?
I don't follow you.
If, God forbid, you died, sire, Lord Onoshi becomes supreme in Kyushu, nay? What could the Lord General do to curb Onoshi? Nothing, except perhaps use the Anjin-san.
It's possible,
Kiyama said slowly. There's only one reason to protect the Anjin-san. To use him. Where? Only against the Portuguese, and thus the Kyushu Christian daimyos. Nay?
It's possible.
I believe the Anjin-san's as valuable to you as to Onoshi, or Ishido, or my master. Alive. His knowledge is enormous. Only knowledge can protect us from barbarians, even Portuguese.
Kiyama said scornfully,
We can crush them, expel them any time we like. They're gnats on a horse, nothing more.
If the Holy Mother Church conquers, and all the land becomes Christian, as we pray it will, what then? Will our laws survive? Will Bushido survive? Against the commandments? I suggest it won't, like elsewhere in the Catholic world, not when the Holy Fathers are supreme, not unless we are prepared.
He did not answer her. Then she said,
Sire, I beg you, ask the Anjin-san what has happened elsewhere in the world.
I will not. I think he's bewitched you, Mariko-san. I believe the Holy Fathers. I think your Anjin-san is taught by Satan, and I beg you to realize his heresy has already infected you. 3 times you used Catholic when you meant Christian. Doesn't that imply you agree with him? There are 2 faiths? 2 equally true versions of the true faith? Isn't your threat tonight a knife in the belly of the heir? And against the interests of the Church?
He got up.
Thank you for your information. Go with God.
Mariko took a small, thin sealed scroll of paper from her sleeve.
Lord Toranaga asked me to give you this.
Kiyama looked at the unbroken seal.
Do you know what's in it, Mariko-san?
Yes. I was ordered to destroy it and pass on the message verbally, if I was intercepted.
Kiyama broke the seal. The message reiterated Toranaga's wish for peace between them, his complete support of the heir and the succession, and briefly gave the information about Onoshi. It ended, I don't have proof about Lord Onoshi, but Uraga no Tadashima will have that, and deliberately. He has been made available to you in Osaka for questioning, if you wish. However, I do have proof that Ishido has also betrayed the secret agreement between you and him, giving the Kanto to your descendants, once I am dead. The Kanto has been secretly promised to my brother, Sataki, in return for betraying me, as he has already done. Please excuse me, old comrade, but you have been betrayed too. Once I am dead, you and your line will be isolated and destroyed, as will the whole Christian Church. I beg you to reconsider. Soon you will have proof of my sincerity. Kiyama reread the message, and she watched him, as she had been ordered. Watch him so carefully, Mariko-san, Toranaga had told her. I'm not sure of his agreement with Ishido about the Kanto. Spies have reported it, but I'm not sure. You'll know from what he does, or doesn't do, if you give him the message at the right time. She had seen Kiyama react. So that's also true, she thought. The old daimyo looked up and said flatly, And you are the proof of his sincerity, ne? The burnt offering? The sacrificial lamb?
No, sire.
I don't believe you. And I don't believe him. The Onoshi treason, perhaps. But the rest? Lord Toranaga's just up to his old tricks of mixing half-truths and honey and poison. I'm afraid it's you who've been betrayed, Mariko-san.
Chapter 54. We'll leave at noon.
No, Mariko-san.
Lady Sazuko was almost in tears.
Yes,
Kiri said.
Yes, we'll leave as you say. But they'll stop us,
the young girl burst out.
It's all so useless.
No, Mariko told her. You're wrong, Sazuko-chan. It's very necessary. Kiri said,
Mariko-san's right. We have orders.
She suggested details of their leaving.
We could easily be ready by dawn, if you want. Noon is when we should leave. That's when he said, Kiri-chan.
Mariko replied.
We'll need very few things, ne?
Yes. Sazuko said.
Very few. So sorry, but it's all so silly. They'll stop us.
Perhaps they won't, child, Kiri said. Mariko says they'll let us go. Lord Toranaga thinks they'll let us go. So presume that they will. Go and rest, go on. I must talk to Mariko-san.
The girl went away, greatly troubled. Kiri folded her hands.
Yes, Mariko-san?
I'm sending a cipher by carrier pigeon, telling Lord Toranaga what happened tonight. It will go at first light. Ishido's men will certainly try to destroy the rest of my carrier birds tomorrow, if there's trouble, and I can't bring them here. Is there any message you want to send at once?
Yes, I'll write it now. What do you think's going to happen?
Lord Toranaga's sure they'll let us go, if I'm strong.
I don't agree. And, please excuse me, I don't think you put much faith in the attempt either.
You're wrong. Oh, of course they may stop us tomorrow, and if they do, there'll be the most terrible quarrel and threats, but they'll all mean nothing. Mariko laughed.
Oh, such threats, Kiri-san, and they'll go on all day and all night. But at noon the next day, we'll be allowed to go.
Kiri shook her head.
If we're allowed to escape, every other hostage in Osaka will leave too. Ishido will be weakened badly, and he'll lose face. He can't afford that.
Yes.
Mariko was very satisfied. Even so, he's trapped. Kiri watched her.
In 18 days, our master'll be here, ne? He must be here.
Yes.
So sorry. Then why is it so important for us to leave at once?
He thinks it important enough, Kiri-san. Enough to order it.
Ah, then he has a plan?
Doesn't he always have many plans?
Once the Exalted One agreed to be present, then our master was trapped, ne?
Yes. Kiri glanced at the shoji door. It was closed. She leaned forward and said softly,
Then why did he ask me secretly to put that thought into the Lady Ochiba's head?
Mariko's confidence began to fade. He told you to do that?
Yes, from Yokoze, after he'd seen Lord Zataki for the first time. Why did he spring the trap himself?
I don't know. Kiri bit her lips.
I wish I knew. We'll soon know, but I don't think you're telling me everything you know, Mariko-chan.
Mariko began to bridle, but Kiri touched her, again cautioning her to silence, and whispered,
His dispatch to me told me to trust you completely, so let's say no more than that. I do trust you, Mariko-chan, but that doesn't stop my mind from working, ne?
Please excuse me.
I'm so proud of you, Kiri said in a normal voice. Yes, standing up like that to Ishido and all of them. I wish I had your courage.
It is easy for me. Our master said we were to leave.
It's very dangerous, what we do, I think. Even so, how can I help?
Give me your support.
You have that. You've always had that. I'll stay here with you till dawn, Kiri. But first I have to talk to the Anjin-san.
Yes, I'd better go with you. The two women left Kiri's apartments, an escort of Browns with them, passing other Browns who bowed, clearly enormously proud of Mariko. Kiri led down corridors across the expanse of the great audience room and into the corridor beyond. Browns were on guard there, and Greys. When they saw Mariko, all bowed, Browns and Greys equally honouring her. Both Kiri and Mariko were taken aback to find Greys in their domain. They hid their discomfiture and said nothing. Kiri motioned at a door.
Anjin-san?
Mariko called out.
Hi!
The door opened. Blackthorn stood there. Behind him in the room were two more Greys.
Hello, Mariko-san.
Hello?
Mariko glanced at the Greys.
I have to talk to the Anjin-san privately.
Please talk to him, lady,
their captain said with great deference.
Unfortunately, we are ordered by Lord Ishido personally on pain of immediate death not to leave him alone.
Yoshinika, tonight's officer of the watch, strode up.
Excuse me, Lady Toda. I had to agree to these 20 guards for the Anjin-san. It was Lord Ishido's personal request. So sorry.
As Lord Ishido is only concerned with the Anjin-san's safety, they're welcome, she said,
not at all pleased inside. Yoshinika said to the captain of the Greys,
I will be responsible for him while the Lady Toda's with him. You can wait outside. So sorry,
this samurai said firmly.
I and my men have no alternative but to watch with our own eyes.
Kiri said, I will be glad to stay. Of course, someone's necessary.
So sorry, Kiritsubo-san. We must be present. Please excuse me, Lady Toda.
The captain continued uncomfortably.
But none of us speaks the barbarian.
No one suggests you would be so impolite as to listen,
said Mariko, near anger.
But barbarian customs are different from ours.
Yoshinika said,
Obviously, the Greys must obey their lord. You were totally correct tonight, that a samurai's first duty is to his liege lord, Lady Toda, and totally correct to point it out in public. Perfectly correct, lady.
The captain of the Greys agreed with the same measure of pride.
There's no other reason for a samurai's life, ne?
Thank you, she said, warmed by their respect.
We should also honour the Anjin-san's customs if we can, Captain,
Yoshinika said.
Perhaps I have a solution. Please follow me.
He led the way back to the audience room.
Please, lady, would you take the Anjin-san and sit there?
He pointed to the far dais.
The Anjin-san's guards can stay by the doors and do their duty to their liege lord. We can do ours, and you may talk as you wish, according to the Anjin-san's customs. Ne?
Mariko explained to Blackthorn what Yoshinika had said, then continued prudently in Latin.
They will never leave thee tonight. We have no alternative, except I can order them killed at once, if that is thy wish.
My wish is to talk to thee privately, Blackthorn replied, but not at the cost of lives. I thank thee for asking me.
Mariko turned to Yoshinika.
Very well. Thank you, Yoshinika-san. Would you please send someone for incense braziers to keep away the mosquitoes?
Of course. Please excuse me, lady. Is there any further news of the Lady Yodoko?
No, Yoshinika-san. We heard she's still resting easily, without pain.
Mariko smiled at Blackthorn.
Shall we go and sit there, Anjin-san?
He followed her. Kiri went back to her own quarters, and the Greys stood at the doors of the audience room. The captain of the Greys was near Yoshinika, a few paces away from the others.
I don't like this,
he whispered roughly.
Is the Lady Toda going to pull out his sword and kill him? No offence, but where are your wits?
Yoshinika limped away to check the other posts. The captain looked at the dais. Mariko and the Anjin-san were seated opposite each other, well lit by flares. He could not hear what they were saying. He focused on their lips, but was still no wiser, though his eyes were very good and he could speak Portuguese.
I suppose they're talking the Holy Father's language again, he told himself. Hideous language, impossible to learn. Still, what does it matter? Why shouldn't she talk to the heretic in private, if that's her pleasure? Neither are long for this earth. So very sad. Oh, blessed Madonna, take her forever into thy keeping for her bravery.
Latin is safer, Anjin-san.
Her fan sent a droning mosquito skittering.
They can hear us from here?
No, I do not believe so. Not if we keep our voices softened and talk as thou hast taught me, with so little movement of the mouth.
Good. What occurred with Kiyama?
I love thee.
Thou.
I have missed thee.
And I thee. How can we meet alone?
Tonight it is not possible. Tomorrow night will be possible, my love. I have a plan.
Tomorrow? But what about thy departure?
Tomorrow they may stop me, Anjin-san. Please do not worry. The next day we will all be free to leave as we wish. Tomorrow night, if I am stopped, I will be with thee.
How?
Kiri will help me. Do not ask me how, or what, or why. It will be easy.
She stopped as maids brought the little braziers. Soon the curling threads of smoke repelled the night creatures. When they were safe again, they talked about their journey, content just being together, loving without touching, always skirting Toranaga and the importance of tomorrow. Then he said, Ishido's my enemy. Why are there so many guards around me?
To protect thee, but also to hold thee tight. I think Ishido might also want to use thee against the Black Ship, and Nagasaki, and the Lord Kiyama, and Lord Onoshi.
Ah, yes. I had thought that too.
She saw his eyes searching her.
What is it, Anjin-san?
Contrary to what Yabu believes, I believe thou art not stupid, that everything tonight was said deliberately, planned deliberately, on Toranaga's orders.
She smoothed a crease in her brocade kimono.
He gave me orders? Yes.
Blackthorn turned to Portuguese.
He's betrayed you. You're a decoy. Do you know that? You're just bait for one of his traps.
Why do you say that?
You're the bait. So am I. It's obvious, isn't it? Yabu's bait. Toranaga sent us all here as a sacrifice.
No, you're wrong, Anjin-san. So sorry, but you're wrong.
In Latin, he said,
I tell thee that thou art beautiful, and I love thee, but thou art a liar.
No one has ever said that to me before.
Thou hast also said, no one ever said, I love thee before.
She looked down at her fan.
Let us talk of other things.
What does Toranaga gain by sacrificing us?
She did not answer.
Mariko-san, I have the right to ask thee. I'm not afraid. I just want to know what he gains.
I don't know.
Thou, swear by thy love and thy God.
Even thee?
She replied bitterly in Latin.
Thou also with thy swear before God, and questions and questions and questions.
It is thy life and my life, and I cherish both. Again, what does he gain?
Her voice became louder.
Listen, thou. Yes, I chose the time, and yes, I am not a stupid woman, and—
Be cautious, Mariko-chan. Please keep thy voice down, or that would be very stupid.
So sorry. Yes, it was done deliberately, and in public, as Toranaga wished.
Why?
Because Ishido's a peasant, and he must let us go. The challenge had to be before his peers. The Lady Ochiba approves our going to meet Lord Toranaga. I talked to her, and she is not opposed. There's nothing to trouble thyself about.
I do not like to see fire in thee, or venom, or crossness. Where is thy tranquility, and where are thy manners? Perhaps thou should learn to watch the rocks growing, eh?
Mariko's anger vanished, and she laughed.
Ah, thee! Thou art right. Please forgive me.
She felt refreshed, herself again.
Oh, how I love thee, and honour thee, and I was so proud of thee tonight, I almost kissed thee, there in front of them, as is thy custom.
Madonna, that would have set fire in their tinder boxes, isn't it?
If I were alone with thee, I would kiss thee until thy cries for mercy fill the universe.
I thank thee, lady, but thou art there, and I am here, and the world's between us.
Ah, but there's no world between us. My life is full because of thee.
In a moment he said, And Yabu's orders to you? To apologize and stay?
They may not be obeyed. So sorry.
Because of Toranaga's orders?
Yes, but not his orders truly. It is also my wish. All this was my suggestion to him. It is I who begged to be allowed to come here, my darling. Before God, that is the truth.
What will happen tomorrow?
She told him what she had told Kiri, adding,
Everything is going to be better than planned. Isn't Ishido already thy patron? I swear I do not know how Lord Toranaga can be so clever. Before I left, he told me that would happen, might happen. He knew that Yabu has no power in Kyushu. Only Ishido or Kiyama could protect thee there. We are not decoys. We are in his protection. We're quite safe.
What about the 19 days? 18 now. Toranaga must be here, eh?
Yes.
Then isn't this, as Ishido says, a waste of time?
Truly, I don't know. I only know that 19, 18, or even 3 days can be an eternity.
Or tomorrow?
Tomorrow also. Or the next day.
And if Ishido will not let thee go tomorrow?
This is the only chance we have. All of us. Ishido must be humbled.
Thou art certain?
Yes, before God, Anjin-san.
Blackthorn clawed out of a nightmare again, but the moment he was truly awake, the dream vanished. Greys were staring at him through the mosquito net in the light of early dawn.
Good morning,
he said to them, hating to have been watched while he slept. He came from under the net and went out into the corridor, down staircases until he came to the garden toilet. Guards, both browns and greys, accompanied him. He hardly noticed them. The dawn was smoky. The sky to the east was already burnt clean of the haze. The air smelled salt and wet from the sea. Flies already swarmed.
It'll be hot today,
he thought. Footsteps approached. Through the door opening he saw Chimoko. She waited patiently, chatting with the guards, and when he came out she bowed and greeted him.
Where Mariko-san?
He asked.
With Kiritsubo-san, Anjin-san.
Thank you. When leave?
Soon, sire.
Say to Mariko-san like say good morning before leave.
He said it again, although Mariko had already promised to find him before she went back to her home to collect her belongings.
Yes, Anjin-san.
He nodded as a samurai should, and left her and went to wash and bathe. It was not custom to have a hot bath in the morning, but every morning he would always go there and pour cold water all over himself.
Anjin-san,
his guards or watchers would always say.
That surely is most very good for your health.
He dressed and went to the battlements that overlooked the forecourt of this castle wing. He wore a brown kimono and swords, his pistol concealed under his sash. Browns on sentry duty welcomed him as one of them, though very disquieted by his greys. Other greys teamed on the battlements opposite, overlooking them, and outside their gate.
Many greys, many more than usual. Understand, Anjin-san?
Yoshinika said, coming out onto the balcony.
Yes.
The captain of the greys moved up to them.
Please don't go too near the edge, Anjin-san. So sorry.
The sun was on the horizon. Its warmth felt good on Blackthorn's skin. There were no clouds in the sky, and the breeze was dying. The captain of the greys pointed at Blackthorn's sword.
Is that oil cellar, Anjin-san?
Yes, Captain.
May I be allowed to see the blade?
Blackthorn drew the sword part way from its scabbard. Custom decreed a sword should not be totally drawn unless it was to be used.
Eee, beautiful, ne?
The captain said. The others, browns and greys, crowded round, equally impressed. Blackthorn shoved the sword back, not displeased.
Honor to wear oil cellar. Can you use a sword, Anjin-san?
The captain asked.
No, Captain, not as samurai, but I learn. Ah, yes, that's very good.
In the forecourt 2 stories below, browns were exercising, still in shadow. Blackthorn watched them.
How many samurai here, Yoshinaka-san? 403, Anjin-san, including 200 that came with me. And out there? Greys?
Yoshinaka laughed.
Lots, very many.
The Greys captain showed his teeth with his grin.
Almost 100,000. You understand, Anjin-san? 100,000?
Yes, thank you. They all looked away as a phalanx of porters and pack horses and 3 palanquins rounded the far corner and approached under guard from the end of the access to this cul-de-sac. The avenue was still deeply shadowed and dark between the tall, guarded walls. Flares still burned in wall sockets. Even from this distance, they could see the nervousness of the porters. Greys across from them seemed more hushed and attentive, and so did the browns on guard. The tall gates opened to admit the party, their escorting Greys staying outside with their comrades, then closed again. The great iron bar clanged back into the large brackets that were set deep into the granite walls. No portcullis guarded this gateway. Yoshinaka said,
Anjin-san, please excuse me. I must see all is well. All ready, ne?
I wait here.
Yes.
Yoshinaka left. The Greys captain went to the parapet and watched below.
Christ Jesus,
Blackthorn was thinking.
I hope she's right and Toranaga's right. Not long now, eh?
He measured the sun and muttered vaguely to himself in Portuguese.
Not long to go.
Unconsciously, the captain grunted his agreement, and Blackthorn realized the man understood him clearly, in Portuguese, was therefore Catholic and another possible assassin. His mind rushed back to last night, and he remembered that everything he had said to Mariko had been in Latin.
Was it all in Latin? Mother of God, what about her saying, I can order them killed? Was that in Latin? Does he speak Latin too, like that other captain, the one who was killed during the first escape from Osaka?
The sun was gathering strength now, and Blackthorn took his eyes off the captain of Greys.
If you didn't murder me in the night, maybe you'll never do it, he thought,
putting this Catholic into a compartment. He saw Kiri come out into the forecourt below. She was supervising maids bearing panniers and chests for the pack horses. She looked tiny, standing on the main steps where Sazuko had pretended to slip, initiating Toranaga's escape. Just to the north was the lovely garden and tiny rustic house where he'd first seen Mariko and Yaemon, the heir. His mind journeyed with the noon cortege out of the castle, curling through the maze, then safely out, through the woods and down to the sea. He prayed that she would be safe, and everyone safe. Once they were away, Yabu and he would leave and go to the galley and out to sea. From here on the battlements, the sea seemed so near. The sea beckoned, and the horizon.
Konbanwa, Anjin-san.
Mariko-san.
She was as radiant as ever.
Konbanwa,
he said, then in Latin, nonchalantly.
Beware of this grey man. He understands.
Continuing instantly in Portuguese to give her time to cover.
Yes, I don't understand how you can be so beautiful after so little sleep.
He took her arm and put her back to the captain, guiding her nearer the parapet.
Look, there's Kiritsubo-san.
Thank you. Yes, Thank you.
Why don't you wave to Kiritsubo-san?
She did as she was asked and called out her name. Kiri saw them and waved back. After a moment, relaxed again and in control, Mariko said,
Thank you, Anjin-san. You're very clever and very wise.
She greeted the captain casually and wandered to a ledge and sat down, first making sure that the seat was clean.
It's going to be a fine day, ne?
Yes. How did you sleep?
I didn't, Anjin-san. Kiri and I chatted the last of the night away, and I saw the dawn come. I love dawns. You?
My rest was disturbed, but...
Oh, so sorry.
I'm fine now, really. You're leaving now?
Yes, but I'll be back at noon to collect Kiri-san and the Lady Sazuko.
She turned her face away from the captain and said in Latin,
Thou, remember the Inn of the Blossoms?
Assuredly. How could I forget?
If there is a delay, tonight will be thus, as perfect and as peace-filled.
Ah, that could be possible. But I would prefer thee safely on thy way.
Mariko continued in Portuguese.
Now I must go, Anjin-san. You will please excuse me?
I'll take you to the gate.
No, please. Watch me from here. You and the captain can watch from here, ne?
Of course, Blackthorn said at once, understanding.
Go with God.
And thee?
He stayed on the parapet. While he waited, sunlight fell into the forecourt, thrusting the shadows away. Mariko appeared below. He saw her greet Kiri and Yoshinika, and they chatted together, no enemy greys near them. Then they bowed. She looked up at him, shading her eyes, and waved gaily. He waved back. The gates were pushed aside, and with Chimoko a few discreet paces behind her, she walked out, accompanied by her escort of 10 browns. The gates swung closed once more. For a moment she was lost from view. When she reappeared, 50 greys from the swarm outside their walls had surrounded them as a further honor guard. The cortege marched away down the sunless avenue. He watched her until she had turned the far corner. She never looked back.
Go eat now, Captain,
he said. Yes, of course, Anjin-san. Blackthorn went to his own quarters and ate rice, pickled vegetables, and broiled chunks of fish, followed by early fruit from Kyushu. Crisp small apples, apricots, and hard-flesh plums. He savoured the tart fruit and the char.
More, Anjin-san?
The servant asked. No, thank you. He offered fruits to his guards, and they were accepted gratefully. And when they had finished, he went back to the sunny battlements again. He would have liked to examine the priming of his concealed pistol, but he thought it better not to draw attention to it. He had checked it once in the night as best he could under the sheet, under the mosquito net. But without actually seeing, he could not be sure of the tamping or the flint.
There's nothing more you can do, he thought. You're a puppet. Be patient, Anjin-san. Your watch ends at noon.
He gauged the height of the sun.
It will be the beginning of the 2-hour period of the snake. After the snake comes the horse. In the middle of the horse is high noon.
Temple bells throughout the castle and the city told the beginning of the snake, and he was pleased with his accuracy. He noticed a small stone on the battlement floor. He went forward and picked up the stone and placed it carefully on a ledge of an embrasure in the sun, then leaned back once more, propping his feet comfortably, and stared at it. Greys were watching his every movement. The captain frowned. After a while he said,
Anjin-san, what's the significance of the stone?
Please?
The stone. Why stone, Anjin-san? Ah, I watch stone grow. Oh, so sorry. I understand, the captain replied apologetically. Please excuse me for disturbing you.
Blackthorn laughed to himself and turned his gaze back to the stone.
Grow, you bastard, he said.
But as much as he cursed it, ordered it, or cajoled it, it would not grow.
Do you really expect to see a rock growing? He asked himself. No, of course not. But it passes the time and promotes tranquility. You can't have enough war, ne? Where's the next attack coming from? There's no defense against an assassin if the assassin is prepared to die. Is there?
Rodriguez checked the priming of a musket he had taken at random from the rack beside the stern cannon. He found the flint was worn and pitted and therefore dangerous. Without a word, he hurled the musket at the gunner. The man just managed to catch it before the stock smashed into his face.
"Madonna, Signor Pilot!" the man cried out. "There's no need—" "Listen, you motherless turd. The next time I find anything wrong with a musket or cannon during your watch, you'll get 50 lashes and lose 3 months' pay. Bosun!"
Yes, pilot?
Pizarro, the bosun, heaved his bulk nearer and scowled at the young gunner.
"Turn out both watches. Check every musket and cannon. Everything. Only God knows when we'll need them."
I'll see to it, pilot.
The bosun shoved his face at the gunner.
I'll piss in your grog tonight, Gomez, for all the extra work, and you'd better lap it up with a smile. Get to work.
There were 8 small cannon amidships on the main deck, 4 port and 4 starboard, and a bow chaser. Enough to beat off any uncannoned pirates, but not enough to press home an attack. The small frigate was 2-masted, called the Santa Luz. Rodriguez waited until the crews were at their tasks, then turned away and leaned on the gunwale. The castle glinted dully in the sun, the colour of old pewter, except for the donjon with its blue and white walls and golden roofs. He spat into the water and watched the spittle to see if it would reach the jetty pilings, as he hoped, or go into the sea. It went into the sea.
Piss,
he muttered to no one, wishing he had his own frigate, the Santa Maria, under him right now.
God-cursed bad luck that she's in Macau just when we need her. What's amiss, Captain General?
He had asked a few days ago at Nagasaki, when he had been routed out of his warm bed in his house that overlooked the city and the harbour.
I've got to get to Osaka at once,
Ferreira had said, plumed and arrogant as any bantam cock, even at this early hour.
An urgent signal's arrived from Delacqua.
What's the matter now?
He didn't say. Just that it was vital to the future of the Black Ship.
Madonna, what mischief are they up to now? What's vital? Our ship's as sound as any ship afloat. Her bottom's clean and rigging perfect. Trade's better than we ever imagined, and on time. The monkeys are behaving themselves. Pigas Harima's confident, and...
He stopped as the thought exploded in his brain.
The Inglés. He's put to sea? I don't know, but if he has...
Rodriguez had stared out of the great harbour mouth, half expecting to see Erasmus already blockading there, showing the hated flag of England, waiting there like a rabid dog against the day they'd have to put to sea for Macau and home.
Jesu, Mother of God and all saints, let that not happen.
What's our fastest way? Lorja?
The Santa Luz, Captain General. We can sail within the hour. Listen, the Ingles can do nothing without men. Don't forget.
Madonna, you listen.
He can speak their gibberish now, eh?
Why can't he use monkeys, eh?
There are enough Japo pirates to crew him 20 times over. Yes, but not gunners and not sailors as he'd need them. He's not got time to train Japos. By next year, maybe, but not against us.
Why, in the name of the Madonna and the saints, the priest gave him one of their dictionaries, I'll never know. Meddling bastards. They must have been possessed by the devil. It's almost as though the Ingles is protected by the devil.
I tell you, he's just clever.
There are many who've been here for 20 years and can't speak a word of Japo gibberish, but the Ingles can, eh? I tell you, he's given his soul to Satan, and in return for the black arts, he's protected. How else do you explain it? How many years have you been trying to talk their tongue, and you even live with one? Leche, he could easily use Japo pirates.
No, Captain General, he's got to get men from here, and we're waiting for him, and you've already put anyone suspect in irons.
With 20,000 cruzados in silver and a promise about the Black Ship, he can buy all the men he needs, including the jailers and the God-cursed jail around them. Cabron, perhaps he can buy you too.
Watch your tongue.
You're the motherless, milkless Spaniard, Rodriguez. It's your fault he's alive. You're responsible. Twice you let him escape.
The Captain General had squared up to him in rage.
You should have killed him when he was in your power.
Perhaps, but that's froth on my life's wake,
Rodriguez had said bitterly.
I went to kill him when I could.
Did you?
I've told you 20 times. Have you no ears? Or is Spanish tongue as usual in your ears as well as in your mouth?
His hand had reached for his pistol, and the Captain General had drawn his sword. Then the frightened Japanese girl was between them.
Please, Rotan, no Angus, no Quara, please, Christian, please.
The blinding rage had fallen off both of them, and Ferreira had said,
I tell you before God, the Inglés must be devil-spawned. I almost killed you. And you me, Rodriguez. I see it clearly now. He's put a spell on all of us, particularly you.
Now in the sunshine at Osaka, Rodriguez reached for the crucifix he wore around his neck, and he prayed a desperate prayer that he be protected from all warlocks and his immortal soul kept safe from Satan.
Isn't the Captain General right? Isn't that the only answer?
He reasoned again, filled with foreboding.
The Ingles's life is charmed. Now he's an intimate of the Archfiend Toranaga. Now he's got his ship back, and the money back, and Wako, in spite of everything. And he does speak like one of them. And that's impossible so quickly, even with the dictionary. But he did get the dictionary, and priceless help. Jesus, God, and Madonna, take the evil eye off me. Why'd you give the Inglés the dictionary, Father?
He had asked Alviso at Mishima.
Surely you should have delayed that.
Yes, Rodriguez, Father Alviso had told him confidently. And I needn't have gone out of my way to help him. But I'm convinced there's a chance of converting him. I'm so sure. Toranaga's finished now. It's just one man and a soul. I have to try to save him.
Priests,
Rodriguez thought.
Leche on all priests. But not on Del Aqua and Alvito. Oh, Madonna, I apologize for all my evil thoughts about him and the Father Alvito. Forgive me, and bury the Inglés somehow before I have him in my sights. I do not wish to kill him because of my holy oath, even though, before thee, I know he must die quickly.
The duty helmsman turned the hourglass and rang 8 bells. It was high noon. Chapter 55. Mariko was walking up the crowded sunlit avenue toward the gates in the cul-de-sac. Behind her was a bodyguard of 10 Browns. She wore a pale green kimono and white gloves, and a wide-brimmed dark green travelling hat, tied with a golden net scarf under her chin, and she shaded herself with an iridescent sunshade. The gates swung open, and stayed open. It was very quiet in the avenue. Greys lined both sides and all the battlements. She could see the Anjin-san on their own battlements, Yabu beside him, and in the courtyard the waiting column with Kiri there, and the Lady Sazuko. All the Browns were in full ceremonials in the forecourt under Yoshinaka, except 20 who stood on the battlements with Blackthorn, and 2 to each window, overlooking the forecourt. And like the Greys, none of the Browns had armour or carried bows. Swords were their only weapons. Many women, samurai women, were also watching, some from the windows of other fortified houses that lined the avenue, and some from battlements. Others stood in the avenue among the Greys, a few gaily dressed children with them. All of the women carried sunshades, though some wore samurai swords, as was their right if they wished. Kiyama was near the gate with 100 of his own men, not Greys. "Good day, sire," Mariko said to him, and bowed. He bowed back, and she passed through the archway. "Hello, Kiri-chan, Sazuko-chan. How pretty you both look. Is everything ready?" "Yes," they replied with false cheeriness. "Good. Mariko got into her open palanquin and sat stiff-backed.
Yoshinika-san, please begin.
At once the captain limped forward and shouted the orders. 20 Browns formed up as a vanguard and moved off. Porters picked up Mariko's curtainless palanquin and followed the Browns through the gate, Kiri's and Lady Sazuko's close behind, the young girl holding her infant in her arms. When Mariko's palanquin came into the sunlight outside their walls, a captain of Greys stepped forward between the vanguard and the palanquin and stood directly in her way. The vanguard stopped abruptly. So did the porters.
"Please excuse me,"
he said to Yoshinika,
"but may I see your papers?"
"So sorry, Captain, but we require none," Yoshinika replied in the great silence.
"So sorry, but the Lord General Ishido, Governor of the castle, Captain of the Heir's bodyguard, with the approval of the regents, has instituted orders throughout the castle which have to be complied with."
Mariko said formally,
"I am Toda Mariko no Buntaro, and I have been ordered by my liege lord, Lord Toranaga, to escort his ladies to meet him. Kindly let us pass."
"I would be glad to, lady,"
the samurai said proudly, planting his feet.
"But without papers, our liege lord says no one may leave Osaka Castle. Please excuse me."
Mariko said,
"Captain, what is your name, please?"
"Sumiyori Danzenji, lady, Captain of the 4th Legion, and my line is as ancient as your own."
"So sorry, Captain Sumiyori, but if you do not move out of the way, I will order you killed."
"You will not pass without papers."
"Please kill him, Yoshinika-san."
Yoshinika leaped forward without hesitation, his sword a whirling arc, and he struck at the off-balanced grey. His blade bit deep into the man's side and was jerked out instantly, and the second more vicious blow took off the man's head, which rolled in the dust a little way before stopping. Yoshinika wiped his blade clean and sheathed it.
"Lead on,"
he ordered the vanguard.
"Hurry up."
The vanguard formed up again, and their footsteps echoing, they marched off. Then, out of nowhere, an arrow thwanged into Yoshinika's chest. The cortege lurched to a stop. Yoshinika tore at the shaft silently for a moment, then his eyes glazed, and he toppled. A small moan broke from Kiri's lips. A puff of air tugged at the ends of Mariko's gossamer scarf. Somewhere in the avenue, a child's cries were hushed. Everyone waited breathlessly.
"Miyai Kazuko-san,"
Mariko called out.
"Please take charge."
Kazuko was young and tall and very proud, clean-shaven with deep-set cheeks, and he came from the grouped Browns near Kiyama, who stood beside the gateway. He strode past Kiri's and Sazuko's litters to stand beside Mariko's and bowed formally.
"Yes, lady. Thank you." "You!" he shouted to the men ahead. "Move off!"
Taut, some fearful, all frantic, they obeyed, and once again the procession began, Kazuko walking beside Mariko's litter. Then, 100 paces in front of them, 20 Greys moved out of the massed ranks of samurai and stood silently across the roadway. The 20 Browns closed the gap. Then someone faltered, and the vanguard trickled to a stop.
"Clear them out of the way!"
Kazuko shouted. Immediately, one Brown leaped forward, and the others followed, and the killing became swift and cruel. Each time a Grey fell, another would calmly walk out of the waiting pack to join his comrades in the killing. It was always fair, always evenly matched, man to man, now 15 against 15, now 8 against 8, a few wounded Greys thrashing in the dirt, now 3 Browns against 2 Greys, and another Grey strode out, and soon it was 1 to 1, the last Brown, blood-stained and wounded, already victor of 4 duels. The last Grey dispatched him easily and stood alone among the bodies and looked at Miyai Kazuko. All the Browns were dead. 4 Greys lay wounded, 18 dead. Kazuko went forward, unsheathing his sword in the enormous hush.
"Wait,"
Mariko said.
"Please wait, Kazuko-san."
He stopped, but kept his eyes on the Grey, spoiling for the fight. Mariko stepped out of the palanquin and went back to Kiyama. Lord Kiyama, I formally ask you, please, to order those men out of the way.
So sorry, Toda-sama. The castle orders must be obeyed. The orders are legal. But, if you wish, I will call a meeting of the regents and ask for a ruling.
I am samurai. My orders are clear, in keeping with Bushido and sanctified by our code. They must be obeyed and overrule legally any man-made ordinance. The law may upset reason, but reason may not overthrow the law. If I am not permitted to obey, I will not be able to live with that shame.
I will call an immediate meeting.
Please excuse me, sire. What you do is your own business. I am concerned only with my lord's orders and my own shame.
She turned and went quietly back to the head of the column.
Kazuko-san, I order you, please, to lead us out of the castle.
He walked forward.
I am Mihai Kazuko, captain, from the line Serata, of Lord Toranaga's Third Army. Please get out of the way. I am Biwa Jiro, captain of Lord General Ishido's garrison. My life is worthless. Even so, you will not pass, the grey said.
With the sudden roaring battle cry of
Toranaga!
Kazuko rushed to the fray. Their swords shrieked as the blows and counterblows were parried. The two men circled. The grey was good, very good, and so was Kazuko. Their swords rang out in the clash. No one else moved. Kazuko conquered, but he was very badly wounded, and he stood over his enemy, swaying on his feet. And with his good arm he shook his sword at the sky, bellowing his war cry, gloating in his victory.
Toranaga!
There was no cheering at his conquest. All knew it would be unseemly in the ritual that enveloped them now. Kazuko forced one foot forward, then another, and stumbling he ordered,
Follow me!
His voice crumbling. No one saw where the arrows came from, but they slaughtered him. And the mood of the Browns changed from fatalism to ferocity at this insult to Kazuko's manhood. He was already dying fast, and would have fallen soon, alone, still doing his duty, still leading them out of the castle. Another officer of the Browns ran forward with 20 men to form a new vanguard, and the rest swarmed around Mariko, Kiri, and Lady Sazuko.
Forward!
The officer snarled. He stepped off, and the 20 silent samurai came after him. Like somnambulists, the porters picked up their burdens and stumbled around the bodies. Then ahead, 100 paces, 20 more greys with an officer moved silently from the hundreds that waited. The porters stopped. The vanguard quickened their pace.
Halt!
The officers bowed curtly to each other and said their lineage.
Please get out of the way. Please show me your papers.
This time, the Browns hurtled forward at once, with cries of
Toranaga!
To be answered by
Yemon!
And the carnage began. And each time a grey fell, another would walk out coolly until all the Browns were dead. The last grey wiped his blade clean and sheathed it, and stood alone, barring the path. Another officer came forward with 20 Browns from the company behind the litters.
Wait,
Mariko ordered. Ashen, she stepped out of her palanquin and put her sunshade aside, and picked up Yoshinaka's sword, unsheathed it, and walked forward alone.
You know who I am? Please get out of my way.
I am Kojima Harutomo, 6th Legion, Captain. Please excuse me. You may not pass, lady,
the grey said with pride. She darted forward, but her blow was contained. The grey backed and stayed on the defensive, though he could have killed her without effort. He retreated slowly down the avenue, she following, but he made her work for every foot. Hesitantly, the column started after her. Again she tried to bring the grey to battle, cutting, thrusting, always attacking fiercely, but the samurai slid away, avoiding her blows, holding her off, not attacking, allowing her to exhaust herself. But he did this gravely, with dignity, giving her every courtesy, giving her the honour that was her due. She attacked again, but he parried the onslaught that would have overcome a lesser swordsman, and backed another pace. The perspiration streamed from her. A Brown started forward to help, but his officer quietly ordered him to stop, knowing that no one could interfere. Samurai on both sides waited for the signal, craving the release to kill. In the crowd, a child was hiding his eyes in his mother's skirts. Gently she pried him away and knelt.
"Please watch, my son," she murmured. "You are samurai."
Mariko knew she could not last much longer. She was panting now from her exertions and could feel the brooding malevolence surrounding her. Then ahead and all around, greys began to ease away from the walls, and the noose around the column quickly tightened. A few greys walked out to try to surround her, and she stopped advancing, knowing that she could, too easily, be trapped and disarmed and captured, which would destroy everything at once. Now Browns moved up to assist her, and the rest took positions around the litters. The mood in the avenue was ominous now, every man committed, the sweet smell of blood in their nostrils. The column was strung out from the gateway, and Mariko saw how easy it would be for the greys to cut them all off if they wished, and leave them stranded in the roadway. "Wait!" she called out. Everyone stopped. She half bowed to her assailant, then head high, turned her back on him, and walked back to Kiri. So sorry, but it is not possible to fight through these men at the moment," she said, her chest heaving. We must go back for a moment." Sweat was streaking her face as she went down the line of men. When she came to Kiyama, she stopped and bowed. "Those men have prevented me from doing my duty, from obeying my liege lord. I cannot live with shame, sire. I will commit seppuku at sunset. I formally beg you to be my second."
"No, you will not do this."
Her eyes flashed, and her voice rang out fearlessly.
"Unless we are allowed to obey our liege lord, as is our right, I will commit seppuku at sunset."
She bowed and walked toward the gateway. Kiyama bowed to her, and his men did likewise. Then all in the avenue and on the battlements and at the windows, all bowed to her in homage. She went through the archway, across the forecourt into the garden. Her footsteps took her to the secluded rustic little charhouse. She went inside, and once alone, she wept silently for all the men who had died. Chapter 56.
"Beautiful, eh?"
Yabu pointed below at the dead.
"Please?"
Blackthorn asked.
"It was a poem. You understand poem?"
"I understand word, yes."
"It was a poem, Anjin-san. Don't you see that?"
If Blackthorn had had the words, he would have said, "No, Yabu-san. But I did see clearly for the first time what was really in her mind, the moment she gave the first order and Yoshinaka killed the first man." "Poem? It was a hideous, courageous, senseless, extraordinary ritual, where death's as formalized and inevitable as at a Spanish Inquisition, and all the deaths merely a prelude to Mariko's. Everyone's committed now, Yabu-san. You, me, the castle, Kiri, Ochiba, Ishido, everyone. All because she decided to do what she decided was necessary. And when did she decide? Long ago, ne? Or more correctly, Toranaga made the decision for her." "So sorry, Yabu-san. Not words enough," he said. Yabu hardly heard him. There was quiet on the battlements and in the avenue, everyone as motionless as statues. Then the avenue began to come alive, voices hushed, movements subdued, the sun beating down, as each came out of his trance. Yabu sighed, filled with melancholia. "It was a poem, Anshin-san," he said again, and left the battlements. When Mariko had picked up the sword and gone forward alone, Blackthorn had wanted to leap down into the arena and rush at her assailant to protect her, to blow the Grey's head off before she was slain. But with everyone, he had done nothing. Not because he was afraid. He was no longer afraid to die. Her courage had shown him the uselessness of that fear, and he had come to terms with himself long ago, on that night in the village with the knife. I meant to drive the knife into my heart that night. Since then, my fear of death's been obliterated, just as she said it would be. Only by living at the edge of death can you understand the indescribable joy of life. I don't remember only stopping the thrust, only feeling reborn when I awoke the next dawn. His eyes watched the dead, there in the avenue. I could have killed that grey for her, he thought, and perhaps another, and perhaps several, but there would always have been another, and my death would not have tipped the scale a fraction. I'm not afraid to die, he told himself. I'm only appalled there's nothing I can do to protect her. Greys were picking up bodies now, browns and greys treated with equal dignity. Other greys were streaming away, Kiyama and his men among them, women and children and maids all leaving, dust in the avenue rising under their feet. He smelled the acrid, slightly fetid death smell mixed with the salt breeze, his mind eclipsed by her, the courage of her, the indefinable warmth that her fearless courage had given him. He looked up at the sun and measured it. 6 hours to sunset. He headed for the steps that led below. Anjin-san, where go, please? He turned back, his own greys forgotten. The captain was staring at him. So sorry. Go there. He pointed to the forecourt. The captain of greys thought a moment, then reluctantly agreed. All right. Please you follow me. In the forecourt, Blackthorn felt the brown's hostility towards his greys. Yabu was standing beside the gates, watching the men come back. Kiri and the Lady Sazuko were fanning themselves, a wet nurse feeding the infant. They were sitting on hastily laid-out coverlets and cushions that had been placed in the shade on a veranda. Porters were huddled to one side, squatting in a tight, frightened group around the baggage and pack horses. He headed for the garden, but the guards shook their heads. So sorry, this is out of bounds for the moment, Anjin-san. Yes, of course, he said, turning away. The avenue was clearing now, though 500-odd greys still stayed, settling themselves, squatting or sitting cross-legged in a wide semicircle facing the gates. The last of the browns stalked back under the arch. Yabu called out, Close the gates and bar them. Please excuse me, Yabu-san, the officer said, but the Lady Toda said they were to be left open. We are to guard them against all men, but the gates are to be left open. You're sure? The officer bridled. He was a neat, bent-faced man in his 30s with a jutting chin, moustached and bearded. Please excuse me. Of course I am sure. Thank you. I meant no offence, ne? Are you the senior officer here? The Lady Toda honoured me with her confidence, yes. Of course, you are senior to me. I am in command, but you are in charge. Thank you, Yabu-san, but the Lady Toda commands here. You are senior officer. I would be honoured to be second to you, if you will permit it. Yabu said balefully, It's permitted, Captain. I know very well who commands us here. Your name, please. Sumiyori Tabito. Wasn't the first grey Sumiyori also? Yes, Yabu-san. He was my cousin. When you are ready, Captain Sumiyori, please call a meeting of all officers. Certainly, sir. With her permission. Both men looked away as a lady hobbled into the forecourt. She was elderly and samurai and leaned painfully on a cane. Her hair was white, but her back was straight, and she went over to Kiritsubo, her maid holding a sunshade over her. Ah, Kiritsubo-san, she said formally. I am Maeda Etz, Lord Maeda's mother, and I share the Lady Toda's views. With her permission, I would like to have the honour of waiting with her. Please sit down. You're welcome, Kiri said. Her maid brought another cushion, and both maids helped the old lady to sit. Ah, that's better. So much better, Lady Etz said, biting back a groan of pain. It's my joints. They get worse every day. Ah,
That's a relief. Thank you. Would you like cha? First cha, then sake, Kiritsubo-san. Lots of sake. Such excitement's thirsty work, ne?
Other samurai women were detaching themselves from the crowds that were leaving, and they came back through the ranks of the greys into the pleasing shade. A few hesitated, and 3 changed their minds, but soon there were 14 ladies on the veranda, and 2 had brought children with them.
Please excuse me, but I am Achiko, Kiyama Nagamasa's wife, and I want to go home too.
A young girl was saying timidly, holding her little son's hand.
I want to go home to my husband. May I beg permission to wait too, please?
But Lord Kiyama will be furious with you, lady, if you stay here.
Oh, so sorry, Kiritsubo-san, but grandfather hardly knows me. I'm only wife to a very minor grandson. I'm sure he won't care, and I haven't seen my husband for months, and I don't care either what they say. Our lady's right, ne?
Quite right, Achiko-san,
Old Lady Et said, firmly taking charge.
Of course you're welcome, child. Come and sit by me. What's your son's name? What a fine boy you've got.
The ladies chorused their agreement, and another boy who was 4 piped up plaintively,
Please, I'm a fine boy too, ne?
Someone laughed, and all the ladies joined in.
You are indeed,
Lady Et said, and laughed again. Kiri wiped away a tear.
There, that's better. I was getting far too serious, ne?
She chuckled.
Ah, ladies, I'm so honoured to be allowed to greet you in her name. You must all be starving, and you're so right, Lady Etz. This is all thirsty work.
She sent maids for food and drink, and introduced those ladies who needed introducing, admiring a fine kimono here or a special parasol there. Soon they were all chattering and happy and fluttering like so many parakeets.
How can a man understand women?
Sumiyori said blankly.
Impossible,
Yabu agreed.
One moment they're frightened and in tears, and the next, when I saw the Lady Mariko pick up Yoshinaka's sword, I thought I'd die with pride. Yes, pity that last grey was so good. I'd like to have seen her kill. She'd have killed a lesser man.
Sumiyori rubbed his beard, where the drying sweat irritated him.
What would you have done if you'd been him? I would have killed her, and then charged the Browns. Too much blood there. It was all I could do not to slaughter all the greys near me on the battlement. It's good to kill sometimes. Very good. Sometimes it's very special, and then it's better than a lusting woman.
There was a burst of laughter from the ladies as the 2 little boys started strutting up and down importantly, their scarlet kimonos dancing.
It's good to have children here again. I thank all gods mine are at Edo.
Yes. Yabu was looking at the women speculatively.
I was wondering the same,
Sumiyori said quietly.
What's your answer? There's only one now. If Ishido lets us go, fine. If Lady Mariko's seppuku is wasted, then we'll help those ladies into the void and begin the killing. They won't want to live.
Yabu said,
Some may want to. You can decide that later, Yabu-san. It would benefit our master if they all commit seppuku here. And the children. Yes. Afterward, we'll man the walls and then open the gates at dawn. We'll fight till noon. That'll be enough. Then those who are left will come back inside and set fire to this part of the castle. If I'm alive, then I'd be honored if you'd be my second. Of course.
Sumiyori grinned.
This is going to blow the realm apart, ne? All this killing and her seppuku. It'll spread like fire. It'll eat up Osaka, ne? You think that'll delay the Exalted? Would that be our master's plan? I don't know. Listen, Sumiyori-san. I'm going back to my house for a moment. Fetch me as soon as the lady comes back.
He walked over to Blackthorn, who sat musing on the main steps.
Listen, Anjin-san, Yabu said furtively. Perhaps I have a plan. Secret, ne? Secret. You understand?
Yes, understand. Bells told the hour change. The time rang in all their heads, the beginning of the hour of the monkey, 6 bells of the afternoon watch, 3 of the clock. Many turned to the sun and, without thinking, measured it.
What plan?
Blackthorn asked.
Talk later. Stay close by. Say nothing. Understand?
Yes. Yabu stalked out of the gateway with 10 browns. 20 greys attached themselves, and together they went down the avenue. His guest house was not far around the first corner. The greys stayed outside his gate. Yabu motioned the browns to wait in the garden, and he went inside alone.
"It's impossible, Lord General,"
Ochiba said.
"You can't let a lady of her rank commit seppuku. So sorry, but you've been trapped."
I agree,
Lord Kiyama said forcefully.
With due humility, lady,
Ishido said.
Whatever I said or didn't say doesn't matter an etter's turd to her. She'd already decided, at least Toranaga had. Of course he's behind it,
Kiyama said, as Ochiba recoiled at Ishido's uncouthness.
So sorry, but he's outsmarted you again. Even so, you can't let her commit seppuku. Why?
"Please, so sorry, Lord General. We must keep our voices down,"
Ochiba said. They were waiting in the spacious antechamber of Lady Yodako's sick room in the inner quarters of the donjon, on the 2nd floor.
"I'm sure it wasn't your fault, and there must be a solution."
Kiyama said quietly,
You cannot let her continue her plan, Lord General, because that will inflame every lady in the castle.
Ishido glared at him.
You seem to forget a couple were shot by mistake, and that didn't create a ripple among them, except to stop any more escape attempts.
"That was a terrible mistake, Lord General,"
Ochiba said.
I agree, but we are at war. Toranaga's not yet in our hands, and until he's dead, you and the heir are in total danger.
"So sorry. I'm not worried for myself, only for my son,"
Ochiba said.
"They've all got to be back here in 18 days. I advise you to let them all go."
That's an unnecessary risk. So sorry. We're not certain she means it. She does,
Kiyama told him contemptuously, despising Ishido's truculent presence in the opulent, over-rich quarters that reminded him so clearly of the Taiko, his friend and revered patron.
She's samurai.
"Yes,"
Ochiba said.
"So sorry, but I agree with Lord Kiyama. Mariko-san will do what she says. Then there's that hag Etz. Those Maidas are a proud lot, ne?"
Ishido walked over to the window and looked out.
They can all burn as far as I'm concerned. The Toda woman's Christian, eh? Isn't suicide against her religion a special sin? Yes, but she'll have a second, so it won't be suicide. And if she doesn't? What? Say she's disarmed and has no second. How could you do that? Capture her. Confine her with carefully chosen maids until Toranaga's across our borders.
Ishido smiled.
Then she can do what she wants. I'd be even delighted to help her.
How could you capture her? Kiyama asked.
She'd always have time to commit seppuku, or to use her knife. Perhaps, but say she could be captured and disarmed, and held for a few days. Isn't the few days vital? Isn't that why she's insisting on going today, before Toranaga crosses over our borders and castrates himself?
"Could it be done?"
Lady Ochiba asked.
Possibly,
Ishido said. Kiyama pondered this.
In 18 days, Toranaga must be here. He could delay at the border for at the most another 4 days. She would have to be held for a week at the most.
"Or forever,"
Ochiba said.
"Toranaga's delayed so much, I sometimes think he'll never come."
He has to by the 22nd day,
Ishido said.
Ah, lady, that was a brilliant, brilliant idea.
Surely that was your idea, Lord General.
Ochiba's voice was soothing, though she was very tired from a sleepless night.
What about Lord Sudara and my sister? Are they with Toranaga now?
No, lady, not yet. They will be brought here by sea.
She is not to be touched, Ochiba said, or her child.
Her child is direct heir of Toranaga, who's heir to the Minowaras. My duty to the heir, lady, makes me point this out again.
My sister is not to be touched, nor is her son.
As you wish.
She said to Kiyama,
Sire, how good a Christian is Mariko-san?
Pure.
Kiyama replied at once.
You mean about suicide being a sin? I think she would honor that, or her eternal soul is forfeit, lady. But I don't know if... Then there's a simpler solution,
Ishido said without thinking.
Command the high priest of the Christians to order her to stop harassing the legal rulers of the empire.
He doesn't have the power, Kiyama said. Then he added, his voice even more barbed,
That's political interference, something you've always been bitterly against, and rightly. It seems Christians interfere only when it suits them,
Ishido said.
It was only a suggestion.
The inner door opened, and a doctor stood there. His face was grave, and exhaustion aged him.
So sorry, lady, she's asking for you. Is she dying?
Ishido asked.
She's near death, Lord General, yes, but when, I don't know.
Ochiba hurried across the large room and through the inner door, her blue kimono clinging, the skirt swaying gracefully. Both men watched her. The door closed. For a moment, the two men avoided each other's eyes. Then Kiyama said,
You really think Lady Toda could be captured?
Yes, Ishido told him, watching the door. Ochiba crossed this even more opulent room and knelt beside the futons. Maids and doctors surrounded them. Sunlight seeped through the bamboo shutters and skittered off the gold and red inlaid carvings of the beams and posts and doors. Yodako's bed was surrounded by decorative inlaid screens. She seemed to be sleeping, her bloodless face settled within the hood of her Buddhist robe, her wrists thin, the veins knotted. And Ochiba thought how sad it was to become old. Age was so unfair to women.
Not to men, only to women. Gods protect me from old age, she prayed. Buddha protect my son, and put him safely into power, and protect me only as long as I'm capable of protecting him and helping him.
She took Yodako's hand, honoring her.
Lady? Oh-chan?
Yodako whispered, using her nickname.
Yes, lady. Ah, how pretty you are. So pretty. You always were.
The hand went up and caressed the beautiful hair, and Ochiba was not offended by the touch, but pleased as always, liking her greatly.
So young and beautiful and sweet-smelling. How lucky the Taiko was. Are you in pain, lady? Can I get you something? Nothing. I just wanted to talk.
The old eyes were sunken, but had lost none of their shrewdness.
Send the others away.
Ochiba motioned them to leave, and when they were alone she said,
Yes, lady. Listen, my darling. Make the Lord General let her go. He can't, lady, or all the other hostages will leave, and we'll lose strength. The regents all agree,
Ochiba said.
Regents,
Yodako said, with a thread of scorn.
Do you agree? Yes, lady, and last night you said she was not to go. Now you must let her go, or others will follow her seppuku, and you and our son will be befouled because of Ishido's mistake. The Lord General's loyal, lady. Toranaga isn't. So sorry. You can trust Lord Toranaga, not him.
Ochiba shook her head.
So sorry, but I'm convinced Toranaga's committed to become Shōgun and will destroy our son. You're wrong. He said it 1,000 times. Other daimyos are trying to use him for their own ambitions. They always have. Toranaga was the Taiko's favorite. Toranaga has always honored the heir. Toranaga's Minowara. Don't be swayed by Ishido or the regents. They've their own karmas, their own secrets, O-chan. Why not let her go? It's all so simple. Forbid her the sea. Then she can always be delayed somewhere inside our borders. She's still in your general's net, and Kiri and all the others, ne? She'll be surrounded by graves. Think like the Taiko would, or like Toranaga would. You and our son are being pulled into...
The words trailed off, and her eyelids began to flutter. The old lady gathered her remaining strength and continued.
Mariko-san could never object to guards. I know she means what she says. Let her go. Of course that was considered, lady,
Ochiba said, her voice gentle and patient.
But outside the castle, Toranaga has secret bands of samurai, hidden in and around Osaka. We don't know how many, and he has allies. We're not sure who. She might escape. Once she goes, all the others would follow her at once, and we'd lose a great security. You agreed, Yodoko-chan. Don't you remember? So sorry, but I asked you last night. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember, child,
Yodoko said, her mind wandering.
Oh, how I wish the Lord Taiko was here again to guide you.
The old lady's breathing was becoming laboured.
Can I give you some cha or sake? Cha, yes, please. Some cha.
She helped the old one to drink.
Thank you, child.
The voice was feebler now, the strain of conversation speeding the dying.
Listen, child. You must trust Toranaga. Marry him. Barter with him for the succession. No, no,
Ochiba said, shocked.
Yaemon could rule after him. Then the fruit of your new marriage after our son. The sons of our son will honourably swear eternal fidelity to this new Toranaga line. Toranaga's always hated the Taiko. You know that, lady. Toranaga is the source of all the trouble. For years, ne? Him. And you? What about your pride, child? He's the enemy, our enemy. You've two enemies, child. Your pride and the need to have a man to compare to our husband. Please be patient with me. You're young and beautiful and fruitful and deserve a husband. Toranaga's worthy of you, you of him. Toranaga is the only chance Yaemon has. No, he's the enemy. He was our husband's greatest friend and most loyal vassal. Without Toranaga, don't you see? It was Toranaga's help. Don't you see? You could manage him. So sorry, but I hate him. He disgusts me, Yodoko-chan. Many women. What was I saying? Oh, yes. Many women marry men who disgust them. Praise be to Buddha, I never had to suffer that.
The old woman smiled briefly. Then she sighed. It was a long, serious sigh, and went on for too long, and Ochiba thought the end had come. But the eyes opened a little, and a tiny smile appeared again.
Nay? Yes. Will you? Please. I will think about it.
The old fingers tried to tighten.
I beg you, promise me you'll marry Toranaga, and I will go to Buddha, knowing that the Taiko's line will live forever, like his name. His name will live for...
The tears ran freely down Ochiba's face as she cradled the listless hand. Later the eyes trembled, and the old woman whispered,
You must let Akechi Mariko go. Don't let her reap vengeance on us for what the Taiko did to her father.
Ochiba was caught unaware.
What?
There was no answer. Later Yodiko began mumbling,
Dear Yaemon, hello, my darling son. Oh, you're such a fine boy, but you've so many enemies. So foolish, so... Aren't you just an illusion too? Isn't...
A spasm racked her. Ochiba held onto the hand and caressed it.
Namu Amida Butsu,
she whispered in homage. There was another spasm. Then the old woman said clearly,
Forgive me, O-chan. There is nothing to forgive, lady. So much to forgive.
The voice became fainter, and the light began to fade from her face.
Listen, promise about Toranaga, Ochiba-sama. Important. Please, you can trust him.
The old eyes were beseeching her, willing her. Ochiba did not want to obey, yet knew that she should obey. Her mind was unsettled by what had been said about Akechi Mariko, and still resounded with the Taiko's words, repeated 10,000 times.
You can trust Yodiko-sama, O-chan. She's the wise one. Never forget it. She's right most times, and you can always trust her with your life, and my son's life, and mine.
Ochiba conceded.
She
stopped abruptly. The light of Yodiko-sama flickered a final time and went out.
Namu Amida Butsu.
Ochiba touched the hand to her lips, and she bowed and laid the hand back on the coverlet and closed the eyes, thinking about the Taiko's death, the only other death she had witnessed so closely. That time, Lady Yodiko had closed the eyes, as was a wife's privilege, and it had been in this same room, Toranaga waiting outside, as Ishido and Kiyama were now outside, continuing a vigil that had begun the day before.
But why send for Toranaga, Lord? She had asked. You should rest.
I'll rest when I'm dead, O-chan, the Taiko had said. I must settle the succession, finally, while I've the strength.
So Toranaga had arrived, strong, vital, exuding power. The four of them were alone then. Ochiba, Yodiko, Toranaga, and Nakamura, the Taiko, the Lord of Japan, lying on his deathbed, all of them waiting for the orders that would be obeyed.
So, Tora-san,
the Taiko had said, welcoming him with the nickname Goroda had given Toranaga long ago, the deep-set eyes peering up out of the tiny, withered simian face that was set on an equally tiny body. A body that had had the strength of steel until a few months ago, when the wasting began.
I'm dying, from nothing into nothing, but you'll be alive, and my son's helpless.
Not helpless, sire. All the daimyos will honor your son as they honor you. The Taiko laughed.
Yes, they will. Today, while I'm alive. Ah, yes. But how do I make sure Yaemon will rule after me?
Appoint a council of regents, sire.
Regents?
The Taiko said scornfully.
Perhaps I should make you my heir, and let you judge if Yaemon's worthy to follow you.
I would not be worthy to do that. Your son should follow you.
Yes, and Goroda's sons should have followed him. No, they broke the peace, and you stamped them out on my orders.
You held the Emperor's mandate.
They rebelled against your lawful mandate, sire. Give me your orders now, and I will obey them. That's why I called you here.
Then the Taiko said,
It's a rare thing to have a son at 57, and a foul thing to die at 63. If he's an only son, and you've got no kin, and you're Lord of Japan, eh?
Yes, Toranaga said.
Perhaps it would have been better if I'd never had a son, then I could pass the realm on to you as we agreed. You've more sons than a Portuguese got lice.
Karma. The Taiko had laughed, and a string of spittle, flecked with blood, seeped out of his mouth. With great care, Yodoko wiped the spittle away, and he smiled up at his wife.
Thank you, Yochan. Thank you.
Then the eyes turned onto Ochiba herself, and Ochiba had smiled back, but his eyes weren't smiling now, just probing, wondering, pondering the never-dared-to-be-asked question that she was sure was forever in his mind.
Is Yaemon really my son? Kama, Ochan, me?
It was gently said, but Ochiba's fear that he would ask her directly racked her, and tears glistened in her eyes.
No need for tears, Ochan. Life's only a dream within a dream,
the old man said. He lay for a moment musing, then he peered at Toranaga again, and with a sudden unexpected warmth for which he was famous, said,
old friend, what a life we've had, nay? All the battles, fighting side by side, together unbeatable. We did the impossible, nay? Together we humbled the mighty and spat on their upturned asses while they grovelled for more. Us, we did it. A peasant and a Minowara.
The old man chuckled.
Listen, a few more years and I'd have smashed the garlic eaters properly. Then with Korean legions and our own Japanese legions, a sharp thrust up to Peking, and me on the dragon throne of China. Then I'd have given you Japan, which you want, and I'd have what I want.
The voice was strong, belying the inner fragility.
A peasant can straddle the dragon throne with face and honour, not like here, eh? China and Japan are different, yes, sire. Yes, they're wise in China. They're the first of a dynasty's always a peasant or the son of a peasant, and the throne's always taken by force with bloody hands. No hereditary caste there. Isn't that China's strength?
Again the laugh.
Force and bloody hands and peasant. That's me. Eh? Yes, but you're also samurai. You changed the rules here. You're the first of a dynasty. I always liked you, Tore-san.
The old man sipped cha contentedly.
Yes, think of it. Me on the dragon throne. Think of that. Emperor of China, Yodoko, Empress, and after her, Ochiba the Fair, and after me, Yaemon, and China and Japan forever joined together as they should be. Ah, it would have been so easy. Then with our legions and Chinese hordes, I'd stab northwest and south, and, like 10th-class whores, the empires of all the earth would lie panting in the dirt, their legs spread wide for us to take what we want. We're unbeatable. You and I were unbeatable. Japanese are unbeatable. Of course we are. We know the whole point of life, ne?
Yes. The eyes glittered strangely.
What is it? Duty, discipline, and death,
Toranaga replied. Again a chuckle, the old man seemingly tinier than ever, more wizened than ever, and then, with an equal suddenness for which he was also famous, all the warmth left him.
The regent?
He asked, his voice venomous and firm.
Whom would you pick?
Lords Kiyama, Ishido, Onoshi,
Toda Hiramatsu and Sugiyama.
The Taiko's face twisted with a malicious grin.
You are the cleverest man in the Empire, after me. Explain to my ladies why you'd pick those 5.
Because they all hate each other, but combined, they can rule effectively and stamp out any opposition.
Even you?
No, not me, sire. Then Toranaga looked at Ochiba and spoke directly to her. For Yaemon to inherit power, you have to weather another 9 years. To do that, above all else, you must maintain the Taiko's peace. I pick Kiyama because he's the chief Christian daimyo, a great general, and a most loyal vassal. Next, Sugiyama, because he's the richest daimyo in the land, his family ancient. He heartily detests Christians and has the most to gain if Yaemon gets power. Onushi, because he detests Kiyama, offsets his power, is also Christian, but a leper who grasps at life, will live for 20 years, and hates all the others with a monstrous violence, particularly Ishido. Ishido, because he'll be sniffing out plots. Because he's a peasant, detests hereditary samurai, and is violently opposed to Christians. Toda Hiramatsu, because he's honest, obedient, and faithful, as constant as the sun and like the sudden best sword of a master swordsmith. He should be president of the council. And you? I will commit seppuku with my eldest son, Noboru. My son Sudara is married to the Lady Ochiba's sister, so he's no threat, could never be a threat. He could inherit the Kanto, if it pleases you, providing he swears perpetual allegiance to your house. No one was surprised that Toranaga had offered to do what was obviously in the Taiko's mind. For Toranaga alone among the daimyos was the real threat. Then she had heard her husband say, "O-chan, what is your counsel?"
"Everything that the Lord Toranaga has said, sire,"
she had answered at once,
"except that you should order my sister divorced from Sudara, who should commit seppuku. The Lord Noboru should be Lord Toranaga's heir, and should inherit the 2 provinces of Musashi and Shimosa, and the rest of the Kanto should go to your heir, Yaemon. I counsel this to be ordered today."
Yodoko-sama?
To her astonishment, Yodoko had said,
"Ah, Tokichi, you know I adore you with all my heart, and the O-chan, and Yaemon as my own son. I say make Toranaga sole regent."
"What?"
"If you order him to die, I think you kill our son. Only Lord Toranaga has skill enough, prestige enough, cunning enough to inherit now. Put Yaemon into his keeping until he's of age. Order Lord Toranaga to adopt our son formally. Let Yaemon be coached by Lord Toranaga, and inherit after Toranaga." "No, this must not be done,"
Ochiba had protested.
"What do you say to that, Tore-san?"
the Taiko asked.
"With humility, I must refuse, sire. I cannot accept that, and beg to be allowed to commit seppuku and go before you. You will be sole regent. I've never refused to obey you since we made our bargain, but this order I refuse."
Ochiba remembered how she had tried to will the Taiko to let Toranaga obliterate himself, as she knew the Taiko had already decided. But the Taiko had changed his mind, and at length had accepted part of what Yodoko had advised, and made the compromise that Toranaga would be a regent and president of the regents. Toranaga had sworn eternal faith to Yaemon, but now he was still spinning the web that embroiled them all, like this crisis Mariko had precipitated.
"I know it was on his orders,"
Ochiba muttered, and now Lady Yodoko had wanted her to submit to him totally.
"Marry Toranaga? Buddha protect me from that shame, from having to welcome him and feel his weight and his spurting life. Shame? Ochiba, what is the truth?"
she asked herself.
"The truth is that you wanted him once, before the Taiko, ne? Even during? Nay? Many times in your secret heart, nay? The wise one was right again about pride being your enemy and about needing a man, a husband. Why not accept Ishido? He honors you and wants you, and he's going to win. He would be easy to manage, nay? No, not that uncouth bog-trotter. Oh, I know the filthy rumours spread by enemies. Filthy impertinence. I swear I'd rather lie with my maids and put my faith in a harigata for another 1,000 lifetimes than abuse my lord's memory with Ishido. Be honest, Ochiba. Consider Toranaga. Don't you really hate him just because he might have seen you on that dream day?
It had been more than 6 years ago in Kyushu, when she and her ladies had been out hawking with the Taiko and Toranaga. Their party was spread over a wide area, and she had been galloping after one of her falcons, separated from the others. She was in the hills in a wood, and she had suddenly come upon this peasant gathering berries beside the lonely path. Her first weakling son had been dead almost 2 years, and there were no more stirrings in her womb, though she tried every position or trick or regimen, every superstition or potion or prayer, desperate to satisfy her lord's obsession for an heir. The meeting with the peasant had been so sudden. He gawked up at her as though she were a kami, and she at him because he was the image of the Taiko, small and monkey-like, but he had youth. Her mind had shouted that here was the gift from the god she had prayed for, and she had dismounted and taken his hand, and together they went a few paces into the wood, and she became like a bitch in heat. Everything had had a dreamlike quality to it, the frenzy and lust and coarseness lying on the earth, and even today she could still feel his gushing liquid fire, his sweet breath, his hands clutching her marvellously. Then she had felt his full dead weight, and abruptly his breath became putrid, and everything about him vile except the wetness. So she had pushed him off. He'd wanted more, but she had hit him and cursed him and told him to thank the gods she did not turn him into a tree for his insolence. And the poor superstitious fool had cowered on his knees, begging her forgiveness. Of course she was a kami. Why else would such beauty squirm in the dirt for such as him? Weakly she had climbed into the saddle and walked the horse away, dazed, the man and the clearing soon lost, half wondering if all had been a dream and the peasant a real kami, praying that he was a kami, his essence God-given, that it would make another son for the glory of her lord, and give him the peace that he deserved. Then, just the other side of the wood, Toranaga had been waiting for her. Had he seen her? She wondered in panic. "I was worried about you, lady," he had said. I'm perfectly all right, thank you."
"But your kimono's all torn. There's bracken down your back and in your hair."
"My horse threw me. It's nothing."
Then she had challenged him to a race home to prove that nothing was wrong, and had set off like the wild wind, her back still smarting from the brambles that sweet oil soon soothed. And the same night she had pillowed with her lord and master, and 9 months later she had birthed Yaemon to his eternal joy. And hers.
"Of course our husband is Yaemon's father," Ochiba said with complete certainty to the husk of Yotoko. "He fathered both my children. The other was a dream." "Why delude yourself? It was not a dream," she thought. "It happened. That man was not a kami. You rutted with a peasant in the dirt to sire a son you needed as desperately as the Taiko to bind him to you. He would have taken another consort, nay? What about your firstborn?"
"Karma," Ochiba said, dismissing that latent agony as well.
"Drink this, child,"
Yotoko had said to her when she was 16, a year after she had become the Taiko's formal consort. And she had drunk the strange, warming herb cha and felt so sleepy, and the next evening when she awoke again, she remembered only strange erotic dreams and bizarre colours and an eerie timelessness. Yotoko had been there when she awakened, as when she had gone to sleep, so considerate, and as worried over the harmony of their lord as she had been. 9 months later, she had birthed, the first of all the Taiko's women to do so. But the child was sickly, and that child died in infancy.
Karma,
she thought. Nothing had ever been said between herself and Yodoko about what had happened or what might have happened during that vast, deep sleep. Nothing, except "forgive me" a few moments ago, and "there is nothing to forgive."
You're blameless, Yodoko-sama, and nothing occurred, no secret act or anything. And if there did, rest in peace, old one. Now that secret lies buried with you.
Her eyes were on the empty face, so frail and pathetic now, just as the Taiko had been so frail and pathetic at his ending. His question also never asked.
Karma that he died,
she thought dispassionately.
If he'd lived another 10 years, I'd be Empress of China. But now I'm alone. Strange that you died before I could promise, lady,
she said, the smell of incense and the musk of death surrounding her.
I would have promised, but you died before I promised. Is that my karma too? Do I obey a request and an unspoken promise? What should I do? My son, I feel so helpless.
Then she remembered something the Wise One had said.
Think like the Taiko would, or Toranaga would.
Ochiba felt new strength pour through her. She sat back in the stillness and coldly began to obey. In a sudden hush, Chimoko came out of the small gates to the garden and walked over to Blackthorn and bowed.
Anshin-san, please excuse me. My mistress wishes to see you. If you will wait a moment, I will escort you.
All right. Thank you. Blackthorn got up, still deep in his reverie and his overpowering sense of doom. The shadows were long now. Already part of the forecourt was sunless. The greys prepared to move with him. Chimoko went over to Sumiyori.
Please excuse me, Captain, but my lady asks you to please prepare everything.
Where does she want it done?
The maid pointed at the space in front of the arch.
There, sire.
Sumiyori was startled.
It's to be public? Not in private with just a few witnesses? She's doing it for all to see?
Yes.
But, well, if it's to be here, what about her second?
She believes the Lord Kiyama will honor her.
And if he doesn't?
I don't know, Captain. She hasn't told me.
Chimoko bowed and walked across to the veranda to bow again.
Kiritsubo-san, my mistress says, so sorry. She'll return shortly. Is she all right? Oh, yes,
Chimoko said proudly. Kiri and the others were composed now. When they had heard what had been said to the captain, they had been equally perturbed.
Does she know other ladies are waiting to greet her? Oh, yes, Kiritsubo-san. I was watching, and I told her. She said that she's so honored by their presence, and she will thank them in person soon. Please excuse me.
They all watched her go back to the gates and beckon Blackthorn. The greys began to follow, but Chimoko shook her head and said her mistress had not bidden them. The captain allowed Blackthorn to leave. It was like a different world beyond the garden gates, verdant and serene, the sun on the treetops, birds chattering and insects foraging, the brook falling sweetly into the lily pond. But he could not shake off his gloom. Chimoko stopped and pointed at the little Chano-yu house. He went forward alone. He slipped his feet out of his thongs and walked up the 3 steps. He had to stoop, almost to his knees, to go through the tiny screened doorway. Then he was inside.
Thou,
she said. Thou, he said. She was kneeling, facing the doorway, freshly made up, lips crimson, immaculately coiffured, wearing a fresh kimono of sombre blue edged with green, with a lighter green obi and a thin green ribbon for her hair. Thou art beautiful.
And thou.
A tentative smile.
So sorry. it was necessary for thee to watch?
It was my duty.
Not duty, she said. I did not expect or plan for so much killing.
Karma.
Blackthorn pulled himself out of his trance and stopped talking Latin.
You've been planning all this for a long time. Your suicide, ne?
My life's never been my own, Anjin-san. It's always belonged to my liege lord, and after him to my master. That's our law.
It's a bad law.
Yes, and no.
She looked up from the mats.
Are we going to quarrel about things that may not be changed?
No. Please excuse me.
I love thee,
she said in Latin.
Yes, I know that now. And I love thee. But death is thy aim, Mariko-san.
Thou art wrong, my darling. The life of my master is my aim, and thy life. And truly, Madonna forgive me, or bless me for it, there are times when thy life is more important.
There's no escape now, for anyone.
Be patient. The sun has not yet set.
I have no confidence in this sun, Mariko-san.
He reached out and touched her face.
Gomen nasai.
I promised thee tonight would be like the Inn of the Blossoms. Be patient. I know Ishido and Ochiba and the others.
Que va on the others,
he said in Portuguese, his mood changing.
You mean that you're gambling that Toranaga knows what he's doing? Ne?
Que va on thy ill humour,
she replied gently.
This day's too short.
Sorry. You're right again. Today's no time for ill humour.
He watched her. Her face was streaked with shadow bars cast by the sun through the bamboo slats. The shadows climbed and vanished as the sun sank behind a battlement.
What can I do to help thee? He asked.
Believe there is a tomorrow.
For a moment he caught a glimpse of her terror. His arms went out to her, and he held her, and the waiting was no longer terrible. Footsteps approached.
Yes, Chimoko? It's time, mistress. Is everything ready? Yes, mistress. Wait for me beside the lily pond.
The footsteps went away. Mariko turned back to Blackthorn and kissed him gently.
I love thee,
she said.
I love thee,
he said. She bowed to him and went through the doorway. He followed. Mariko stopped by the lily pond and undid her obi and let it fall. Chimoko helped her out of her blue kimono. Beneath it, Mariko wore the most brilliant white kimono and obi Blackthorn had ever seen. It was a formal death kimono. She untied the green ribbon from her hair and cast it aside. Then, completely in white, she walked on and did not look at Blackthorn. Beyond the garden, all the browns were drawn up in a formal three-sided square around 8 tatamis that had been laid out in the centre of the main gateway. Yabu and Kiri and the rest of the ladies were seated in a line in the place of honour, facing south. In the avenue, the greys were also drawn up ceremoniously, and mingling with them were other samurai and samurai women. At a sign from Sumiyori, everyone bowed. She bowed to them. 4 samurai came forward and spread a crimson coverlet over the tatamis. Mariko walked to Kiritsubo and greeted her and Sazuko and all the ladies. They returned her bow and spoke the most formal of greetings. Blackthorn waited at the gates. He watched her leave the ladies and go to the crimson square and kneel in the centre, in front of the tiny white cushion. Her right hand brought out her stiletto dagger from her white obi, and she placed it on the cushion in front of her. Chimoko came forward and, kneeling too, offered her a small, pure white blanket and cord. Mariko arranged the skirts of her kimono perfectly, the maid helping her, then tied the blanket around her waist with the cord. Blackthorn knew this was to prevent her skirts being bloodied and disarranged by her death throes. Then, serene and prepared, Mariko looked up at the castle donjon. Sun still illuminated the upper story, glittering off the golden tiles. Rapidly, the flaming light was mounting the spire. Then it disappeared. She looked so tiny sitting there motionless, a splash of white on the square of crimson. Already the avenue was dark, and servants were lighting flares. When they finished, they fled as quickly and as silently as they had arrived. She reached forward and touched the knife and straightened it. Then she gazed once more through the gateway to the far end of the avenue, but it was as still and as empty as it had ever been. She looked back at the knife.
Kashigi Yabu-sama?
Yes, Toda-sama?
It seems Lord Kiyama has declined to assist me. Please, I would be honored if you would be my second.
It is my honor,
Yabu said. He bowed and got to his feet and stood behind her, to her left. His sword sang as it slid from its scabbard.
I am ready, lady, he said.
Please wait until I have made the second cut.
Her eyes were on the knife. With her right hand she made the sign of the cross over her breast, then leaned forward and took up the knife without trembling, and touched it to her lips, as though to taste the polished steel. Then she changed her grip, and held the knife firmly with her right hand under the left side of her throat. At that moment, flares rounded the far end of the avenue. A retinue approached. Ishido was at their head. She did not move the knife. Yabu was still a coiled spring, concentrated on the mark.
Lady, he said, do you wait, or are you continuing? I wish to be perfect for you.
Mariko forced herself back from the brink.
We wait. Her
hand lowered the knife. It was shaking now. As slowly, Yabu released himself. His sword hissed back into the scabbard, and he wiped his hands on his sides. Ishido stood at the gateway.
It's not sunset yet, lady. The sun's still on the horizon. Are you so keen to die?
No, Lord General. Just to obey my lord.
She held her hands together to stop their shaking. A rumble of anger went through the Browns at Ishido's arrogant rudeness, and Yabu ready to leap at him, but stopped as Ishido said loudly,
The Lady Ochiba begged the regents on behalf of the heir to make an exception in your case. We agreed to her request. Here are permits for you to leave at dawn tomorrow.
He shoved them into the hands of Sumiyori, who was nearby.
Sire?
Mariko said, without understanding, her voice threadbare.
You are free to leave at dawn.
And Kiritsubo-san? And the Lady Sazuko?
Isn't that also part of your duty? Their permits are there also.
Mariko tried to concentrate.
And her son?
Him too, lady.
Ishido's scornful laugh echoed.
And all your men.
Yabu stammered.
Everyone has safe conduct? Yes, Kashigi Yabu-san, Ishido said. Your senior officer, ne? Please go at once to my secretary. He is completing all your passes, though why honored guests would wish to leave, I don't know. It's hardly worth it for 17 days, ne?
And me, Lord General?
Old Lady Etz asked weakly, daring to test the totality of Mariko's victory, her heart racing and painful.
May I please leave also?
Of course, Lady Maida. Why should we keep anyone against her will? Are we jailers? Of course not. If the heir's welcome is so offensive that you wish to leave, then leave. Though how you intend to travel 400 li home and another 400 li here in 17 days, I don't understand.
Please, excuse me. The heir's welcome isn't often...
Ishido interrupted icily.
If you wish to leave, apply for a permit in the normal way. It'll take a day or so, but we'll see you safely on your way.
He addressed the others.
Any ladies may apply, any samurai. I've said before, It's stupid to leave for 17 days. It's insulting to flout the heir's welcome, the Lady Archiba's welcome, and the regent's welcome.
His ruthless gaze went back to Mariko.
Or to pressure them with threats of seppuku, which for a lady should be done in private and not as an arrogant public spectacle. Ne? I don't seek the death of women, only enemies of the heir. But if women are openly his enemy, then I'll soon spit on their corpses too.
Ishido turned on his heel, shouted an order at the Greys, and walked off. At once, captains echoed the order, and all the Greys began to form up and move off from the gateway, except for a token few who stayed in honor of the Browns.
Lady?
Yabu said huskily, wiping his damp hands again, a bitter vomit taste in his mouth from the lack of fulfillment.
Lady, it's over now. You've won. You've won.
Yes, she said. Her strengthless hands sought the knots of the white cord. Chimiko went forward and undid the knots and took away the white blanket, then stepped away from the crimson square. Everyone watched Mariko, waiting to see if she could walk away. Mariko was trying to grope to her feet. She failed. She tried a second time. Again she failed. Impulsively, Kiri moved to help her, but Yabu shook his head and said,
"No, it's her privilege."
So Kiri sat back, hardly breathing. Blackthorn, beside the gates, was still turmoiled by his boundless joy at her reprieve, and he remembered how his own will had been stretched that night of his near seppuku, when he had had to get up as a man and walk home as a man unsupported, and became samurai. And he watched her, despising the need for this courage, yet understanding it, even honoring it. He saw her hands go to the crimson again, and again she pushed, and this time Mariko forced herself upright. She wavered and almost fell, then her feet moved, and slowly she tottered across the crimson and reeled helplessly toward the main door. Blackthorn decided that she had done enough, had endured enough, had proved enough. So he came forward and caught her in his arms and lifted her up just as her mind left her. For a moment he stood there in the arena alone, proud that he was alone and that he had decided. She lay like a broken doll in his arms. Then he carried her inside, and no one moved or barred his path. Chapter 57. The attack on the Brown stronghold began in the darkest reaches of the night, 2 or 3 hours before dawn. The first wave of 10 ninja, the infamous stealthy ones, came over the roofs of the battlements opposite, now unguarded by Greys. They threw cloth-covered grappling hooks on ropes over to the other roof and swung across the chasm like so many spiders. They wore tight-fitting clothes of black and black tabi and black masks. Their hands and faces were also blackened. These men were lightly armed with chain knives and shuriken, small star-shaped, needle-sharp, poison-tipped throwing barbs and discs that were the size of a man's palm. On their backs were slung haversacks and short, thin poles. Ninja were mercenaries. They were artists in stealth, specialists in the disreputable, in espionage, infiltration, and sudden death. The 10 men landed noiselessly. They recoiled the grapples, and 4 of them hooked the grapples again onto a projection, and immediately swung downward to a veranda 20 feet below. Once they had reached it, as noiselessly, their comrades unhooked the grapples, dropped them down, and moved across the tiles to infiltrate another area. A tile cracked under one man's foot, and they all froze. In the forecourt, 3 stories and 60 feet below, Sumiyori stopped on his rounds and looked up. His eyes squinted into the darkness. He waited without moving, his mouth open a fraction to improve his hearing, his eyes sweeping slowly. The roof with the ninja was in shadow, the moon faint, the stars heavy in the thick, humid air. The men stayed absolutely still, even their breathing controlled and imperceptible, seemingly as inanimate as the tiles upon which they stood. Sumiyori made another circuit with his eyes and with his ears, and then another, and still not sure, he walked out into the forecourt to see more clearly. Now the 4 ninja on the veranda were also within his field of vision, but they were as motionless as the others, and he did not notice them either. "Hey!" he called to the guards on the gateway, the doors tight barred now. "You see anything? Hear anything?" "No, Captain," the alert sentry said. "The roof tiles are always chattering, shifting a bit. It's the damp or the heat, perhaps." Sumiori said to one of them, "Go up there and have a look. Better still, tell the top-floor guards to make a search just in case." The soldier hurried off. Sumiori stared up again, then half shrugged and, reassured, continued his patrol. The other samurai went back to their posts, watching outward. On the rooftop and on the veranda, the ninja waited in their frozen positions. Not even their eyes moved. They were schooled to remain immobile for hours if need be, just one part of their perpetual training. Then the leader motioned to them, and at once they again moved to the attack. Their grapples and ropes took them quietly to another veranda, where they could slide through the narrow windows in the granite walls. Below this top floor, all other windows, defense positions for bowmen, were so narrow that they could not be entered from outside. At another signal, the 2 groups entered simultaneously. Both rooms were in darkness, with 10 browns sleeping in neat lines. They were put to death quickly and almost noiselessly, a single knife thrust in the throat for most, the raiders' trained senses taking them unerringly to their targets. And in moments, the last of the browns was thrashing desperately. His warning shout garroted just as it had begun. Then, the room secured, the doors secured, the leader took out a flint and tinder and lit a candle and carried it, cupped carefully, to the window, and signalled 3 times into the night. Behind him, his men were making doubly sure that every brown was quite dead. The leader repeated the signal, then came away from the window and motioned with his hand, speaking to them in sign language with his fingers. At once, the raiders undid their haversacks and readied their attack weapons. Short, sickle-shaped double-edged knives with a chain attached to the haft, weighted at the end of the chain, and shuriken and throwing knives. At another order, selected men unsheathed the short poles. These were telescope spears and blowpipes that sprang into full length with startling speed. And as each man completed his preparations, he knelt, settled himself facing the door, and seemingly without conscious effort, became totally motionless. Now the last man was ready. The leader blew out the candle. When the city bells toned the middle of the hour of the tiger, 4 of the clock, an hour before dawn, the second wave of ninja infiltrated. 20 slid silently out of a large, disused culvert that once had serviced the rivulets of the garden. All these men wore swords. Like so many shadows, they swarmed into position among the shrubs and bushes, became motionless and almost invisible. At the same time, another group of 20 came up from the ground by ropes and grapples to attack the battlement that overlooked the forecourt and garden. 2 browns were on the battlements, carefully watching the empty roofs across the avenue. Then one of the browns glanced around and saw the grapples behind them, and he began to point in alarm. His comrade opened his mouth to shout a warning when the first ninja made the embrasure, and, with a whipping snap of his wrist, sent a barbed shuriken whirling into this samurai's face and mouth, hideously strangling the shout, and hurled himself forward at the other samurai, his outstretched hand now a lethal weapon, the thumb and forefinger extended, and he stabbed for the jugular. The impact paralyzed the samurai. Another vicious blow broke his neck with a dry crack, and the ninja jumped at the first agonized samurai, who was clawing at the barbs embedded deeply in his mouth and face, the poison already working. With a final supreme effort, the dying samurai ripped out his short stabbing sword and struck. His blow sliced deep, and the ninja gasped, but this did not stop the rush, and his hand slammed into the brown's throat, snapping the man's head back and dislocating his spine. The samurai was dead on his feet. The ninja was bleeding badly, but he made no sound and still held on to the dead brown, lowering him carefully to the stone flags, sinking to his knees beside him. All the ninja had climbed up the ropes now and stood on the battlement. They bypassed their wounded comrade until the battlement was secured. The wounded man was still on his knees beside the dead browns, holding his side. The leader examined the wound. Blood was spurting in a steady stream. He shook his head and spoke with his fingers, and the man nodded and dragged himself painfully to a corner, the blood leaving a wide trail. He made himself comfortable, leaning against the stone, and took out a shuriken. He scratched the back of one hand several times with the poisoned barbs, then found his stiletto, put the point at the base of his throat, and two-handed, with all his strength, he thrust upward. The leader made sure this man was dead, then went back to the fortified door that led inside. He opened it cautiously. At that moment they heard footsteps approaching, and at once melted back into ambush position. In the corridor of this, the west wing, Sumiyori was approaching with 10 Browns. He dropped 2 off near the battlement door, and not stopping, walked on. These 2 reliefs went out onto the battlement as Sumiyori turned the far corner and went down a flight of circular steps. At the bottom was another checkpoint, and the 2 tired samurai bowed and were replaced.
"Pick up the others and go back to your quarters. You'll be wakened at dawn," Sumiyori said.
Yes, Captain.
The 2 samurai walked back up the steps, glad to be off duty. Sumiyori continued on down the next corridor, replacing sentries. At length he stopped outside a door and knocked, the last 2 guards with him.
"Yabu-san?"
Yes?
The voice was sleepy.
"So sorry, it's the change of the guard." "Ah, thank you. Please come in."
Sumiyori opened the door, but warily stayed on the threshold. Yabu was tousled, propped in the coverlets on one elbow, his other hand on his sword. When he was sure it was Sumiyori, he relaxed and yawned.
"Anything new, Captain?"
Sumiyori relaxed also and shook his head, came in and closed the door. The room was large and neat, and another bed of futons was laid and turned back invitingly. Arrow-slit windows overlooked the avenue and city, a sheer drop of 30 feet below.
"Everything's quiet. She's sleeping now. At least her maid Chimoko said she was."
He went to the low bureau where an oil lamp spluttered and poured himself cold cha from a pot. Beside it was their pass, formally stamped, that Yabu had brought back from Ishido's office. Yabu yawned again and stretched luxuriously.
"The Anjin-san? He was awake the last time I checked. That was at midnight. He asked me not to check again until just before dawn. Something about his customs. I didn't understand clearly everything he said, but there's no harm. There's very tight security everywhere, eh? Kiritsubo-san and the other ladies are quiet, though she's been up, Kiritsubo-san, most of the night."
Yabu got out of bed. He wore only a loincloth.
"Doing what?"
"Just sitting at a window, staring out. Nothing to see out there. I suggested she'd better get some sleep. She thanked me politely and agreed, and stayed where she was. Women, eh?" Yabu flexed his shoulders and elbows and scratched vigorously to get his blood flowing. He began to dress.
"She should rest. She's got a long way to go today."
Sumiyori set the cup down. "I think it's all a trick."
"What?"
"I don't think Ishido means it."
"We have signed permits. There they are. Every man's listed. You checked the names. How can he go back on a public commitment to us? Or to Lady Toda? Impossible, nay?"
"I don't know. Your pardon, Yabu-san, but I still think it's a trick." Yabu knotted his sash slowly.
"What kind of trick?"
"We'll be ambushed."
"Outside the castle?"
Sumiyori nodded. "Yes, that's what I think."
"He wouldn't dare."
"He'll dare. He'll ambush us or delay us. I can't see him letting her go, or Lady Kiritsubo, or Lady Sazuko, or the babe. Even old Lady Etz and the others."
"No, you're wrong."
Sumiyori shook his head sadly.
"I think it would have been better if she'd cut deep and you'd struck. This way nothing's resolved."
Yabu picked up his swords and stuck them in his belt.
"Yes," he was thinking. "I agree with you. Nothing's resolved, and she failed in her duty. You know it, I know it, and so does Ishido. Disgraceful." If she'd cut, then we would have all lived forever. As it is now, she came back from the brink and dishonored us and dishonored herself. She got a Ganain, eh? Stupid woman.
But to Sumiyori he said,
I think you're wrong. She conquered Ishido. Lady Toda won. Ishido won't dare to ambush us. Go to sleep. I'll wake you at dawn.
Again Sumiyori shook his head. No, thank you, Yabu-san. I think I'll go the rounds again. He went to a window and peered out. Something's not right.
Everything's fine. Get some... Wait a moment. What was that? Did you hear something?
Yabu came up to Sumiyori and pretended to search the darkness, listening intently. And then, without warning, he whipped out his short sword and with the same flashing, spontaneous movement, buried the blade into Sumiyori's back, clapping his other hand over the man's mouth to stop the shriek. The captain died instantly. Yabu held him carefully at arm's length with immense strength so that none of the blood stained him, and carried the body over to the futons, arranging it in a sleeping position. Then he pulled out his sword and began to clean it, furious that Sumiyori's intuition had forced the unplanned killing.
Even so,
Yabu thought,
I can't have him prowling around now.
Earlier, when Yabu was returning from Ishido's office with their safe conduct pass, he had been waylaid privately by a samurai he had never seen before.
Your cooperation's invited, Yabu-san. To what? And by whom? By someone you made an offer to yesterday. What offer? In return for safe conducts for you and the Anjin-san, you'd see she was disarmed during the ambush on your journey. Please don't touch your sword, Yabu-san. There are 4 archers waiting for an invitation. How dare you challenge me? What ambush?
He had bluffed, feeling weak at the knees, for there was no doubt now that the man was Ishido's intermediary. Yesterday afternoon he had made the secret offer through his own intermediaries, in a desperate attempt to salvage something from the wreckage Mariko had caused to his plans for the Black Ship and the future. At the time, he had known that it was a wild idea. It would have been difficult, if not impossible, to disarm her and stay alive, therefore fraught with danger to both sides. And when Ishido, through intermediaries, had turned it down, he was not surprised.
I know nothing of any ambush,
he had blustered, wishing that Yuriko was there to help him out of the morass.
Even so, you're invited to one, though not the way you planned it. Who are you? In return, you get Izu, the barbarian, and his ship, the moment the chief enemy's head is in the dust. Providing, of course, she's captured alive, and you stay in Osaka until the day, and swear allegiance. Whose head?
Yabu had said, trying to get his brain working, realizing only now that Ishido had used the request for him to fetch the safe conducts, merely as a ruse so the secret offer could be made safely and negotiated.
Is it yes or no? The samurai asked. Who are you, and what are you talking about?
He had held up the scroll.
Here's Lord Ishido's safe conduct. Not even the Lord General can cancel these after what's happened. That's what many say. But so sorry. Bullocks will shit gold dust before you or any are allowed to insult the Lord Yaemon. Please take your hand away from your sword. Then watch your tongue. Of course. So sorry. You agree? I'm overlord of Izu now, and promise Totomi and Suruga,
Yabu had said, beginning to bargain. He knew that though he was trapped, as Mariko was trapped, so equally was Ishido trapped, because the dilemma Mariko had precipitated still existed. Yes, so you are, the samurai had said, but I'm not permitted to negotiate. Those are the terms. Is it yes or no? Yabu finished cleaning his sword and arranged the sheet over the seemingly sleeping figure of Sumiyori. Then he toweled the sweat off his face and hands, composed his rage, blew out the candle, and opened the door. The 2 Browns were waiting some paces down the corridor.
They bowed. "I'll wake you at dawn, Sumiyori-san," Yabu said to the darkness. Then to one of the samurai, "You stand guard here. No one goes in. No one. Make sure the captain's not disturbed. He needs rest."
"Yes, sir." The samurai took up his new post, and Yabu strode off down the corridor with the other guard, went up a flight of steps to the main central section of this floor, and crossed it, heading for the audience room and inner apartments that were in the east wing. Soon he came to the cul-de-sac corridor of the audience room. Guards bowed and allowed him to enter. Other samurai opened the door to the corridor and complex of private quarters. He knocked at a door.
"Anjin-san,"
he said quietly. There was no answer. He pulled the shoji open. The room was empty, the inner shoji ajar. He frowned, then motioned to his accompanying guard to wait, and hurried across the room into the dimly lit inner corridor. Chimiko intercepted him, a knife in her hand. Her rumpled bed was in this passageway, outside one of the rooms.
"Oh, so sorry, sire. I was dozing,"
she said apologetically, lowering her knife. But she did not move out of his path.
"I was looking for the Anjin-san."
"He and my mistress are talking, sire, with Kiritsubo-san and the Lady Achiko."
"Please ask him if I could see him a moment."
"Certainly, sire."
Chimiko politely motioned Yabu back into the other room, waited until he was there, and pulled the inner shoji closed. The guard in the main corridor watched inquisitively. In a moment, the shoji opened again, and Blackthorn came in. He was dressed and wore a short sword.
"Good evening, Yabu-san,"
he said.
"So sorry to disturb you, Anjin-san. I just want to make sure all right, understand?"
"Yes, thank you. No worry."
"Lady Toda all right? Not sick?"
"Fine now. Very tired, but fine.
Soon dawn, eh?"
Yabu nodded.
"Yes. Just want to make sure all right. Understand?"
"Yes. This afternoon you say plan, Yabu-san. Remember? Please, what secret plan?"
"No secret, Anjin-san,"
Yabu said, regretting that he had been so open at that time.
"You misunderstood. Say only must have plan. Very difficult escape Osaka, eh? Must escape or—"
Yabu drew a knife across his throat.
"Understand?"
"Yes, but now have passed, ne? Now safe go out Osaka, ne?"
"Yes. Soon leave. On boat, very good. Soon get men at Nagasaki. Understand?"
"Yes." Very friendly, Yabu went away. Blackthorn closed the door after him and walked back to the inner passageway, leaving his inner door ajar. He passed Chimoko and went into the other room. Mariko was propped in futons, appearing more diminutive than ever, more delicate and more beautiful. Kiri was kneeling on a cushion. Achiko was curled up asleep to one side.
"What did he want, Anjin-san?"
Mariko said. "Just to see we were all right." Mariko translated for Kiri.
"Kiri says, did you ask him about the plan?"
"Yes, but he shrugged the question off. Perhaps he changed his mind. I don't know. Perhaps I was mistaken. But I thought this afternoon he had something planned, or was planning something."
"To betray us?"
"Of course, but I don't know how."
Mariko smiled at him.
"Perhaps you were mistaken. We're safe now."
The young girl, Achiko, mumbled in her sleep, and they glanced at her. She had asked to stay with Mariko, as had old lady Etsu, who was sleeping soundly in an adjoining room. The other ladies had left at sunset to go to their own homes. All had sent formal requests for permission to depart at once. With the failing light, rumours had rushed through the castle that nearly 105 would also apply tomorrow. Kiyama had sent for Achiko, his granddaughter-in-law, but she refused to leave Mariko. At once, the daimyo had disowned her and demanded possession of the child. She had given up her child. Now the girl was in the midst of a nightmare, but it passed, and she slept peacefully again. Mariko looked at Blackthorn.
It's so wonderful to be at peace, nay?
Yes, he said. Since she had awakened and found herself alive and not dead, her spirit had clung to his. For the first hour they had been alone, she lying in his arms. I'm so glad thou art alive, Mariko. I saw thee dead.
I thought I was. I still cannot believe Ishido gave in. Never in 20 lifetimes. Oh, how I love thy arms about me, and thy strength.
I was thinking that this afternoon, from the first moment of Yoshinaka's challenge, I saw nothing but death. Yours, mine, everyone's. I saw into your plan, so long in the making, nay?
Yes, since the day of the earthquake, Anjin-san. Please forgive me, but I didn't want to frighten you. I was afraid you wouldn't understand. Yes, from that day, I knew it was my karma to bring the hostages out of Osaka. Only I could do that for Lord Toranaga. And now it's done. But at what a cost, nay? Madonna, forgive me.
Then Kiri had arrived, and they had had to sit apart, but that had not mattered to either of them. A smile or a look or word was enough. Kiri went over to the slit windows. Out to sea were flecks of light from the inshore fishing boats.
Dawn soon,
she said.
Yes, Mariko said. I'll get up now. Soon. Not yet, Mariko-sama, Kiri told her. Please rest. You need to gather your strength. I wish Lord Toranaga was here. Yes. Have you prepared another message about our leaving? Yes, Mariko-sama. Another pigeon will leave with the dawn. Lord Toranaga will hear of your victory today, Kiri said. He'll be so proud of you. I'm so glad he was right. Yes, Kiri said. Please forgive me for doubting you and doubting him. In my secret heart, I doubted him too. So sorry.
Kiri turned back to the window and looked out over the city.
Toranaga's wrong, she wanted to shriek. We'll never leave Osaka, however much we pretend. It's our karma to stay, his karma to lose.
In the West Wing, Yabu stopped at the guardroom. The replacement sentries were ready. I'm going to make a snap inspection. Yes, sir. The rest of you wait for me here. You, come with me. He went down the main staircase, followed by a single guard. At the foot of the staircase in the main foyer were other guards, and outside was the forecourt and garden. A cursory look showed all in order. Then he came back into the fortress, and after a moment changed direction. To his guard's surprise, he went down the steps into the servants' quarters. The servants dragged themselves out of sleep, hastily putting their heads onto the flagstones. Yabu hardly noticed them. He led the way deeper into the bowels of the fortress, down steps, along little-used arched corridors, the stone sides damp now and mildewed, though well lit. There were no guards here in the cellars, for there was nothing to protect. Soon they began to climb again, nearing the outer walls. Yabu halted suddenly. What was that? The brown samurai stopped and listened and died. Yabu cleaned his sword and pulled the crumpled body into a dark corner, then rushed for a hardly noticed, heavily barred, small iron door set into one of the walls that Ishido's intermediary had told him about. He fought back the rusted bolts. The last one clanged free. The door swung open. A draught of cool air from outside, then a spear stabbed for his throat and stopped just in time. Yabu didn't move, almost paralyzed. Ninja stared back at him from the inky darkness beyond the door, weapons poised. Yabu held up a shaky hand and made a sign as he had been told to do. I'm Kashigi Yabu, he said. The black-garbed, hooded, almost invisible leader nodded, but kept the spear ready for the lunge. He motioned to Yabu. Yabu obediently backed off a pace. Then, very warily, the leader walked into the center of the corridor. He was tall and heavy-set, with wide flat eyes behind his mask. He saw the dead Brown, and with a flick of his wrist, he sent his spear flashing into the corpse, then retrieved it with the light chain attached to the end. Silently, he recoiled the chain, waiting, listening intently for any danger. At length satisfied, he motioned at the darkness. Instantly, 20 men poured out and rushed for the flight of steps, the long-forgotten back way to the floors above. These men carried assault tools. They were armed with chain knives, swords, and shuriken, and in the center of their black hoods was a red spot. The leader did not watch them go, but kept his eyes on Yabu and began a slow finger count with his left hand. 1, 2, 3. Yabu felt many men watching him from the passage beyond the door. He could see no one. Now the red spot attackers were going up the stairs, 2 at a time, and at the top of this flight they stopped. A door barred their path. They waited a moment, then cautiously tried to open it. It was stuck. A man with an assault tool, a short steel bar, hooked at one end and chiseled at the other, came forward and jimmied it open. Beyond was another mildewed passage, and they hurried along it silently. At the next corner they stopped. The first man peered around, then beckoned the others into another corridor. At the far end, a sliver of light shone through a spy hole in the heavy wooden panelling that covered this secret door. He put an eye to it. He could see the breadth of the audience chamber, 2 browns and 2 greys wearily on sentry duty, guarding the door to the complex of quarters. He looked around, nodded to the others. One of the men was still counting with his fingers, timed to the leader's count 2 floors below. All their eyes went to the count. Below in the cellar, the leader's fingers still counted in tempo, ticking off the moments, his eyes never wavering from Yabu. Yabu was watching and waiting, the smell of his own fierce sweat dank in his nostrils. The fingers stopped, and the leader's fist closed up sharply. He pointed down the corridor. Yabu nodded and turned and went back the way he had come, walking slowly. Behind him, the inexorable count began again. 1, 2, 3. Yabu knew the terrible risk he was taking, but he had had no alternative, and he cursed Mariko once more for forcing him onto Ishido's side. Part of his bargain was that he had to open this secret door.
What's behind the door?
He had asked suspiciously.
Friends, this is the sign, and the password is to say your name. Then they kill me, ne? No, you're too valuable, Yabu-san. You've got to make sure the infiltration is covered.
He had agreed, but he had never bargained for ninja, the hated and feared semi-legendary mercenaries who owed allegiance only to their secret, closely knit family units, who handed down their secrets only to blood kin. How to swim vast distances underwater and scale almost smooth walls. How to make themselves invisible and stand for a day and a night without moving. And how to kill with their hands or feet, or any and all weapons, including poison, fire, and explosives. To ninja, violent death for pay was their only purpose in life. Yabu managed to keep his pace measured as he walked away from the ninja leader along the corridor, his chest still hurting from the shock that the attack force was ninja and not Ronin.
Ishido must be mad,
he told himself, all his senses teetering, expecting a spear or arrow or garrote any moment. Now he was almost at the corner. Then he turned it, and safe once more, he took to his heels and bounded up the stairs, 3 at a time. At the top, he raced down the arched corridor, then turned the corner heading toward the servants' quarters. The leader's fingers still ticked off the moments. Then the count stopped. He made a more urgent sign to the darkness and rushed after Yabu. 20 ninja followed him from the darkness, and another 15 took up defensive positions at both ends of the corridor to guard this escape route that led through a maze of forgotten cellars and passages, honeycombing the castle to one of Ishido's secret bolt holes under the moat, thence to the city. Yabu was running fast now, and he stumbled in the passageway, just managing to keep his footing, and burst through the servants' quarters, scattering pots and pans and gourds and casks.
Ninja!
He bellowed, which was not part of his agreement, but his own ruse to protect himself should he be betrayed. Hysterically, the men and women scattered and took up the shout and tried to vanish under benches and tables as he raced across and out the other side, up more steps into one of the main corridors to meet the first of the Brown's guards, who already had out their swords.
"Sound the alarm!"
Yabu shouted.
"Ninja! There are ninja among the servants!"
One samurai fled for the main staircase. The second rushed forward bravely to stand alone at the top of the winding steps that led below, sword raised. Seeing him, the servants came to a halt, then, moaning with terror, blindly huddled into the stones, their arms over their heads. Yabu ran on toward the main doorway and through it to stand on the steps.
"Sound the alarm! We're under attack!"
he shouted, as he had agreed to do, to signal the diversion outside, which would cover the main attack through the secret door into the audience chamber, to kidnap Mariko and hurry her away before anyone was wiser. Samurai on the gates and in the forecourt whirled around, not knowing where to guard, and at that moment the raiders in the gardens swarmed out of their hiding places and engulfed the Browns outside. Yabu retreated into the foyer as other Browns came rushing down from the guardroom above to support the men outside. A captain raced up to him.
"What's going on?" "Ninja, outside and among the servants. Where's Sumiyori?" "I don't know. In his room."
Yabu leapt for the stairs as other men poured down. At that moment, the first of the ninja from the cellars dashed past the servants to the attack. Barbed shuriken disposed of the lone defender. Spears killed the servants. Then this force of raiders was in the main corridor, creating a violent shouting diversion, the milling frantic Browns not knowing where the next attack would spring from. On the top floor, the waiting ninja had ripped open their doors at the first alarm and rushed the last of the Browns who were hurrying below, killing them. With poison darts and shuriken, the ninja pressed their onslaught. The Browns were quickly overwhelmed, and the attackers jumped over the corpses to reach the main corridor on the floor below. A furious charge of Brown reinforcements was repulsed by the ninja, who whirled their weighted chains and cast them at the samurai, either strangling them or entangling their swords to make it easier to impale them with a double-edged knife. Shuriken flashed through the air, and the Browns here were decimated. A few ninja were cut down, but they crawled on like rabid animals and stopped attacking only when death took them completely. In the garden, the first rush of the defending reinforcements was easily thwarted as Browns poured from the main doorway. But another wave of Browns courageously mounted a second charge and swept the invaders back by sheer force of numbers. At a shouted order, the raiders retreated, their jet-black clothes making them difficult targets. Exultantly, the Browns rushed after them, into ambush, and were slaughtered. The red spot attackers were still lying in wait outside the audience room, their leader's eye to the spy hole. He could see the anxious Browns and Blackthorn's Greys who were guarding the fortified door to the corridor, listening anxiously to the mounting holocaust below. The door opened, and other guards, Browns and Greys, crowded the opening, and then, no longer able to stand the waiting, officers of both groups ordered all their men out of the audience room to take up defensive positions at the far end of the corridor. Now the way was clear, the door of the inner corridor open, only the captain of Greys beside it, and he also was leaving. The red spot leader saw a woman hurry up to the threshold, the tall barbarian with her, and he recognized his prey, other women collecting behind them. Impatient to complete the mission and so relieve the pressure on his clansmen below, and whipped by his killing lust, the red spot leader gave the signal and burst through his door an instant too soon. Blackthorn saw him coming and automatically drew his pistol from under his kimono and fired. The back of the leader's head disappeared, momentarily stopping the charge. Simultaneously, the captain of Greys rushed back and attacked with a mindless ferocity and cut down one ninja. Then the pack fell on the Grey, and he died, but these few seconds gave Blackthorn enough time to pull Mariko to safety and slam the door. Frantically, he grabbed the iron bar and slid it into place just as ninja hurled themselves against it, and others fanned out to hold the main doorway.
"Christ Jesus! What's
Ninja! Mariko shouted, as Kiri and Lady Suzuko and Lady Etz and Chimoko and Achiko and the other maids poured hysterically from their rooms, blows hammering on the door.
"Quick! This way!"
Kiri screamed over the uproar and fled into the interior. The women followed, helter-skelter, two of them helping old Lady Etz. Blackthorn saw the door rocking under the furious blows of the assault jimmies. Now the wood was splintering. Blackthorn ran back into his room for his powder horn and swords. In the audience room, the ninja had already disposed of the 6 browns and greys at the main outer door, and had overwhelmed the rest in the corridor beyond. But they had lost 2 dead, and 2 were wounded before the fight was complete, the outer doors closed and barred, and this whole section secure.
"Hurry up!"
the new Red Spot leader snarled. The men with the crowbars needed no urging as they ripped at the door. For a moment, the leader stood over the corpse of his brother, then kicked it furiously, knowing his brother's impatience had destroyed their surprise attack. He rejoined his men, who circled the door. In the corridor, Blackthorn was reloading rapidly, the door shrieking under the blows.
"First, the powder. Tamp it carefully."
One of the door panels cracked.
"Next, the paper plug to hold the charge tight, and next the lead ball and another plug."
One of the door hinges snapped, and the tip of the jimmy came through.
"Next, blow the dust carefully away from the flint."
"Anjin-san!"
Mariko cried out from somewhere in the inner rooms.
"Hurry!"
But Blackthorn paid no attention. He walked up to the door and put the nozzle to a splintered crack, stomach high, and pulled the trigger. From the other side of the door there was a scream, and the assault on the door ceased. He retreated and began to reload.
"First powder. Tap it carefully."
Again the whole door shook as men tore at it with shoulders and raging fists and feet and weapons.
"Next the holding paper, and next the ball, and next another paper."
The door bellowed and shuddered, and one of the bolts sprang away and clattered to the floor. Kiri was hurrying down an inner passageway, gasping for breath, the others half dragging Lady Etz with them, Sazuko crying,
"What's the point? There's nowhere to go!"
But Kiri ran on, stumbling into another room and across it, and she pulled a section of the shoji wall aside. A hidden iron-fortified door was set into the stone wall beyond. She pulled it open. The hinges were well oiled.
This is my master's secret haven,"
she panted, and started to go inside, but stopped.
"Where's Mariko?"
Chimiko turned and rushed back. In the first corridor, Blackthorn blew the dust carefully away from the flint and walked forward again. The door was near collapsing, but still offered cover. Again he pulled the trigger. Again a scream and a moment's respite. Then the blows commenced, another bolt flew off, and the whole door teetered. He began to reload.
"Anjin-san!"
Mariko was there at the far end, beckoning him frantically, so he snatched up his weapons and rushed toward her. She turned and fled, guiding him. The door shattered, and the ninja tore after them. Mariko was running fast, Blackthorn on her heels. She sped across a room, tripped over her skirts, and fell. He grabbed her up, and together they bolted across another room. Chimiko ran to them.
"Hurry!"
she shrieked, waiting for them to pass. She followed for a moment, then, unnoticed, she turned back and stood in the path, her knife out. Ninja came rushing into the room. Chimiko hurled herself, knife outstretched, at the first man. He parried the blow and flung her aside like a toy, charging after Blackthorn and Mariko. The last man broke Chimiko's neck with his foot and rushed on. Mariko was running fast, but not fast enough, her skirts inhibiting her, Blackthorn trying to help. They crossed a room, then turned right into another, and he saw the doorway, Kiri and Sazuko waiting there terrified, Achiko and maids succouring the old woman in the room behind them. He shoved Mariko to safety. Then he turned at bay, his uncharged pistol in one hand, sword in the other, expecting Chimiko. When she didn't appear at once, he began to go back, but heard the approaching charge of the ninja. He stopped and leaped backward into the room as the first ninja appeared. He slammed the door, and spears and shuriken screeched off the iron. Again, he barely had time to shove the bolts home before the attackers hurtled against it. Numbly, he thanked God for their escape, and then, when he saw the strength of the door and knew that Jimmy's could not break it easily and that they were safe for the moment, he thanked God again. Trying to catch his breath, he looked around. Mariko was on her knees, gulping for air. There were 6 maids, Achiko, Kiri, and Suzuko, and the old lady, who lay grey-faced, almost unconscious. The room was small and stone-walled, and another side door let out onto a small battlement veranda. He groped over to a window and looked out. This corner abutment overhung the avenue and forecourt, and he could hear sounds of the battle wafting up from below, screams and shouts and a few hysterical battle cries. Several greys and unattached samurai were already beginning to collect in the avenue and on the opposite battlements. The gates below were locked against them and held by the ninja. "What the hell's going on?" Blackthorn said, his chest aching. No one answered him, and he went back and knelt beside Mariko and shook her gently. "What's going on?" But she could not answer yet. Yabu was running down a wide corridor in the west wing toward his sleeping quarters. He turned a corner and skidded to a stop. Ahead, a large number of samurai were being pressed back by a ferocious counterattack of raiders who had rushed down from the top floor. "What's going on?" Yabu shouted over the din, for no raiders were supposed to be here, only below.
"They're all over us,"
a samurai panted.
"These came from above."
Yabu cursed, realizing he had been duped and not told the whole of the attack plan.
"Where's Sumiyori?"
"He must be dead. They've overwhelmed that section, sire. You were lucky to escape yourself. They must have struck shortly after you left. What are ninja attacking for?"
A flurry of shouts distracted them. At the far end, Browns launched another counterattack around a corner, covering samurai who fought with spears. The spearmen drove the ninja back, and the Browns charged in pursuit. But a cloud of shuriken enveloped this wave, and soon they were screaming and dying, blocking the passageway, the poison convulsing them. Momentarily, the rest of the Browns retreated out of range to regroup. Yabu, unendangered, shouted,
"Get bowmen!"
Men rushed off to obey.
"What's the attack all about? Why are they in force?"
the samurai asked again, blood streaking his face from a cheek wound. Normally, the detested ninja attacked singly or in small groups, to vanish as quickly as they appeared once their mission was accomplished.
"I don't know,"
Yabu said, this whole section of the castle now in uproar, the Browns still uncoordinated, still off balance from the terrifying swiftness of the onslaught.
If Toranaga-sama were here, I could understand Ishido ordering a sudden attack. But why now?"
the samurai said.
"There's no one or nothing."
He stopped as the realization struck him.
"Lady Toda!"
Yabu tried to override him, but the man bellowed,
"They're after her, Yabu-san! They must be after Lady Toda!"
He led a rush for the east wing. Yabu hesitated, then followed. To get to the east wing, they had to cross the central landing that the ninja now held in strength. Samurai dead were everywhere. Goaded by the knowledge that their revered leader was in danger, the first impetuous charge broke through the cordon. But these men were cut down swiftly. Now more of their comrades had taken up the shouts, and the news spread rapidly, and the Browns redoubled their efforts. Yabu rushed up to direct the fight, staying in safety as much as he dared. A ninja ripped open his haversack and lit a fused gourd from a wall flare and hurled it over the Browns. It shattered against a wall and exploded, scattering fire and smoke, and at once this ninja led a counterattack that threw the Browns into a burning, disordered rout. Under cover of the smoke, ninja reinforcements poured up from the floor below.
"Retreat and regroup!"
Yabu shouted in one of the corridors leading off the main landing, wanting to delay as much as he dared, presuming that Mariko was already captured and being carried to the cellar escape below, expecting at any moment the overdue clarion call that signaled success and ordered all ninja to break off the attack and retreat. Then a force of Browns from above hurtled in a suicidal attack from a staircase and broke the cordon. They died, but others also disobeyed Yabu and charged. More bombs were thrown, setting fire to the wall hangings. Flames began to lick the walls, sparks ignited the tatamis. A sudden gush of fire trapped one of the ninja, turning him into a screaming human torch. Then a samurai's kimono caught, and he threw himself onto another ninja, and they burned together. A blazing samurai was using his sword like a battle axe to cut a way through the ambushes. 10 samurai followed, and though 2 died in their tracks and 3 fell mortally wounded, the rest broke out and tore for the east wing. Soon another 10 followed. Yabu led the next charge safely as the remaining ninja made an orderly retreat to the ground floor and their escape route below. The battle for possession of the cul-de-sac in the east wing began. In the small room, they were staring at the door. They could hear the attackers scraping at the hinges and at the floor. Then there was a sudden hammering and a harsh, muffled voice from outside. 2 of the maids began to sob.
"What did he say?"
Blackthorn asked. Mariko licked her dry lips.
He said to open the door and surrender, or he'd blow it up.
"Can they do that, Mariko-san?"
I don't know. They can use gunpowder, of course, and...
Mariko's hand went to her sash, but came out empty.
Where's my knife?
All the women went for their daggers. Kiri had none, Sazuko none, nor Achiko or Lady Etz. Blackthorn had armed his pistol and had his longsword. His short sword had fallen during his frantic dash for safety. The muffled voice became angrier and more demanding, and all eyes in the room looked at Blackthorn. But Mariko knew she was betrayed, and her time had come.
He said, if we open the door and surrender, everyone will go free except you.
Mariko brushed a strand of hair out of her eyes.
He said they want you as a hostage, Anshin-san. That's all they want.
Blackthorn walked forward to open the door, but Mariko stood pathetically in his way.
No, Anshin-san, it's a trick,
she said.
So sorry. They don't want you. They want me. Don't believe them. I don't believe them.
He smiled at her and touched her briefly and reached for one of the bolts.
It's not you. It's me. It's a trick. I swear it. Don't believe them, please, she said,
and grabbed his sword. It was half out of its scabbard before he realized what she was doing and had caught her hand.
No,
he ordered.
Stop it!
Don't give me into their hands. I've no knife. Please, Anjin-san.
She tried to fight out of his grasp, but he lifted her out of the way and put his hand on the top bolt.
Dozo,
he said to the others, as Mariko desperately tried to stop him. Achiko came forward, pleading with her, and Mariko tried to push her away and cried out,
Please, Anjin-san, it's a trick. For the love of God!
His hand jerked the top bolt open.
They want me alive!
Mariko shouted wildly.
Don't you see? To capture me, don't you see? They want me alive, and then it's all for nothing. Tomorrow Toranaga's got to cross the border. I beg you, it's a trick before God.
Achiko had her arms around Mariko, pleading with her, pulling her away, and she motioned him to open the door.
Isogi, Anshin-san.
Blackthorn opened the central bolt.
For the love of God, don't make all the dying useless. Help me. Remember your vow.
Now the reality of what she was saying reached him, and in panic, he shoved home the bolts.
Why should?
A ferocious pounding on the door interrupted him, iron clanging on iron. Then the voice began, a short, violent crescendo. All sound outside ceased. The women fled for the far wall and cowered against it.
Get away from the door!
Mariko shouted, rushing after them.
He's going to explode the door!
Delay him, Mariko-san,
Blackthorn said, and leaped for the side door that led to the battlements.
Our men will be here soon. Work the bolts. Say they're stuck. Anything.
He strained at the top bolt on the side door, but it was rusted tight. Obediently, Mariko ran to the door and pretended feeble attempts to shift the central bolt, pleading with the ninja outside. Then she began to rattle the lower bolt. Again the voice, more insistent, and Mariko redoubled her weeping pleas. Blackthorn smashed the butt of his hand against the top catch again and again, but it would not shift. The women watched helplessly. Finally, this bolt clanged open noisily. Mariko tried to cover the sound, and Blackthorn attacked the final bolt. His hands were raw and bloody now. The ninja leader outside renewed his fiery warning. In desperation, Blackthorn grabbed his sword and used the haft as a cudgel, careless of the noise now. Mariko drowned the sounds as best she could. The bolt seemed welded shut. Outside the door, the Red Spot leader was almost mad with rage. This secret refuge was totally unexpected. His orders from the clan leader were to capture Toda Mariko alive, make sure she was weaponless, and hand her over to Greys who were waiting at the end of the tunnel from the cellars. He knew that time was running out. He could hear the raging battle in the corridor outside the audience room, and knew disgustedly that they would have been safe below, their mission accomplished, but for this secret rat-hole and his over-anxious fool of a brother who had begun the rush prematurely.
Karma to have such a brother!
He held a lighted candle in his hand, and he had laid a trail of powder to the small kegs they had brought in their haversacks to blow up the secret entrance to the cellars to secure their retreat. But he was in a dilemma. To blow the door was the only way to get through. But the Toda woman was just on the other side of the door, and the explosion would surely kill everyone inside and spoil his mission, making all their losses futile. Footsteps raced toward him. It was one of his own men.
Be quick,
the man whispered.
We can't hold them off much longer.
He raced away. The Red Spot leader decided. He waved his men to cover and shouted a warning through the door.
Get away! I'm blowing the door!
He put the candle to the trail and jumped to safety. The powder spluttered, caught, and snaked for the kegs. Blackthorn yanked the side door open. Sweet night air rushed in. The women poured onto the veranda. Old Lady Etz fell, but he caught her and pushed her through, whirled for Mariko, but she had pressed back against the iron and called out firmly, I, Toda Mariko, protest this shameful attack, and by my death... He lunged for her, but the explosion blew him aside as the door wrenched loose from its hinges and blasted into the room and shrieked off a far wall. The detonation knocked Kiri and the others off their feet outside on the battlement, but they were mostly unhurt. Smoke gushed into the room, the ninja following instantly. The buckled iron door came to rest in a corner. The Red Spot leader was on his knees beside Mariko as others fanned out protectively. He saw at once that she was broken and dying fast. Karma, he thought, and jumped to his feet again. Blackthorn was lying stunned, a trickle of blood seeping from his ears and nose, trying to grope back into life. His pistol, bent and useless, was in a corner. The Red Spot leader went forward a pace and stopped. Achiko moved into the doorway. The ninja looked at her, recognizing her. Then he stared down at Blackthorn, despising him for the gun and the cowardice in shooting blindly through the door, killing one of his men and wounding another. He looked back at Achiko and reached for his knife. She charged blindly. His knife took her in the left breast. She was dead as she crumpled, and he went forward without anger and withdrew his knife from the twitching body, fulfilling the last part of his orders from above. He presumed from Ishido, though it could never be proved, that if they failed and the Lady Toda managed to kill herself, he was to leave her untouched and not take her head. He was to protect the barbarian and leave all the other women unharmed, except for Kiyama Achiko. He did not know why he had been ordered to kill her, but it had been ordered and paid for, so she was dead. He signaled the retreat. One of his men put a curved horn to his lips and blew a strident call that echoed through the castle and through the night. The leader made a last check on Mariko, a last check on the girl, and a last check on the barbarian he wanted dead so much. Then he turned on his heel and led the retreat through the rooms and passageways into the audience room. Ninja defending the main doorway waited till all the Red Spot raiders were through the escape route. Then they hurled more smoke and firebombs into the corridor and rushed for safety. The leader of the Red Spots covered them. He waited until all were safe, then scattered handfuls of hardly noticeable deadly caltrops on the floor. small spiked metal balls tipped with poison. He fled as Browns burst through the smoke into the audience room. Some charged after him, and another phalanx hurtled for the corridor. His pursuers screamed as the caltrop needles ripped into the soles of their feet, and they began to die. In the small room, the only sound was Blackthorn's lungs struggling for air. On the battlement, Kiri lurched to her feet, her kimono torn and her hands and arms raw with abrasions. She stumbled back and saw Achiko and cried out, then reeled for Mariko and sank to her knees beside her. Another explosion somewhere in the castle rocked the dust a fraction, and there were more screams and distant shouts of fire. Smoke billowed into the room. Suzuka and some of the maids got to their feet. Suzuka was bruised about the face and shoulders, and her wrist was broken. She saw Achiko, eyes and mouth open in death terror, and she whimpered. Numbly, Kiri looked across at her and motioned at Blackthorn. The young girl stumbled toward Kiri and saw Mariko. She began to cry. Then she got control of herself and went back to Blackthorn and tried to help him up. Maids rushed to assist her. He held onto them and fought to his feet, then swayed and fell, coughing and retching, the blood still oozing from his ears. Browns burst into the room. They looked around, aghast. Kiri stayed on her knees beside Mariko. A samurai lifted her up. Others crowded around. They parted as Yabu came into the room, his face ashen. When he saw Blackthorn was still alive, much of his anxiety left him.
"Get a doctor! Quick!"
he ordered, and knelt beside Mariko. She was still alive, but fading rapidly. Her face was hardly touched, but her body was terribly mutilated. Yabu ripped off his kimono and covered her to the neck.
"Hurry the doctor!"
he rasped, then went over to Blackthorn. He helped him sit against the wall.
"Anjin-san! Anjin-san!"
Blackthorn was still in shock, his ears ringing, eyes hardly seeing, his face a mass of bruises and powder burns. Then his eyes cleared, and he saw Yabu, the image twisting drunkenly, the smell of gun smoke choking him, and he didn't know where he was or who he was, only that he was aboard ship in battle, and his ship was hurt and needed him. Then he saw Mariko, and he remembered. He lurched up, Yabu helping him, and tottered over to her. She seemed at peace, sleeping. He knelt heavily and moved the kimono aside. Then he put it back again. Her pulse was almost imperceptible. Then it ceased. He stayed looking at her, swaying, almost falling. Then a doctor was there, and the doctor shook his head and said something but Blackthorn could not hear or understand. He only knew that death had come to her, and that he too was dead. He made the sign of the cross over her and said the sacred Latin words that were necessary to bless her, and he prayed for her, though no sound came from his mouth. The others watched him. When he had done what he had to do, he fought to his feet again and stood upright. Then his head seemed to burst with red and purple light, and he collapsed. Kind hands caught him and helped him to the floor and let him rest.
"Is he dead?"
Yabu asked.
"Almost. I don't know about his ears, Yabu-sama," the doctor said. "He may be bleeding inside."
A samurai said nervously,
"We'd better hurry. Get them out of here. The fire may spread and we'll be trapped."
"Yes," Yabu said. Another samurai called him urgently from the battlements, and he went outside. Old Lady Etz was lying against the battlement, cradled by her maid, her face grey, eyes rheumy. She peered up at Yabu, focusing with difficulty.
"Kashigi, Yabu-san?
"Yes, lady."
Are you senior officer here?"
"Yes, lady."
The old woman said to the maid,
"Please help me up." "But you should wait. The doc—" "Help me up."
Samurai on the battlement veranda watched her stand, supported by the maid.
"Listen,"
she said, her voice hoarse and frail in the silence.
"I, Maida Etz, wife of Maida Arinoshi, lord of Nagato, Iwami, and Aki. I attest that Toda Mariko-sama cast away her life to save herself from dishonorable capture by these hideous and shameful men. I attest that Kiyama Achiko chose to attack the ninja, casting away her life rather than risk the dishonor of being captured. That but for the barbarian samurai's bravery, Lady Toda would have been captured and dishonored, and all of us. And we who are alive owe him gratitude, and also our lords owe him gratitude for protecting us from that shame. I accuse the Lord General Ishido of mounting this dishonorable attack, and of betraying the heir and the Lady Ochiba.
The old lady wavered and almost fell, and the maid sobbed and held her more strongly.
And Lord Ishido has betrayed them and the Council of Regents. I ask you all to bear witness that I can no longer live with this shame. No, mistress, the maid wept. I won't let you. Go away. Kashigi Yabu-san, please help me. Go away, woman.
Yabu took Lady Etsu's weight, which was negligible, and ordered the maid away. She obeyed. Lady Etz was in great pain and breathing heavily.
I attest to the truth of this by my own death,
she said in a small voice, and looked up at Yabu.
I would be honored if you would be my second. Please help me onto the battlements.
No, lady. There's no need to die.
She turned her face away from the others and whispered to him.
I'm dying already, Yabu-sama. I'm bleeding from inside. Something's broken inside. The explosion. Help me to do my duty. I'm old and useless, and pain's been my bedfellow for 20 years. Let my death also help our master, Ne.
There was a glint in her old eyes.
Ne.
Gently he lifted her and stood proudly beside her on the abutment, the forecourt far below. He helped her to stand. Everyone bowed to her.
I have told the truth. I attest to it by my death,
she said, standing alone, her voice quavering. Then she closed her eyes thankfully and let herself fall forward to welcome death. Chapter 58. The regents were meeting in the great room on the second level of the donjon. Ishido, Kiyama, Zataki, Ito, and Enoshi. The dawn sun cast long shadows, and the smell of fire still hung heavy in the air. Lady Ochiba was present, also greatly perturbed.
So sorry, Lord General, I disagree,
Kiyama was saying in his tight, brittle voice.
It's impossible to dismiss Lady Toda's seppuku, and my granddaughter's bravery, and Lady Maeda's testimony and formal death, along with 147 Toranaga dead, and that part of the castle almost gutted. It just can't be dismissed.
I agree, Satake said. He had arrived yesterday morning from Takato, and when he had the details of Mariko's confrontation with Ishido, he had been secretly delighted.
If she'd been allowed to go yesterday as I advised, we wouldn't be in this snare now. It's not as serious as you think.
Ishido's mouth was a hard line, and Ochiba loathed him at that moment, loathed him for failing and for trapping them all in this crisis.
The ninja were only after loot,
Ishido said.
The barbarian is loot?
Kiyama scoffed.
They'd mount such a vast attack for one barbarian? Why not? He could be ransomed, ne?
Ishido stared back at the daimyo, who was flanked by Ito Terozumi and Zataki.
Christians in Nagasaki would pay highly for him, dead or alive. Ne? That's possible,
Zataki agreed.
That's the way barbarians fight.
Kiyama said tightly,
Are you suggesting, formally, that Christians planned and paid for this foul attack? I said it was possible, and it is possible. Yes, but unlikely,
Ishido interposed, not wanting the precarious balance of the regions wrecked by an open quarrel now. He was still apoplectic that spies had not forewarned him about Toranaga's secret lair, and still did not understand how it could have been constructed with such secrecy and not a breath of rumor about it.
I suggest ninja were after loot. That's very sensible and most correct,
Ito said, with a malicious glint in his eyes. He was a small, middle-aged man, resplendently attired with ornamental swords, even though he had been routed out of bed like all of them. He was made up like a woman, and his teeth were blackened.
Yes, Lord General, but perhaps the ninja didn't mean to ransom him in Nagasaki, but in Edo, to Lord Toranaga. Isn't he still his lackey?
Ishido's brow darkened at the mention of the name.
I agree we should spend our time discussing Lord Toranaga and not Ninja. Probably he ordered the attack, ne? He's treacherous enough to do that. No, he'd never use Ninja, Zataki said. Treachery, yes, but not those filth. Merchants would do that. Or barbarians. Not Lord Toranaga.
Kiyama watched Zataki, hating him.
Our Portuguese friends could not, would not, instigate such an interference in our affairs. Never. Would you believe they, and or their priests, would conspire with one of the Christian Kyushu daimyos to war on non-Christians? The war supported by a foreign invasion? Oh, tell me, do you have proof? Not yet, Lord Kiyama. But the rumors are still there, and one day I'll get proof.
Zataki turned back to Ishido.
What can we do about this attack? What's the way out of the dilemma?
He asked, then glanced at Ochiba. She was watching Kiyama, then her eyes moved to Ishido, then back to Kiyama again, and he had never seen her more desirable. Kiyama said,
We're all agreed it's evident Lord Toranaga plotted that we should be snared by Toda Mariko-sama. However brave she was, however duty-bound and honourable, God have mercy on her.
Ito adjusted a fold in the skirts of his impeccable kimono.
But don't you agree? This would be a perfect stratagem for Lord Toranaga, to attack his own vassals like that. Oh, Lord Zataki, I know he'd never use ninja, but he is very clever at getting others to take his ideas and believe them as their own, eh? Anything's possible, but ninja wouldn't be like him. He's too clever to use them, or get anyone to do that. They're not to be trusted. And why force Mariko-sama? Far better to wait and let us make the mistake. We were trapped, eh? Yes, we're still trapped.
Kiyama looked at Ishido.
And whoever ordered the attack was a fool, and did us no service. Perhaps the Lord General's correct, that it's not as serious as we think, Ito said. But so sad. Not an elegant death for her, poor lady. That was her karma, and we're not trapped.
Ishido stared back at Kiyama.
It was fortunate she had that bolt hole to run to. Otherwise those vermin would have captured her. But they didn't capture her, Lord General, and she committed a form of seppuku, and so did the others. And now, if we don't let everyone go, there'll be more protest deaths, and we cannot afford that,
Kiyama said.
I don't agree. Everyone should stay here, at least until Toranaga-sama crosses into our domains.
Ito smiled.
That will be a memorable day. You don't think he will? Zataki asked. What I think has no value, Lord Zataki. We'll soon know what he's going to do. Whatever it is makes no difference. Toranaga must die, if the heir is to inherit.
Ito looked at Ishido,
Is the barbarian dead yet, Lord General?
Ishido shook his head and watched Kiyama.
It would be bad luck for him to die now, or to be maimed. A brave man like that, ne? I think he's a plague, and the sooner he dies the better. Have you forgotten? He could be useful to us. I agree with Lord Zateki. And you. Toranaga's no fool. There's got to be a good reason for Toranaga's cherishing him, ne? Yes, you're right again, Ito said. The Anjin-san did well for a barbarian, didn't he? Toranaga was right to make him samurai.
He looked at Ochiba.
When he gave you the flower, lady, I thought that was a poetic gesture worthy of a courtier.
There was general agreement.
What about the poetry competition now, lady?
Ito asked.
It should be cancelled. So sorry,
Ochiba said.
Yes,
Kiyama agreed.
Had you decided on your entry, sire?
She asked.
No, he answered. But now I could say, on a withered branch the tempest fell, dark summer's tears. Let it be her epitaph. She was samurai, Ito said quietly. I share this summer's tears.
For me,
Ochiba said,
for me, I would have preferred a different ending. On a withered branch, the snow listened, winter's silence. But I agree, Lord Ito. I too think we will all share in this dark summer's tears.
No, so sorry, lady, but you're wrong,
Ishido said.
There will be tears, all right, but Toranaga and his allies will shed them.
He began to bring the meeting to a close.
I'll start an inquiry into the ninja attack at once. I doubt if we'll ever discover the truth. Meanwhile, for security and personal safety, all passes will regretfully be cancelled, and everyone regretfully forbidden to leave until the 22nd day. No.
Onoshi the leper, the last of the regents, said from his lonely place across the room where he lay unseen behind the opaque curtains of his litter.
So sorry, but that's exactly what you can't do. Now you must let everyone go. Everyone. Why?
Onoshi's voice was malevolent and unafraid.
If you don't, you dishonor the bravest lady in the realm. You dishonor the Lady Kiyama Achiko and the Lady Maida. God have mercy on their souls. When this filthy act is common knowledge, only God the Father knows what damage it will cause the heir. And all of us, if we're not careful.
Ochiba felt a chill rush through her. A year ago, when Onoshi had come to pay his respects to the dying Taiko, the guards had insisted the litter curtains be opened in case Onoshi had weapons concealed. And she had seen the ravaged half-face, noseless, earless, scabbed, the burning fanatic eyes, the stump of the left hand, and the good right hand grasping the short stabbing sword. Lady Ochiba prayed that neither she nor Yaemon would ever catch leprosy. She, too, wanted an end to this conference, for she had decided now what to do about Toranaga, and what to do about Ishido.
Second, Onoshi was saying, if you use this filthy attack as an excuse to hold anyone here, you imply you never intended to let them go, even though you gave them your solemn written undertaking. Third,
Ishido interrupted.
The whole council agreed to issue the safe conducts. So sorry. The whole council agreed to the wise suggestion of the Lady Ochiba to offer safe conducts, presuming with her that few would take advantage of the opportunity to leave, and even if they did, delays would occur. You suggest Toranaga's women and Toda Mariko wouldn't have left, and that others wouldn't have followed? What happened to those women wouldn't swerve Lord Toranaga a jot from his purpose. We've got to worry about our allies. Without the ninja attack and the 3 seppukus, this whole nonsense would have been stillborn. I don't agree, third and last. If you don't let everyone go now, after what Lady Et said publicly, you'll be convicted by most daimyos of ordering the attack, though not publicly, and we all risk the same fate. And then there'll be lots of tears. I don't need to rely on ninja. Of course.
Onoshi agreed, his voice poisonous.
Neither do I, nor does anyone here. But I feel it is my duty to remind you that there are 264 daimyos, that the air strength lies on a coalition of perhaps 200, and that the heir cannot afford to have you, his most loyal standard-bearer and commander-in-chief, presumed guilty of such filthy methods and such monstrous inefficiency as the attack failed. You say I ordered that attack? Of course not. So sorry. I merely said you will be convicted by default if you don't let everyone leave. Is there anyone here who thinks I ordered it?
No one challenged Ishido openly. There was no proof. Correctly, he had not consulted them, and had talked only in vague innuendos, even to Kiyama and Ochiba. But they all knew, and all were equally furious that he had had the stupidity to fail. All except Zataki. Even so, Ishido was still master of Osaka, and governor of the Taiko's treasure, so he could not be touched or removed.
Good, Ishido said with finality. The ninja were after loot. We'll vote on the safe conducts. I vote they be cancelled. I disagree, Zataki said. So sorry. I oppose also, said Onoshi.
Ito reddened under their scrutiny.
I have to agree with Lord Onoshi at the same time. Well, it's all very difficult, ne? Vote, Ishido said grimly. I agree with you, Lord General.
Kiyama said,
So sorry, I don't. Good,
Onoshi said.
That's settled. But I agree with you, Lord General. We've other pressing problems. We have to know what Lord Toranaga will do now. What's your opinion?
Ishido was staring at Kiyama, his face set. Then he said,
What's your answer to that?
Kiyama was trying to clear his head of all his hates and fears and worries, to make a final choice. Ishido or Toranaga. This had to be the time. He remembered vividly Mariko talking about Onoshi's supposed treachery, about Ishido's supposed betrayal, and Toranaga's supposed proof of that betrayal, about the barbarian and his ship, and about what might happen to the heir and the church if Toranaga dominated the land, and what might happen to their law if the Holy Fathers dominated the land. And overlaying that was the Father Visitor's anguish about the heretic and his ship, and what would happen if the black ship was lost, and the Captain General's God-sworn conviction that the Anjin-san was Satan spawned, Mariko bewitched as the Rodriguez was bewitched.
Poor Mariko, he thought sadly, to die like that after so much suffering, without absolution, without last rites, without a priest, to spend eternity away from God's sweet heavenly grace. Madonna have mercy on her. So many summer's tears. And what about Achiko? Did the ninja leader single her out, or was that just another killing? How brave she was to charge and not to cringe, poor child. Why is the barbarian still alive? Why didn't the ninja kill him? They should have been ordered to, if this filthy attack was conceived by Ishido, as of course it must have been. Shameful of Ishido to fail, disgusting to fail. Ah, but what courage Mariko had. How clever she was to ensnare us in her courageous web. And the barbarian. If I'd been he, I would never have been able to delay the ninja with so much courage, or to protect Mariko from the hideous shame of capture. And Kiritsubo and Shizuko and the Lady Etz, yes, and even Achiko. But for him and the secret sanctuary, Lady Mariko would have been captured. And all of them. It's my samurai duty to honor the Anjin-san for being samurai. Eh? God forgive me. I did not go to Mariko-chan to be her second, which was my Christian duty. The heretic helped her and lifted her up as the Christ Jesus helped others and lifted them up. But I forsook her. Who's the Christian? I don't know. Even so, he has to die. What about Toranaga, Lord Kiyama? Ishido said again. What about the enemy? What about the Kanto? Kiyama asked, watching him. When Toranaga's destroyed, I propose that the Kanto be given to one of the regents. Which regent? You? Ishido answered blandly, then added, or perhaps Zataki, Lord of Shinano? This Kiyama thought wise, for Zataki was needed very much while Toranaga was alive, and Ishido had already told him, a month ago, that Zataki had demanded the Kanto as payment for opposing Toranaga. Together they had agreed Ishido should promise it to him, both knowing this to be an empty promise. Both were agreed Zataki should forfeit his life and his province for such impertinence, as soon as convenient. Of course, I'm hardly the right choice for that honor, Kiyama said, carefully assessing who in the room were for him and who against. Onoshi tried to conceal his disapproval. That suggestion's certainly a valuable one, worthy of discussion, eh? But that's for the future. What's the present Lord of the Kanto going to do now? Ishido was still looking at Kiyama. Well? Kiyama felt Zataki's hostility, though nothing showed on his enemy's face. 2 against me, he thought, and Ochiba, but she has no vote. Ito will always vote with Ishido, so I win, if Ishido means what he says. Does he? He asked himself, studying the hard face in front of him, probing for the truth. Then he decided, and he said openly what he had concluded. Lord Toranaga will never come to Osaka. Good, Ishido said. Then he's isolated, outlawed, and the imperial invitation to commit seppuku is already prepared for the exalted signature. And that's the end of Toranaga and all his line. Forever. Yes, if the Son of Heaven comes to Osaka. What? I agree with Lord Ito, Kiyama continued, preferring him as an ally and not an enemy. Lord Toranaga is the wiliest of men. I think he's even cunning enough to stop the Exalted's arrival. Impossible! What if the visit's postponed? Kiyama asked, suddenly enjoying Ishido's discomfort, detesting him for failing. The Son of Heaven will be here as planned. And if the Son of Heaven isn't? I tell you, he will be. And if he isn't? Lady Ochiba asked, How could Lord Toranaga do that? I don't know. But if the Exalted wanted his visit delayed for a month, there's nothing we could do. Isn't Lord Toranaga a past master at subversion? I'd put nothing past him, even subverting the Son of Heaven. There was dead silence in the room. The enormity of that thought and its repercussions enveloped them.
Please excuse me, but what's the answer then?
Ochiba spoke for them all.
War,
Kiyama said.
We mobilize today, secretly. We wait until the visit's postponed, as it will be. That's our signal that Toranaga has subverted the Most High. The same day we march against the Kanto, during the rainy season.
Suddenly the floor began to quiver. The first earthquake was slight and lasted only for a few moments, but it made the timbers cry out. Now there was another tremor, stronger. A fissure ripped up a stone wall and stopped. Dust pattered down from the rafters. Joists and beams and tiles shrieked, and tiles scattered off a roof and pitched into the forecourt below. Ochiba felt faint and nauseous, and she wondered if it was her karma to be buried in the rubble today. She hung onto the trembling floor and waited with everyone in the castle and with all the city and the ships in the harbour for the real shock to come. But it did not come. The quake ended. Life began again. The joy of living rushed back into them, and their laughter echoed through the castle. Everyone seemed to know that this time, for this hour, for this day, the Holocaust would pass them by.
Shigata ga nai,
Ishido said, still convulsed.
ne?
Yes, Ochiba said gloriously.
Let's vote,
Ishido said, relishing his existence.
I vote for war.
And I.
And I. And I. And I.
When Blackthorn regained consciousness, he knew that Mariko was dead, and he knew how she had died and why she had died. She was lying on futons, greys guarding him, a raftered ceiling overhead, dazzling sunshine hurting him, the silence weird. The doctor was studying him. The first of his great fears left him.
I can see.
The doctor smiled and said something, but Blackthorn could not hear him. He started to get up, but a blinding pain set off a violent ringing in his ears. The acrid taste of gunpowder was still in his mouth, and his entire body was hurting. For a moment he lost consciousness again. Then he felt gentle hands lift his head and put a cup to his lips, and the bittersweet tang of the jasmine-scented herb char took away the taste of gunpowder. He forced his eyes open. Again the doctor said something, and again he could not hear, and again terror began to well. But he stopped it, his mind remembering the explosion and seeing her dead, and before she had died, giving her an absolution he was not qualified to give. Deliberately he pushed that memory away and made himself dwell on the other explosion, the time he was blown overboard after old Alban Caradoc had lost his legs. That time he had also had the same ringing in his ears and the same pain and soundlessness, but his hearing had returned after a few days.
There's no need to worry,
he told himself.
Not yet.
He could see the length of the sun's shadows and the colour of the light.
It's a little after dawn,
he thought, and blessed God again that his sight was undamaged. He saw the doctor's lips move, but no sound came through the ringing turbulence. Carefully he felt his face and mouth and jaws.
No pain there, and no wounds.
Next his throat and arms and chest.
No wounds yet.
Now he willed his hands lower, over his loins to his manhood. But he was not mutilated there, as Alban Caradoc had been, and he blessed God that he had not been harmed there and left alive to know, as poor Alban Caradoc had known. He rested a moment, his head aching abominably. Then he felt his legs and feet. Everything seemed all right. Cautiously he put his hands over his ears and pressed, then half opened his mouth and swallowed and half yawned to try to clear his ears. But this only increased the pain.
You will wait a day and half a day,
he ordered himself,
and 10 times that time if need be, and until then you will not be afraid.
The doctor touched him, his lips moving.
Can't hear. So sorry,
Blackthorn said calmly, hearing his words only in his head. The doctor nodded and spoke again. Now Blackthorn read on the man's lips, I understand. Please sleep now. But Blackthorn knew that he would not sleep. He had to plan. He had to get up and leave Osaka and go to Nagasaki, to get gunners and seamen to take the Black Ship. There was nothing more to think about, nothing more to remember. There was no more reason to play at being samurai or Japanese. Now he was released. All debts and friendships were cancelled. Because she was gone. Again he lifted his head, and again the blinding pain. He dominated it and sat up. The room spun, and he vaguely remembered that in his dreams he had been back at Anjiro in the earthquake, when the earth had twisted, and he leaped into it to save Toranaga and her from being swallowed by the earth. He could still feel the cold, clammy wetness and smell the death stench coming from the fissure. Toranaga huge and monstrous and laughing in his dream. He forced his eyes to see. The room stopped spinning and the nausea passed.
Cha, dozo,
he said, the taste of gunpowder back again. Hands helped him to drink, and then he held out his arms, and they helped him to stand. Without them, he would have fallen. His body was one great hurt, but now he was sure that nothing was broken inside or out, except his ears, and that rest and massage and time would cure him. He thanked God again that he was not blinded or mutilated, and left alive. The Greys helped him to sit again, and he lay back a moment. He did not notice that the sun moved a quadrant from the time he lay back to the time he opened his eyes. Curious, he thought, measuring the sun's shadow, not realizing he had slept. I could have sworn it was near dawn. My eyes are playing me tricks. It's nearer the end of the forenoon watch now. That reminded him of Alban Caradoc, and his hands moved over himself once more to make sure he had not dreamed that he was unhurt. Someone touched him, and he looked up. Yabu was peering down at him and speaking. So sorry, Blackthorn said slowly. Can't hear yet, Yabu-san. Soon all right. Ears hurt. Do you understand? He saw Yabu nod and frown. Yabu and the doctor talked together, and then with signs, Yabu made Blackthorn understand that he would return soon, and to rest until he did. He left. Bath, please, and massage, Blackthorn said. Hands lifted him and took him there. He slept under the soothing fingers, his body wallowing in the ecstasy of warmth and tenderness and the sweet-smelling oils that were rubbed into his flesh. And all the while, his mind planned. While he slept, Greys came and lifted the litter bed and carried it to the inner quarters of the donjon. But he did not awaken, drugged with fatigue and by the healing sleep-filled potion. He'll be safe now, lady, Ishido said. From Kiyama? Ochiba asked. From all Christians. Ishido motioned to the guards to be very alert and led the way out of the room to the hallway, thence to a garden basking in the sun. Is that why the Lady Achiko was killed? Because she was Christian? Ishido had ordered it in case she was an assassin planted by her grandfather Kiyama to kill Blackthorn. I've no idea, he said. They hang together like bees in a swarm. How can anyone believe their religious nonsense? I don't know, but they'll all be stamped out soon enough. How, Lord General? How do you do that when so much depends on their goodwill? Promises, until Toranaga's dead. Then they'll fall on each other. We divide and rule. Isn't that what Toranaga does, what the Lord Taiko did? Kiyama wants the Kanto, eh? For the Kanto, he'll obey. So he's promised it, in a future time. Onoshi? Who knows what that madman wants, except to spit on Toranaga's head and Kiyama's before he dies. And what if Kiyama finds out about your promise to Onoshi? That all Kiyama lands are his, or that you mean to keep your promise to Zataki and not to him? Lies, lady, spread by enemies. Ishido looked at her. Onoshi wants Kiyama's head. Kiyama wants the Kanto. So does Zataki. And you, Lord General? What is it you want? First the heir safely 15, then safely ruler of the realm. And you and him safe and protected until that time. Nothing more. Nothing? No, lady. Liar, Ochiba thought. She broke off a fragrant flower and smelled the perfume, and pleased by it, offered it to him. Lovely, ne? Yes, lovely, Ishido said, taking it. Thank you. Yotoko-sama's funeral was beautiful. You're to be congratulated, Lord General. I'm sorry she's dead, Ishido said politely. Her counsel was always valuable. They strolled a while. Have they left yet? Kiritsubo-san and the Lady Sazuko and her son? Ochiba asked. No, they'll leave tomorrow, after Lady Toda's funeral. Many will leave tomorrow, which is bad. So sorry, but does it matter? Now that we all agree Toranaga-sama's not coming here? I think so, but it's not important, not while we hold Osaka Castle. No, lady,
We have to be patient, as Kiyama suggested. We wait until the day. Then we march.
Why wait? Can't you march now?
It will take time to gather our hosts.
How many will oppose Toranaga?
300,000 men. At least 3 times Toranaga's number.
And my garrison?
I'll leave 80,000 elite within the walls, another 50 at the passes.
And Zateki?
He'll betray Toranaga. In the end, he'll betray him.
You don't find it curious that Lord Sudara, my sister, and all her children are visiting Takato?
No. Of course Sataki's pretended to make some secret arrangement with his half-brother. But it's only a trick, nothing more. He will betray him.
He should. He has the same rotten bloodline, she said with distaste. But I would be most upset if anything happened to my sister and her children.
Nothing will, lady, I'm sure.
If Sataki was prepared to assassinate his own mother, nay, you're certain he won't betray you?
No, not in the end, because he hates Toranaga more than he does me, lady, and he honors you and desires the Kanto above all else.
Ishido smiled at the floors soaring above them.
As long as the castle's ours and the Kanto exists to give away, there's nothing to fear.
This morning I was afraid, she said,
holding a flower to her nose, enjoying the perfume, wanting it to erase the aftertaste of fear that still lingered.
I wanted to rush away, but then I remembered the soothsayer.
Eh? Oh, him. I'd forgotten about him,
Ishido said with grim amusement. This was the soothsayer, the Chinese envoy, who had foretold that the Taiko would die in his bed, leaving a healthy son after him, that Toranaga would die by the sword in middle age, that Ishido would die in old age, the most famous general in the realm, his feet firm in the earth, and that the Lady Ochiba would end her days at Osaka Castle, surrounded by the greatest nobles in the empire.
Yes,
Ishido said again.
I'd forgotten about him. Toranaga's middle age, ne?
Yes.
Again Ochiba felt the depth of his look, and her loins melted at the thought of a real man on her, in her, surrounding her, taking her, giving her a new life within. This time an honourable birthing, not like the last one, when she had wondered in horror what the child would be like and look like.
How foolish you are, Ochiba,
she told herself as they walked the shaded, fragrant paths.
Put away those silly nightmares. That's all they ever were. You were thinking about a man.
Suddenly Ochiba wished that Toranaga was here beside her, and not Ishido. That Toranaga was master of Osaka Castle and master of the Taiko's treasure, protector of the heir and chief general of the armies of the West, and not Ishido.
Then there would be no problems.
Together they would possess the realm, all of it, and now, today, at this moment, she would beckon him to bed, or to an inviting glade, and tomorrow or the next day they would marry. And whatever happened in the future, today she would possess and be possessed and be at peace. Her hand reached out and she pulled a branchlet toward her, breathing the sweet, rich gardenia fragrance.
Put away dreams, Ochiba, she told herself. Be a realist like the Taiko or Toranaga. What are you going to do with the Anjin-san? She asked.
Ishido laughed. Hold him safe. Let him take the black ship, perhaps, or use him as a threat against Kiyama and Onoshi, if need be. They both hate him, ne? Oh, yes, he's a sword at their throats, and at their filthy church.
In the chess game of the heir against Toranaga, how would you judge the Anjin-san's value, Lord General? A pawn? A knight, perhaps?
Ah, lady, in the great game, barely a pawn, Ishido said at once. But in the game of the heir against the Christians, a castle, easily a castle, perhaps 2.
You don't think the games are interlocked?
Yes, interlocked, But the great game will be settled by daimyo against daimyo, samurai against samurai, and sword against sword. Of course, in both games, you're the queen."
"No, Lord General. Please excuse me. Not a queen,"
she said, glad that he realized it. Then, to be safe, she changed the subject.
"Rumor has it that the Anjin-san and Mariko-san pillowed together."
Yes, I heard that too. You wish to know the truth about it?"
Archiba shook her head.
"It would be unthinkable that that had happened."
Ishido was watching her narrowly.
"You think there'd be a value in destroying her honor? Now? And along with her, Buntaro-san?"
"I meant nothing, Lord General. Nothing like that. I was just wondering. Just a woman's foolishness. But it's as Lord Kiyama said this morning. Dark summer's tears. Sad. So sad, nay?"
"I preferred your poem, lady. I promise you Toranaga's side will have the tears."
"As to Buntaro-san, perhaps neither he nor Lord Hiromatsu will fight for Lord Toranaga at the battle."
"That's fact?"
"No, Lord General, not fact, but possible."
"But there's something you can do, perhaps?"
"Nothing, except petition their support for the heir and all Toranaga's generals once the battle is committed."
"It's committed now. A north-south pincer movement and the final onslaught at Odawara."
"Yes, but not actually. Not until army opposes army on the battlefield."
Then she asked,
"So sorry, but are you sure it's wise for the heir to lead the armies?"
"I will lead the armies, but the heir must be present. Then Toranaga cannot win. Even Toranaga will never attack the heir's standard."
"Wouldn't it be safer for the heir to stay here, because of assassins, the Amidas? We can't risk his life. Toranaga has a long arm, eh?"
"Yes, but not that long, and the heir's personal standard makes our side lawful and Toranaga's unlawful. I know Toranaga. In the end, he'll respect the law, and that alone will put his head on a spike. He's dead, lady. Once he's dead, I will stamp out the Christian church. All of it. Then you and the heir will be safe."
Archiba looked up at him, an unspoken promise in her eyes.
"I will pray for success and your safe return."
His chest tightened. He had waited so long.
"Thank you, lady. Thank you,"
he said, understanding her.
"I will not fail you."
She bowed and turned away.
"What impertinence," she was thinking. "As if I'd take a peasant to husband. Now, should I really discard Toranaga?"
Dell'Acqua was kneeling at prayer in front of the altar in the ruins of the little chapel. Most of the roof was caved in and part of one wall, but the earthquake had not damaged the chancel, and nothing had touched the lovely stained-glass window or the carved Madonna that was his pride. The afternoon sun was slanting through the broken rafters. Outside, workmen were already shifting rubble from the garden, repairing and talking, and mixed with their chattering, Dell'Acqua could hear the cries of the girls coming ashore, and he smelled a tang to the breeze, part salt and part smoke, seaweed and mudflats. The scent bore him home to his estate outside Naples, where, mixed with sea smells, would be the perfume of lemons and oranges and warm new breads cooking, and pasta and garlic and abbacchio roasting over the coals, and in the great villa, the voices of his mother and brothers and sisters and their children, all happy and jolly and alive, basking in golden sunshine.
"Oh, Madonna, let me go home soon," he prayed. "I've been away too long, from home and from the Vatican. Madonna, take thy burden off me. Forgive me, but I'm sick to death of Japanese and Ishido and killing and raw fish and Toranaga and Kiyama and rice Christians and trying to keep thy church alive. Give me thy strength." and protect us from Spanish bishops. Spaniards do not understand Japan or Japanese. They will destroy what we have begun for thy glory. And forgive thy servant, the Lady Maria, and take her into thy keeping. Watch over.
He heard someone coming into the nave. When he had finished his prayers, he got up and turned around.
So sorry to interrupt you, Eminence, Father Soldi said, but you wanted to know at once. There's an express cipher from Father Alvito, from Mishima. The pigeon's just arrived.
And?
He just says he'll see Toranaga today. Last night was impossible because Toranaga was away from Mishima, but he's supposed to return at noon today. The cipher's dated dawn this morning.
Delacroix tried to stifle his disappointment, then looked at the clouds and the weather, seeking reassurance. News of the ninja attack and Mariko's death had been sent off to Alvito at dawn, the same message by 2 pigeons for safety.
The news will be there by now,
Soldi said.
Yes, I hope so.
Delacroix led the way out of the chapel, along the cloisters, toward his offices. Soldi, small and bird-like, had to hurry to keep up with the father visitor's great strides.
There's something else of extreme importance, Eminence, Soldi said. Our informants report that just after dawn, the regents voted for war.
Delacroix stopped.
War? It seems they're convinced now Toranaga will never come to Osaka or the Emperor, so they've decided jointly to go against the Kanto.
No mistake?
No, Eminence. It's war. Kiyama has just sent word through Brother Michael, which confirms our other source. Michael's just come back from the castle. The vote was unanimous.
How soon?
The moment they know for certain that the Emperor's not coming here.
The war will never stop. God have mercy on us. And bless Mariko. At least Kiyama and Onoshi were forewarned of Toranaga's perfidy.
What about Onoshi, Eminence? What about his perfidy against Kiyama?
I've no proof of that, Soldi. It's too far-fetched. I can't believe Onoshi would do that.
But if he does, Eminence?
It's not possible just now, even if it was planned. Now they need each other.
Until the demise of Lord Toranaga.
You don't have to remind me about the enmity of those two, or the lengths they'll go to. God forgive both of them.
He walked on again. Soldi caught up with him.
Should I send this information to Father Alvito? No, not yet. First I have to decide what to do. Toranaga will learn of it soon enough from his own sources. God take this land into his keeping and have mercy on all of us.
Soldi opened the door for the father visitor.
The only other matter of importance is that the council has formally refused to let us have the Lady Maria's body. She's to have a state funeral tomorrow, and we are not invited.
That's to be expected, but it's splendid that they want to honor her like that. Send one of our people to fetch part of her ashes. That will be allowed. The ashes will be buried in hallowed ground at Nagasaki.
He straightened a picture automatically and sat behind his desk.
I'll say a requiem for her here. The full requiem there, with all the pomp and ceremony we can muster when her remains are formally interred. She'll be buried in cathedral grounds as a most blessed daughter of the church. Arrange a plaque. Employ the finest artists, calligrapher. Everything must be perfect.
Yes, Eminence.
Her blessed courage and self-sacrifice will be an enormous encouragement to our flock. Very important, Soldi.
And Kiyama's granddaughter, sire? The authorities will let us have her body. He insisted.
Good. Then her remains should be sent to Nagasaki at once. I'll consult Kiyama about how important he wishes to make her funeral.
You will conduct the service, Eminence?
Yes, providing it's possible for me to leave here.
Lord Kiyama would be very pleased with that honor.
Yes, But we must make sure her service doesn't detract from the Lady Maria's. Maria's is politically very, very important.
Of course, Eminence. I quite understand.
Delacroix studied his secretary.
Why don't you trust Onoshi?
Sorry, Eminence. Probably it's because he's a leper and petrifies me. I apologize.
Apologize to him, Soldi. He's not to blame for his disease,
Delacroix said.
We've no proof about the plot.
The other things the lady said were true. Why not this?
We have no proof. It's all surmise.
Yes, surmise.
Delacroix moved the glass decanter, watching the refracting light.
At my prayers, I smelled the orange blossoms and new breads, and oh, how I wanted to go home.
Soldi sighed.
I dream of a Bacchio, Eminence, and of meats pizzaiola, and a flagon of Lacrima Christi, and... Oh, God forgive me, the hungers of hunger.
Soon we can go home, Eminence. Next year. By next year, everything will be settled here.
Nothing will be settled by next year. This war will hurt us. It will hurt the church and the faithful terribly.
No, Eminence. Kyushu will be Christian whoever wins,
Soldi said confidently, wanting to cheer up his superior.
This island can wait for God's good time. There's more than enough to do in Kyushu, Eminence, isn't there? 3 million souls to convert, 500,000 of the faithful to minister to. Then there's Nagasaki and trade. They must have trade. Ishido and Toranaga will tear themselves to pieces. What does that matter? They're both antichrist, pagans, and murderers.
Yes, but unfortunately, what happens in Osaka and Edo controls Kyushu. What to do? What to do?
Delacroix pushed his melancholy away.
What about the Inglés? Where's he now?
Still under guard in the dungeon.
Leave me for a while, old friend. I have to think. I have to decide what to do. Finally, the church is in great danger.
Delacroix looked out the windows into the forecourt. Then he saw Friar Perez approaching. Soldi went to the door to intercept the monk.
No,
the father visitor said.
I'll see him now.
Ah, Eminence, good afternoon,
Friar Perez said, scratching unconsciously.
You wanted to see me?
Yes. Please fetch the letter, Soldi.
I heard your chapel was destroyed,
the monk said.
Damaged? Please sit down.
Delacroix sat in his high-backed chair behind the desk, the monk opposite him.
No one was hurt, thanks be to God. Within a few days, it'll be new again. What about your mission?
Untouched,
the monk said with open satisfaction.
There were fires all around us after the tremors, and many died, but we weren't touched. The eye of God watches over us.
Then he added cryptically,
I hear heathens were murdering heathens in the castle last night.
Yes, one of our most important converts, the Lady Maria, was killed in the melee.
Ah, yes, I got reports too. Kill him, Yoshinaka, the Lady Maria said, and started the bloodbath. I heard she even tried to kill a few herself before she committed suicide.
Delacroix flushed.
You don't understand anything about the Japanese after all this time, and you even speak a little of their language.
I understand heresy, stupidity, killing, and political interference, and I speak the pagan tongue very well. I understand a lot about these heathens.
But not about manners.
The word of God requires none. It is the word. Oh, yes. I also understand about idolatry. What do you think of idolatry and harlots, Eminence?
The door opened. Soldi offered Delacroix the Pope's letter, then left them. The father visitor gave the paper to the monk, savouring his victory.
This is from His Holiness. It arrived yesterday by special messenger from Macau.
The monk took the papal order and read it. This commanded, with the formal agreement of the King of Spain, that all priests of all religious orders were, in future, to travel to Japan only via Lisbon, Goa, and Macau, that all were forbidden on pain of immediate excommunication to go from Manila direct to Japan, and that lastly, all priests other than Jesuits were to leave Japan at once for Manila, whence they could, if their superiors wished, return to Japan, but only via Lisbon, Goa, and Macau. Friar Perez scrutinized the seal and the signature and the date, reread the order carefully, then laughed derisively and shoved the letter on the desk.
I don't believe it.
That's an order from His Holiness the...
It's another heresy against the brethren of God, against us, or any mendicants who carry the word to the heathen. With this device, we're forbidden Japan forever, because the Portuguese, abetted by certain people, will prevaricate forever and never grant us passage or visas. If this is genuine, it only proves what we've been saying for years. Jesuits can subvert even the Vicar of Christ in Rome.
Delacroix held on to his temper.
You're ordered to leave, or you will be excommunicated.
Jesuit threats are meaningless, Eminence. You don't speak with the tongue of God. You never have. You never will. You're not soldiers of Christ. You serve a pope, Eminence, a man. You're politicians, men of the earth, men of the flesh pots with your pagan silks and lands and power and riches and influence. The Lord Jesus Christ came to earth in the guise of a simple man who scratched and went barefoot and stank. I will never leave, nor will my brothers.
Delacroix had never been so angry in his life.
You will leave Japan!
Before God, I won't. But this is the last time I'll come here. If you want me in future, come to our holy mission. Come and minister to the poor and the sick and the unwanted, like Christ did. Wash their feet like Christ did, and save your own soul before it's too late.
You are commanded, on pain of excommunication, to leave Japan at once.
Come now, Eminence. I'm not excommunicated, and never will be. Of course I accept the document, unless it's out of date. This is dated September the 16th, 1598, almost 2 years ago. It must be checked. It's far too important to accept at once, and that will take 4 years at least.
Of course it's not out of date.
You're wrong. As God is my judge, I believe it is. In a few weeks, at the most a few months, we'll have an Archbishop of Japan at long last. A Spanish bishop. The letters I have from Manila report the royal warrants expected by every mail.
Impossible. This is Portuguese territory and our province.
It was Portuguese. It was Jesuit. But that's all changed now. With the help of our brothers and divine guidance, the King of Spain has overthrown your general in Rome.
That's nonsense. Lies and rumors. On your immortal soul, obey the commands of the Vicar of Christ.
I will. I will write to him today, I promise you. Meanwhile, expect a Spanish bishop, a Spanish viceroy, and a new captain of the Black Ship, also a Spaniard. That's also to be part of the royal warrant. We have friends in high places too, and at long last, they have vanquished the Jesuits, once and for all. Go with God, Eminence.
Friar Perez got up, opened the door, and went away. In the outer office, Soldi watched him leave, then hastily came back into the room. Frightened by Delacroix's colour, he hurried to the decanter and poured some brandy.
Eminence?
Delacroix shook his head and continued to stare sightlessly into the distance. For the past year, there had been disquieting news from their delegates to the court of Philip of Spain at Madrid about the growing influence of the enemies of the society.
It's not true, Eminence. Spaniards can't come here. It can't be true.
It can be true. Easily. Too easily.
Delacroix touched the papal order.
This pope may be dead. Our general dead. even the King of Spain. Meanwhile, he got to his feet and stood at his full height. Meanwhile, we'll prepare for the worst and pray for help, and do the best we can. Send Brother Michael to fetch Kiyama here at once.
Yes, Eminence, but Kiyama's never been here before. Surely it's unlikely he would come now.
Tell Michael to use any words necessary, but he's to bring Kiyama here before sunset. Next, send the war news to Martin at once, to be passed to Toranaga at once. You write the details, but I want to send a private cipher with it. Next, send someone to fetch Ferreira here.
Yes, Eminence. But about Kiyama, surely Michael won't be able...
Tell Michael to order him here, in God's name if necessary. We're soldiers of Christ. We're going to war, to God's war. Hurry up!
Chapter 59.
Anjin-san?
Blackthorn heard his name in his dream. It came from very far away, echoing forever.
"Aye,"
he answered. Then he heard the name repeated, and a hand touched him. His eyes opened and focused in the half-light of dawn. His consciousness flooded back, and he sat upright. The doctor was again kneeling beside his bed. Kiritsubo and the Lady Ochiba stood nearby, staring down at him. Greys were all around the large room. Oil lanterns flickered warmly. The doctor spoke to him again. The ringing was still in his ears and the voice faint, but there was no mistake now. He could hear once more. Involuntarily, his hands went to his ears, and he pressed them to clear them. At once, pain exploded in his head and set off sparks and coloured lights and a violent throbbing.
"Sorry,"
he muttered, waiting for the agony to lessen, willing it to lessen.
"Sorry, ears hurt, ne? But I hear now. Understand, Doctor-san. Hear now, little. Sorry, what say?"
He watched the man's lips to help himself hear.
"The Lady Ochiba and Kiritsubo-sama want to know how you are."
"Ah." Blackthorn looked at them. Now he noticed that they were formally dressed. Kiritsubo wore all white, except for a green headscarf. Ochiba's kimono was dark green, without pattern or adornment, her long shawl white gossamer.
"Better, thank you,"
he said, his soul disquieted by the white.
"Yes, better."
Then he saw the quality of the light outside and realized that it was near dawn and not twilight.
"Doctor-san, please I sleep a day and night?" "Yes, Anjin-san, a day and a night. Lie back, please."
The doctor took Blackthorn's wrist with his long fingers and pressed them against the pulse, listening with his fingertips to the 9 pulses, 3 on the surface, 3 in the middle, and 3 deep down, as Chinese medicine taught from time immemorial. All in the room waited for the diagnosis. Then the doctor nodded, satisfied.
"Everything seems good, Anjin-san. No bad hurt, understand? Much head pain, eh?"
He turned and explained in more detail to the Lady Ochiba and Kiritsubo.
"Anjin-san," Ochiba said, "today Mariko-sama's funeral. You understand funeral?"
"Yes, lady."
"Good. Her funeral's just after dawn. It is your privilege to go if you wish. You understand?"
"Yes, think so. Yes, please, I go also."
"Very well."
Ochiba spoke to the doctor, telling him to look after his patient very carefully. Then, with a polite bow to Kiritsubo and a smile at Blackthorn, she left. Kiri waited till she was gone.
"All right, Anjin-san."
"Head bad, lady. So sorry."
"Please excuse me. I wanted to say thank you. Do you understand?"
"Duty. Only duty. Fail. Mariko-sama dead, ne?"
Kiri bowed to him in homage.
"Not fail. Oh no, not fail. Thank you, Anjin-san, for her and me and for the others. Say more later. Thank you."
Then she too went away. Blackthorn took hold of himself and got to his feet. The pain in his head was monstrous, making him want to cry out. He forced his lips into a tight line, his chest aching badly, his stomach churning. In a moment the nausea passed, but left a filthy taste in his mouth. He eased his feet forward and walked over to the window and held onto the sill, fighting not to retch. He waited, then walked up and down, but this did not take away the pain in his head or the nausea. All right, thank you, he said, and sat again gratefully.
Here, drink this. Make better. Settle hara.
The doctor had a benign smile. Blackthorn drank and gagged on the brew that smelled like ancient bird droppings and mildewed kelp mixed with fermenting leaves on a hot summer's day. The taste was worse.
Drink. Better soon. So sorry.
Blackthorn gagged again, but forced it down.
Soon better. So sorry.
Women servants came and combed and dressed his hair. A barber shaved him. Hot towels were brought for his hands and face, and he felt much better. But the pain in his head remained. Other servants helped him to dress in the formal kimono and winged overmantle. There was a new short stabbing sword.
Gift, master. Gift from Kiritsubo-sama,
a woman servant said. Blackthorn accepted it and stuck it in his belt with his killing sword, the one Toranaga had given him, its half chipped and almost broken where he had smashed at the bolt. He remembered Mariko standing with her back against the door, then nothing till he was kneeling over her and watching her die. Then nothing until now.
So sorry. This is the dungeon, eh?
He said to the captain of Greys.
Yes, Anjin-san.
The captain bowed deferentially, squat like an ape, and just as dangerous.
Why am I here, please?
The captain smiled and sucked in his breath politely.
The Lord General ordered it. But why here?
The samurai said,
It was the Lord General's orders. Please excuse me, you understand?
Yes, thank you, Blackthorn said wearily. When he was finally ready, he felt dreadful. Some cha helped him for a while, then sickness swept through him, and he vomited into the bowl a servant held for him, his chest and head pierced with red-hot needles at every spasm.
So sorry,
the doctor said patiently.
Here, please drink.
He drank more of the brew, but it did not help him. By now, dawn was spreading across the sky. Servants beckoned him and helped him to walk out of the large room, his guards going in front, the remainder following. They went down the staircase and out into the forecourt. A palanquin was waiting with more guards. He got into it, thankfully. At an order from his captain of Greys, the porters picked up the shafts, and the guards hovering protectively, they joined the procession of litters and samurai and ladies on foot, winding through the maze, out of the castle. All were dressed in their best. Some of the women wore somber kimonos with white headscarves, others wore all white except for a coloured scarf. Blackthorn was aware that he was being watched. He pretended not to notice and tried to keep his back stiff and his face emotionless, and prayed that the sickness would not return to shame him. His pain increased. The cortege wound through the castle strongpoints, past thousands of samurai drawn up in silent ranks. No one was challenged, no papers demanded. The mourners went through checkpoint after checkpoint, under portcullises and across the 5 moats without stopping. Once through the main gate, outside the main fortifications, he noticed his greys become more wary, their eyes watching everyone nearby, keeping close to him, guarding him very carefully. This lessened his anxiety. He had not forgotten that he was a marked man. The procession curled across a clear space, went over a bridge, then took up station in the square beside the riverbank. This space was 300 paces by 500 paces. In the centre was a pit 15 paces square and 5 deep, filled with wood. Over the pit was a high matted roof dressed with white silk, and surrounding it were walls of white linen sheets, hung from bamboos, that pointed exactly east, north, west and south, a small wooden gate in the middle of each wall.
The gates are for the soul to go through, Anjin-san, in its flight to heaven,
Mariko had told him at Hakone.
Let's go for a walk or talk of other things. Happy things.
Yes, of course. But first, please, may I finish? Because this is a very happy thing. Our funeral is most very important to us, so you should learn about it, Anjin-san. Eh? Please?
All right. But why have 4 gates? Why not just one?
The soul must have a choice. That's wise. Oh, we are very wise, nay? Did I tell thee today that I love thee? She had said. We are a very wise nation to allow the soul a choice. Most souls choose the south gate, Anjin-san. That's the important one, where there are tables with dried figs and fresh pomegranates and other fruits, radishes and other vegetables, and the sheaves of rice plantlets if the season is correct. And always a bowl of fresh cooked rice, Anjin-san. That's most important. You see, the soul might want to eat before leaving.
If it's me, put a roast pheasant or...
So sorry, no flesh, not even fish. We're serious about that, Anjin-san. Also on the table, there'll be a small brazier with coals burning nicely, with precious woods and oils in it, to make everything smell sweet.
Blackthorn felt his eyes fill with tears.
I want my funeral to be near dawn, she had always said so serenely. I love the dawn most of all, and if it could also be in the autumn.
My poor darling, he thought. You knew all along there'd never be an autumn.
His litter stopped in a place of honour in the front rank, near the centre, and he was close enough to see tears on the water-sprinkled fruits. Everything was there, as she had said. Around were hundreds of palanquins, and the square was packed with 1,000 samurai and their ladies on foot, all silent and motionless. He recognized Ishido, and beside him Ochiba. Neither looked at him. They sat on their sumptuous litters and stared at the white linen walls that rustled in the gentling breeze. Kiyama was on the other side of Ochiba, Sathaki nearby, with Ito. Onoshi's closed litter was also there. All had echelons of guards. Kiyama's samurai wore crosses, and Onoshi's. Blackthorn looked around, seeking Yabu, but he could find him nowhere, nor were there any browns or a friendly face. Now Kiyama was gazing at him stonily, and when he saw the look in the eyes, he was glad for his guards. Nonetheless, he bowed slightly. But Kiyama's gaze never altered, nor was his politeness acknowledged. After a moment, Kiyama looked away, and Blackthorn breathed easier. The sound of drums and bells and metal beating on metal tore the air, discordant, piercing. All eyes went to the main gateway to the castle. Then, out of the moor, came an ornate roofed palanquin, borne by 8 Shinto priests, a high priest sitting on it like a graven Buddha. Other priests beat metal drums before and after this litter, and then came 200 orange-robed Buddhist priests and more white-clad Shinto priests, and then her bier. The bier was rich and roofed, all in white, and she was dressed in white and propped sitting, her head slightly forward, her face made up and hair meticulous. 10 browns were her pallbearers. Before the bier, 2 priestlings strew tiny paper rose petals that the wind took and scattered, signifying that life was as ephemeral as a flower. And after them, 2 priests dragged 2 spears backwards, indicating that she was samurai and duty-strong as the steel blades were strong. After them came 4 priests with unlit torches. Saruji, her son, followed next, his face as white as his kimono. Then Kiritsubo and the Lady Sazuko, both in white, their hair loosed but draped in gossamer green. The girl's hair fell below her waist, Kiri's was longer. Then there was a space, and last was the remainder of the Toranaga garrison. Some of the browns were wounded, and many limped. Blackthorn saw only her. She seemed to be in prayer, and there was not a mark on her. He kept himself rigid, knowing what an honor this public ceremony, with Ishido and Ochiba as chief witnesses, was for her. But that did not lighten his misery. For more than an hour, the high priest chanted incantations, and the drums clamoured. Then, in a sudden silence, Saruji stepped forward and took an unlit torch and went to each of the 4 gates, east, north, west, and south, to make sure they were unobstructed. Blackthorn saw that the boy was trembling, his eyes downcast as he came back to the bier. Then he lifted the white cord attached to it and guided the pallbearers through the south gate. The whole litter was placed carefully on the wood. Another solemn incantation, then Serugi touched the oil-soaked torch to the coals of the brazier. It blazed at once. He hesitated, then went back through the south gate alone and cast the torch into the pyre. The oil-impregnated wood caught. Quickly it became a furnace. Soon the flames were 10 feet high. Serugi was forced back by the heat. Then he fetched sweet-scented woods and oils and threw them into the fire. The tinder-dry roof exploded. The linen walls caught. Now the whole pit area was a raging pyrogenic mass, swirling, crackling, unquenchable. The roof posts collapsed. A sigh went through the onlookers. Priests came forward and put more wood onto the pyre, and the flames rose farther, the smoke billowing. Now only the 4 small gates remained. Blackthorn saw the heat scorching them. Then they too burst into flames. Then Ishido, the chief witness, got out of his palanquin and walked forward and made the ritual offering of precious wood. He bowed formally and sat again in his litter. At his order, the porters lifted him and he went back to the castle. Ochiba followed him. Others began to leave. Serugi bowed to the flames a last time. He turned and walked over to Blackthorn. He stood in front of him and bowed.
"Thank you, Anjin-san,"
he said. Then he went away with Kiri and Lady Suzuko.
"All finished, Anjin-san,"
the captain of Greys said with a grin.
"Kami safe now. We go castle."
"Wait, please."
"So sorry, orders, ne?"
the captain said anxiously, the others guarding closely. "Please wait." Careless of their anxiety, Blackthorn got out of the litter, the pain almost blinding him. The samurai spread out, covering him. He walked to the table and picked up some of the small pieces of camphor wood and threw them into the furnace. He could see nothing through the curtain of flames.
"In nomine Patris, et Filii, et Spiritus Sancti,"
he muttered in benediction, and made a small sign of the cross. Then he turned and left the fire. When he awoke, his head was much better, but he felt drained, the dull ache still throbbing behind his temples and across the front of his head.
"How feel, Anjin-san?"
the doctor said, with his toothy smile, the voice still faint.
"Sleep long time."
Blackthorn lifted himself on an elbow and gazed sleepily at the sun's shadows.
"Must be almost 5 of the clock in the afternoon now," he thought. "I've slept better than 6 hours." "Sleep all day, eh?"
The doctor smiled.
"All yesterday and night and most of today. Understand?"
"Understand? Yes." Blackthorn lay back, a sheen of sweat on his skin.
"Good," he thought. "The best thing I could have done. No wonder I feel better."
His bed of soft quilts was screened now on 3 sides with exquisite movable partitions, their panel paintings landscapes and seascapes, and inlaid with ivory. Sunlight came through windows opposite, and flies swarmed, the room vast and pleasant and quiet. Outside were castle sounds, now mixed with horses trotting past, bridles jingling, their hoofs unshod. The slight breeze bore the aroma of smoke.
"Don't know if I'd want to be burned," he thought. "But wait a minute. Isn't that better than being put in a box and buried, and then the worms? Stop it,"
he ordered himself, feeling himself drifting into a downward spiral.
"There's nothing to worry about. Karma is karma, and when you're dead, and you never know anything then. And anything's better than drowning, water filling you, your body becoming foul and blotted, the crabs. Stop it!"
"Drink, please." The doctor gave him more of the foul brew. He gagged but kept it down.
"Cha, please."
The woman servant poured it for him, and he thanked her. She was a moon-faced woman of middle age, slits for eyes, and a fixed, empty smile. After 3 cups, his mouth was bearable.
"Please, Anjin-san, how is?" "Same. Still distance. Distance, understand? Very distance." "Understand. eat, Anjin-san?"
A small tray was set with rice and soup and charcoaled fish. His stomach was queasy, but he remembered that he had hardly eaten for 2 days, so he sat up and forced himself to take some rice, and he drank the fish soup. This settled his stomach, so he ate more and finished it all, using the chopsticks now as extensions of his fingers, without conscious effort.
"Thank you. Hungry?"
"Yes," the doctor said. He put a linen bag of herbs on the low table beside the bed.
"Make cha with this, Anjin-san. Once every day until all gone. Understand?"
"Yes. Thank you."
"It has been an honor to serve you."
The old man motioned to the servant, who took away the empty tray, and after another bow followed her, and left by the same inner door. Now Blackthorn was alone. He lay back on the futons, feeling much better.
"I was just hungry,"
he said aloud. He was wearing only a loincloth. His formal clothes were in a careless pile where he had left them, and this surprised him, though a clean brown kimono was beside his swords. He let himself drift, then suddenly he felt an alien presence. Uneasily he sat up and glanced around. Then he got onto his knees and looked over the screens, and before he knew it, he was standing, his head splitting from the sudden panicked movement, as he saw the tonsured Japanese Jesuit staring at him, kneeling motionlessly beside the main doorway, a crucifix and rosary in his hand.
"Who are you?"
he asked through his pain.
"I'm Brother Michael, senor."
The cold dark eyes never wavered. Blackthorn moved from the screens and stood over his swords.
"What do you want with me?"
"I was sent to ask how you are," Michael said quietly, in clear though accented Portuguese.
"By whom?"
"By the Lord Kiyama." Suddenly Blackthorn realized they were totally alone.
"Where are my guards?"
"You don't have any, senor."
"Of course I've guards. I've 20 greys. Where are my greys?"
"There were none here when I arrived, senor. So sorry. You were still sleeping then." Michael motioned gravely outside the door. "Perhaps you should ask those samurai." Blackthorn picked up his sword.
"Please get away from the door."
"I'm not armed, Anjin-san."
"Even so, don't come near me. Priests make me nervous."
Obediently, Michael got to his feet and moved away with the same unnerving calm. Outside, 2 greys lolled against the balustrade of the landing.
"Afternoon,"
Blackthorn said politely, not recognizing either of them. Neither bowed.
"Afternoon, Anjin-san," one replied. "Please, where are my other guards?" "All guards taken away hour of the hair this morning. Understand hour of hair? We're not your guards, Anjin-san. This is our ordinary post."
Blackthorn felt the cold sweat trickling down his back.
"Guards taken away. Who order?"
Both samurai laughed. The tall one said,
"Here, inside the dungeon, Anjin-san. Only the Lord General gives orders, or the Lady Ochiba. How do you feel now?"
"Better, thank you." The taller samurai called out down the hall. In a few moments an officer came out of a room with 4 samurai. He was young and taut. When he saw Blackthorn, his eyes lit up.
"Ah, Anjin-san. How do you feel?"
"Better, thank you."
"Please excuse me, but where are my guards?" "I am ordered to tell you, when you wake up, that you're to go back to your ship. Here's your pass."
The captain took the paper from his sleeve and gave it to him, and pointed contemptuously at Michael.
"This fellow's to be your guide."
Blackthorn tried to get his head working, his brain screeching danger.
"Yes, thank you. But first, please must see Lord Ishido. Very important." "So sorry. Your orders are to go back to the ship as soon as you wake up. Do you understand?"
"Yes."
"Please excuse me, but very important I see Lord Ishido. Please tell your captain. Now, must see Lord Ishido before leave. Very important, so sorry."
The samurai scratched at the pockmarks on his chin.
"I will ask. Please dress."
He strode off importantly to Blackthorn's relief. The 4 samurai remained. Blackthorn went back and dressed quickly. They watched him. The priest waited in the corridor. "Be patient," he told himself. "Don't think and don't worry. It's a mistake. Nothing's changed. You've still the power you always had." He put both swords in his sash and drank the rest of the char. Then he saw the pass. The paper was stamped and covered with characters. "There's no mistake about that," he thought, the fresh kimono already sticking to him. "Hey, Anjin-san," one of the samurai said. "Here you kill 5 ninja. Very, very good, eh?" "So sorry. 2 only. Perhaps 3. Blackthorn twisted his head from side to side to ease the ache and dizziness. "I heard there were 57 ninja dead, 116 browns. Is that right?" "I don't know. So sorry." The captain came back into the room. "Your orders are to go to your ship, Anjin-san. This priest is your guide." "Yes, thank you. But first, so sorry, must see Lady Ochiba. Very, very important. Please ask your—" The captain spun on Michael and spoke gutturally and very fast. "Ne?" Michael bowed, unperturbed, and turned to Blackthorn. "So sorry, senor. He says his superior is asking his superior. But meanwhile, you are to leave at once and follow me to the galley." "Ima!" the captain added for emphasis. Blackthorn knew he was a dead man. He heard himself say, "Thank you, Captain. Where are my guards, please?" "You haven't any guards." "Please send my ship. Please fetch my own vassals from—" "Order go ship now! Understand, eh?" The words were impolite and very final. "Go ship," the captain added with a crooked smile, waiting for Blackthorn to bow first. Blackthorn noticed this, and it all became a nightmare. Everything slowed and fogged, and he desperately wanted to empty himself and wipe the sweat off his face and bow. But he was sure that the captain would hardly bow back, perhaps not even politely, and never as an equal, so he would be shamed before all of them. It was clear that he had been betrayed and sold out to the Christian enemy, that Kiyama and Ishido and the priests were part of the betrayal, and for whatever reason, whatever the price, there was nothing now that he could do except wipe off the sweat and bow and leave, and they would be waiting for him. Then Mariko was with him, and he remembered her terror, and all that she had meant, and all that she had done, and all that she had taught him. He forced his hand onto the broken hilt of his sword and set his feet truculently apart, knowing that his fate was decided, his karma fixed, and that if he had to die, he preferred to die now with pride than later. "I'm John Blackthorn, Anjin-san," he said, his absolute commitment lending him a strange power and perfect rudeness. "General of Lord Toranaga's ship, all ship, samurai and Hatamoto. Who are you?" The captain flushed. "Saigo Masagatsu of Kaga, Captain, of Lord Ishido's garrison." "I'm Hatamoto. Are you Hatamoto?" Blackthorn asked, even more rudely, not even acknowledging the name of his opponent, only seeing him with an enormous, unreal clarity, seeing every pore, every stubbled whisker, every fleck of colour in the hostile brown eyes, every hair on the back of the man's hand gripping the sword hilt. "No, not Hatamoto. Are you samurai or ronin?" The last word hissed out, and Blackthorn felt men behind him, but he did not care. He was only watching the captain, waiting for the sudden death-dealing blow that summoned up all harage, all the innermost source of energy, and he ready to return the blow with equal blinding force in a mutual, honourable death, and so defeat his enemy. To his astonishment, he saw the captain's eyes change, and the man shrivelled and bowed, low and humble. The man held the bow, leaving himself defenceless. Please excuse my bad manners. I was Ronin, but the Lord General gave me a second chance. Please excuse my bad manners, Enjin-san." The voice was laced with shame. It was all unreal, and Blackthorn was still ready to strike, expecting death, and not a conquest. He looked at the other samurai. As one man, they bowed and held the bow with their captain, granting him victory. After a moment, Blackthorn bowed stiffly, but not as an equal. They held their bow until he turned and walked along the corridor, Michael following, out onto the main steps, down the steps into the forecourt. He could feel no pain now. He was filled only with an enormous glow. Greys were watching him, and the group of samurai that escorted him and Michael to the first checkpoint kept carefully out of his sword range. One man was hurriedly sent ahead. At the next checkpoint, the new officer bowed politely as an equal, and he bowed back. The pass was examined meticulously, but correctly. Another escort took them to the next checkpoint, where everything was repeated. Thence over the innermost moat, and the next. No one interfered with them. Hardly any samurai paid attention to him. Gradually he noticed his head was scarcely aching. His sweat had dried. He unknotted his fingers from his sword hilt and flexed them a moment. He stopped at a fountain which was set in a wall and drank and splashed water on his head. The escorting Greys stopped and waited politely, and all the time he was trying to work out why he had lost favour and the protection of Ishido and Lady Ochiba. Nothing's changed, he thought frantically. He looked up and saw Michael staring at him. What do you want? Nothing, senor, Michael said politely. Then a smile spread, and it was filled with warmth. Ah, senor, you did me a great service back there, making that foul-mannered cabron drink his own urine. Oh, that was good to see. Thou, he added in Latin, I thank thee. I did nothing for you, Blackthorn said in Portuguese, not wanting to talk Latin. Yes, but peace be upon you, senor. Know that God moves in mysterious ways. It was a service for all men. That Ronin was shamed, and he deserved it. It is a filthy thing to abuse Bushido. You're samurai too? Yes, senor. I have that honor, Michael said. My father is cousin to Lord Kiyama, and my clan is of Hizen province in Kyushu. How did you know he was Ronin? Blackthorn tried to remember. I'm not sure. Perhaps because he said he was from Kaga, and that's a long way off, and Mariko, Lady Toda, said Kaga's far north. I don't know. I don't remember really what I said. The officer of the escort came back to them. Please excuse me, Anjin-san, but is this fellow bothering you? No, thank you. Blackthorn set off again. The pass was checked again, with courtesy, and they went on. The sun was lowering now, still a few hours to sunset, and dust devils whirled in tiny spirals in the heated air currents. They passed many stables, all horses facing out, lances and spears and saddles ready for instant departure, samurai grooming the horses and cleaning equipment. Blackthorn was astounded by their number. How many horse, Captain? He asked. Thousands, Anjin-san. 10, 20, 30,000 here and elsewhere in the castle. When they were crossing the next to last moat, Blackthorn beckoned Michael. You're guiding me to the galley? Yes, that's what I was told to do, senor. Nowhere else? No, senor. By whom? Lord Kiyama, and the Father Visitor, senor. Ah, him. I prefer Anjin-san, not senor, father. Please excuse me, Anjin-san, but I'm not a father. I'm not ordained. When does that happen? In God's time, Michael said confidently. Where's Yabu-san? I don't know, so sorry. You're just taking me to my ship? Nowhere else? Yes, Anjin-san. And then I'm free? Free to go where I want? I was told to ask how you were, then to guide you to the ship. Nothing more. I'm just a messenger, a guide. Before God? I'm just a guide, Anjin-san. Where did you learn to speak Portuguese so well? And Latin? I was one of the four acolytes sent by the Father Visitor to Rome. I was 13. Uraga no Tadasama, 12. Ah, now I remember. Uraga-san told me you were one of them. You were his friend. You know he's dead? Yes, I was sickened to hear about it.
Christians did that.
Murderers did that, Anjin-san. Assassins. They will be judged, never fear. After a moment, Blackthorn said,
How did you like Rome?
I detested it. We all did. Everything about it. The food and the filth and ugliness. They're all etta there. Unbelievable. It took us 8 years to get there and back, and oh, how I blessed the Madonna when at last I got back.
And the church? The fathers?
Detestable. Many of them, Michael said calmly. I was shocked with their morals and mistresses and greed and pomp and hypocrisy and lack of manners. And their two standards, one for the flock and one for the shepherds. It was all hateful. And yet I found God among some of them, Anjin-san. So strange. I found the truth in the cathedrals and cloisters and among the fathers. Michael looked at him guilelessly, a tenderness permeating him. It was rare, Anjin-san, very rarely that I found a glimmer. That's true. But I did find the truth and God, and know that Christianity is the only path to life everlasting. Please excuse me. Catholic Christianity.
Did you see the auto da fe, or inquisition, or jails, witch trials?
I saw many terrible things. Very few men are wise. Most are sinners, and great evil happens on earth in God's name, but not of God. This world is a vale of tears, and only a preparation for everlasting peace. He prayed silently for a moment. Then, refreshed, he looked up. Even some heretics can be good.
Maybe,
Blackthorn replied, liking him. The last moat and last gate, the main south gate. The last checkpoint, and his paper was taken away. Michael walked under the last portcullis. Blackthorn followed. Outside the castle, 100 samurai were waiting. Kiyama's men. He saw their crucifixes and their hostility, and he stopped. Michael did not. The officer motioned Blackthorn onward. He obeyed. The samurai closed up behind him and around him, locking him in their midst. Porters and tradesmen on this main road scattered and bowed and grovelled until they were past. A few held up pathetic crosses, and Michael blessed them, leading the way down the slight slope, past the burial ground where the pit no longer smoked, across a bridge and into the city, heading for the sea. Greys and other samurai were coming up from the city among the pedestrians. When they saw Michael, they scowled and would have forced him onto the side if it hadn't been for the mass of Kiyama samurai. Blackthorn followed Michael. He was beyond fear, though not beyond wishing to escape. But there was no place to run or to hide. On land. His only safety was aboard Erasmus, beating out to sea, a full crew with him, provisioned and armed.
What happens at the galley, brother?
I don't know, Anjin-san. Now they were in the city streets nearing the sea. Michael turned a corner and came into an open fish market. Pretty maids and fat maids and old ladies and youths and men and buyers and sellers and children all gaped at him, then began bowing hastily. Blackthorn followed the samurai through the stalls and panniers and bamboo trays of all kinds of fish, sea-sparkling fresh, laid out so cleanly, many swimming in tanks, prawns and shrimps, lobster and crabs and crayfish. Never so clean in London, he thought absently, neither the fish nor those who sold them. Then he saw a row of food stalls to one side, each with a small charcoal brazier, and he caught the full perfume of broiling crayfish.
Jesus!
Without thinking, he changed direction. Immediately the samurai barred his way.
Gomen nasai, Kinjiru,
one of them said.
Iie,
Blackthorn replied as roughly.
Watashi tabetai desu, ne? Watashi Anjin-san, ne?
I'm hungry. I'm the Anjin-san. Blackthorn began to push through them. The senior officer hurried to intercept. Quickly Michael stepped back and talked placatingly, though with authority, and asked permission, and reluctantly it was granted. Please, Anjin-san, he said. "The officer says eat if you wish. What would you like?"
"Some of those, please."
Blackthorn pointed at the giant prawns that were headless and split down their length, all pink and white-fleshed, the shells crisped to perfection.
"Some of those."
He could not tear his eyes off them.
"Please tell the officer I haven't eaten for almost 2 days, and I'm suddenly famished. So sorry."
The fish seller was an old man with 3 teeth and leathery skin, and he wore only a loincloth. He was puffed with pride that his stall had been chosen, and he picked out the 5 best prawns with nimble chopsticks and laid them neatly on a bamboo tray and set others to sizzle.
"Dozo, Anjin-sama."
"Domo."
Blackthorn felt his stomach growling. He wanted to gorge. Instead, he picked one up with the fresh wooden chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and ate with relish. It was delicious.
"Brother Michael?"
he asked, offering the plate. Michael took one, but only for good manners. The officer refused, though he thanked him. Blackthorn finished that plate and had 2 more. He could have eaten another 2, but decided not to for good manners, and also because he didn't want to strain his stomach.
"Domo,"
he said, setting down the plate with a polite obligatory belch.
"Beamy des."
Delicious. The man beamed and bowed, and the storekeepers nearby bowed. And then Blackthorn realized to his horror that he had no money. He reddened.
"What is it?"
Michael asked.
I haven't any money with me. Or, anything to give the man. Could you lend me some, please?"
"I haven't any money, Anjin-san. We don't carry money." There was an embarrassed silence. The seller grinned, waiting patiently. Then, with equal embarrassment, Michael turned to the officer and quietly asked him for money. The officer was coldly furious with Blackthorn. He spoke brusquely to one of his men, who came forward and paid the storekeeper handsomely, to be thanked profusely, as pink and sweating, Michael turned and led again. Blackthorn caught up with him.
"Sorry about that, but it never occurred to me. That's the first time I've bought anything here. I've never had money, as crazy as it sounds, and I've never used money."
"Please, forget it, Anjin-san. It was nothing."
"Please tell the officer I'll pay him when I get to the ship."
Michael did as he was asked. They walked in silence for a while, Blackthorn getting his bearings. At the end of this street was the beach, the sea calm and dullish under the sunset light. Then he saw where they were and pointed left, to a wide street that ran east-west.
"Let's go that way."
"This way is quicker, Anjin-san."
"Yes, but your way we've got to pass the Jesuit mission and the Portuguese losha. I'd rather make a detour and go the long way round."
"I was told to go this way."
"Let's go the other way."
Blackthorn stopped. The officer asked what was the matter, and Michael explained. The officer waved them onward. Michael's way. Blackthorn weighed the results of refusing. He would be forced, or bound and carried, or dragged. None of these suited him, so he shrugged and strode on. They came out onto the wide road that skirted the beach. Half a li ahead were the Jesuit wharves and warehouses, and 100 paces farther he could see the Portuguese ship. Beyond that, another 200 paces was his galley. It was too far away to see men aboard yet. Blackthorn picked up a stone and sent it whistling out to sea.
"Let's walk along the beach for a while."
"Certainly, Anjin-san." Michael went down the sand. Blackthorn walked in the shallows, enjoying the cool of the sea, the soughing of the slight surf.
"It's a fine time of the day, ne?"
"Ah, Anjin-san," Michael said with sudden open friendliness. "There are many times, Madonna forgive me, I wish I wasn't a priest, but just the son of my father. And this is one of them."
"Why?"
"I'd like to spirit you away, you and your strange ship at Yokohama, to Hizen, to our great harbour of Sasebo.
Then I would ask you to barter with me. I'd ask you to show me and our sea captains the ways of your ship and your ways of the sea. In return, I'd offer you the best teachers in the realm, teachers of Bushido, Chanoyu, Harage, Ki, Zazen meditation, flower arranging, and all the special, unique knowledges that we possess. I'd like that. Why don't we do it now?
It's not possible today, but you already know so much, and in such a short time, ne? Mariko-sama was a great teacher. You are a worthy samurai, and you have a quality that's rare here. Unpredictability. The Taiko had it. Toranaga-sama has it too. You see, usually we're a very predictable people.
Are you?
Yes.
Then predict a way I can escape the trap I'm in.
So sorry. There isn't one, Anjin-san, Michael said.
I don't believe that. How did you know my ship is at Yokohama?
That's common knowledge.
Is it?
Almost everything about you, and your defense of Lord Toranaga and the Lady Maria, Lady Toda, is well known and honored.
I don't believe that either.
Blackthorn picked up another flat stone and sent it skimming over the waves. They went on, Blackthorn humming a sea shanty, liking Michael very much. Soon their way was blocked by a breakwater. They skirted it and came up onto the road once more. The Jesuit warehouse and mission were tall and brooding now under the reddening sky. He saw the orange-robed lay brothers guarding the arched stone gateway and sensed their hostility. But it did not touch him. His head began to ache again. As he had expected, Michael headed for the mission gates. He readied himself, resolved that they would have to beat him into unconsciousness before he went inside and they forced him to give up his weapons.
You're not just guiding me to my galley, eh?
Yes, Anjin-san. To his astonishment, Michael motioned him to stop outside the gateway. Nothing's changed. I was told to inform the Father Visitor as we passed. So sorry, but you'll have to wait a moment. Thrown off guard, Blackthorn watched him enter the gates alone. He had expected that the mission was to be the end of his journey. First an inquisition and trial, with torture, then handed over to the Captain General. He looked at the Lorcha 100 paces away. Ferreira and Rodriguez were on the poop, and armed seamen crowded the main deck. Past the ship, the wharf road curled slightly, and he could just see his galley. Men were watching from the gunwales, and he thought he recognized Yabu and Vink among them, but could not be sure. There seemed to be a few women aboard also, but who they were he did not know. Surrounding the galley were greys. Many greys. His eyes returned to Ferreira and Rodriguez. Both were heavily armed. So were the seamen. Gun crews lounged near the two small shoreside cannon, but in reality they were manning them. He recognized the great bulk of Pesaro, the boatswain, moving down the companionway with a group of men. His eyes followed them, then his blood chilled. A tall stake was driven into the packed earth on the far side wharf. Wood was piled around the base.
"Ah, Captain Pilot! How are you?"
Delacour was coming through the gates, dwarfing Michael beside him. Today the Father Visitor was wearing a Jesuit robe, his great height and luxuriant grey-white beard giving him the ominous regality of a biblical patriarch.
Every inch an inquisitor, outwardly benign,
Blackthorn thought. He stared up into the brown eyes, finding it strange to look up at any man, and even stranger to see compassion in the eyes. But he knew there would be no pity behind the eyes, and he expected none.
"Ah, Father Visitor, how are you?"
he replied, the prawns now leaden in his stomach, sickening him.
"Shall we go on?"
"Why not?"
So the Inquisition's to be aboard, Blackthorn thought, desperately afraid, wishing he had pistols in his belt.
"You'd be the first to die, Eminence."
"You stay here, Michael,"
Delacour said. Then he glanced toward the Portuguese frigate. His face hardened, and he set off. Blackthorn hesitated. Michael and the surrounding samurai were watching him oddly. "Sayonara, Anjin-san," Michael said. "Go with God." Blackthorn nodded briefly and started to walk through the samurai, waiting for them to fall on him to take away his swords. But they let him through unmolested. He stopped and looked back, his heart racing.
For a moment he was tempted to draw his sword and charge, but there was no escape that way. They wouldn't fight him. Many had spears, so they would catch him and disarm him, and bind him and hand him on.
I won't go bound,
he promised himself. His only path was forward, and there his swords were helpless against guns. He would charge the guns, but they would just maim him in the knees and bind him.
Captain Blackthorn, come along,
Delacqua called out.
Yes, just a moment, please.
Blackthorn beckoned Michael.
Listen, brother. Down by the beach you said I was a worthy samurai. Did you mean it?
Yes, Engine-san. That and everything.
Then I beg a favor, as a samurai,
he said quietly but urgently.
What favor?
To die as a samurai.
Your death isn't in my hands. It's in the hand of God, Engine-san.
Yes, but I ask that favor of you.
Blackthorn waved at the distant stake.
That's no way. That's filthy.
Perplexed, Michael peered toward the lorcha. Then he saw the stake for the first time.
Blessed Mother of God!
Captain Blackthorn, please come along,
Delacqua called again. Blackthorn said more urgently,
Explain to the officer. He's got enough samurai here to insist, nay. Explain to him. You've been to Europe. You know how it is there. It's not much to ask, nay. Please, I'm samurai. One of them could be my second.
I will ask. Michael went back to the officer and began to talk softly and urgently. Blackthorn turned and centered his attention on the ship. He walked forward. Delacqua waited till he was alongside and set off again. Ahead, Blackthorn saw Ferreira strut off the poop, down along the main deck, pistols in his belt, rapier at his side. Rodriguez was watching him, right hand on the butt of a long-barreled dueling piece. Pizarro and 10 seamen were already on the jetty, leaning on bayoneted muskets. And the long shadow of the stake reached out toward him.
Oh, God! For a brace of pistols, and 10 Jolly Jack tars, and 1 cannon,
he thought, as the gap closed inexorably.
Oh, God! Let me not be shamed. Good evening, Eminence, Ferreira said, his eyes seeing only Blackthorn.
Good evening, Captain General.
Delacqua pointed angrily at the stake.
Is this your idea?
Yes, Eminence.
Go back aboard your ship.
This is a military decision.
Go back aboard your ship.
No. Pizarro!
At once the boatswain and the bayoneted shore party came on guard and advanced toward Blackthorn. Ferreira slid out the pistol.
So, Inglés, we meet again. That's something that pleases me not at all.
Blackthorn's sword came out of its scabbard. He held it awkwardly with 2 hands, the broken haft hurting him.
Tonight you will be pleased in hell, Ferreira said thickly. If you had any courage, you'd fight, man to man. But you're not a man. You're a coward, a Spanish coward without balls. Disarm him, Ferreira ordered.
At once the 10 men went forward, bayonets levelled. Blackthorn backed away, but he was surrounded. Bayonets stabbed for his legs, and he slashed at an assailant, but as the man retreated, another attacked from behind. Then Delacqua came to his senses and shouted,
Put down your guns! Before God, I order you to stop!
The seamen were flustered. All muskets were zeroed in on Blackthorn, who stood helplessly at bay, sword high.
Get back, all of you!
Delacqua called out.
Get back! Before God, get back! Are you animals?
Ferreira said,
I want that man.
I know, and I've already told you, you can't have him. Yesterday and today, are you deaf? God, give me patience. Order your men aboard.
I order you to turn around and go away.
You order me?
Yes, I order you. I'm Captain General, Governor of Macau, Chief Officer of Portugal in Asia, and that man's a threat to the state, the church, the Black Ship, and Macau.
Before God, I will excommunicate you and all your crew if this man's harmed. You hear?
Delacroix spun on the musketeers, who backed off, frightened. Except Pizarro. Pizarro stood his ground defiantly, his pistol loose in his hand, waiting for Ferrera's order.
Get on that ship and out of the way!
You're making a mistake, Ferrera stormed. He's a threat. I'm military commander in Asia, and I say,
this is a church matter, not a military
Blackthorn was dazed, hardly able to think or to see, his head once more exploding with pain. Everything had happened so fast. One moment guarded, the next not. One moment betrayed to the Inquisition, the next escaped, then to be betrayed again, and now defended by the Chief Inquisitor. Nothing made sense. Ferrera was shouting,
I caution you again. As God's my judge, you're making a mistake, and I'll inform Lisbon.
Meanwhile, order your men aboard, or I'll remove you as Captain General of the Black Ship.
You don't have that power.
Unless you order your men aboard and order the Inglés unharmed at once, I declare you excommunicated, and any man who serves under you, in any command, excommunicated, and curse you and all who serve you, in the name of God.
By the Madonna!
Ferrera stopped. He was not afraid for himself, but now his black ship was jeopardized, and he knew most of his crew would desert him unless he obeyed. For a moment he contemplated shooting the priest, but that would not take away the curse. So he conceded.
Very well. Back aboard, everyone. Stand down!
Obediently the men scattered, glad to be away from the priest's wrath. Blackthorn was still bewildered, half wondering if his head was tricking him. Then, in the melee, Pizarro's hatred burst. He aimed. Delacroix saw the covert movement and leaped forward to protect Blackthorn with his own bulk. Pizarro pulled the trigger, but at that moment arrows impaled him. The pistol fired harmlessly, and he collapsed, screaming. Blackthorn spun around and saw 6 Kiyama archers, fresh arrows already in their bows. Standing near them was Michael. The officer spoke harshly. Pizarro gave a last shriek, his limbs contorted, and he died. Michael trembled as he broke the silence.
The officer says, so sorry, but he was afraid for the Father Visitor's life.
Michael was begging God to forgive him for giving the signal to fire.
But Pizarro had been warned, he reasoned, and it is my duty to see the Father Visitor's orders are obeyed, that his life is protected, that assassins are stamped out, and no one excommunicated.
Delacroix was on his knees beside the corpse of Pizarro. He made the sign of the cross and said the sacred words. The Portuguese around him were watching the samurai, craving the order to kill the murderers. The rest of Kiyama's men were hastening from the mission gate, where they had remained, and a number of greys were streaming back from the galley area to investigate. Through his almost blinding rage, Ferrera knew he could not afford a fight, here and now.
Everyone back aboard! Bring Pizarro's body!
Sullenly the shore party began to obey. Blackthorn lowered his sword, but did not sheath it. He waited stupefied, expecting a trick, expecting to be captured and dragged aboard. On the quarterdeck, Rodriguez said quietly,
Stand by to repel boarders, but carefully, by God.
Instantly men slipped to action stations.
Cover the Captain General. Prepare the longboat.
Delacroix got up and turned on Ferrera, who stood arrogantly at the companionway, prepared to defend his ship.
You're responsible for that man's death,
the Father Visitor hissed.
Your fanatic, vengeful lust, and
Before you say something publicly you may regret, Eminence, you'd better think carefully,
Ferrera interrupted.
I bow to your order, even though I know, before God, you were making a terrible mistake. You heard me order my men back. Pizarro disobeyed you, not me, and the truth is, you're responsible if anyone is. You prevented him and us from doing our duty. That Inglés is the enemy. It was a military decision by God. I'll inform Lisbon.
His eyes checked the battle readiness of his ship and the approaching samurai. Rodriguez had moved to the main deck gangway.
Captain General, I can't get out to sea with this wind and this tide.
Get a longboat ready to haul us out if need be.
It's being done.
Ferreira shouted at the seamen carrying Pizarro, telling them to hurry. Quickly, all were back aboard. The cannon were manned, though discreetly, and everyone had 2 muskets nearby. Left and right, samurai were massing on the wharf, but they made no overt move to interfere. Still on the dock, Ferreira said peremptorily to Michael,
Tell them all to disperse. There's no trouble here, nothing for them to do. There was a mistake, a bad one, but they were right to shoot the bosun. Tell them to disperse.
He hated to say it, and wanted to kill them all, but he could almost smell the peril on the wharf, and he had no option now but to retreat. Michael did as he was ordered. The officers did not move.
You'd better go on, Eminence, Ferreira said bitterly. But this is not the last of it. You'll regret saving him.
The Lacqua, too, felt the explosiveness surrounding them. But it did not touch him. He made the sign of the cross and said a small benediction. Then he turned away.
Come along, pilot.
Why are you letting me go?
Blackthorne asked, the pain in his head agonizing, still not daring to believe it.
Come along, pilot.
But why are you letting me go? I don't understand. Nor do I, Ferreira said. I'd like to know the real reason too, Eminence. Isn't he still a threat to us and the church?
Delacqua stared at him.
Yes,
he wanted to say, to wipe the arrogance off the popinjay's face in front of him.
But the bigger threat is the immediate war and how to buy time for you and 50 years of black ships. And whom to choose, Toranaga or Ishido. You understand nothing of our problems, Ferreira, or the stakes involved, or the delicacy of our position here, or the dangers. Please, Lord Kiyama, reconsider. I suggest you should choose Lord Toranaga.
He had told the daimyo yesterday, through Michael as interpreter, not trusting his own Japanese, which was only fair.
This is unwarranted interference in Japanese affairs and outside your jurisdiction. And 2, the barbarian must die.
Delacqua had used all his diplomatic skill, but Kiyama had been adamant and had refused to commit himself or change his position. Then, this morning, when he had gone to Kiyama to tell him that through God's will the Inglés was neutralized, there had been a glimmer of hope.
I've considered what you said,
Kiyama had told him.
I will not ally myself with Toranaga. Between now and the battle, I will watch both contenders very carefully. At the correct time, I will choose. And now I consent to let the barbarian go. Not because of what you've told me, but because of the Lady Mariko, to honor her. And because the Anjin-san is samurai.
Ferreira was still staring back at him.
Isn't the Inglés still a threat?
Have a safe journey, Captain General, and Godspeed. Pilot, I'm taking you to your galley. Are you all right?
It's my head, I think the explosion. You're really letting me go? Why?
Because the Lady Maria, the Lady Mariko, asked us to protect you.
Delacqua started off again.
But that's no reason. You wouldn't do that just because she asked you. I agree, Ferreira said.
Then he called out,
Eminence, why not tell him the whole truth?
Delacqua did not stop. Blackthorne began to follow, but he did not turn his back to the ship, still expecting treachery.
Doesn't make sense. You know I'm going to destroy you. I'll take your black ship.
Ferreira laughed scornfully.
With what, Inglés? You have no ship.
What do you mean?
You have no ship.
She's dead. If she wasn't, I'd never let you go, whatever His Eminence threatened.
It's not true.
Through the fog in his head, Blackthorn heard Ferreira say it again, and laughed louder, and add something about an accident, and the hand of God, and
"Your ship's burned to her spine, so you'll never harm my ship now, though you're still heretic and enemy, and still a threat to the faith."
Then he saw Rodriguez clearly, pity on his face, and the lips spelled out,
"Yes, it's true, Ingles."
It's not true. Can't be true.
Then the Inquisitor priest was saying from 1,000,000 leagues away,
"I received a message this morning from Father Alvito. It seems an earthquake caused a tidal wave. The wave—"
But Blackthorn was not listening. His mind was crying out, "Your ship's dead. You've let her down. Your ship's dead. You've no ship, no ship, no ship!"
It's not true. You're lying. My ship's in a safe harbor and guarded by 4,000 men. She's safe.
Someone said,
"But not from God."
And then the Inquisitor was talking again.
"The tidal wave healed your ship. They say that oil lamps on deck were upset, and the fire spread. Your ship's gutted."
Lies. What about the deck watch? There's always a deck watch. It's impossible,
he shouted. But he knew that somehow the price for his life had been his ship.
"You're beached, Ingles."
Ferreira was goading him.
"You're marooned. You're here forever. You'll never get passage on one of our ships. You're beached forever."
It went on, and he was drowning. Then his eyes cleared. He heard the cry of the gulls and smelled the stink of the shore, and he saw Ferreira, he saw his enemy, and knew it was all a lie to drive him mad. He knew it absolutely, and that the priests were part of the plot.
"God take you to hell!"
he shouted, and rushed at Ferreira, his sword raised high. But only in his dream was it a rush. Hands caught him easily and took his swords away, and set him walking between two greys, through all the others, until he was at the companionway of the galley, and they gave him back his swords, and let him go. It was difficult for him to see or to hear, his brain hardly working now in the pain, but he was certain it was all a trick to drive him mad, and that it would succeed if he did not make a great effort.
"Help me,"
he prayed.
"Someone help me."
Then Yabu was beside him, and Vink and his vassals, and he could not distinguish the languages. They guided him aboard, Kiri there somewhere, and Suzuko, a child crying in a maid's arms, the remnants of the Browns' garrison crowding the deck, rowers and seamen. Smell of sweat, fierce sweat. Yabu was talking at him, and Vink. It took a long time to concentrate.
"Pilot, why in Christ's name did they let you go?"
They... He could not say the words. Then somehow he found himself on the quarterdeck, and Yabu was ordering the captain's hand to put to sea before Ishido changed his mind about letting them all leave, and before the greys on the dock changed their minds about permitting the galley to go, telling the captain full speed for Nagasaki. Kiri saying,
"So sorry, Yabu-sama. Please, first Edo. We must go to Edo."
The oars of the shallow draft vessel eased off the wharf, against the tide and against the wind, and went out into the stream, gulls crying in the wake, and Blackthorn pulled himself out of his daze enough to say coherently,
"No, so sorry. Go Yokohama. Must Yokohama. First get men at Nagasaki, Anjin-san. Understand? Important. First men. Have plan," Yabu said. "No, go Yokohama. My ship danger." "What danger?" Yabu demanded. "Christians say fire." "What? For the love of Christ, pilot, what's amiss?"
Vink cried out. Blackthorn pointed shakily toward the Losha.
They told me Erasmus is lost, Johann. Our ship's lost. Fired."
Then he burst out,
"Oh, God, let it all be a lie."
Part 6. Chapter 60. He stood in the shallows and looked out at the charred skeleton of his ship, aground and heeled over, awash in the small surf, 70 yards seaward, masts gone, decks gone, everything gone, except for the keel and the ribs of her chest that jutted to the sky.
The monkeys tried to beach her,
Vink said sullenly.
No, the tide took her there. For Christ's sweet sake, why say that, pilot? If you've a God-cursed fire and you're near the God-cursed shore, you beach her to fight it there. Jesus, even these piss-arse bastards know that.
Vink spat on the sand.
Monkeys! You should never have left her to them. What are we going to do now? How are we going to get home? You should have left her at Edo safe, and us safe, with our etters.
The whine in Vink's voice irritated Blackthorn. Everything about Vink irritated him now. 3 times in the last week, he had almost told his vassals to knife Vink quietly and throw him overboard, to put him out of his misery when the weeping and bewailing and accusations had become too much. But he had always curbed his temper and gone aloft or below to seek out Yabu. Near Yabu, Vink made no sound, petrified of him, and rightly. Aboard it had been easy to contain himself. Here, shamed before his ship's nakedness, it was not easy.
Perhaps they beached her, Johann,
he said, weary unto death.
You bet the muck-eating bastards beached her, but they didn't put out the fire. God curse them all to hell. Should never have let Jappos on her, stinking piss-arsed monkeys.
Blackthorn shut his ears and concentrated on the galley. She was moored downwind to the wharf, a few hundred paces away, by Yokohama village. The lean-tos of the musket regiment were still scattered about the foreshore and foothills, men drilling, hurrying, a pall of anxiety over all of them. It was a warm sunny day with a fair wind blowing. His nose caught a scent of mimosa perfume. He could see Kiri and Lady Suzuko in conversation under orange sunshades on the forepoop, and he wondered if the perfume came from them. Then he watched Yabu and Naga walking up and down the wharf, Naga talking and Yabu listening, both very tense. Then he saw them look across at him. He sensed their restlessness. When the galley had rounded the point 2 hours ago, Yabu had said,
Why go look closer, Anshin-san? Ship dead, ne? All finished. Go Edo. Get ready for war. No time now.
So sorry. Stop here. Must look close. Please.
Go Edo. Ship dead. Finished. Ne?
You want, you go. I swim.
Wait. Ship dead, ne?
So sorry. Please stop. Little time. Then Edo. At length Yabu had agreed, and they had docked and Naga had met them.
So sorry, Anjin-san. Ne?
Naga had said, his eyes bleary from sleeplessness.
Yes, so sorry. Please, what happened?
So sorry. Don't know. Not Honto. I was not here, understand? I was ordered Mishima, few days. When come back, men say earthquake at night. All happen at night, understand? You understand earthquake, Anjin-san? Understand, yes. Please continue. So little earthquake, at night. Some men say tidal wave arrive. Some say not tidal wave, but just one big wave, storm wave. There was a storm that night, ne? Little typhoon. You understand typhoon? Yes. Ah, so sorry. Very dark night. They say big wave come. They say oil lamps on deck break. Ship catch fire, ne? Everything fire. Quick. Very. But guards, Naga-san. Where deckmen? Very dark. Fire very quick, understand? So sorry. Shigata ga nai, ne? He added hopefully. Where deckmen, Naga-san? I leave guard, ne? When I returned 1 day later, very sorry, ne? Ship finished, still burning there in shallows, near shore. Ship finished. I get all men from ship and all shore patrol of that night. I asked them to report. No one is sure what happened. Naga's face darkened. I order them to salvage, to bring everything possible, understand? Everything.
All up there now in camp." He pointed to the plateau. "Under guard. My guards. Then I put them to death and rushed back to Mishima to report to Lord Toranaga." "All of them? All to death?" "Yes, they failed in their duty." "What's Lord Toranaga say?" "Very angry. Very right to be angry, nay? I offer seppuku. Lord Toranaga refused permission. Lord Toranaga very angry, Anjin-san." Naga waved a nervous hand around the foreshore. "Whole regiment in disgrace, Anjin-san. Everyone. All chief officers here in disgrace, Anjin-san. Sent to Mishima. 58 seppuku already." Blackthorn had thought about that number, and he wanted to shriek, 5,000 or 50,000 can't repay the loss of my ship." "Bad," his mouth was saying. "Yes, very bad. Yes, better go Edo. Today. War today, tomorrow, next day. Sorry." Then Naga had spoken intently with Yabu for a few moments, and Blackthorn, dull-witted, hating the foul-sounding words, hating Naga and Yabu and all of them, could barely follow him, though he saw Yabu's unease increase. Naga turned again to him with an embarrassed finality. "So sorry, Anjin-san. Nothing more I could do. Honto, ne?" Blackthorn had forced himself to nod. "Honto. Domo, Naga-san. Shigata ga nai." He had made some excuse and left them to walk down to his ship, to be alone, no longer trusting himself to contain his insane rage, knowing that there was nothing he could do, that he would never know any more of the truth, that whatever the truth, he had lost his ship, that the priests had somehow managed to pay men, or cajole men, or threaten them into this filthy desecration. He had fled from Yabu and Naga, walking slowly and erect, but before he could escape the wharf, Vink had rushed after him and begged not to be left behind. Seeing the man's abject, cringing fear, he had agreed and allowed him to follow. But he had closed his mind to him. Then, suddenly, down by the shore, they had come on the grisly remains of the heads. More than 100, hidden from the wharf by dunes and stuck on spears. Seabirds rose up in a white shrieking cloud as they approached, and settled back to continue ravaging and quarrelling once they had hurried past. Now he was studying the hulk of his ship, one thought obsessing him. Mariko had seen the truth, and had whispered the truth to Kiyama or to the priests.
"Without his ship, the Anjin-san's helpless against the church. I ask you to leave him alive. Just kill the ship."
He could hear her saying it. She was right. It was such a simple solution to the Catholics' problem. Yes, but any one of them could have thought of the same thing. And how did they breach the 4,000 men? Whom did they bribe? How? It doesn't matter who, or how. They've won. God help me. Without my ship, I'm dead. I can't help Toranaga, and his war will swallow us up. "Poor ship," he said. "Forgive me. So sad to die so uselessly, after all those leagues."
"Eh?"
Vink said. "Nothing," he said. "Poor ship, forgive me. It was never my bargain with her or anyone. Poor Mariko. Forgive her, too."
"What did you say, pilot?"
"Nothing. I was just thinking out loud."
"You said something. I heard you say something, for Christ's sake."
"For Christ's sake, shut up."
"Eh? Shut up, is it? We're marooned with these piss-eaters for the rest of our lives, eh?"
"Yes."
"We're to grovel to these God-cursed heathen shitheads for the rest of our muck-eating lives. And how long will that be, when all they talk about's war, war, war? Eh?"
"Yes."
"Yes, is it?"
Vink's whole body was trembling, and Blackthorn readied.
"It's your fault. You said to come to the Japans, and we come, and how many died coming here? You're to blame."
"Yes. Sorry, but you're right."
"Sorry, are you, pilot? How are we going to get home? That's your God-cursed job, to get us home. How are you going to do that, eh?"
"I don't know. Another of our ships will get here, Johann. We've just got to wait another... Wait? How long are we to wait? 5 muck-plagued years? 20? Christ Jesus, you said yourself all these shitheads are at war now.
Vink's mind snapped.
They're going to chop off our heads and stick them like those there, and the birds will eat us.
A paroxysm of insane laughter shook him, and he reached into his ragged shirt. Blackthorn saw the pistol butt, and it would have been easy to smash Vink to the ground and take the pistol, but he did nothing to defend himself. Vink waved the pistol in his face, dancing around him with drooling lunatic glee. Blackthorn waited unafraid, hoping for the bullet. Then Vink took to his heels down the beach, the seabird scudding into the air, mewing and cawing out of his path. Vink ran for a frantic 100 paces or more, then collapsed, ending up on his back, his legs still moving, arms waving, mouthing obscenities. After a moment he turned on his belly with a last shriek, facing Blackthorn, and froze. There was a silence. When Blackthorn came up to Vink, the pistol was levelled at him, the eyes staring with demented antagonism, the lips pulled back from his teeth. Vink was dead. Blackthorn closed the eyes and picked him up and slung him over his shoulder and walked back. Samurai were running toward him, Naga and Yabu at their head.
What happened, Anjin-san? He went mad. Is that so? Is he dead?
Yes. First burial, then Edo. All right?
Aye.
Blackthorn sent for a shovel and asked them to leave him for a while, and he buried Vink above the waterline on a crest that overlooked the wreck. He set a service over the grave and planted a cross in the grave that he fashioned out of 2 pieces of driftwood. It was so easy to say the service. He had spoken it too many times. On this voyage alone, over 100 times for his own crew since they'd left Holland. Only Bacchus van Neck and the boy Croak survived now. The others had come from other ships, Salomon the mute, Jan Roper, Sonk the cook, Hinsel the sailmaker. 5 ships and 496 men. And now Vink. All gone now except the 7 of us. And for what? To circumnavigate the globe? To be the first? I don't know, he said to the grave. But that won't happen now. He made everything tidy. Sayonara, Johann. Then he walked down to the sea and swam naked to the wreck to purify himself. He had told Naga and Yabu that this was their custom after burying one of their men on land. The captain had to do it in private if there was no one else, and the sea was the purifier before their god, which was the Christian god, but not quite the same as the Jesuit Christian god. He hung onto one of the ship's ribs and saw that barnacles were already clustering, sand already silting over the keel plate, 3 fathoms below. Soon the sea would claim her, and she would vanish. He looked around aimlessly. Nothing to salvage, he told himself, expecting nothing. He swam ashore. Some of his vassals waited with fresh clothes. He dressed and put his swords in his sash and walked back. Near the wharf, one of the vassals pointed. Anjin-san! A carrier pigeon pursued by a hawk was clattering wildly for the safety of the home coop in the village. The coop was in the attic of the tallest building, set back from the seashore on a slight rise. With 100 yards to go, the hawk on station, high above its prey, closed its wings and plummeted. The stoop hit with a burst of feathers, but it was not perfect. The pigeon fell screeching as though mortally wounded, then, near the ground, recovered and fled for home. She scrambled through a hole in the coop to safety, the hawk egg-egg-egging with rage a few paces behind, and everyone cheered except Blackthorn. Even the pigeon's cleverness and bravery did not touch him. Nothing touched any more. Good, ne? One of his vessels said, embarrassed by his master's dourness. Yes. Blackthorn went back to the galley. Yabu was there, and the Lady Suzuko, Kiri, and the captain. Everything was ready. Yabu-san, ima Edo ka? He asked. But Yabu did not answer, and no one noticed him. All eyes were on Naga, who was hurrying toward the village. A pigeon handler came out of the building to meet him. Naga broke the seal and read the slip of paper.
Galley and all aboard to stay at Yokohama until I arrive.
It was signed Toranaga. The horsemen came rapidly over the lip of the hill in the early sun. First were the 50 outriders and scouts of the advance guard led by Buntaro. Next came the banners. Then Toranaga. After him was the bulk of the war party under the command of Omi. Following them were Father Alvito Tsuko-san and 10 acolytes in a tight group, and after them a small rearguard, among them hunters with falcons on their gloves, all hooded except one great yellow-eyed goshawk. All samurai were heavily armed and wore chain cuirasses and cavalry battle armor. Toranaga rode easily, his spirit lightened now, a newer and stronger man, and he was glad to be near the end of his journey. It was 2.5 days since he had sent the order to Naga to keep the galley at Yokohama, and had left Mishima on this forced march. They had come very fast, picking up fresh horses every 20 li or so. At one station, where horses were not available, the samurai in charge was removed, his stipend given to another, and he was invited to commit seppuku, or shave his head and become a priest. The samurai chose death.
The fool had been warned, Toranaga thought. The whole Kanto's mobilized and on a war footing. Still, that man wasn't a total waste, he told himself. At least the news of that example will flash the length of my domains, and there'll be no more unnecessary delays. So much yet to do, he thought, his mind frantic with facts and plans and counterplans. In 4 days it will be the day, the 22nd day of the 8th month, the month for viewing the moon. Today, at Osaka, the courtier Ogaki Takamoto formally goes to Ishido and regretfully announces that the Son of Heaven's visit to Osaka has to be delayed for a few days due to ill health.
It had been so easy to manipulate the delay. Although Ogaki was a prince of the 7th rank and descended from the Emperor Go-Shoko, the 95th of the dynasty, he was impoverished like all members of the imperial court. The court possessed no revenue of its own. Only samurai possessed revenue, and for hundreds of years the court had had to exist on a stipend, always carefully controlled and lean, granted it by the Shōgun, Kampaku, or ruling junta of the day. So Toranaga had humbly and very cautiously assigned 10,000 koku yearly to Ogaki, through intermediaries, to donate to needy relatives as Ogaki himself wished, saying with due humility that being Minowara and therefore also descended from Go-Shoko, he was delighted to be of service and trusted that the Exalted would take care of his precious health in so treacherous a climate as Osaka's, particularly around the 22nd day. Of course, there was no guarantee that Ogaki could persuade or dissuade the Exalted. But Toranaga had surmised that the advisers to the Son of Heaven, or the Son of Heaven himself, would welcome an excuse to delay, hopefully at length to cancel. Only once in 3 centuries had a ruling emperor ever left his sanctuary at Kyoto. That had been 4 years ago at the invitation of the Taiko to view the cherry blossoms near Osaka Castle, coincident with his resigning the Kampaku title in favor of Yaemon, and so, by implication, putting the imperial seal on the succession. Normally, no daimyo, not even Toranaga, would have dared to make such an offer to any member of the court, because it insulted and usurped the prerogative of a superior, in this case the council, and would instantly be construed as treason, as it rightly was. But Toranaga knew he was already indicted for treason.
Tomorrow, Ishido and his allies will move against me. How much more time have I left? Where should the battle be? Odawara? Victory depends only on the time and the place, and not on the number of men. They'll outnumber me 3-1 at the very least. Never mind, he thought. Ishido's coming out of Osaka Castle. Mariko pried him out. In the chess game for power, I sacrificed my queen, but Ishido's lost 2 castles. Yes, but you lost more than a queen in the last play. You lost a ship. A pawn can become a queen, but not a ship.
They were riding downhill in a quick, bone-jarring trot. Below was the sea. They turned a corner on the path, and there was Yokohama village, with the wreck just offshore. He could see the plateau where the musket regiment were drawn up in battle review with their horses and equipment, muskets in their holsters, other samurai equally well armed, lining his route as an honor guard nearer the shore. On the outskirts of the villagers were kneeling in neat rows, waiting to honor him. Beyond them was the galley, the sailors waiting with their captain. On either side of the wharf, fishing boats were beached in meticulous array, and he made a mental note to reprimand Naga. He had ordered the regiment ready for instant departure, but to stop fishermen or peasants from fishing or working the fields was irresponsible. He turned in his saddle and called up a samurai, ordering him to tell Buntaro to go ahead and see that all was safe and prepared.
Then go to the village and dismiss all the villagers to their work, except the headman. Yes, sir.
The man dug in his spurs and galloped away. Now Toranaga was near enough to the plateau to distinguish faces. The Anjin-san and Yabu, then Kiri and the Lady Sazuko. His excitement quickened. Buntaro was galloping down the track, his great bow and 2 full quivers on his back, half a dozen samurai close behind him. They swung off the track and came out onto the plateau. Instantly he saw Blackthorn, and his face became even sterner. Then he reined in and looked around cautiously. A roofed reviewing stand bearing a single cushion was facing the regiment. Another, smaller and lower, was nearby. Kiri and the Lady Sazuko waited under it. Yabu, as the most senior officer, was at the head of the regiment, Naga on his right, the Anjin-san on his left. All seemed safe, and Buntaro waved the main party onward. The advance guard trotted up, dismounted, and spread protectively around the reviewing stand. Then Toranaga rode into the arena. Naga lifted the battle standard on high. At once, the 4,000 men shouted, "Toranaga!" and bowed. Toranaga did not acknowledge their salute. In absolute silence, he took stock. He noticed that Buntaro was covertly watching the Anjin-san. Yabu was wearing the sword he had given him, but was very nervous. The Anjin-san's bow was correct and motionless, the haft of his sword broken. Kiri and his youngest consort were kneeling, their hands flat on the tatamis, their faces demurely lowered. His eyes softened momentarily, then he gazed disapprovingly at the regiment. Every man was still bowing. He did not bow back, just nodded curtly, and he felt the tremor that went through the samurai as they straightened up again. Good, he thought, dismounting nimbly, glad that they feared his vengeance. A samurai took his reins and led his horse away as he turned his back on the regiment, and sweat-stained like all of them in the humidity, he walked over to his ladies. So, Kiri-san, welcome home. She bowed again joyously.
Thank you, sire. I never thought I'd have the pleasure of seeing you ever again.
Nor I, lady.
Toranaga let a glimmer of his happiness show. He glanced at the young girl.
So, Sazuko-san, where's my son?
With his wet nurse, sire,
she replied breathlessly, basking in his open favor.
Please send someone to fetch our child at once.
Oh, please, sire, with your permission, may I bring him to you myself?
Yes, if you wish.
Toranaga smiled and watched her go for a moment, liking her greatly. Again he looked at Kiri.
Is everything all right with you? He asked for her ears alone.
Yes, Lord. Oh, yes. And seeing you so strong fills me with gladness.
You've lost weight, Kiri-chan, and you're younger than ever.
Oh, so sorry, sire. It's not true. But thank you. Thank you.
He grinned at her.
Whatever it is, then, it suits you. Tragedy, loneliness, being forsaken. I'm pleased to see you, Kiri-chan.
Thank you, sire. I'm so happy that her obedience and sacrifice unlocked Osaka. It would please her greatly, sire, to know she was successful.
First, I have to deal with this rabble. Then later we'll talk. There's lots to talk about, ne?
Yes. Oh, yes. Her eyes sparkled.
The Son of Heaven would be delayed, ne?
That would be wise, ne?
I have a private message from Lady Ochiba.
Ah, good. But it will have to wait. He paused. The Lady Mariko, she died honorably? By choice, and not by accident or mistake?
Mariko-sama chose death. It was seppuku. If she hadn't done what she did, they would have captured her. Oh, sire, she was so marvellous all those evil days. So brave. And the Anjin-san. If it hadn't been for him, she would have been captured and shamed. We would all have been captured and shamed.
Ah, yes, the ninja.
Toranaga exhaled. His eyes became jet, and she shivered in spite of herself.
Ishido's got much to answer for, Kiri-chan. Please excuse me.
He stalked over to the reviewing stand and sat, stern and menacing again. His guards surrounded him.
Omi-san! Yes, sir?
Omi came forward and bowed, seeming older than before, leaner now.
Escort the Lady Kiritsubo to her quarters, and make sure mine are adequate. I'll stay here tonight.
Omi saluted and walked off, and Toranaga was glad to see that the sudden change of plan produced not even a flicker in Omi's eyes.
Good, he thought. Omi's learning. All his spies have told him I've secretly ordered Sudara and Hiromatsu here, so I could not possibly leave until tomorrow.
Now he turned his full attention on the regiment. At his signal, Yabu came forward and saluted. He returned the salutation politely.
So, Yabu-san, welcome back. Thank you, sire. May I say how happy I am you avoided Ishido's treachery? Thank you. And you too. Things did not go well at Osaka, ne? No. My harmony is destroyed, sire. I had hoped to lead the retreat from Osaka, bringing you both your ladies safely, and your son, and also the Lady Toda, the Anjin-san, and seamen for his ship. Unfortunately, so sorry, we were both betrayed. There and here.
Yes. Toranaga looked at the wreck below that was washed by the sea. Anger flickered across his face, and everyone readied for the outburst. But none came.
Karma, he said. Yes, karma, Yabu-san. What can one do against the elements? Nothing. Negligence is another thing. Now, about Osaka. I want to hear everything that happened, in detail, as soon as the regiment's dismissed and I've bathed. I have a report for you in writing, sire. Good. Thank you. But first I'd prefer you to tell it to me. Is it true the Exalted won't go to Osaka? What the Exalted decides is up to the Exalted. Do you wish to review the regiment before I dismiss them?
Yabu asked formally.
Why should I give them that honor? Don't you know they're in disgrace, the elements notwithstanding?
He added thinly.
Yes, sire. So sorry. Terrible.
Yabu was trying unsuccessfully to read Toranaga's mind.
I was appalled when I heard what had happened. It seems almost impossible. I agree.
Toranaga's face darkened, and he looked at Naga and beyond him to the massed ranks.
I still fail to understand how there could be such incompetence. I needed that ship.
Naga was agitated. Please excuse me, sire, but do you wish me to make another inquiry?
What can you do now that you haven't already done?
I don't know, sire. Nothing, sire. Please excuse me.
Your investigation was thorough, eh?
Yes, sire. Please forgive my stupidity.
It wasn't your fault. You weren't here, or in command.
Impatiently, Toranaga turned back to Yabu.
It's curious, even sinister, that the shore patrol, the camp patrol, the deck patrol, and the commander were all Izu men on that night, except for the Anjin-san's few Ronin. Yes, sire. Curious, but not sinister. So sorry. You were perfectly correct to hold the officers responsible, as Naga-san was to punish the others. So sorry. I made my own investigations as soon as I arrived, but I've no more information, nothing to add. I agree, it's karma. Karma helped somehow by manure-eating Christians. Even so, I apologize. Ah, you say it was sabotage? There's no evidence, sire, but a tidal wave and simple fire seemed too easy an explanation. Certainly any fire should have been doused. Again, I apologize. I accept your apologies, but meanwhile, please tell me how I replace that ship. I need that ship.
Yabu could feel acid in his stomach.
Yes, sire, I know. So sorry, it cannot be replaced. But the Anjin-san told us during the voyage that soon other fighting ships from his country will come here. How soon? He doesn't know, sire. A year? 10 years? I've barely got 10 days. So sorry. I wish I knew. Perhaps you should ask him, sire.
Toranaga looked directly at Blackthorn for the first time. The tall man was standing alone, the light gone from his face.
Anjin-san.
Yes, sire.
Bad, ne? Very bad.
Toranaga pointed at the wreck below.
Ne?
Yes, very bad, sire.
How soon other ships come?
My ship, sire?
Yes. When Buddha says, "Tonight we talk. Go now. Thank you for Osaka." Yes. Go to galley or village. Talk tonight. Understand?
Yes. Talk tonight, yes. Understand, sire. Thank you.
When tonight, please? I'll send a messenger. Thank you for Osaka. My duty, ne? But I do little. Toda Mariko-sama, give everything. Everything for Toranaga-sama.
Yes. Gravely, Toranaga returned the bow. The Anjin-san began to leave, but stopped. Toranaga glanced at the far end of the plateau. Tsuko-san and his acolytes had just ridden in and were dismounting there. He had not granted the priest an interview at Mishima, though he had sent word to him at once about the ship's destruction, and had deliberately kept him waiting, pending the outcome of Osaka and the safe arrival of the galley at Anjiro. Only then had he decided to bring the priest here with him to allow the confrontation to happen, at the right time. Blackthorn began to head for the priest.
No, Anjin-san. Later. Not now. Now go village, he ordered. But sire, that man killed my ship. He's the enemy. You will go there.
Toranaga pointed to the village below.
You will wait there, please. Tonight we will talk. Sire, please, that man... No, you will go to the galley, Toranaga said. You will go now. Please. This is better than breaking any falcon to the fist, he thought excitedly, momentarily distracted, putting his will to bear on Blackthorn. It's better because the Anjin-san's just as wild and dangerous and unpredictable. Always an unknown quantity. Unique. Unlike any man I've ever known.
From the corner of his eyes, he noticed Buntaro had moved into the Anjin-san's path, ready and anxious to force obedience.
How foolish, Toranaga thought in passing, and so unnecessary.
He kept his eyes on Blackthorn and dominated him.
Yes, go now, Lord Toranaga. So sorry. Go now, Blackthorn said.
He wiped the sweat off his face and started to go.
Thank you, Anjin-san,
Toranaga said. He did not allow his triumph to show. He watched Blackthorn obediently walk away. Violent, strong, murderous, but controlled now by the will of Toranaga. Then he changed his mind.
Anjin-san,
he called out, deciding it was time to release the Jesses and let the killer fly free. The final test.
Listen, go there if you wish. I think it better not to kill the Tsuku-san. But if you want to kill him, kill. Better not to kill.
He said it slowly and carefully and repeated it.
Wakarimasu ka? Hai.
Toranaga looked into the incredibly blue eyes that were filled with an unthinking animosity, and he wondered if this wild bird, cast at its prey, would kill or not kill at his whim alone, and return to the fist without eating.
Wakarimasu ka? Hai.
Toranaga waved his hand in dismissal. Blackthorn turned and stalked off northward, toward the Tsuku-san. Buntaro moved out of his way. Blackthorn did not seem to notice anyone except the priest. The day seemed to become more sultry.
So, Yabu-san, what's he going to do?
Toranaga asked.
Kill? Of course he'll kill, if he can catch him. The priest deserves to die, ne? All Christian priests deserve to die, ne? All Christians. I'm sure they were behind the sabotage, the priests and Kiyama, though I can't prove it. You'll gamble your life he'll kill Tsuku-san? No, sire,
Yabu said hastily.
No, I wouldn't. So sorry. He's barbarian. They're both barbarian. Naga-san?
If it were me, I'd kill the priest and all of them, now that I had your permission. I've never known anyone openly to hate so much. The last 2 days, the Anjin-san's been like an insane man, walking up and down, muttering, staring at the wreck, sleeping there curled up on the sand, hardly eating. Naga looked after Blackthorn again. I agree, it wasn't just nature that destroyed the ship. I know the priests, somehow they were behind it. I can't prove it either, but somehow, I don't believe it happened because of the storm.
Choose.
He'll explode. Look at his walk. I think he'll kill. I hope he'll kill.
Buntaro-san?
Buntaro turned back, his heavy jowls unshaven, his brawny legs planted, his fingers on his bow.
You advised him not to kill the Tsuku-san, so you do not want the priest dead. If the Anjin-san kills or doesn't kill, matters nothing to me, sire. I care only what matters to you. May I stop him if he begins to disobey you? I can do it easily from this range. Could you guarantee to wound him only? No, sire.
Toranaga laughed softly and broke the spell.
The Anjin-san won't kill him. He'll shout and rave or hiss like a snake and rattle his sword, and the Tsuku-san will be swollen up with holy zeal, completely unafraid, and he'll hiss back saying, "It was an act of God. I never touched your ship." Then the Anjin-san will call him a liar, and the Tsuku-san will be filled with more zeal and repeat the claim and swear to the truth in his God's name, and he'll probably curse him back, and they'll hate each other for 20 lifetimes. No one will die. At least, not now.
How do you know all that, Father? Naga exclaimed.
I don't know it for certain, my son, but that's what I think will happen. It's always important to take time to study men, important men, friends and enemies, to understand them. I've watched both of them. They're both very important to me. Nay, Yabu-san?
Yes, sire, Yabu said, suddenly disquieted. Naga shot a quick glance after Blackthorn. The Anjin-san was still walking with the same unhurried stride, now 70 paces away from the Tsuku-san, who waited at the head of his acolytes, the breeze moving their orange robes.
But, Father, neither is a coward, ne? How can they back away now with honor? He won't kill for 3 reasons. First, because the Tsuku-san's unarmed and won't fight back, even with his hands. It's against their code to kill an unarmed man. That's a dishonor, a sin against their Christian God. Second, because he's Christian. Third, because I decided it was not the time.
Buntaro said,
Please excuse me, but I can understand the third, even the first. But isn't the real reason for their hate that both believe the other man's not Christian, but evil, a Satan worshipper? Isn't that what they call it? Yes, but this Jesus God of theirs taught, or was supposed to have taught, that you forgive your enemy. That's being Christian.
That's stupid, ne? Naga said. To forgive your enemy is stupid.
I agree.
Toranaga looked at Yabu.
It is foolish to forgive an enemy. Nay, Yabu-san?
Yes, Yabu agreed. Toranaga looked northward. The two figures were very close, and now, privately, Toranaga was cursing his impetuousness. He still needed both men very much, and there had been no need to risk either of them. He had launched the Anjin-san for personal excitement, not to kill, and he regretted his stupidity. Now he waited, caught up as all of them. But it happened as he had forecast, and the clash was short and sharp and spite-filled, even from this distance, and he found himself greatly relieved. He would have dearly liked to have understood what had actually been said, to know if he had been correct. Soon they saw the Anjin-san stride away. Behind him, the Tsuku-san mopped his brow with a coloured paper handkerchief.
Eeh!
Naga uttered in admiration.
How can we lose with you in command? Too easily, my son, if that is my karma.
Then his mood changed.
Naga-san, order all samurai who came back with the galley from Osaka to my quarters.
Naga hurried away.
Yabu-san, I'm pleased to welcome you back safely. Dismiss the regiment. After the evening meal, we'll talk. May I send for you? Of course. Thank you, sire.
Yabu saluted and went off. Now alone but for guards that he waved out of hearing, Toranaga studied Buntaro. Buntaro was unsettled, as a dog would be when stared at. When he could bear it no longer, he said,
Sire, once you asked for his head, ne? Ne? Yes, sire. Well, he insulted me at Anjiro. I'm still shamed. I order that shame dismissed. Then it's dismissed, sire. But she betrayed me with him, and that cannot be dismissed, not while he's alive. I've proof. I want him dead. Now. Please, his ship's gone. What use is he now to you, sire? I ask it as a lifetime favor. What proof? Everyone knows. On the way from Yokoze, I talked to Yoshinaka. Everyone knows, he added sullenly. Yoshinaka saw her and him together? He accused her? No, but what he said.
Buntaro looked up in agony.
I know. That is enough. Please, I beg it as a lifetime favor. I've never asked anything of you, ne? I need him alive. But for him, the ninja would have captured her and shamed her, and therefore you. A lifetime wish, Buntaro said. I ask it. His ship's gone. He's done what you wanted. Please. I have proof he did not shame you with her. So sorry. What proof? Listen. This is for your ears alone, as I agreed with her. I ordered her to become his friend.
Toranaga bore down on him.
They were friends, yes. The Anjin-san worshipped her, but he never shamed you with her, or she with him. At Anjiro, just before the earthquake, when she first suggested going to Osaka to free all the hostages, by challenging Ishido publicly and then forcing a crisis by committing seppuku, whatever he tried to do. On that day, I did... That was planned then? Of course. Will you never learn? On that day, I ordered her divorce from you. Sire? Divorced. Isn't the word clear? Yes, but divorced. She'd driven you insane for years. You'd treated her foully for years. What about your treatment of her foster mother and ladies? Didn't I tell you I needed her to interpret the Anjin-san? Yet you lost your temper and beat her. The truth is, you almost killed her that time, ne? Ne?
Yes. Please excuse me.
The time had come to finish that marriage. I ordered it finished. Then.
She asked for divorce?
No. I decided, and I ordered it. But your wife begged me to revoke the order. I refused. Then your wife said she would commit seppuku at once, without my permission, before she would allow you to be shamed in that way. I ordered her to obey. She refused.
Toranaga continued angrily.
Your wife forced me, her liege lord, to withdraw my legal order, and made me agree to make my order absolute only after Osaka. Both of us knowing that Osaka for her meant death. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand that.
At Osaka, the Anjin-san saved her honor and the honor of my ladies and my youngest son. But for him, they and all the hostages at Osaka would still be in Osaka. I'd be dead or in Ikawa Jikyu's hands, probably in chains like a common felon.
Please, excuse me.
But why did she do that? She hated me. Why did she delay divorce? Because of Saruchi? For your honor. She understood duty. Your wife was so concerned for your honor, even after her death, that part of my agreement was that this was to be a private affair between her and you and myself. No one else would ever know, not the Anjin-san, her son, anyone, not even her Christian priest confessor.
What? Toranaga explained it again. At length, Buntaro understood clearly, and Toranaga dismissed him, and then, at long last alone for the moment, he got up and stretched, exhausted by all his labor since he had arrived. The sun was still high, though it was afternoon now. His thirst was great. He accepted cold cha from his personal bodyguard, then walked down to the shore. He stripped off his sopping kimono and swam, the sea feeling glorious to him, refreshing him. He swam underwater but did not stay submerged too long, knowing that his guards would be anxious. He surfaced and floated on his back, looking up into the sky, gathering strength for the long night ahead.
Ah, Mariko, he thought, what a wondrous lady you are. Yes, because you will certainly live forever. Are you with your Christian God in your Christian heaven? I hope not. That would be a terrible waste. I hope your spirit's just awaiting Buddha's 40 days for rebirth somewhere here. I pray your spirit comes into my family. Please. But again, as a lady, not as a man. We could not afford to have you as a man. You're much too special to waste as a man.
He smiled. It had happened at Anjiro just as he had told Buntaro, though she had never forced him to rescind his order.
How could she force me to do anything I didn't want?
He said to the sky. She had asked him dutifully, correctly, not to make the divorce public until after Osaka.
But, he assured himself, she would certainly have committed seppuku if I'd refused her. She would have insisted, nay? Of course she would have insisted, and that would have ruined everything. By agreeing in advance, I merely saved her unnecessary shame and argument, and myself unnecessary trouble. And by keeping it private now, as I'm sure she would have wished it, everyone gains further. I'm glad I conceded, he thought benignly, then laughed aloud. A slight wave chopped over him, and he took a mouthful of seawater and choked.
Are you all right, sir? An anxious guard swimming nearby called out.
Yes, of course, yes.
Toranaga retched again and spat out the phlegm, treading water, and thought,
that will teach you to be smug. That's your second mistake today.
Then he saw the wreck.
Come on, I'll race you,
he called out to his guard. A race with Toranaga meant a race. Once one of his generals had deliberately allowed him to win, hoping to gain favor. That mistake cost the man everything. The guard won. Toranaga congratulated him and held onto one of the ribs and waited until his breathing was normal. Then he looked around, his curiosity enormous. He swam down and inspected the keel of Erasmus. When he was satisfied, he went ashore and returned to the camp, refreshed and ready. A temporary house had been set up for him in a good position under a wide thatched roof that was supported with strong bamboo posts. Shoji walls and partitions were set on a raised deck flooring of wood and tatamis. Sentries were already stationed, and rooms were also there for Kiri and Sazuko and servants and cooks, joined by a complex of simple paths, raised on temporary pilings. He saw his child for the first time. Obviously, the Lady Sazuko would never have been so impolite as to bring her son back to the plateau at once, fearing that she might intrude in important matters, as she would have done, even though he had happily given her that opportunity. The child pleased him greatly.
He's a fine boy,
he boasted, holding the infant with practiced assurance.
And Sazuko, you're younger and more attractive than ever. We must have more children at once. Motherhood suits you.
Oh, sire, she said, I was afraid I'd never see you again, and never be able to show you your newest son. How are we going to escape the trap? Ishido's armies.
Look what a fine boy he is. Next week I'll build a shrine in his honor and endow it with...
He stopped and halved the figure he had first thought of, and then halved that again.
With 20 koku a year.
Oh, sire, how generous you are.
Her smile was guileless.
Yes, he said. That's enough for a miserable parasite priest to say a few Namu Amida Butsu, eh?
Oh, yes, sire. Will the shrine be near the castle in Edo? Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful if it could be on a river or stream?
He agreed reluctantly, even though such a choice plot would cost more than he had wanted to spend on such frippery.
But the boy's fine. I can afford to be generous this year, he thought.
Oh, thank you, sire.
The Lady Sazuko stopped. Naga was hurrying over to where they sat on a shaded veranda.
Please excuse me, father, but your Osaka samurai, how do you want to see them? Singly or all together? Singly?
Yes, sire. The priest Tsuku-san would like to see you when convenient.
Tell him I'll send for him as soon as possible.
Again Toranaga began to talk with his consort, but politely and at once she asked to be excused, knowing that he wanted to deal with the samurai immediately. He asked her to stay, but she begged to be allowed to go, and he agreed. He interviewed the men carefully, sifting their stories, calling a samurai back occasionally, cross-checking. By sunset, he knew clearly what had happened, or what they all thought had happened. Then he ate lightly and quickly, his first meal today, and summoned Kiri, sending all guards out of hearing.
First, tell me what you did, what you saw, and what you witnessed, Kiri-chan.
Night had fallen before he was satisfied, even though she was perfectly prepared.
He said, that was a near thing, Kiri-chan. Too near.
Yes, Kiri replied, her hands folded in her ample lap. Then she added with great tenderness, All gods, great and small, were guarding you, sire, and us. Please excuse me that I doubted the outcome, doubted you. The gods were watching over us.
It seems that way, yes, very much.
Toranaga watched the night. The flames of the flares were being wafted by the slight sea breeze that also blew away the night insects and made the evening more comfortable. A fine moon rode the sky, and he could see the dark marks on its face, and he wondered absently if the dark was land and the rest ice and snow, and why the moon was there and who lived there.
Oh, there are so many things I'd like to know, he thought.
Can I ask a question, Tora-chan?
What question, lady?
Why did Ishido
let us go? Really? He needn't have, ne? If I'd been him, I wouldn't have done it. Never. Why?
First tell me the Lady Ochiba's message.
The Lady Ochiba said, "Please tell Lord Toranaga that I respectfully wish that there was some way that his differences with the heir could be resolved. As a token of the heir's affection, I'd like to tell Toranaga-sama the heir has said many times he does not want to lead any armies against his uncle, the Lord of the Can—"
She said that?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Surely she must know, and Ishido, that if Yaemon holds the standard against me, I must lose.
That's what she said, sire.
Eee!
Toranaga bunched his great callous fist and banged it on the tatamis.
If that's a real offer, and not a trick, I'm halfway to Kyoto, and one pace beyond.
Yes, Kiri said.
What's the price?
I don't know. She said nothing more, sire. That was all the message, apart from good wishes to her sister.
What can I give Ochiba that she doesn't have already? Osaka's hers, the treasure's hers, Yaemon's always been heir of the realm for me. This war's unnecessary. Whatever happens, in 8 years Yaemon becomes Kampaku and inherits the earth, this earth. There's nothing left to give her.
Perhaps she wants marriage.
Toranaga shook his head emphatically.
No, not her. That woman would never marry me.
It's the perfect solution, sire, for her.
She'd never consider it. Ochiba, my wife? 4 times she begged the Taiko to invite me onward.
Yes, but that was when he was alive.
I will do anything that would cement the realm, keep the peace, and make Yaemon Kampaku. Is that what she wants?
It would confirm the succession. That's her lodestone.
Again Toranaga stared at the moon, but now his mind was concentrating on the puzzle, reminded again of what Lady Yodako had said at Osaka. When no immediate answer was forthcoming, he put it aside to continue with the more important present.
I think she's up to her tricks again. Did Kiyama tell you that the barbarian ship had been sabotaged?
No, sire.
Toranaga frowned.
That's surprising, because he must have known about it then. I told Tsuko-san as soon as I heard. He went through the motions of sending a carrier bird at once, though it would only have confirmed what they already must have known.
Their treachery should be punished, ne? On the instigators, as well as the fools who allowed it.
With patience, they'll get their reward, Kiri-san. I hear the Christian priests claim it was an act of God.
Such hypocrisy. Stupid, ne?
Yes. Very stupid in one way, Toranaga thought, not in another. Well, thank you, Kiri-san. Again, I'm delighted you're safe. We'll stay here tonight. Now, please excuse me. Send for Yabu-san, and when he arrives, bring cha and sake, and then leave us alone.
Yes, sir. May I ask my question now?
The same question?
Yes, sire. Why did Ishido let us go?
The answer is, Kiri-chan, I don't know. He made a mistake.
She bowed and went away contentedly. It was almost the middle of the night before Yabu left. Toranaga bowed him away as an equal and thanked him again for everything. He'd invited him to the secret council of war tomorrow, had confirmed him as general of the musket regiment, and confirmed his overlordship of Totomi and Suruga in writing, once they were conquered and secured.
Now the regiment's absolutely vital, Yabu-san. You're to be solely responsible for its strategy and training. Omi-san can be liaison between us. Use the Anjin-san's knowledge. Anything, ne? Yes, that will be perfect, sire. May I humbly thank you? You did me a great service bringing my ladies, my son, and the Anjin-san back safely. Terrible about the ship. Karma. Perhaps another one will arrive soon. Good night, my friend.
Toranaga sipped his cha. He was feeling very tired now.
Naga-san?
Sir?
Where's the Anjin-san?
By the wreck with some of his vassals.
What's he doing there?
Just staring at it. Naga became uneasy under his father's piercing gaze. So sorry. Shouldn't he be there, sire?
What? Oh no, it doesn't matter. Where's Tsuku-san?
In one of the guest houses, sire.
Have you told him you want to become Christian next year?
Yes, sire.
Good. Fetch him.
In moments, Toranaga saw the tall, lean priest approach under the flares. His taut face deeply lined, his black tonsured hair without a fleck of grey. And he was reminded suddenly of Yokose.
Patience is very important, Tsuku-san.
Nay? Yes, always. But why did you say that, sire?
Oh, I was thinking about Yokose. Oh, everything was very different then. Such a little time ago.
Ah, yes. God moves in curious ways. Yes, sire. I'm so very pleased you're still within your own borders.
You wanted to see me?
Toranaga asked, fanning himself, secretly envying the priest his flat stomach and his gift of tongues. Only to apologize for what happened.
What did the Anjin-san say?
Many angry words, and accusations that I'd burned his ship.
Did you?
No, sire.
Who did?
It was an act of God. The storm came and the ship was burned.
It wasn't an act of God. You say you didn't help it. You or any priest or any Christian?
Oh, I helped, sire. I prayed. We all did. Before God, I believed that ship was an instrument of the devil. I've said so to you many times. I know it wasn't your opinion, and again I ask your forgiveness for opposing you on this. But perhaps this act of God helped and did not hinder.
Oh? How?
The father visitor's no longer distracted, sire. Now he can concentrate on Lords Kiyama and Onoshi. Toranaga said bluntly,
I've heard all this before, Tsuku-san. What practical help can the chief Christian priest give me?
Sire, put your trust in... Alvito caught himself, then said sincerely, Please excuse me, sire, but I feel with all my heart that if you put your trust in God, He will help you.
I do, but more in Toranaga. Meanwhile, I hear Ishido, Kiyama, Onoshi, and Zataki have gathered their legions. Ishido will have 300,000 or 400,000 men in the field against me.
The father visitor's implementing his agreement with you, sire. At Yokose, I reported failure. Now I think there's hope.
I can't use hope against swords.
Yes, but God can win against any odds.
Yes, if God exists, He can win against any odds.
Then Toranaga's voice edged even more.
What hope are you referring to?
I don't know actually, sire. But isn't Ishido coming against you, out of Osaka Castle? Isn't that another act of God?
No, but you understand the importance of that decision?
Oh yes, very clearly. I'm sure the father visitor understands that also.
You say this is his work?
Oh no, sire, but it is happening.
Perhaps Ishido will change his mind and make Lord Kiyama commander-in-chief and skulk at Osaka and leave Kiyama and the heir opposing me.
I can't answer that, sire. But if Ishido leaves Osaka, it will be a miracle. Nay?
Are you seriously claiming this to be another act of your Christian God?
No, but it could be. I believe nothing happens without his knowledge.
Even after we're dead, we still may never know about God.
Then Toranaga added abruptly,
I hear the father visitors left Osaka,
and was pleased to see a shadow cross the Tsuku-san's face. The news had come the day they'd left Mishima. Yes, the priest was saying, his apprehension increasing. He's gone to Nagasaki, sire.
To conduct a special burial for Toda Mariko-sama?
Yes. Ah, sire, you know so much. We're all clay on the potter's wheel you spin.
That's not true, and I don't like idle flattery. Have you forgotten?
No, sire. Please excuse me. It wasn't meant to be. Alvito became even more on guard, almost wilting. You're opposed to the service, sire?
It doesn't matter to me. She was a very special person, and her example merits honor.
Yes, sire. Thank you. The Father Visitor will be very pleased, but he thinks it matters quite a lot.
Of course. Because she was my vassal and a Christian, her example won't go unnoticed by other Christians, or by those considering conversion. Nay?
I would say it will not go unnoticed. Why should it? On the contrary, she merits great praise for her self-sacrifice.
In giving her life that others might live?
Toranaga asked cryptically, not mentioning seppuku or suicide. Yes. Toranaga smiled to himself, noticing that Tsuku-san had never once mentioned the other girl, Kiyama Achiko, her bravery or death or burial, also with great pomp and ceremony. He hardened his voice.
And you know of no one who ordered or assisted in the sabotage of my ship?
No, sire, other than by prayer.
I hear your church building in Edo is going well.
Yes, sire. Again, thank you.
Well, Tsuku-san, I hope the labors of the High Priest of the Christians will bear fruit soon. I need more than hope, and I've a very long memory. Now, please, I require your services as interpreter.
Instantly, he sensed the priest's antagonism.
You have nothing to fear.
Oh, sire, I'm not afraid of him. Please excuse me. I just don't want to be near him. Toranaga got up.
I require you to respect the Anjin-san. His bravery is unquestioned, and he saved Mariko-sama's life many times. Also, he's understandably almost berserk at the moment. The loss of his ship, nay?
Yes. So sorry. Toranaga led the way toward the shore, guards with flares lighting their way.
When do I have your High Priest's report on the gun-running incident?
As soon as he gets all the information from Macau.
Please ask him to speed his inquiries.
Yes, sire.
Who were the Christian daimyos concerned?
I don't know. So sorry. Or even if any were involved.
A pity you don't know, Tsuku-san. That would save me a lot of time. There are more than a few daimyos who would be interested to know the truth of that. Ah, Tsuku-san,
Toranaga thought.
But you do know, and I could press you into a corner now, and while you would twist and thrash around like a cornered snake, at length I'd order you to swear by your Christian God. And then, if you did, you would have to say, Kiyama, Onoshi, and probably Harima. But the time's not ready. Yet. Nor ready for you to know I believe you Christians had nothing to do with the sabotage. Nor did Kiyama, or Harima, or even Onoshi. In fact, I'm sure. But it still wasn't an act of God. It was an act of Toranaga. Yes, but why, you might ask? Kiyama wisely refused the offer in my letter that Mariko gave him. He had to be given proof of my sincerity. What else could I give but the ship and the barbarian that terrified you Christians? I expected to lose both, though I only gave one. Today in Osaka, intermediaries will tell Kiyama and the chief of your priests, this is a free gift from me to them, proof of my sincerity, that I am not opposed to the church, only Ishido. It is proof, ne? Yes, But can you ever trust Kiyama? You will ask quite rightly. No. But Kiyama is Japanese first and Christian second. You always forget that. Kiyama will understand my sincerity. The gift of the ship was absolute, like Mariko's example and the Anjin-san's bravery. And how did I sabotage the ship? You might want to know. What does that matter to you, Tsuku-san? It is enough that I did, and no one the wiser except me, a few trusted men, and the arsonist. Him? Ishido used ninja. Why shouldn't I? But I had one man and succeeded. Ishido failed. Stupid to fail, he said aloud.
Sire? Alvito asked.
Stupid to fail to bottle up such an incendiary secret as smuggled muskets, he said gruffly, and to incite Christian daimyos into rebellion against their liege lord, the Taiko, eh?
Yes, sire, if it's true.
Oh, I'm sure it's true, Tsuku-san.
Toranaga let the conversation lapse, now that Tsuku-san was clearly agitated and ready to be a perfect interpreter. They were down by the shore now, and Toranaga led, sure-footed in the semi-darkness, brushing his weariness aside. As they passed the heads on the shore, he saw Tsuku-san cross himself in fear, and he thought,
how stupid to be so superstitious, and to be afraid of nothing.
The Anjin-san's vassals were already on their feet, bowing, long before he arrived. The Anjin-san was not. The Anjin-san was still sitting, staring bleakly out to sea.
Anjin-san?
Toranaga called out gently.
Yes, sire.
Blackthorn came out of his reverie and got to his feet.
Sorry, you want to talk now? Yes, please. I bring Tsuku-san because I want to talk clearly. Understand? Quick and clear.
Yes. Toranaga saw the fixity of the man's eyes in the light of the flares and his utter exhaustion. He glanced at Tsuku-san.
Does he understand what I said?
He watched the priest talk and listened to the evil-sounding language. The Anjin-san nodded, his accusatory gaze never faltering. Yes, sire, the priest said.
Now interpret for me, please, Tsuku-san, as before. Everything exact. Listen, Anjin-san. I've brought Tsuku-san so we can talk directly and quickly, without missing the meaning of any word. It's so important to me that I ask your patience. I think it's best this way.
Yes, sire.
Tsuku-san, first swear before your Christian God, nothing he says will ever pass your lips to another. Like a confessional, eh? As sacred, to me and to him.
But, sire, this isn't...
This you will do. Now, or I will withdraw all my support forever from you and your church.
Very well, sire. I agree. Before God.
Good. Thank you. Explain to him your agreement.
Alvito obeyed, then Toranaga settled himself on the sand dunes and waved his fan against the encroaching night bugs.
Now, please tell me, Anjin-san, what happened at Osaka?
Blackthorn began haltingly, but gradually his mind began to relive it all, and soon the words gushed, and Father Alvito had difficulty in keeping up. Toranaga listened in silence, never interrupting the flow, just adding cautious encouragement when needed, the perfect listener. Blackthorn finished at dawn. By then, Toranaga knew everything there was to tell.
Everything the Anjin-san was prepared to tell,
he corrected himself. The priest knew it also, but Toranaga was sure there was nothing in it the Catholics or Kiyama could use against him, or against Mariko, or against the Anjin-san, who by now hardly noticed the priest.
You're sure the Captain General would have put you to the stake, Anjin-san?
He asked again.
Oh, yes, if it hadn't been for the Jesuit. I'm a heretic in his eyes. Fire's supposed to cleanse your soul somehow. Why did the Father Visitor save you? I don't know. It was something to do with Mariko-sama. Without my ship, I can't touch them. Oh, they would have thought of that themselves, but perhaps she gave them a clue how to do it. What clue? What would she know about burning ships? I don't know. Ninja got into the castle. Perhaps Ninja got through the men here. My ship was sabotaged. She saw the Father Visitor at the castle the day she died. I think she told him how to burn Erasmus, in return for my life. But I have no life without my ship, sire. None. You're wrong, Anjin-san. Thank you, Tsuku-san, Toranaga said in dismissal. Yes, I appreciate your labor. Please get some rest now.
Yes, sire. Thank you. Alvido hesitated. I apologize for the Captain General. Men are born in sin. Most stay in sin, though they're Christians.
Christians are born in sin. We're not. We're a civilized people who understand what sin really is, not illiterate peasants who know no better. Even so, Tsuku-san, if I'd been your Captain General, I would not have let the Anjin-san go while I had him in my grasp. It was a military decision. A good one. I think he'll live to regret he didn't insist. And so will your Father Visitor.
Do you want me to translate that, sire?
That was for your ears. Thank you for your help.
Toranaga returned the priest's salutation and sent men to accompany him back to his house, then turned to Blackthorn.
Anjin-san, first swim.
Sire?
Swim!
Toranaga stripped and went into the water in the growing light. Blackthorn and the guards followed. Toranaga swam strongly out to sea, then turned and circled the wreck. Blackthorn came after him, refreshed by the chill. Soon Toranaga returned ashore. Servants had towels ready now, fresh kimonos and cha, sake and food.
Eat, Anjin-san.
So sorry, not hungry.
Eat.
Blackthorn took a few mouthfuls, then retched. So sorry.
Stupid and weak. Weak like a garlic eater. Not like Hatamoto. Eh?
Sire? Toranaga repeated it, brutally. Then he pointed at the wreck, knowing that now he had Blackthorn's full attention.
That's nothing. Shigata ga nai. Unimportant. Listen. Anjin-san is Hatamoto, ne? Not garlic eater. Understand?
Yes, so sorry. Toranaga beckoned his bodyguard, who handed him the sealed scroll.
Listen, Anjin-san. Before Mariko-sama left Edo, she gave me this. Mariko-sama say, if you live after Osaka, if you live, understand? She asked me to give this to you.
Blackthorn took the proffered scroll, and after a moment broke the seal.
What message say, Anjin-san?
Toranaga asked. Mariko had written in Latin. Thou, I love thee. If this is read by thee, then I am dead in Osaka, and perhaps because of me, thy ship is dead too. I may sacrifice this most prized part of thy life because of my faith, to safeguard my church, but more to save thy life, which is more precious to me than everything, even the interest of my Lord Toranaga. It may come to a choice, my love, thee or thy ship. So sorry, but I choose life for thee. This ship is doomed anyway, with or without thee. I will concede thy ship to thine enemy, so that thou may live. This ship is nothing. Build another. This thou canst do. Were you not taught to be a builder of ships as well as a navigator of ships? I believe Lord Toranaga will give thee all the craftsmen, carpenters, and metal craftsmen necessary. He needs you and your ships. And from my personal estate, I have bequeathed thee all the money necessary. Build another ship and build another life, my love. Take next year's black ship and live forever. Listen, my dear one, My Christian soul prays to see thee again in a Christian heaven. My Japanese hara prays that in the next life I will be whatever is necessary to bring thee joy and to be with thee wherever thou art. Forgive me, but thy life is all important. I love thee.
What message say, Anjin-san?
So sorry, sire. Mariko-sama say this ship is not necessary. Say build new ship. Say,
Possible? Possible, Anjin-san?
Blackthorn saw the daimyo's flashing interest. Yes, if get... He could not remember the word for carpenter.
If Toranaga-sama give men, ship-making men, eh? Yes, I can.
In his mind, the new ship began to take shape. Smaller, much smaller than Erasmus. About 90 to 100 tons would be all he could manage, for he had never overseen or designed a complete ship by himself before, though Alban Caradoc had certainly trained him as a shipwright as well as pilot.
God bless you, Alban, he exulted. Yes, 90 tons to start with. Drake's Golden Hind was thereabouts, and remember what she endured. I can get 20 cannon aboard, and that would be enough to... Christ Jesus, the cannon!
He whirled and peered at the wreck, then saw Toranaga and all of them staring at him, and realized he'd been talking English to them.
So sorry, sire. Think too quick. Big guns. They're in scene, eh? Must get quick.
Toranaga spoke to his men, then faced Blackthorn again.
Samurai say everything from ship at camp. Some things fish from sea, shallow, here at low tide, eh? Now in camp. Why?
Blackthorn felt lightheaded.
Can make ship. If have big guns, can fight enemy. Can Toranaga-sama get gunpowder? Yes. How many carpenters? How much need? 40 carpenters, blacksmiths, oak for timbers. Do you have oak here? Then I'll need iron, steel. I'll set up a forge and I'll need a master.
Blackthorn realized he was talking in English again.
Sorry. I write on paper, carefully, and I think carefully. Please, you give men to help? All men, all money, at once. I need ship, at once. How fast can you build it? 6 months from the day we lay keel. Oh, not faster?
No, so sorry.
Later we talk some more, Anjin-san. What else Mariko-sama say?
Little more, sire. Say give money to help ship, her money. Say also sorry if she help my enemy destroy ship.
What enemy? What way destroy ship?
Not say who or how, sire. Nothing clear. Just sorry if. Mariko-sama say sayonara. Hope seppuku serves Lord Toranaga.
Ah, yes. Serves greatly, ne?
Yes. Toranaga smiled at him.
Glad all good now, Anjin-san. Mariko-sama was right. Don't worry about that.
Toranaga pointed at the hulk.
Build a new ship at once. A fighting ship, ne? You understand?
Understand very much.
This new ship. Could this new ship fight the black ship?
Yes.
Next year's black ship? Possible. What about crew?
Please?
Seamen, gunners.
By next year can train my vassals as gunners, not seamen.
You can have the pick of all the seamen in the Kanto.
Then next year possible. Blackthorn grinned. Is next year possible? War? What about war? Toranaga shrugged.
War or no war, still try, ne? That's your prey. Understand prey? And our secret. Between you and me only, ne? The black ship.
Priests will soon break secret.
Perhaps, but this time no tidal wave or typhoon, my friend. You will watch, and I will watch.
Yes.
First black ship, then go home. Bring me back a navy. Understand? Oh, yes. If I lose, karma. If not, then everything, Anjin-san. Everything as you said. Everything. Black ship, ambassador, treaty, ships. Understand?
Yes. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank Mariko-sama. Without her...
Toranaga saluted him warmly, for the first time as an equal, and went away with his guards. Blackthorn's vassals bowed, completely impressed with the honor done to their master. Blackthorn watched Toranaga leave, exulting. Then he saw the food. The servants were beginning to pack up the remains. Wait. Now food, please. He ate carefully, slowly, and with good manners, his own men quarrelling for the privilege of serving him, his mind roving over all the vast possibilities that Toranaga had opened up for him. You've won, he told himself, wanting to dance a hornpipe with glee. But he did not. He reread her letter once more, and blessed her again. Follow me, he ordered, and led the way toward the camp, his brain already designing the ship and her gun ports.
Jesus God in heaven, help Toranaga to keep Ishido out of the Kanto and Izu, and please bless Mariko, wherever she is, and let the cannon not be rusted up too much. Mariko was right. Erasmus was doomed, with or without me. She's given me back my life. I can build another life and another ship. 90 tons. My ship will be a sharp-nosed floating battle platform, as sleek as a greyhound, better than the Erasmus class, her bowsprit jutting arrogantly, and a lovely figurehead just below. And her face will look just like her, with her lovely slanting eyes and high cheekbones. My ship will... Jesus God! There's a ton of stuff I can salvage from the wreck. I can use part of the keel, some of the ribs, and there'll be 1,000 nails around, and the rest of the keel will make bindings and braces and everything I need. If I've the time. Yes, my ship will be like her, he promised himself. She'll be trim and miniature, and perfect like a Yoshitomo blade, and that's the best in the world, and just as dangerous. Next year she'll take a prize 20 times her own weight, like Mariko did at Osaka, and she'll rip the enemy out of Asia. And then, the following year, or the one after, I'll sail her up the Thames to London, her pockets full of gold, and the 7 seas in her wake. The Lady will be her name, he said aloud. Chapter 61. 2 dawns later, Toranaga was checking the girths of his saddle. Deftly, he kneed the horse in the belly, her stomach muscles relaxed, and he tightened the strap another 2 notches. Rotten animal, he thought, despising horses for their constant trickeries and treacheries and ill-tempered dangerousness. This is me, Yoshi Toranaga no Chikitada no Minawara, not some addle-brained child. He waited a moment and kneed the horse hard again. The horse grunted and rattled her bridle, and he tightened the straps completely. Good, sire. Very good, the huntmaster said with admiration. He was a gnarled old man as strong and weathered as a brine-pickled vat. Many would have been satisfied the first time. Then the rider's saddle would have slipped, and the fool would have been thrown, and his back may be broken by noon, eh? The samurai laughed. Yes, and deserving it, sire. Around them in the stable area were guards and falconers carrying their hooded hawks and falcons. Tetsuko, the peregrine, was in the place of honor, and dwarfing her, alone unhooded, was Kogo the goshawk, her golden merciless eyes scrutinizing everything. Naga led up his horse. Good morning, father. Good morning, my son. Where's your brother? Lord Sudara's waiting at the camp, sire. Good. Toranaga smiled at the youth. Then, because he liked him, he drew him to one side. Listen, my son, instead of going hunting, write out the battle orders for me to sign when I return this evening."
"Oh, father," Naga said, bursting with pride at the honor of formally taking up the gauntlet cast down by Ishido in his own handwriting, implementing the decision of yesterday's Council of War to order the armies to the passes.
"Thank you, thank you. Next, the musket regiment is ordered to Hakone at dawn tomorrow. Next, the baggage train from Edo will arrive this afternoon. Make sure everything's ready."
"Yes, certainly. How soon do we fight?"
"Very soon. Last night I received news Ishido and the heir left Osaka to review his armies. So it's committed now."
"Please forgive me that I can't fly to Osaka like Tetsuko and kill him and Kiyama and Onoshi and settle this whole problem without having to bother you."
"Thank you, my son."
Toranaga did not trouble to tell him the monstrous problems that would have to be solved before those killings could become fact. He glanced around. All the falconers were ready, and his guards. He called the huntmaster to him.
"First I'm going to the camp. Then we'll take the coast road for 4 Li north."
"But the beaters are already in the hills." The huntmaster swallowed the rest of his complaint and tried to recover. "Please excuse my... I must have eaten something rotten, sire."
"That's apparent. Perhaps you should pass over your responsibility to someone else. Perhaps your piles have affected your judgment. So sorry,"
Toranaga said. If he had not been using the hunt as a cover, he would have replaced him.
"Eh?"
"Yes, so sorry, sire," the old samurai said. "May I ask, do you wish to hunt the areas you picked last night, or would you, like to hunt the coast?"
"The coast?"
"Certainly, sire. Please excuse me, so I can make the change." The man rushed off. Toranaga kept his eyes on him.
"It's time for him to be retired,"
he thought without malice. Then he noticed Omi coming into the stable compound with a young samurai beside him who limped badly, a cruel knife wound still livid across his face from the fight at Osaka.
"Ah, Omi-san."
He returned their salute.
"Is this the fellow?"
"Yes, sire." Toranaga took the two of them aside and questioned the samurai expertly. He did this out of courtesy to Omi, having already come to the same conclusion when he had talked to the man the first night, just as he had been polite to the Anjin-san, asking what was in Mariko's letter, though he had already known what Mariko had written.
"But please put it in your own words, Mariko-san,"
he had said before she left Edo for Osaka.
"I am to give his ship to his enemy, sire?"
"No, lady,"
he had said as her eyes filled with tears.
"No. I repeat, you are to whisper the secrets you've told me to Tsuku-san at once here at Edo, then to the high priest and Kiyama at Osaka, and say to them all that without his ship, the Anjin-san is no threat to them. And you are to write the letter to the Anjin-san as I suggest. Now."
"Then they will destroy the ship."
"They will try to. Of course, they'll think of the same answer themselves, so you're not giving away anything really, eh?"
"Can you protect his ship, sire?"
"It will be guarded by 4,000 samurai."
"But if they succeed? The Anjin-san's worthless without his ship. I beg for his life."
"You don't have to, Mariko-san. I assure you he's valuable to me with or without a ship. I promise you. Also in your letter to him say, if his ship's lost, please build another."
"What?"
"You told me he can do that, eh? You're sure? If I give him all the carpenters and metal workers?"
"Oh, yes. Oh, how clever you are. Oh, yes. He said many times that he was a trained shipbuilder."
"You're quite sure, Mariko-san?"
"Yes, sire."
"Good."
"Then you think the Christian fathers will succeed, even against 4,000 men?"
"Yes. So sorry, but the Christians will never leave the ship alive, or him alive as long as it's floating and ready for sea. It's too much of a threat to them. This ship is doomed, so there's no harm in conceding it to them. But only you and I know, and are to know, his only hope is to build another. I'm the only one who can help him do that. Solve Osaka for me, and I'll see he builds his ship. I told her the truth, Toranaga thought, here in the dawn at Yokohama, amid the smell of horses and dung and sweat, his ears hardly listening now to the wounded samurai and Omi, his whole being sad for Mariko. Life is so sad, he told himself, weary of men and Osaka and games that brought so much suffering to the living, however great the stakes. Thank you for telling me, Kosami, he said as the samurai finished. You've done very well. Please come with me, both of you. Toranaga walked back to his mare and kneed her a last time. This time she whinnied, but he got no more tightness on the girth. Horses are far worse than men for treachery, he said, to no one in particular, and swung into the saddle and galloped off, pursued by his guards and Omi and Kosami. At the camp on the plateau he stopped. Buntaro was there beside Yabu and Hiromatsu and Sudara, a peregrine on his fist. They saluted him. Good morning, he said cheerfully, beckoning Omi to be part of their conversation, but waving everyone else well away. Are you ready, my son? Yes, father, Sudara said. I've sent some of my men to the mountains to make sure the beaters are perfect for you. Thank you, but I've decided to hunt the coast. At once Sudara called out to one of the guards and sent him riding away to pull back the men from the hills and switch them to the coast. So sorry, sire. I should have thought of that and been prepared. Please excuse me. Yes. So, Hiromatsu-san, how's the training? Hiromatsu, his sword inevitably loose in his hands, scowled. I still think this is all dishonorable and unnecessary. Soon we'll be able to forget it. We'll piss all over Ishido without this sort of treachery. Yabu said, Please excuse me, but without these guns and this strategy, Hiromatsu-san, we'll lose. This is a modern war. This way we've a chance to win. He looked back at Toranaga, who had not yet dismounted. I heard in the night that Jikyu's dead. You're certain? Toranaga pretended to be startled. He had got the secret information the day he left Mishima. Yes, sire. It seems he's been sick for some time. My informant reports he died 2 days ago. Yabu said, gloating openly. His heir's his son Hikoju. That puppy? Buntaro said with contempt. Yes, I agree. He's nothing but a whelp. Yabu seemed to be several inches taller than usual. Sire, doesn't this open up the southern route? Why not attack along the Tokaido Road immediately? With the old devil fox dead, Izu's safe now, and Suruga and Totomi are as helpless as beached tuna. Eh? Toranaga dismounted thoughtfully. Well? He asked Hiromatsu quietly. The old general replied at once. If we could grab the road all the way to Utsunoya Pass and all the bridges and get over the Tendyu quickly, with all our communications secure, we'd slice into Ishido's underbelly. We could contain Zataki in the mountains and reinforce the Tokaido attack and rush on to Osaka. We'd be unbeatable. Sudara said, So long as the heir leads Ishido's armies, we're beatable. I don't agree, Hiromatsu said. No, I. So sorry, Yabu said. But I agree, Toranaga said, as flat and as grave as Sudara. He had not yet told them about Zataki's possible agreement to betray Ishido when the time was ripe. Why should I tell them? He thought. It's not fact. Yet. But how do you propose to implement your solemn agreement with your half-brother to marry Ochiba to him if he supports you, and at the same time marry Ochiba yourself, if that's her price? That's a fair question, he said to himself. But it's highly unlikely Ochiba would betray Ishido. If she did, and that's the price, then the answer's simple. My brother will have to bow to the inevitable. He saw them all looking at him. What? There was a silence. Then Buntaro said, What happened, sire, when we opposed the banner of the heir? None of them had ever asked that question formally, directly and publicly. If that happens, I lose, Toranaga said. I will commit seppuku, and those who honor the Taiko's testament and the heir's undoubted legal inheritance will have to submit themselves humbly at once to his pardon. Those who don't will have no honor. Eh? They all nodded. Then he turned to Yabu to finish the business at hand, and became genial again. However, we're not on that battlefield yet, so we continue as planned. Yes, Yabu-sama, the southern route's possible now. What did GQ die of? Sickness, sire. A 500 koku sickness? Yabu laughed, but inwardly he was rabid that Toranaga had breached his security net. Yes, he said. I would presume so, sire. My brother told you? Toranaga nodded and asked him to explain to the others. Yabu complied, not displeased, for it was a clever and devious stratagem, and he told them how Mizuno, his brother, had passed over the money that had been acquired from the Anjin-san to a cook's helper, who had been inserted into GQ's personal kitchen. Cheap, nay? Yabu said happily. 500 koku for the southern route? Hiromatsu said stiffly to Toranaga, Please excuse me, but I think that's a disgusting story. Toranaga smiled. Treachery's a weapon of war, eh? Yes, but not of a samurai. Yabu was indignant. So sorry, Lord Hiromatsu, but I presume you mean no insult? He meant no insult. Did you, Hiromatsu-san? Toranaga said. No, sire, the old general replied. Please excuse me. Poison, treachery, betrayal, assassination have always been weapons of war, old friend, Toranaga said. GQ was an enemy, and a fool. 500 koku for the southern route is nothing. Yabu-sama has served me well. Here, and at Osaka. Nay, Yabu-san? I always try to serve you loyally, sire. Yes. So please explain why you killed Captain Sumiyori before the ninja attack? Toranaga said. Yabu's face did not change. He was wearing his Yoshitomo sword, his hand as usual loose on the hilt. Who says that? Who accuses me of that, sire? Toranaga pointed at the pack of browns 40 paces away. That man! Please come here, Kosami-san. The youthful samurai dismounted, limped forward, and bowed. Yabu glared at him. Who are you, fellow? Sakura Kosami, of the 10th Legion, attached to the Lady Kiritsubo's bodyguard at Osaka, sire, the youth said. You put me on guard outside your quarters, and Sumiyori-san's, the night of the ninja attack. I don't remember you. You dare to say I killed Sumiyori? The youth wavered. Toranaga said, Tell him. Kosami said in a rush, I just had time before the ninja fell on us, sire, to open the door and shout a warning to Sumiyori-san, but he never moved. So sorry, sire. He turned to Toranaga, quailing under their collective gaze. He was a light sleeper, sire, and it was only an instant after. That's all, sire. Did you go into the room? Did you shake him? Yabu pressed. No, sire. Oh, no, sire. The ninja came so quickly, we retreated at once, and counterattacked as soon as we could. It was as I said. Yabu looked at Toranaga. Sumiyori-san had been on duty for 2 days. He was exhausted. We all were. What does that prove? He asked all of them. Nothing, Toranaga agreed,
still cordial.
But later, Kosami-san, you went back to the room, eh?
Yes, sire. Sumiyori-san was still lying in the futons as I'd last seen him, and the room wasn't disturbed. Not at all, sire. And he'd been knifed, sire. Knifed in the back once. I thought it was ninja at the time, and nothing more about it until Omi-sama questioned me.
Ah!
Yabu turned his eyes on his nephew, his total horror centered on his betrayer, measuring the distance between them.
So you questioned him?
Yes, sire, Omi replied. Lord Toranaga asked me to recheck all the stories. This was one strangeness I felt should be brought to our master's attention.
One strangeness? There's another?
Following Lord Toranaga's orders, I questioned the servants who survived the attack, sire. There were 2. So sorry, but they both said you went through their quarters with one samurai and returned shortly afterward alone, shouting, "Ninja!" Then they rushed us and killed the poor fellow with a spear and a sword and almost overran me. I had to retreat to give the alarm. Yabu turned to Toranaga, carefully putting his feet in a better attack position.
I've already told you this, sire, both personally and in my written report. What have servants to do with me?
Well, Omi-san? Toranaga asked.
So sorry, Yabu-sama,
Omi said,
but both saw you open the bolts of a secret door in the dungeon, and heard you say to the ninja, "I am Kashigi Yabu." This alone gave them time to hide from the massacre.
Yabu's hand moved a fraction. Instantly, Sudara leapt in front of Toranaga to protect him, and in the same moment, Hiromatsu's sword was flashing at Yabu's neck.
"Hold!"
Toranaga ordered. Hiromatsu's sword stopped, his control miraculous. Yabu had made no overt motion. He stared at them, then laughed insolently.
Am I a filthy ronin who'd attack his liege lord? This is Kashigi Yabu, lord of Izu, Suraga, and Totomi, ne?
He looked directly at Toranaga.
What am I accused of, sire? Helping ninja? Ridiculous! What have servants' fantasies to do with me? They're liars. Or this fellow, who implies something that can't be proved, and I can't defend.
There's no proof, Yabu-sama, Toranaga said.
I agree completely. There's no proof at all. Yabu-sama, did you do those things?
Hiromatsu asked.
Of course not.
Toranaga said,
but I think you did. So all your lands are forfeit. Please slit your belly today, before noon.
The sentence was final. This was the supreme moment Yabu had prepared for all his life.
Karma,
he was thinking, his brain now working at frantic speed.
There's nothing I can do. The order's legal. Toranaga's my liege lord. They can take my head, or I can die with dignity. I'm dead either way. Omi betrayed me, but that is my karma. The servants were all to be put to death as part of the plan, but 2 survived, and that is my karma. Be dignified, he told himself, groping for courage. Think clearly, and be responsible. Sire, he began with a show of audacity. First, I'm guiltless of those crimes. Kosami's mistaken, and the servants liars. Second, I'm the best battle general you have. I beg the honor of leading the charge down the Tokaido, or the first place in the first battle, so my death will be of direct use.
Toranaga said cordially,
It's a good suggestion, Yabu-san, and I agree wholeheartedly that you're the best general for the musket regiment. But, so sorry, I don't trust you. Please slit your belly by noon.
Yabu dominated his blinding temper and fulfilled his honor as a samurai and as the leader of his clan with the totality of his self-sacrifice.
I formally absolve my nephew Kashigi Omi-san from any responsibility in my betrayal, and formally appoint him my heir."
Toranaga was as surprised as everyone.
"Very well," Toranaga said. "Yes, I think that's very wise. I agree. Izu is the hereditary fief of the Kashigi. I will it to him. Izu is no longer yours to give. You are my vassal, ne? Izu is one of my provinces, to give as I wish, ne?"
Yabu shrugged.
"I will it to him, even though—"
He laughed.
"It's a lifetime favor, ne? To ask is fair. Your request is refused, and Yabu-san, all your final orders are subject to my approval. Buntaro-san, you will be the formal witness. Now, Yabu-san, whom do you want as your second?" "Kashigi Omi-san."
Toranaga glanced at Omi. Omi bowed, his face colorless.
"It will be my honor," he said. "Good. Then everything's arranged."
Hiromatsu said,
"And the attack down the Tokaido? We're safer behind our mountains."
Toranaga breezily returned their salutes, mounted his horse, and trotted off. Sudara nodded politely and followed. Once Toranaga and Sudara were out of range, Buntaro and Hiromatsu relaxed, but Omi did not, and no one took his eyes off Yabu's sword arm.
Buntaro said, "Where do you want to do it, Yabu-sama? Here, there, down by the shore, or on a dung heap? It's all the same to me. I don't need ceremonial robes. But Omi-san, you will not strike till I've made the 2 cuts." "Yes, sir." "With your permission, Yabu-san, I will also be a witness," Hiromatsu said. "Are your piles up to it?"
The general bristled and said to Buntaro,
"Please send for me when he's ready."
Yabu spat.
"I'm already ready. Are you?"
Hiromatsu turned on his heel. Yabu thought for a moment, then took his scabbarded Yoshitomo sword out of his sash.
"Buntaro-san, perhaps you'd do me a favor. Give this to the Anjin-san."
He offered him the sword, then frowned.
"On second thought, if it's no trouble, will you please send for him? Then I can give it to him myself."
"Certainly."
"And please fetch that stinking priest as well, so I can talk directly with the Anjin-san."
"Good. What arrangements do you want made?"
"Just some paper and ink, and a brush for my will and death poem, and 2 tatamis. There's no reason to hurt my knees, or to kneel in the dirt like a stinking peasant, eh?"
Yabu added with bravado. Buntaro walked over to the other samurai, who were shifting from one foot to the other with suppressed excitement. Carelessly, Yabu sat cross-legged and picked his teeth with a grass stalk. Omi squatted nearby, warily out of sword range.
Yabu said. "I was so near success."
Then he stretched out his legs and hammered them against the earth in a sudden flurry of rage.
So near. Eh? Karma, ne? Karma.
Then he laughed uproariously and hawked and spat, proud that he still had saliva in his mouth.
"That on all gods living or dead or yet to be born. But Omi-san, I die happy. GQ's dead, and when I cross the last river and see him waiting there, gnashing his teeth, I'll be able to spit in his eye forever."
Omi said, meaning it, though watching him like a hawk. "You have done Lord Toranaga a great service, sire. The coastal route's open now. You're right, sire, and Iron Fist's wrong, and Sudara's wrong. We should attack at once. The guns will get us through."
"That old manure heap. Fool!"
Yabu laughed again.
"Did you see him go purple when I mentioned his piles? Ha! I thought they were going to burst on him then and there. Samurai? I'm more samurai than he is. I'll show him. You will not strike until I give the order.
May I thank you humbly for giving me that honor, and also for making me your heir. I formally swear that Kashigi honor is safe in my hands.
If I didn't think so, I wouldn't have suggested it.
Yabu lowered his voice.
You were right to betray me to Toranaga. I'd have done the same if I'd been you, though it's all lies. It's Toranaga's excuse. He's always been jealous of my battle prowess, and my understanding the guns and the value of the ship. It's all my idea.
Yes, sir. I remember.
You'll save the family. You're as cunning as a scabby old rat. You'll get back Izu, and more. That's all that's important now, and you'll hold it for your sons. You understand the guns. And Toranaga, ne?
I swear I will try, sir. Yabu's eyes dropped to Omi's sword hand, noting his alertly defensive kneeling posture.
You think I'll attack you?
So sorry. Of course not, sire.
I'm glad you're on guard. My father was like you. Yes, you're a lot like him.
Without making a sudden movement, he put both of his swords on the ground, just out of reach.
There. Now I'm defenseless. A few moments ago, I wanted your head. But not now. Now you've no need to fear me.
There's always a need to fear you, sire. Yabu chortled softly and sucked another grass stalk. Then he threw it away.
Listen, Omi-san. These are my last orders as Lord of the Kashigis. You will take my son into your household and use him, if he's worth using. Next, find good husbands for my wife and consort, and thank them deeply for serving me so well. About your father, Mizuno. He's ordered to commit seppuku at once.
May I request that he be given the alternative of shaving his head and becoming a priest?
No, he's too much of a fool. You'll never be able to trust him. How dare he pass on my secrets to Toranaga? And he'll always be in your way. As to your mother...
He bared his teeth.
She's ordered to shave her head and become a nun and join a monastery outside Izu and spend the rest of her life saying prayers for the future of the Kashigis. Buddhist or Shinto? I prefer Shinto. You agree, Shinto?
Yes, sire.
Good. That way,
Yabu added with malicious delight,
she'll stop distracting you from Kashigi matters with her constant whining.
It will be done.
Good. You are ordered to avenge the lies against me by Kosami and those treacherous servants. Soon or later, I don't care, so long as you do it before you die.
I will obey.
Is there anything I've forgotten?
Carefully, Omi made sure they were not overheard.
What about the heir?
He asked cautiously.
When the heir's in the field against us, we lose, ne? Take the musket regiment and blast a way through and kill him, whatever Toranaga says. Yaemon's your prime target.
That was my conclusion, too. Thank you.
Good. But better than waiting all that time. Put a secret price on his head now, with Ninja, or the Amida Tong.
How do I find them? Omi asked, a tremor in his voice.
The old hag Gyoko, the mama-san. She's one of those who knows how.
Her?
Yes. But beware of her, and Amida's. Don't use them lightly, Omi-san. Never touch her, always protect her. She knows too many secrets, and the pen's a long arm from the other side of death. She was my father's unofficial consort for a year. It may even be that her son is my half-brother. Eh? Beware of her. She knows too many secrets. But where do I get the money? That's your problem. But get it. Anywhere. Anyhow.
Yes, thank you.
I will obey.
Yabu leaned closer. At once Omi readied suspiciously, his sword almost out of the scabbard. Yabu was gratified that even defenseless he was still a man to beware of.
Bury that secret very deep. And listen, nephew. Remain very good friends with the Anjin-san. Try to get control of the navy he will bring back one day. Toranaga doesn't understand the Anjin-san's real value, but he's right to stay behind the mountains. That gives him time, and you time. We've got to get off the land and out to sea. Our crews in their ships, with Kashigis in overall command. The Kashigis must go to sea, to command the sea. I order it.
Yes. Oh, yes, Omi said.
Trust me, that will happen. Good. Lastly, never trust Toranaga.
Omi said with his complete being.
I don't, sir. I never have, and never will. Good. And those filthy liars, don't forget, deal with them. And Kosami.
Yabu exhaled, at peace with himself.
Now, please excuse me. I must consider my death poem.
Omi got to his feet and backed off, and when he was well away, he bowed and went another 20 paces. Within the safety of his own guards, he sat down once more and began to wait. Toranaga and his party were trotting along the coast road that circled the vast bay, the sea coming almost up to the road and on his right. Here the land was low-lying and marshy with many mudflats. A few li north, this road joined with the main artery of the Tokaido Road. Northward 20 li more was Edo. He had 100 samurai with him, 10 falconers and 10 birds on their gloved fists. Sudara had 20 guards and 3 birds, and rode as advance guard.
Sudara!
Toranaga called out, as though it was a sudden idea.
Stop at the next inn. I want some breakfast.
Sudara waved acknowledgement and galloped ahead. By the time Toranaga rode up, maids were bowing and smiling, the innkeeper bobbing with all his people. Guards covered north and south, and his banners were planted proudly.
Good morning, sire. Please, what can I get for you to eat?
The innkeeper asked.
Thank you for honouring my poor inn. Cha, and some noodles with a little soya, please.
Yes, sire. The food was produced in a fine bowl almost instantly, cooked just the way he liked it, the innkeeper having been forewarned by Sudara. Without ceremony, Toranaga squatted on a veranda and consumed the simple peasant dish with gusto, and watched the road ahead. Other guests bowed and went about their own business contentedly, proud that they were staying in the same inn as the great daimyo. Sudara toured the outposts, making sure everything was perfect.
Where are the beaters now?
He asked the master of the hunt.
Some are north, some south, and I've got extra men in the hills there.
The old samurai pointed back inland toward Yokohama, miserable and sweating.
Please excuse me, but have you any idea where our master'll wish to go? None at all. But don't make any more mistakes today. Yes, sir.
Sudara finished his rounds, then reported to Toranaga.
Is everything satisfactory, sir? Is there anything I can do for you? No, thank you.
Toranaga finished the bowl and drank the last of the soup. Then he said in a flat voice,
You were correct to say that about the air. Please excuse me. I was afraid I might have offended you, without meaning to. You were right, so why should I be offended? When the heir stands against me, what will you do then? I will obey your orders. Please send my secretary here and come back with him.
Sudara obeyed. Kawanabe, the secretary, once a samurai and priest, who always travelled with Toranaga, was quickly there with his neat travelling box of papers, inks, seal chops and brush pens that fitted into his saddled pannier.
Sir? Write this. I, Yoshi Toranaga no Minawara, reinstate my son, Yoshi Sudara no Minawara, as my heir, with all his revenues and titles restored.
Sudara bowed. "Thank you, father," he said, his voice firm, but asking himself,
"Why?" "Swear formally to abide by all my dictates, testaments, and the legacy."
Sudara obeyed. Toranaga waited silently until Kawanabe had written the order. Then he signed it and made it legal with his chop. This was a small square piece of ivory with his name carved in one end. He pressed the chop against the almost solid scarlet ink, then onto the bottom of the rice paper. The imprint was perfect.
"Thank you, Kawanabe-san. Dated yesterday. That's all for the moment."
"Please excuse me, but you'll need 5 more copies, sire, to make your succession inviolate. 1 for Lord Sudara, 1 for the Council of Regents, 1 for the House of Records, 1 for your personal files, and 1 for the archives."
"Do them at once, and give me an extra copy."
"Yes, sire."
The secretary left them. Now Toranaga glanced at Sudara and studied the narrow, expressionless face. When he had made the deliberately sudden announcement, nothing had shown on Sudara, neither on his face nor in his hands. No gladness, thankfulness, pride, not even surprise, and this saddened him.
"But then,"
Toranaga thought,
"why be sad? You have other sons who smile and laugh and make mistakes and shout and rave and pillow and have many women. Normal sons. This son is to follow after you, to lead after you're dead, to hold the Minawaras tight, and to pass on the Kanto and power to other Minawaras. To be ice and calculating. Like you. No, not like me,"
he told himself truthfully.
"I can laugh sometimes and be compassionate sometimes, and I like to fart and pillow and storm and dance and play chess and know. And some people gladden me, like Naga and Kiri and Chano and the Anjin-san. And I enjoy hunting and winning and winning and winning. Nothing gladdens you, Sudara, so sorry, nothing. Except your wife, the Lady Genjiko. The Lady Genjiko's the only weak link in your chain."
"Sire?" Sudara asked.
"I was trying to remember when I last saw you laugh." "You wish me to laugh, sire?"
Toranaga shook his head, knowing he had trained Sudara to be the perfect son for what had to be done.
"How long would it take you to be sure if GQ is really dead?"
"Before I left camp, I sent a top-priority cipher to Mishima in case you didn't already know if it was true or not, father. I will have a reply within 3 days." Toranaga blessed the gods that he had had advanced knowledge of the GQ plot from Kashigi Mizuno, and a few days' notice of that enemy's death. For a moment he re-examined his plan and could find no flaw in it. Then, faintly nauseated, he made the decision.
"Order the 11th, 16th, 94th, and 95th regiments in Mishima on instant alert. In 4 days, fling them down the Tokaido."
"Crimson Sky?" Sudara asked, thrown off balance. "You're attacking?"
"Yes, I'm not waiting for them to come against me."
"Then GQ's dead?"
"Yes."
"Good," Sudara said. "May I suggest you add the 20th and 23rd?
"No, 10,000 men should be enough. With surprise. I've still got to hold all my border in case of failure, or a trap. And there's also Zataki to contain."
"Yes," Sudara said.
"Who should lead the attack?"
"Lord Hiromatsu. It's a perfect campaign for him."
"Why?"
"It's direct, simple, old-fashioned, and the order's clear, father. He will be perfect for this campaign."
"But no longer suitable as Commander-in-Chief?"
"So sorry. Yabu-san was right.
Guns have changed the world. Iron Fist is out of date now. Who then? Only you, sire. Until after the battle, I counsel you to have no one between you and the battle. I'll consider it, Toranaga said. Now, go to Mishima. You'll prepare everything. Hiromatsu's assault force will have 20 days to get across the Tendyu River and secure the Tokaido Road. Please excuse me. May I suggest their final objective be a little farther, the crest of the Shiomi slope? Allow them in all 30 days. No. If I make that an order, some men will reach the crest, but the majority will be dead and won't be able to throw back the counterattack or harass the enemy as our force retreats. But surely you'll send reinforcements at once, hard on their heels. Our main attack goes through Zataki's mountains. This is a feint. Toranaga was appraising his son very carefully. But Sudara revealed nothing, neither surprise, nor approval, nor disapproval. Ah, so sorry. Please excuse me, sir. With Yabu gone, who's to command the guns? Kashigi Omi. Why? He understands them. More than that, he's modern, very brave, very intelligent, very patient. Also very dangerous, more dangerous than his uncle. I counsel that if you win, and if he survives, then find some excuse to invite him onward. If I win? Crimson Sky has always been a last plan. You've said it 100 times. If we get mauled on the Tokaido, Zataki will sweep down into the plains. The guns won't help us then. It's a last plan. You've never liked last plans. And the Anjin-san? What do you advise about him? I agree with Omi-san and Naga-san. He should be bottled up. The rest of his men are nothing. They're Eta, and they'll cannibalize themselves soon, so they're nothing. I advise that all foreigners should be bottled up or thrown out. They're a plague, to be treated as such. Then there's no silk trade, eh? If that was the price, then I'd pay it. They're a plague. But we must have silk, and to protect ourselves, we must learn about them, learn what they know, eh? They should be confined to Nagasaki under very close guard, and their numbers strictly limited. They could still trade once a year. Isn't money their essential motive? Isn't that what the Anjin-san says? Ah, then he is useful. Yes, very. He's taught us the wisdom of the expulsion edicts. The Anjin-san is very wise, very brave, but he's a toy. He amuses you, sire, like Tetsuko, so he's valuable, though still a toy. Toranaga said, Thank you for your opinions. Once the attack is launched, you will return to Edo and wait for further orders. He said it hard and deliberately. Zataki still held the Lady Genjiko and their son and 3 daughters hostage at his capital of Takato. At Toranaga's request, Zataki had granted Sudara a leave of absence, but only for 10 days, and Sudara had solemnly agreed to the bargain and to return within that time. Zataki was famous for his narrow-mindedness about honor. Zataki would and could legally obliterate all the hostages on this point of honor, irrespective of any overt or covert treaty or agreement. Both Toranaga and Sudara knew without any doubt Zataki would do that if Sudara did not return as promised. You will wait at Edo for further orders. Yes, sir. You will leave for Mishima at once. Then it will save time if I go that way. Sudara pointed at the junction ahead. Yes, I'll send you a dispatch tomorrow. Sudara bowed and went to his horse, and with his 20 guards rode off. Toranaga picked up the bowl and took a remaining morsel of the now cold noodles.
Oh, sire, so sorry. Do you want some more?
The young maid said breathlessly, running up. She was round-faced and not pretty, but sharp and observant, just as he liked his serving maids and his women. No, thank you. What's your name?
Yuki, sire.
Tell your master he makes good noodles, Yuki.
Yes, sire. Thank you. Thank you, sire, for honouring our house. Just raise a knuckle joint for whatever you require, and you'll have it instantly.
He winked at her, and she laughed, collected his tray, and hurried off. Containing his impatience, he checked the far bend in the road, then examined his surroundings. The inn was in good repair, the tiled surrounds to the well clean, and the earth broomed. Out in the courtyard and all around, his men waited patiently, but he could detect nervousness in the huntmaster, and decided that today was the man's last day of active duty. If Toranaga had been seriously concerned with the hunt for itself alone, he would have told him to go back to Edo now, giving him a generous pension, and appointed another in his place.
That's the difference between me and Sudara,
he thought without malice.
Sudara wouldn't hesitate. Sudara would order the man to commit seppuku now, which would save the pension and all further bother and increase the expertise of the replacement. Yes, my son, I know you very well. You're most important to me. What about Lady Genjiko and their children?
He asked himself, bringing to the fore that vital question.
If the Lady Genjiko were not sister to Ochiba, her favourite and cherished sister, I would regretfully allow Zataki to eliminate them all now, and so save Sudara an enormous amount of danger in the future, if I die soon, because they are his only weak link. But fortunately, Genjiko is Ochiba's sister, and so an important piece in the great game, and I don't have to allow that to happen. I should, but I won't. This time, I have to gamble. So I'll remind myself Genjiko's valuable in other ways. She's as sharp as a shark's spine, makes fine children, and is as fanatically ruthless over her nest as Ochiba, with one enormous difference. Genjiko is loyal to me first, Ochiba to the heir first. So that's decided. Before the 10th day, Sudara must be back in Zataki's hands. An extension? No. That might make Zataki even more suspicious than he is now, and he's the last man I want suspicious now. Which way will Zataki jump? You were wise to settle Sudara. If there's a future, the future will be safe in his hands and Genjiko's, providing they follow the legacy to the letter. And the decision to reinstate him now was correct, and will please Ochiba.
He had already written the letter this morning that he would send off to her tonight with a copy of the order.
Yes, that will remove one fishbone from her gullet that was making her choke, deliberately set there so long ago for that purpose. It's good to know Genjiko is one of Ochiba's weak links, perhaps her only one. What's Genjiko's weakness? None. At least, I haven't found one yet. But if there is one, I'll find it.
He was scrutinizing his falcons. Some were prating, some preening themselves, all in good fettle, all hooded except Kogo, her great yellow eyes darting, watching everything, as interested as he was.
What would you say, my beauty? He asked her silently. What would you say if I told you I must be impatient and break out, and my main thrust will be along the Tokaido, and not through Zataki's mountains, as I told Sudara? You'd probably say, why? Then I'd answer, because I don't trust Zataki as far as I can fly. And I can't fly at all, ne?
Then he saw Kogo's eyes snap to the road. He squinted into the distance and smiled as he saw the palanquins and baggage horses approaching around the bend.
So, Hujiko-san, how are you?
Good, thank you, sire. Very good.
She bowed again, and he noticed she was not in pain from her burn scars. Now her limbs were as supple as ever, and there was a pleasing bloom on her cheeks.
May I ask how the Anshin-san is? She said. I heard the journey from Osaka was very bad, sire.
He's in good health now. Very good.
Oh, sire, that's the best news you could have given me.
Good.
He turned to the next palanquin to greet Kiku, and she smiled gaily and saluted him with great fondness, saying that she was pleased to see him and how much she had missed him.
It's been so long, sire.
Yes, please excuse me. I'm sorry, he said, heated by her astounding beauty and inner joy, in spite of his overwhelming anxieties. I'm very pleased to see you.
Then his eyes went to the last litter.
Ah, Gyoko-san, it's been a long time,
he added, dry as tinder.
Thank you, Lord, yes. And I'm reborn now that these old eyes have had the honor of seeing you again.
Gyoko's bow was impeccable, and she was carefully resplendent, and he caught the merest flash of a scarlet underkimono of the most expensive silk.
Ah, how strong you are, sire. A giant among men,
she crooned.
Thank you. You're looking well, too.
Kiku clapped her hands at the sally, and they all laughed with her.
Listen,
he said, happy because of her.
I've made arrangements for you to stay here for a while. Now, Hujiko-san, please come with me.
He took Hujiko aside, and after giving her cha and refreshments, and chatting about unimportant things, he came to the point.
You agreed half a year, and I agreed half a year. So sorry, but I must know today if you will change that agreement.
The square little face became unattractive as the joy went out of it. The tip of her tongue touched her sharp teeth for a moment.
How can I change that agreement, sire?
Very easy. It's finished. I order it.
Please excuse me, sire,
Hujiko said, her voice toneless.
I didn't mean that. I made that agreement freely and solemnly before Buddha, with the spirit of my dead husband and my dead son. It cannot be changed.
I order it changed.
So sorry, sire. Please excuse me. But then Bushido releases me from obedience to you. Your contract was equally solemn and binding, and any change must be agreed by both parties without duress.
Does the Anjin-san please you?
I am his consort. It is necessary for me to please him.
Could you continue to live with him if the other agreement did not exist?
Life with him is very, very difficult, sire. All formalities, most politenesses, every kind of custom that makes life safe and worthy and rounded and bearable has to be thrown away or maneuvered around, so his household is not safe. It has no wa, no harmony for me. It's almost impossible to get servants to understand, or for me to understand. But, yes, I could continue to do my duty to him.
I ask you to finish with the agreement.
My first duty is to you. My second duty is to my husband.
My thought, Hujiko-san, was that the Anjin-san would marry you. Then you would not be a consort.
A samurai cannot serve two lords, or a wife two husbands. My duty is to my dead husband. Please excuse me. I cannot change.
With patience, everything changes. Soon the Anjin-san will know more of our ways, and his household will also have war. He's learned incredibly since he's been...
Oh, please, sire, don't misunderstand me. The Anjin-san's the most extraordinary man I've ever known. Certainly the kindest. He's given me great honor, and, oh yes, I know his house will be a real house soon, but please excuse me. I must do my duty. My duty is to my husband, my only husband.
She fought for control.
It must be, nay? It must be, sire, or then all the shame and the suffering and dishonor are meaningless, nay? His death, my child's, his swords broken and buried in the Eta village. Without duty to him, isn't all our Bushido an immortal joke?
You must answer one question now, Ujiko-san. Doesn't your duty to a request from me, your liege lord, and to an astonishingly brave man who is becoming one of us and is your master, and, he added, believing he recognized the bloom in her face, your duty to his unborn child, doesn't all that take precedence over a previous duty?
I'm not carrying his child, sire.
Are you sure?
No, not sure.
Are you late?
Yes, but only a little, and that could be.
Toranaga watched and waited, patiently. There was much yet to do before he could ride away and cast Tetsuko or Kogo aloft, and he was avid for that pleasure. But that would be for himself alone, and therefore unimportant. Fujiko was important, and he had promised himself that at least for today he would pretend that he had won. That he had time and could be patient and arrange matters it was his duty to arrange.
Well?
So sorry, sire. No.
Then it's no, Ujiko-san. Please excuse me for asking you, but it was necessary.
Toranaga was neither angry nor pleased. The girl was only doing what was honourable, and he had known when he had agreed to the bargain with her that there would never be a change.
That's what makes us unique on Earth,
he thought with satisfaction.
A bargain with death is a bargain that is sanctified.
He bowed to her formally.
I commend you for your honor and sense of duty to your husband, Usagi Ujiko, he said, mentioning the name that had ceased to be.
Oh, thank you, sire,
she said at the honor he did to her, her tears streaming from the complete happiness that possessed her, knowing this simple gesture cleansed the stigma from the only husband she would have in this life.
Listen, Ujiko. 20 days before the last day, you are to leave for Edo, whatever happens to me. Your death may take place during the journey, and must appear to be accidental. Eh?
Yes, sire.
This will be our secret. Yours and mine only.
Yes, sire.
Until that time, you will remain head of his household.
Yes, sire.
Now, please tell Gyoko to come here. I'll send for you again before I go. I have some other things to discuss with you.
Yes, sire.
Fujiko bowed deeply and said,
I bless you for releasing me from life.
She went away.
Curious,
Toranaga thought,
how women can change like chameleons. One moment ugly, the next attractive, sometimes even beautiful, though in reality they're not.
You sent for me, sire?
Yes, Gyoko-san. What news have you for me?
All sorts of things, sire,
Gyoko said, her well-made-up face unafraid, a glint in her eyes, but her bowels in upheaval. She knew it was no coincidence that this meeting was taking place, and her instinct told her Toranaga was more dangerous than usual.
Arrangements for the Guild of Courtesans progress satisfactorily, and rules and regulations are being drawn up for your approval. There is a fine area to the north of the city that would...
The area I've already chosen is nearer the coast, the Yoshiwara.
She complimented him on his choice, groaning inwardly. The Yoshiwara, read more, was presently a bog and mosquitoed, and would have to be drained and reclaimed before it could be fenced and built on.
Excellent, sire. Next, rules and regulations for the geisha are also being prepared for your perusal.
Good. Make them short and to the point. What sign are you going to put over the gateway to the Yoshiwara?
Lust will not keep. Something must be done about it.
He laughed, and she smiled, but did not relax her guard, though she added seriously,
Again, may I thank you on behalf of future generations, sire?
It's not for you or them, I agreed,
Toranaga told her, and quoted one of his comments in the legacy.
Virtuous men throughout history have always decried bawdy houses and pillow places. But men aren't virtuous, and if a leader outlaws houses and pillowing, he's a fool, because greater evils will soon erupt like a plague of boils.
How wise you are.
And as to putting all the pillow places in one area, that means all the unvirtuous may be watched, taxed, and serviced, all at the same time. You're right again, Gyoko-san. Lust will not keep. It soon gets addled. Next.
Kiku-san has regained her health, sire. Perfectly.
Yes, I saw. How delightful she is. I'm sorry. Edo's certainly hot and unkind in the summer. You're sure she's fine now?
Yes. Oh, yes. But she has missed you, sire. We are to accompany you to Mishima.
What other rumors have you heard?
Only that Ishido's left Osaka Castle. The regents have formally declared you outlaw. What impertinence, sire!
Which way's he planning to attack me?
I don't know, sire, she said cautiously. But I imagine a two-forked attack along the Tokaido with the Kawa Hikoju now that his father, Lord Jikyu, is dead, and along the Koshu Kaido from Shinano, as Lord Zateki has foolishly sided with Lord Ishido against you. But behind your mountains, you're safe. Oh, yes, I'm sure you'll live to a ripe old age. With your permission, I'm shifting all my affairs to Edo.
Certainly. Meanwhile, see if you can find out where the main thrust will be.
I'll try. Oh, yes, sire. These are terrible times, sire, when brother will go against brother, son against father.
Toranaga's eyes were veiled, and he made a note to increase vigilance on Noboru, his eldest son, whose final allegiance was with the Taiko.
Yes, he agreed. Terrible times. Times of great change. Some bad, some good. You, for example. You're rich now, and your son, for example. Isn't he in charge of your sake factory at Odawara?
Yes, sire.
Gyoko went grey under her makeup.
He's been making great profits, ne?
He's certainly the best manager in Odawara, sire.
So I hear. I have a job for him. The Anjin-san's going to build a new ship. I'm providing all craftsmen and materials, so I want the business side handled with very great care.
Gyoko almost collapsed with relief. She had presumed Toranaga was going to obliterate them all before he left for the war, or tax her out of existence, because he had found out she had lied to him about the Anjin-san and the Lady Toda, or about Kiku's unfortunate miscarriage, which was not by chance, as she had reported so tearfully a month ago, but by careful inducement, at her insistence with Kiku's dutiful agreement.
Oh, sire. When do you want my son in Yokohama? He will ensure it's the cheapest ship ever built.
I don't want it cheap. I want it the very best, for the most reasonable price. He's to be overseer and responsible under the Anjin-san.
Sire, you have my guarantee, my future hopes that it will be as you wish.
If the ship is built perfectly, exactly as the Anjin-san wants, within 6 months from the first day, then I will make your son samurai.
She bowed low, and for a moment was unable to talk.
Please excuse a poor fool, sire. Thank you.
He has to learn everything the Anjin-san knows about building the ship, so others can be taught when he leaves, ne?
It will be done.
Next, Kiku-san. Her talents merit a better future than just being alone in a box, one of many women.
Gyoko looked up, again expecting the worst.
You're going to sell her contract?
No, she shouldn't be a courtesan again, or even one of your geisha. She should be in a household, one of few ladies, very few.
But, sire, seeing you even occasionally, how could she possibly have a better life?
He allowed her to compliment him, and he complimented her back, and Kiku, then said,
Frankly, Gyoko-san, I'm getting too fond of her, and I can't afford to be distracted. Frankly, she's far too pretty for me, far too perfect. Please excuse me, but this must be another of our secrets.
I agree, sire, of course, whatever you say.
Gyoko said fervently, dismissing it all as lies, racking her brain for the real reason.
If the person could be someone Kiku could admire, I would die content.
But only after seeing the Anjin-san's ship under sail within the 6 months, he said dryly.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Gyoko moved her fan, for the sun was hot now, and the air sticky and breathless, trying to fathom why Toranaga was being so generous with both of them, knowing that the price would be heavy, very heavy.
Kiku-san would be distraught to leave your house.
Yes, of course. I think there should be some compensation for her obedience to me, her liege lord. Leave that with me, and don't mention this to her for the present.
Yes, sire. And when do you want my son in Yokohama?
I'll let you know that before I leave.
She bowed and tottered away. Toranaga went for a swim. Northward, the sky was very dark, and he knew it would be raining heavily there. When he saw the small group of horsemen coming from the direction of Yokohama, he returned. Omi dismounted and unwrapped the head.
Lord Kashigi Yabu obeyed, sire, just before noon.
The head had been freshly washed, the hair groomed, and it was stuck on the spike of a small pedestal that was customarily used for the viewing. Toranaga inspected an enemy as he had done 10,000 times before in his lifetime, wondering as always how his own head would look after death, viewed by his conqueror, and whether terror would show, or agony, or anger, or horror, or all of them, or none of them, or dignity. Yabu's death mask showed only berserk wrath, the lips pulled back into a ferocious challenge.
Did he die well? The best I have ever seen, sire. Lord Hiromatsu said the same. The 2 cuts, then a third in the throat. Without assistance and without a sound.
Omi added,
Here is his will. You took off the head with 1 stroke?
Yes, sire. I asked the Anjin-san's permission to use Lord Yabu's sword.
The Yoshitomo? The one I gave Yabu? He gave it to the Anjin-san?
Yes, sire. He spoke to him through the Tsuku-san. He said,
Anjin-san, I give you this to commemorate your arrival at Anjiro, and as a thank you for the pleasure that little barbarian gave me. At first, the Anjin-san refused to take it, but Yabu begged him to and said, None of these manure-eaters deserve such a blade. Eventually, he agreed. Curious, Toranaga thought. I expected Yabu to give the blade to Omi. What were his last instructions? He asked.
Omi told him. Exactly. If they had not all been also written in the will that had been given publicly to the formal witness, Buntaro, he would not have passed all of them on, and indeed would have invented others.
Yabu was right,
he thought furiously, reminding himself to remember forever that the pen's a long arm from the grave.
To honor your uncle's death bravery, I should honor his death wishes. All of them, without change, ne?
Toranaga said, testing him.
Yes, sire. Yuki?
Yes, sire,
the maid said.
Bring cha, please.
She scurried away, and Toranaga let his mind weigh Yabu's last wishes. They were all wise. Mizuno was a fool, and completely in Omi's way. The mother was an irritating, unctuous old hag, also in Omi's way.
Very well, since you agree, they're confirmed. All of them. And I also wish to approve your father's death wishes before they become final. As a reward for your devotion, you are appointed commander of the musket regiment. Thank you, sire, but I don't deserve such an honor,
Omi said, exulting.
Naga will be second in command. Next, you're appointed head of the Kashigis, and your new fief will be the borderlands of Izu, from Atami on the east to Numazu on the west, including the capital, Mishima, with a yearly income of 30,000 koku.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Please, I don't know how to thank you. I'm not worthy of such honors.
Make sure you are, Omi-sama,
Toranaga said good-naturedly.
Take possession of the castle at Mishima at once. Leave Yokohama today. Report to Lord Sudara at Mishima. The musket regiment will be sent to Hakone and be there in 4 days. Next, privately, for your knowledge alone, I'm sending the Anjin-san back to Anjiro. He'll build a new ship there. You'll pass over your present fief to him. At once.
Yes, sire. May I give him my house?
Yes, you may,
Toranaga said, though of course a fief contained everything therein. Houses, property, peasants, fishermen, boats. Both men looked off as Kiku's trilling laugh came through the air, and they saw her playing the fan-throwing game in the far courtyard with her maid Suisen, whose contract Toranaga had also bought as a consolation gift to Kiku after the unfortunate miscarriage of his child. Omi's adoration was clear for all the world to see, much as he tried to hide it, so sudden and unexpected had been her appearance. Then they saw her look toward them. A lovely smile spread over her face, and she waved gaily, and Toranaga waved back, and she returned to her game.
She's pretty, nay?
Omi felt his ears burning. Yes. Toranaga had originally bought her contract to exclude Omi from her, because she was one of Omi's weaknesses, and clearly a prize, to give or withhold, until Omi had declared and proved his real allegiance, and had assisted or not assisted in Yabu's removal. And he had assisted, miraculously, and proved himself many times. Investigating the servants had been Omi's suggestion. Many, if not all, of Yabu's fine ideas had come from Omi. Omi had, a month ago, uncovered the details of Yabu's secret plot with some of the Izu officers in the musket regiment to assassinate Naga and the other brown officers during battle.
There's no mistake, Omi-san?
He had asked when Omi reported to him secretly at Mishima, while he was awaiting the outcome of Mariko's challenge.
No, sire. Kiwami Matano of the 3rd Izu Regiment is outside.
The Izu officer, a jowly, heavy-set middle-aged man, had laid out the whole plot, given the passwords, and explained how the scheme would work.
I couldn't live with the shame of this knowledge any more, sire. You are our liege lord. Of course, in fairness, I should say the plan was only if necessary. I suppose that meant if Yabu-sama decided to change sides suddenly during the battle. So sorry, you were to be the prime target, then Naga-san, then Lord Sudara. When was this plan first ordered, and who knows about it? Shortly after the regiment was formed. 54 of us know. I've given all the names in writing to Omi-sama. The plan, codename Plumtree, was confirmed personally by Kashigi Yabu-sama before he left for Osaka the last time. Thank you. I commend your loyalty. You are to keep this secret until I tell you. Then you will be given a fief worth 5,000 koku. Please excuse me. I deserve nothing, sire. I beg permission to commit seppuku for having held this shameful secret so long. Permission is refused. It will be as I ordered. Please excuse me. I do not deserve such reward. At least allow me to remain as I am. This is my duty, and merits no reward. Truly, I should be punished. What's your income now? 400 koku, sire. It's enough. I'll consider what you say, Kiwami-san.
After the officer had left, he had said,
What did you promise him, Omi-san?
Nothing, sire. He came to me of his own accord yesterday.
An honest man? You're telling me he's an honest man? I don't know about that, sire, but he came to me yesterday, and I rushed here to tell you. Then he will really be rewarded. Such loyalty's more important than anything, eh? Yes, sire. Say nothing of this to anyone.
Omi had left, and Toranaga had wondered if Mizuno and Omi had trumped up the plot to discredit Yabu. At once he put his own spies to find out the truth. But the plot had been true, and the burning of the ship had been a perfect excuse to remove the 53 traitors, all of whom had been placed among the Izu guards on that night. Kiwami Matano he had sent to the far north with a good though modest fief.
Surely this Kiwami is the most dangerous of all,
Sudara had said, the only one admitted to the plot.
Yes, and he'll be watched all his life and not trusted. But generally there's good in evil people and evil in good people. You must choose the good and get rid of the evil without sacrificing the good. There's no waste in my domains to be cast away lightly.
Yes, Toranaga thought with great satisfaction.
You certainly deserve a prize, Omi. Listen, Omi-san, the battle will begin in a few days. You've served me loyally. On the last battlefield after my victory, I'll appoint you Overlord of Izu and make your line of the Kashigi hereditary daimyos again. So sorry, sire. Please excuse me, but I don't deserve such honor,
Omi said.
You're young, but you show great promise, beyond your years. Your grandfather was very like you, very clever, but he had no patience.
Again the sound of the lady's laughter, and Toranaga watched Kiku, trying to decide about her, his original plan now cast aside.
May I ask what you mean by patience, sire?
Omi said, instinctively feeling that Toranaga wanted the question to be asked. Toranaga still looked at the girl, warmed by her.
Patience means restraining yourself. There are 7 emotions, ne? Joy, anger, anxiety, adoration, grief, fear, and hate. If a man doesn't give way to these, he's patient. I'm not as strong as I might be, but I'm patient. Understand? Yes, sire, very clearly. Patience is very necessary in a leader. Yes. That lady, for example, she's a distraction to me. Too beautiful, too perfect for me. I'm too simple for such a rare creature. So I've decided she belongs elsewhere. But, sire, even as one of your lesser ladies.
Omi mouthed the politeness that both men knew a sham, though obligatory. And all the time Omi was praying as he had never prayed before, knowing what was possible, knowing that he could never ask.
I quite agree,
Toranaga said.
But great talent merits sacrifice.
He was still watching her throwing her fan, catching her maid's fan in return, her gaiety infectious. Then both the ladies were obscured by the horses.
So sorry, Kiku-san,
he thought.
But I have to pass you on, to settle you out of reach quickly. The truth is, I really am getting too fond of you, though Gyoko would never believe I told her the truth, nor will Omi, nor even you yourself. Kiku-san is worthy of a house of her own, with a husband of her own. Better a consort of the lowest samurai than wife of a farmer or merchant, however rich. I don't agree.
For Omi, those words ended the matter.
Karma,
he told himself, his misery overwhelming him.
Put your sadness away, fool. Your liege lord has decided, so that is the end of it. Midori is a perfect wife. Your mother is to become a nun, so now your house will have harmony. So much sadness today, and happiness. Daimyo of Izu to be, commander of the regiment. The Anjin-san's to be kept in Anjiro, therefore the first ship is to be built within Izu, in my fief. Put aside your sadness. Life is all sadness. Kiku-san has her karma. I have mine. Toranaga has his. And my Lord Yabu shows how foolish it is to worry about this or that or anything.
Omi looked up at Toranaga, his mind clear and everything compartmentalized.
Please excuse me, sire. I beg your forgiveness. I wasn't thinking clearly. You may greet her if you wish, before you leave. Thank you, sire.
Omi wrapped up Yabu's head.
Do you wish me to bury it, or display it? Put it on a spear facing the wreck. What was his death poem?
Omi said,
What are clouds but an excuse for the sky? What is life but an escape from death?
Toranaga smiled.
Interesting, he said.
Omi bowed and gave the wrapped head to one of his men, and went through the horses and samurai to the far courtyard.
Ah, lady,
he said to her with kind formality.
I'm so pleased to see you well and happy.
I'm with my lord, Omi-san, and he's strong and content. How can I be anything but happy?
Sayonara, lady.
Sayonara, Omi-sama.
She bowed, aware of a vast finality now, never quite realizing it before. A tear welled, and she brushed it aside and bowed again as he walked away. She watched his tall, firm stride and would have wept aloud, her heart near breaking. But then, as always, she heard the so many times said words in her memory, kindly spoken, wisely spoken.
Why do you weep, child? We of the floating world live only for the moment, giving all our time to the pleasures of cherry blossoms and snow and maple leaves, the calling of a cricket, the beauty of the moon, waning and growing and being reborn, singing our songs and drinking cha and sake, knowing perfumes and the touch of silks, caressing for pleasure, and drifting, always drifting. Listen, child, never sad, always drifting as a lily on the current in the stream of life. How lucky you are, Kiku-chan. You're a princess of Ukiyo, the floating world. Drift, live for the moment.
Kiku brushed away a second tear, a last tear.
Silly girl to weep. Weep no more,
she ordered herself.
You're so incredibly lucky. You're consort to the greatest daimyo himself, even though a very lesser unofficial one. But what does that matter? Your sons will be born samurai. Isn't this the most incredible gift in the world? Didn't the soothsayer predict such an incredible good fortune? Never to be believed. But now it's true, nay? If you must weep, there are more important things to weep about. About the growing seed in your loins that the weird-tasting cha took out of you. But why weep about that? It was only an it, and not a child. And who was the father? Truly. I don't know. Not for certain, Gyoko-san. So sorry. But I think it's my lord's,
she had said finally, wanting his child so much to bind the promise of samurai.
But say the child's born with blue eyes and a fair skin. It may, nay? Count the days. I've counted and counted. Oh, how I've counted. Then be honest with yourself. So sorry, but both of our futures depend on you now. You've many a birthing year ahead of you. You're just 18, child, nay? Better to be sure, nay? Yes, she thought again. How wise you are, Gyoko-san, and how silly I was. Bewitched. It was only an it, and how sensible we Japanese are to know that a child is not a proper child until 30 days after birth, when its spirit is firmly fixed in its body and its karma inexorable. Oh, how lucky I am! And I want a son and another and never a girl child.
Poor girl children. O gods, bless the soothsayer, and thank you for my karma, that I am favored by the great daimyo, that my sons will be samurai, and, oh, please make me worthy of such marvellousness. What is it, mistress?
Little Suisun asked, awed by the joy that seemed to pour out of Kiku. Kiku sighed contentedly.
I was thinking about the soothsayer, and my lord, and my karma. Just drifting.
She went farther out into the courtyard, shading herself with her scarlet umbrella, to seek Toranaga. He was almost hidden by the horses and samurai and falcons in the courtyard, but she could see he was still on the veranda, sipping cha now, Fujiko bowing before him again.
Soon it'll be my turn, she thought. Perhaps tonight we can begin a new it. Oh, please.
Then, greatly happy, she turned back to her game. Outside the gateway, Omi was mounting his horse, and he galloped off with his guards, faster and ever faster, the speed refreshing him, cleansing him, the pungent sweat smell of his horse pleasing. He did not look back at her, because there was no need. He knew that he had left all his life's passion and everything that he had adored at her feet. He was sure he would never know passion again, the spirits joining ecstasy that ignited man and woman. But this did not displease him.
On the contrary,
he thought with a newfound icy clarity,
I bless Toranaga for releasing me from servitude. Now nothing binds me, neither father, nor mother, nor Kiku. Now I can be patient, too. I'm 21, I'm almost daimyo of Izu, and I've a world to conquer.
Yes, sire?
Fujiko was saying.
You're to go direct from here to Anjiro. I've decided to change the Anjin-san's fief from around Yokohama to Anjiro. 20 li in every direction from the village, with a yearly income of 4,000 koku. You'll take over Omi-san's house.
May I thank you on his behalf, sire? So sorry. Do I understand that he doesn't know about this yet?
No, I'll tell him today. I've ordered him to build another ship, Fujiko-san, to replace the one lost, and Anjiro will be a perfect shipyard, much better than Yokohama. I've arranged with a Gyoko woman for her eldest son to be business overseer for the Anjin-san, and all materials and craftsmen will be paid for out of my treasury. You'll have to help him set up some form of administration.
Oh, sire,
she said, immediately concerned.
My time remaining with the Anjin-san will be so short.
Yes, I'll have to find him another consort, or wife, eh?
Fujiko looked up, her eyes narrowing. Then she said,
Please, how may I help?
Toranaga said,
Whom would you suggest? I want the Anjin-san to be content. Contented men work better, eh?
Yes.
Fujiko reached into her mind.
Who would compare with Mariko-sama?
Then she smiled.
Sire, Omi-san's present wife, Midori-san. His mother hates her, as you know, and wants Omi divorced. So sorry, but she had the astounding bad manners to say it in front of me. Midori-san's such a lovely lady, and oh so very clever.
You think Omi wants to be divorced?
Another piece of the puzzle fell in place.
Oh no, sire, I'm sure he doesn't. What man wants really to obey his mother? But that's our law, so he should have divorced her the first time his parents mentioned it, nay? Even though his mother's very bad-tempered, she surely knows what's best for him, of course. So sorry, I have to be truthful, as this is a most important matter. Of course, I mean no offence, sire, but filial duty to one's parents is the cornerpost of our law.
I agree,
Toranaga said, pondering this fortunate new thought.
The Anjin-san would consider Midori-san a good suggestion?
No, sire, not if you ordered the marriage. But, so sorry, there's no need for you to order him.
Oh?
You could perhaps think of a way to make him think of it himself. That would certainly be best. With Omi-san, of course, You just order him.
Of course. You'd approve of Midori-san?
Oh, yes. She's 17, her present son's healthy, she's from good samurai stock, so she'd give the Anjin-san fine sons. I suppose Omi's parents will insist Midori give up her son to Omi-san. But if they don't, the Anjin-san could adopt him. I know my master likes her because Mariko-sama told me she teased him about her. She's very good samurai stock, very prudent, very clever. Oh, yes, he'd be very safe with her. Also, her parents are both dead now, so there'd be no ill feeling from them about her marrying the Anjin-san.
Toranaga toyed with the idea. I've certainly got to keep Omi off balance, he told himself. Young Omi can become a thorn in my side too easily. Well, I won't have to do anything to get Midori divorced. Omi's father will absolutely have definite last wishes before he commits seppuku, and his wife will certainly insist the most important last thing he does on this earth will be to get their son married correctly. So Midori will be divorced within a few days anyway. Yes, she'd be a very good wife. If not her, Fujiko-san, what about Kiku? Kiku-san? Fujiko gaped at him.
Oh, so sorry, sir. You're going to relinquish her?
I might. Well?
I would have thought Kiku-san would be a perfect unofficial consort, sir. She's so brilliant and wonderful, though I can see she would be an enormous distraction for an ordinary man. And, so sorry, it would be years before the Anjin-san would be able to appreciate the rare quality of her singing, or dancing, or wit. As wife?
She asked, with just enough emphasis to indicate absolute disapproval.
Ladies of the Willow World aren't usually trained the same as others are, sire. Their talents lie elsewhere. To be responsible for the finances and the affairs of a samurai house is different from the floating world.
Could she learn?
Fujiko hesitated a long while.
The perfect thing for the Anjin-san would be Midori-san for wife, Kiku-san as consort.
Could they learn to live with all his, different attitudes?
Midori-san samurai, sire. It would be her duty. You would order her. Kiku-san also.
But not the Anjin-san.
You know him better than I, sire. But in pillow things and... It would be better for him to, well, think of it himself.
Troda Mariko-sama would have made a perfect wife for him, nay?
That's an extraordinary idea, sire,
Fujiko replied without blinking.
Certainly both had an enormous respect for each other.
Yes,
he said dryly.
Well, thank you, Fujiko-san. I'll consider what you said. He'll be at Anjiro in about 10 days.
Thank you, sire. If I might suggest, the port of Ito and the Yokusei Spa should be included within the Anjin-san's fief.
Why?
Ito, just in case Anjiro is not big enough. Perhaps bigger slipways would be necessary for such a big ship. Perhaps they're available there. Yokusei,
Are they?
Yes, sire, and...
Have you been there?
No, sire. But the Anjin-san's interested in the sea. So are you. It was my duty to try to learn about ships and shipping. And when we heard the Anjin-san's ship was burned, I wondered if it would be possible to build another. And if so, where and how? Izu is a perfect choice, sire. It will be easy to keep Ishido's armies out.
And why Yokusei?
And Yokusei, because a Hatamoto should have a place in the mountains where you could be entertained in the style you have a right to expect.
Toranaga was watching her closely. Fujiko appeared so docile and demure, but he knew she was as inflexible as he was, and not ready to concede either point unless he ordered it.
I agree, and I'll consider what you said about Midori-san and Kiku-san.
Thank you, sire,
she said humbly, glad that she had done her duty to her master and repaid her debt to Mariko.
Ito for its slipways, and Yokose, where Mariko had said their love had really begun. "I'm so lucky, Hujiko-chan," Mariko had told her at Edo. "Our journey here has brought me more joy than I have the right to expect in 20 lifetimes. I beg you to protect him in Osaka, Mariko-san. So sorry. He's not like us, not civilized like us, poor man. His nirvana is life, and not death."
That's still true, Fujiko thought again, blessing Mariko's memory.
Mariko had saved the Anjin-san, no one else. Not the Christian god, or any gods. Not the Anjin-san himself, not even Toranaga. No one. Only Mariko alone. Toda Mariko no Akechi Jinsai had saved him. "Before I die, I will put up a shrine at Yokose and leave a bequest for another at Osaka and another at Edo. That's going to be one of my death wishes, Toranaga-sama," she promised herself, looking back at him so patiently, warmed by all the other lovely things yet to be done on the Anjin-san's behalf. "Midori to wife, certainly. Never Kiku as wife, but only a consort, and not necessarily chief consort. And the fief extended to Shimoda, on the very south coast of Izu. Do you want me to leave at once, sire?"
Stay here tonight, then go direct tomorrow. Not via Yokohama."
"Yes, I understand. So sorry. I can take possession of my master's new fief on his behalf, and all it contains, the moment I arrive?"
Kawanabe-san will give you the necessary documents before you leave here. Now, please send Kiku-san to me."
Fujiko bowed and left. Toranaga grunted.
"Pity that woman's going to end herself. She's almost too valuable to lose, and much too smart. Ito and Yokose? Ito, understandable. Why Yokose? And what else was in her mind?"
He saw Kiku coming across the sun-baked courtyard, her little feet in white tabi, almost dancing, so sweet and elegant with her silks and crimson sunshade, the envy of every man in sight.
"Ah, Kiku," he thought. "I can't afford that envy. So sorry. I can't afford you in this life. So sorry. You should have remained where you were in the floating world, courtesan of the first class. Or even better, geisha. What a fine idea that old hag came up with. Then you'd be safe, the property of many, the adored of many, the central point of tragic suicides and violent quarrels and wonderful assignations. Fawned on and feared, showered with money that you'd treat with disdain. A legend. While your beauty lasts. But now I can't keep you, so sorry. Any samurai I give you to as consort takes to his bed a double-edged knife, a complete distraction, and the envy of every other man, eh? Few would agree to marry you, so sorry, but that's the truth, and this is a day for truths. Ujiko was right. You're not trained to run a samurai household, so sorry. As soon as your beauty goes, oh, your voice will last, child, and your wit, but soon you'll still be cast out into the dung heap of the world. So sorry, but that's also the truth. Another is that the highest ladies of the floating world are best left in their floating world to run other houses when age is upon them, even the most famous, to weep over lost lovers and lost youth in barrels of sake, watered with your tears. The lesser ones at best to be wife to a farmer or fisherman or merchant, or rice seller or craftsman, from which life you were born. The rare, sudden flower that appears in the wilderness for no reason other than karma, to blossom quickly and to vanish quickly. So sad, so very sad. How do I give you samurai children? You keep her for the rest of your time, his secret heart told him. She merits it. Don't fool yourself like you fool others. The truth is, you could keep her easily, taking her a little, leaving her a lot, just like your favorite Tetsuko or Koko. Isn't Kiku just a falcon to you? Prized, yes. Unique, yes. But just a falcon that you feed from your fist, to fly at a prey and call back with a lure, to cast adrift after a season or two, to vanish forever. Don't lie to yourself. That's fatal. Why not keep her? She's only just another falcon, though very special, very high-flying, very beautiful to watch, but nothing more. Rare, certainly. Unique, certainly. And oh, so pillowable.
Why do you laugh? Why are you so happy, sire?
Because you are a joy to see, lady.
Blackthorn leaned his weight on one of the 3 hawsers that were attached to the keel plate of the wreck.
Hipparu!
He called out.
Pull!
There were 100 samurai naked to their loincloths, hauling lustily on each rope. It was afternoon now and low tide, and Blackthorn hoped to be able to shift the wreck and drag her ashore to salvage everything. He had adapted his first plan when he had found to his glee that all the cannon had been fished out of the sea the day after the Holocaust, and were almost as perfect as the day they had left their foundry near Chatham in his home county of Kent. As well, almost 1,000 cannonballs, some grape and chain, and many metal things had been recovered. Most were twisted and scored, but he had the makings of a ship, better than he had dreamed possible.
Marvelous, Naga-san! Marvelous!
He congratulated him when he had discovered the true extent of the salvage.
Oh, thank you, Anjin-san. Try hard. So sorry.
Never mind so sorry. All good now.
Yes, he had rejoiced.
Now the lady can be just a mite longer and a mite more abeam, but she'll still have her greyhound look, and she'll be a piss-cutter to end all piss-cutters. Ah, Rodriguez, he had thought without rancour. I'm glad you're safe and away this year, and there'll be another man to sink next year. If Ferreira's Captain General again, that would be a gift from heaven. But I won't count on it, and I'm glad you're safe away. I owe you my life, and you were a great pilot. Ibaru!
He shouted again, and hawsers jerked, the sea dripping off them like sweat, but the wreck did not budge. Since that dawn on the beach with Toranaga, Mariko's letter in his hands, the cannon discovered so soon afterward, there had not been enough hours in the day. He had drawn beginning plans and made and remade lists and changed plans and very carefully offered up lists of men and materials needed, not wanting any mistakes. And after the day, he worked at the dictionary long into the night to learn the new words he would need to tell the craftsmen what he wanted, to find out what they had already and could do already. Many times, in desperation, he had wanted to ask the priest to help, but he knew there was no help there now, that their enmity was inexorably fixed.
Karma,
he had told himself without pain, pitying the priest for his misbegotten fanaticism.
Hipparu!
Again the samurai strained against the hold of the sand and the sea. Then a chant sprang up, and they tugged in unison. The wreck shifted a fraction, and they redoubled their efforts. Then it jerked loose, and they sprawled in the sand. They picked themselves up, laughing, congratulating themselves, and leaned on the ropes again. But now the wreck was stuck firm once more. Blackthorn showed them how to take the ropes to one side, then to the other, trying to ease the wreck to port or starboard, but it was as fixed as though anchored.
I'll have to buoy it, then the tide'll do the work and lift it, he said aloud in English. Dozo?
Naga said, puzzled.
Ah, gomen nasai, Naga-san.
With signs and pictures in the sand, he explained, damning his lack of words, how to make a raft and tie it to the spines at low tide. Then the next high tide would float the wreck, and they could pull it ashore and beach it. At the next low tide, it would be easy to manage because they would have laid rollers for it to rest on.
Ah, so des,
Naga said, impressed. When he explained to the other officers, they also were filled with admiration, and Blackthorn's own vassals were puffed up with implied importance. Blackthorn noticed this, and he pointed a finger at one.
Where are your manners?
What? Oh, so sorry, sire. Please excuse me for offending you.
Today I will. Tomorrow, no. Swim out to ship. Untie this rope.
The Ronin samurai quailed and rolled his eyes.
So sorry, sire. I can't swim.
Now it was silent on the beach, and Blackthorn knew all were waiting to see what would happen. He was furious with himself, for an order was an order, and involuntarily he had given a death sentence that was not merited this time. He thought a moment.
Toranaga-sama's orders, all men learn swim, eh? All my vassals swim within 30 days. Better swim in 30 days. You, in water, get first lesson now.
Fearfully, the samurai began to walk into the sea, knowing he was a dead man. Blackthorn joined him, and when the man's head went under, he pulled him up, none too kindly, and made him swim, letting him flounder, but never dangerously, all the way out to the wreck, the man coughing and retching and holding on. Then he pulled him ashore again, and 20 yards from the shallows, he shoved him off.
Swim!
The man made it like a half-drowned cat. Never again would he act self-important in front of his master. His fellows cheered, and the men on the beach were rolling in the sand with laughter, those who could swim.
Very good, Anjin-san,
Naga said.
Very wise.
He laughed again, then said,
Please, I send men for bamboo. For raft, ne? Tomorrow try to get all here.
Thank you. More pull today? No thank.
Blackthorn stopped and shaded his eyes. Father Alvito was standing on a dune, watching them.
No, thank you, Naga-san, Blackthorn said. All finish here today. Please excuse me a moment.
He went to get his clothes and swords, but his men brought them to him quickly. Unhurriedly, he dressed and stuck his swords in his sash.
Good afternoon,
Blackthorn said, going over to Alvito. The priest looked drawn, but there was friendliness in his face, as there had been before their violent quarrel outside Mishima. Blackthorn's caution increased. And to you, Captain Pilot. I'm leaving this morning. I just wanted to talk a moment. Do you mind?
No, not at all.
What are you going to do? Try to float the hulk?
Yes.
It won't help you, I'm afraid.
Never mind. I'm going to try.
You really believe you can build another ship?
Oh, yes,
Blackthorn said patiently, wondering what was in Alvito's mind. Are you going to bring the rest of your crew here to help you?
No,
Blackthorn said after a moment.
They'd rather be in Edo. When the ship's near completion, there's plenty of time to bring them here.
They live with Etta, don't they?
Yes.
Is that the reason you don't want them here?
One reason?
I don't blame you. I heard they're all very quarrelsome now, and drunk most of the time. Did you know a week or so ago there was a small riot among them, and their house burned down? So the story goes.
No. Was anyone hurt?
No, but that was only through the grace of God. Next time. It seems one of them has made a still. Terrible what drink does to a man.
Yes. Pity about their house. They'll build another.
Alvito nodded and looked back at the spines washed by the waves. I wanted to tell you before I go. I know what the loss of Mariko-san means to you. I was greatly saddened by your story about Osaka, but in a way uplifted. I understand what her sacrifice means. Did she tell you about her father, or that other tragedy?
Yes, some of it.
Ah, then you understand also. I knew Jusan Kubo quite well.
What? You mean Akechi Jinsai?
Oh, sorry, yes. That's the name he's known by now. Didn't Mariko-sama tell you?
No.
The Taiko sneeringly dubbed him that. Jusan Kubo, Shōgun of the 13 Days. His rebellion, from mustering his men to the Great Seppuku, lasted only 13 days. He was a fine man, but he hated us. Not because we were Christians, but because we were foreigners. I often wondered if Mariko became Christian just to learn our ways, to destroy us. He often said I poisoned Gordo against him.
Did you?
No.
What was he like?
A short, bald man, very proud, a fine general, and a poet of great note. So sad to end that way, all the Akechis. And now the last of them. Poor Mariko. But what she did saved Toranaga, if God wills it. Alvito's fingers touched his rosary. After a moment he said, Also, Pilot, also before I go, I want to apologize for... Well, I'm glad the Father Visitor was there to save you.
You apologize for my ship, too?
Not for the Erasmus, though I had nothing to do with that. I apologize only for those men, Pissarro and the Captain General. I'm glad your ship's gone.
Shigata ganai, Father. Soon I'll have another.
What kind of craft will you try to build?
One big enough and strong enough.
To attack the Black Ship?
To sail home to England and defend myself against anyone.
It will be a waste, all that labor.
There'll be another act of God?
Yes, or sabotage.
If there is, and my new ship fails, I'm going to build another, and if that fails, another. I'm going to build a ship or get a berth, and when I get back to England, I'm going to beg or borrow or buy or steal a privateer. And then I'm coming back.
Yes, I know. That's why you will never leave. You know too much, Anjin-san. I told you that before, and I say it again, but with no malice. Truly. You're a brave man, a fine adversary, one to respect, and I do. And there should be peace between us. We're going to see a lot of each other over the years, if any of us survive the war.
Are we?
Yes. You're too good at Japanese. Soon you'll be Toranaga's personal interpreter. We shouldn't quarrel, you and I. I'm afraid our destinies are interlocked. Did Mariko-san tell you that too? She told me.
No, she never said that. What else did she tell you?
She begged me to be your friend, to protect you if I could. Anjin-san, I didn't come here to goad you, or to quarrel, but to ask a peace before I go.
Where are you going?
First to Nagasaki, by ship from Mishima. There are trade negotiations to conclude. Then to wherever Toranaga is, wherever the battle will be.
They'll let you travel freely in spite of the war?
Oh, yes. They need us, whoever wins. Surely we can be reasonable men and make peace, you and I. I ask it because of Mariko-sama. Blackthorn said nothing for a moment.
Once we had a truce because she wanted it. I'll offer you that. A truce, not a peace, providing you agree not to come within 50 miles of where my shipyard is.
I agree, Pilot. Of course I agree. But you've nothing to fear from me. A truce, then, in her memory. Alvito put out his hand. Thank you. Blackthorn shook the hand firmly. Then Alvito said, Soon her funeral will take place at Nagasaki. It's to be in the cathedral. The Father Visitor will say the service himself, Anjin-san. Part of her ashes are to be entombed there.
That would please her.
Blackthorn watched the wreck for a moment, then looked back at Alvito.
One thing I didn't mention to Toranaga. Just before she died, I gave her a benediction as a priest would, and the last rites as best I could. There was no one else, and she was Catholic. I don't think she heard me. I don't know if she was conscious. and I did it again at her cremation. Would that be the same? Would that be acceptable? I tried to do it before God, not mine or yours, but God.
No, Anjin-san. We are taught that it would not. But 2 days before she died, she asked for and received absolution from the Father Visitor, and she was sanctified.
Then she knew all along she had to die. Whatever happened, she was a sacrifice.
Yes. God bless her and cherish her.
Thank you for telling me, Blackthorn said. I was always worried my intercession would never work, though Thank you for telling me.
Sayonara, Anjin-san,
Alvito said, offering his hand again. Sayonara, Tsuku-san. Please, light a candle for her. From me?
I will.
Blackthorn shook the hand and watched the priest walk away, tall and strong, a worthy adversary.
We'll always be enemies, he thought. We both know it, truce or no truce. What would you say if you knew Toranaga's plan and my plan? Nothing more than you've already threatened, eh? Good. We understand each other. A truce will do no harm. But we won't be seeing much of each other, Tsuku-san. While my ships are building, I'll take your place as interpreter with Toranaga and the regents, and soon you'll be out of trade negotiations, even while Portuguese ships carry the silk. And all that'll change, too. My fleet will only be the beginning. In 10 years, the Lion of England will rule these seas. But first the lady, then all the rest.
Contentedly, Blackthorn walked back to Naga and settled plans for tomorrow, then climbed the slope to his temporary house, near Toranaga. There he ate rice and slivered raw fish that one of his cooks had prepared for him, and found them delicious. He took a second helping and began to laugh.
Sire?
Nothing.
But in his head, he was seeing Mariko and hearing her say,
Oh, Anjin-san, one day perhaps we'll even get you to like raw fish, and then you'll be on the road to Nirvana, the place of perfect peace.
Ah, Mariko, he thought, I'm so glad about the real absolution. And I thank thee.
For what, Anjin-san?
He could hear her say. For life, Mariko, my darling. Thou.
Many times during the days and the nights, he would talk to her in his head, reliving parts of their life together, and telling her about today, feeling her presence very close, always so close that once or twice he had looked over his shoulder, expecting to see her standing there.
I did that this morning, Mariko. But instead of you, it was Buntaro, Tsuku-san beside him, both glaring at me. I had my sword, but he had his great bow in his hands. My love, it took all my courage to walk over and greet them formally. Were you watching? You would have been proud of me. So calm and samurai, and petrified. He said so stiffly, talking through Tsuku-san, Lady Kiritsubo and the Lady Sazuko have informed me how you protected my wife's honor, and theirs. How you saved her from shame, and them. I thank you, Anjin-san. Please excuse my vile temper of before. I apologize, and thank you. Then he bowed to me and went away, and I wanted you so much to be there, to know that everything's protected, and no one will ever know.
Many times Blackthorn had looked over his shoulder, expecting her there. But she was never there, and never would be, and this did not disturb him. She was with him forever, and he knew he would love her in the good times and in the tragic times, even in the winter of his life. She was always on the edge of his dreams. And now those dreams were good, very good, and intermixed with her were drawings and plans, and the carving of the figurehead and sails, and how to set the keel, and how to build the ship, and then, such joy, the final shape of the lady under full sail, bellied by a sharp sou'wester, racing up the channel, the bit between her teeth, halyards shrieking, spars stretched on a larboard tack, and then, "All sails ho! Topsails, mainsails, royals, and top-gallants!" Easing out the ropes, giving her every inch, the cannonade of the sails reaching on the other tack, and "Steady as she goes!" every particle of canvas answering his cry. And then, at long last, full-bodied, a lady of inestimable beauty, turning hard a port near Beachy Head, for London. Toranaga came up the rise near the camp, his party grouped around him. Kogo was on his gauntlet, and he had hunted the coast, and now he was going into the hills above the village. There were still 2 hours of sun left, and he did not want to waste the sun, not knowing when he would ever have the time to hunt again.
Today was for me, he thought. Tomorrow I go to war, but today was to put my house in order, pretending that the Kanto was safe and Isu safe, and my succession, that I will live to see another winter, and in the spring hunt at leisure. Ah, today has been very good.
He had killed twice with Tetsuko, and she had flown like a dream, never so perfectly, not even when she'd made the kill with Naga near Anjiro, that beautiful, never-to-be-forgotten stoop to take that wily old cock pigeon. Today she had taken a crane several times her own size, and came back to the lure perfectly. A pheasant had been pointed by the dogs, and he had cast the falcon to her circling station aloft. Then the pheasant had been flushed, and the soaring, climbing, falling had begun, to last forever, the kill beautiful. Again Tetsuko had come to the lure and fed from his fist proudly. Now he was after hare. It had occurred to him that the Anjin-san would enjoy meat. So, instead of finishing for the day, satisfied, Toranaga had decided to go for game for the pot. He quickened his pace, not wanting to fail. His outriders led the way past the camp and up the winding road to the crest above, and he was greatly pleased with his day. His critical gaze swept over the camp, seeking dangers, and found none. He could see men at weapon training. All regimental training and firing was forbidden while the Tsuku-san was nearby, and that pleased him. To one side, glinting in the sun, were the 20 cannon that had been salvaged with such care, and he noticed that Blackthorn was squatting cross-legged on the ground nearby, concentrating over a low table, now like any normal person would sit. Below was the wreck, and he noted that it had not yet moved, and he wondered how the Anjin-san would bring it ashore, if it could not be pulled ashore.
Because, Anjin-san, you will bring it ashore,
Toranaga told himself, quite certain.
Oh yes, and you will build your ship, and I'll destroy her like I destroyed the other one, or give her away, another sop to the Christians who are more important to me than your ships, my friend. So sorry. And the other ships waiting in your homeland. Your countrymen will bring those out to me, and the treaty with your queen. Not you. I need you here. When the time's right, Anjin-san, I'll tell you why I had to burn your ship, and by then you won't mind, because other things will be occupying you, and you'll understand what I told you was still the truth. It was your ship or your life. I chose your life. That was correct, ne? Then we'll laugh about the act of God, you and I. Oh, it was easy to appoint a special watch of trusted men aboard with secret instructions to spread gunpowder loosely and liberally on the chosen night. Having already told Naga, the moment Omi whispered about Yabu's plot, to rearrange the roster so that the following shore and deck watch were only Izu men, particularly the 53 traitors. Then a single ninja with a flint out of the darkness, and your ship was a torch. Of course, neither Omi nor Naga was ever party to the sabotage. So sorry, but so necessary, Anjin-san. I saved your life, which you wanted even above your ship. 50 times or more I've had to consider giving your life away, but so far I've always managed to avoid it. I hope to continue to do that. Why? This is a day for truth, nay? The answer is, because you make me laugh, and I need a friend. I daren't make friends among my own people, or among the Portuguese. Yes, I will whisper it down a well at noon, but only when I'm certain I'm alone, that I need one friend. And also your knowledge. Mariko-sama was right again. Before you go, I want to know everything you know. I told you we both had plenty of time, you and I. I want to know how to navigate a ship around the Earth and understand how a small island nation can defeat a huge empire. Perhaps the answer could apply to us and China, ne? Oh yes, the Taiko was right in some things. The first time I saw you, I said, "There's no excuse for rebellion." And you said, "There's one if you win." Anjin-san, I bound you to me then. I agree. Everything's right if you win. Stupid to fail. Unforgivable. You won't fail. And you'll be safe and happy in your large fief at Anjiro, where Mura the fisherman will guard you from Christians and continue to feed them misinformation as I direct. How naive of Tsuku-san to believe one of my men, even Christian, would steal your rutters and give them secretly to the priests without my knowledge or my direction. Ah, Mura, you've been faithful for 30 years or more. Soon you'll get your reward. What would the priests say if they knew your real name was Akira Tonomoto, samurai, spy at my direction, as well as fisherman, headman, and Christian? They'd fart dust, ne? So don't worry, Anjin-san. I'm worrying about your future. You're in good, strong hands, and what a future I've planned for you.
I'm to be consort to the barbarian? Oh!
Kiku had wailed aloud. Yes, within the month. Ujiko-san has formally agreed. He had told Kiku and Gyoko the truth once more, patiently giving the distraught girl face. And 1,000 koku a year after the birth of the Anjin-san's first son.
What did you say?
He had repeated the promise and added sweetly, After all, samurai is samurai, and 2 swords are 2 swords, and his sons will be samurai. He's Hatamoto, one of my most important vassals, admiral of all my ships, a close personal advisor, even a friend. Ne?
So sorry, but sire?
First, you'll be his consort.
So sorry. First, sire?
Perhaps you should be his wife. Ujiko-san told me she didn't wish to marry, ever again, but I think he should be married. Why not you? If you please him enough, and I imagine you could please him enough, and still dutifully keep him building his ship, eh? Yes, I think you should be his wife.
Oh, yes! Oh, yes! Oh, yes!
She had thrown her arms around him and blessed him and apologized for her impulsive bad manners for interrupting and not listening dutifully. And she had left him, walking 4 paces off the ground, where a moment ago she had been ready to throw herself off the nearest cliff. Ah, ladies, Toranaga thought, bemused and very content. Now she's got everything she wants. So is Gyoko. If the ship's built in time, and it will be, so have the priests. So have... Sire! One of the hunters was pointing at a clump of bushes beside the road. He reined in and readied Kogo, loosening the jesses that held her to his fist. Now, he ordered softly. The dog was sent in. The hare broke from the brush and raced for cover, and at that instant he released Kogo. With immensely powerful thrusts of her wings, she hurtled in pursuit, straight as an arrow, overhauling the panicked animal. Ahead, 100 paces across the rolling land, was a brambled copse, and the hare twisted this way and that with frantic speed, making for safety. Kogo closing the gap, cutting corners, knifing ever closer a few feet off the ground. Then she was above her prey, and she hacked down, and the hare screamed and reared up and darted back. Kogo still in pursuit, ecking, with rage because she had missed. The hare whirled again in a final dash for sanctuary and shrieked as Kogo struck again and got a firm grip with her talons on its neck and head and bound on fearlessly, closing her wings, oblivious of the animal's frantic contortions and tumblings, as effortlessly she snapped the neck. A last scream. Kogo let go and leaped into the air for an instant and shook her ruffled feathers into place again with a violent flurry, then settled back onto the warm, twitching body, talons once more in the death grip. Then and only then did she give her shriek of conquest and hiss with pleasure at the kill. Her eyes watched Toranaga. Toranaga trotted up and dismounted, offering the lure. Obediently the goshawk left her prey, and then, as he deftly concealed the lure, she settled on his outstretched gauntlet. His fingers caught her jesses, and he could feel her grip through the steel-reinforced leather of the forefinger perch.
"Yee, that was well done, my beauty,"
he said, rewarding her with a morsel, part of the hare's ear that a beater sliced off for him.
"There, gorge on that, but not too much. You've still work to do."
Grinning, the beater held up the hare.
"Master, it must be 3-4 times her weight. Best we've seen for weeks, nay?" "Yes. Send it to the camp for the Anjin-san."
Toranaga swung into the saddle again and waved the others forward to the hunt once more.
Yes, the kill had been well done, but it had none of the excitement of a peregrine kill. A goshawk's only what it is, a cook's bird, a killer, born to kill anything and everything that moves. Like you, Anjin-san, eh? Yes, you're a short-winged hawk. Ah, but Mariko was peregrine.
He remembered her so clearly, and he wished beyond wishing that it had not been necessary for her to go to Osaka and into the void.
But it was necessary,
he told himself patiently.
The hostages had to be released. Not my kin, but all the others. Now I have another 50 allies committed secretly. Your courage and Lady Etsy's courage and self-sacrifice have bound them and all the maiders to my side, and through them the whole western seaboard. Ishido had to be winkled out of his impregnable lair, the regents split, and Ochiba and Kiyama broken to my fist. You did all this and more. You gave me time. Only time fashions snares and provides lures. Ah, Mariko-chan, who would have thought a little slip of a woman like you, daughter of Jusan Kubo, my old rival, the arch-traitor Akechi Jinsai, could do so much and wreak so much vengeance so beautifully and with such dignity on the Taiko, your father's enemy and killer. A single awesome stoop, like Tetsuko, and you killed all your prey, which are my prey. So sad that you're no more. Such loyalty deserves special favor.
Toranaga was at the crest now, and he stopped and called for Tetsuko. The falconer took Kogo from him, and Toranaga caressed the hooded peregrine on his fist a last time. Then he slipped her hood and cast her into the sky. He watched her spiral upward, ever upward, seeking a prey that he would never flush. Tetsuko's freedom is my gift to you, Mariko-san, he said to her spirit, watching the falcon circle higher and higher. To honor your loyalty to me and your filial devotion to our most important rule, that a dutiful son or daughter may not rest under the same heaven while the murderer of her father still lives.
Ah, so wise, sire, the falconer said.
Eh?
To release Tetsuko, to free her. I thought the last time you flew her, she'd never come back,
but I wasn't sure. Ah, sire, you're the greatest falconer in the realm, the best, to know, to be so sure when to give her back to the sky.
Toranaga permitted himself a scowl. The falconer blanched, not understanding why, quickly offered Kogo back and retreated hastily.
Yes, Tetsuko was due,
Toranaga thought testily.
But even so, she was still a symbolic gift to Mariko's spirit and the quality of her revenge.
Yes,
but what about all the sons of all the men you've killed? Ah, that's different. Those men all deserve to die,
he answered himself.
Even so, you're always wary of who comes within arrow range. That's normal prudence.
This observation pleased Toranaga, and he resolved to add it to the legacy. He squinted into the sky once more and watched the falcon, no longer his falcon. She was a creature of immense beauty up there, free, beyond all the tears, soaring effortlessly. Then some force beyond his ken took her and whirled her northward, and she vanished.
Ah, Tetsuko, thank you. Bear many daughters,
he said, and turned his attention to the earth below. The village was neat in the lowering sun, the Anjin-san still at his table, samurai training, smoke rising from the cooking fires. Across the bay, 20 li or so, was Edo. 40 ri southeast was Anjiro. 290 ri westward was Osaka, and north from there, barely 30 li, was Kyoto.
That's where the main battle should be, he thought. Near the capital. Northward, up around Gifu, or Ogaki, or Hashima, astride the Nakasendo, the Great North Road. Perhaps where the road turns south for the capital, near the little village of Sekigahara, in the mountains. Somewhere there. Oh, I'd be safe for years behind my mountains, but this is the chance I've waited for. Ishido's jugular is unprotected. My main thrust will be along the North Road, and not the Tokaido, the coastal road, though between now and then I'll pretend to change 50 times. My brother will ride with me. Oh yes, I think Zataki will convince himself Ishido has betrayed him to Kiyama. My brother's no fool, and I will keep my solemn oath to seek Ochiba for him. During the battle, Kiyama will change sides. I think he will change sides, and when he does, if he does, he will fall on his hated rival Onoshi. That will signal the guns to charge. I will roll up the sides of their armies, and I will win. Oh yes, I will win, because Ochiba, wisely, will never let the heir take the field against me. She knows that if she did, I would be forced to kill him. So sorry.
Toranaga began to smile secretly.
The moment I have won, I will give Kiyama all Onoshi's lands, and invite him to appoint Saruji his heir. The moment I am president of the new Council of Regents, we will put Zataki's proposal to the Lady Ochiba, who will be so incensed at his impertinence that, to placate the First Lady of the land and the heir, the regents will regretfully have to invite my brother onward. Who should take his place as regent? Kashigi Omi. Kiyama will be Omi's prey. Yes, that's wise, and so easy, because surely by that time Kiyama, Lord of all the Christians, will be flaunting his religion, which is still against our law. The Taiko's expulsion edicts are still legal, ne? Surely Omi and the others will say, I vote the edicts be invoked. And once Kiyama is gone, never again a Christian regent, and patiently our grip will tighten on the stupid but dangerous foreign dogma that is a threat to the land of the gods, has always threatened our war, therefore must be obliterated. We regents will encourage the Anjin-san's countrymen to take over Portuguese trade. As soon as possible, the regents will order all trade and all foreigners confined to Nagasaki, to a tiny part of Nagasaki under very serious guards. And we will close the land to them forever, to them and to their guns and to their poisons. So many marvelous things to do. Once I've won. If I win. When I win. We are a very predictable people. It will be a golden age. Ochiba and the heir will majestically hold court in Osaka, and from time to time we will bow before them and continue to rule in his name, outside of Osaka Castle. Within 3 years or so, the Son of Heaven will invite me to dissolve the council and become Shōgun during the remainder of my nephew's minority. The regents will press me to accept, and, reluctantly, I will accept. In a year or two, without ceremony, I will resign in Sudara's favor and retain power as usual and keep my eyes firmly on Osaka Castle. I will continue to wait patiently, and one day those 2 usurpers inside will make a mistake, and then they will be gone, and somehow Osaka Castle will be gone. Just another dream within a dream, and the real prize of the great game that began as soon as I could think, which became possible the moment the Taiko died. The real prize will be won. The shogunate. That's what I fought for and planned for all my life. I alone am heir to the realm. I will be shogun, and I have started a dynasty. It's all possible now because of Mariko-san and the barbarian stranger who came out of the Eastern Sea. Mariko-san, it was your karma to die gloriously and live forever. Anjin-san, my friend, it is your karma never to leave this land. It is mine to be shogun.
Kogo the goshawk fluttered on his wrist and settled herself, watching him. Toranaga smiled at her.
I did not choose to be what I am. It is my karma.
That year, at dawn on the 21st day of the 10th month, the month without gods, the main armies clashed. It was in the mountains near Sekigahara, astride the North Road, the weather foul. Fog, then sleet. By late afternoon, Toranaga had won the battle, and the slaughter began. 40,000 heads were taken. 3 days later, Ishido was captured alive, and Toranaga genially reminded him of the prophecy and sent him in chains to Osaka for public viewing, ordering the Eta to plant the General Lord Ishido's feet firm in the earth, with only his head outside the earth, and to invite passers-by to saw at the most famous neck in the realm with a bamboo saw. Ishido lingered 3 days, and died very old.
This concludes the reading of Shōgun, Part 2, by James Clavell. Copyright 1975 by James Clavell. This book was read by Ralph Lister. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Leopard Publishing Company Limited, and was produced in 2015 by Blackstone Publishing, which holds the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Blackstone Publishing. For a complete listing of our titles, visit our website at www.downpour.com. Thank you.